This audiobook contains 73 censored sentences and 198 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Owing to the threats we had received the previous night, I had assigned 2 of my Electa to accompany them. All in all, they should be safe. A gentle tug on my sleeve pulled me from my thoughts, and I turned to see Zoria standing there. The personification of dawn held a futuristic-looking firearm in one hand and looked at me expectantly, her gaze shifting around as if she didn't want the others to overhear our conversation. "Did you need something, Zoria?" I inquired. She scanned our surroundings, her cheeks slightly flushed. Whatever she had in mind, she wanted to keep it hidden from the prying eyes of the fated ones. After one more cautious glance around, I quietly murmured, "It's starting." At my signal, the entire world seemed to tremble, but in reality, it was only Russia and a few other nations that were the intended targets. However, I soon realized that I had underestimated the scope of their attack, or perhaps they had altered their plans at the last minute, as it appeared that more countries were now in their crosshairs. Lavinia voiced her concerns. "There are more countries being affected, Aaron. What should we do?" Flying over to her, I ruffled her hair and snapped my fingers. "Don't worry. It'll include everyone else in the world and transport them to a separate dimension beyond the reach of the Cow's order." Nevertheless, it seems like the battlefield is once again the entire Earth. This realization stirred up unpleasant memories, causing a frown to crease my brow. I reached for the transceiver in my ear and relayed the change in plans and the actions of the Cow's order to our team. They swiftly adapted, and we could proceed with our mission. "All right, let's initiate this operation. When it comes to the individuals I informed you about, Centurato, enveloping it in a shimmering, silvery white aura. Let's add an extra layer of challenge today, shall we?" I mused, a mischievous grin forming. The silvery white aura surged into the sky, extending until it halted just above our planet, suspended in the vastness of space. This aura rapidly expanded, encircling the entire globe. Following this, I activated an effect that would target all the members of the Cow's order. The effects were relatively straightforward. A 50 reduction in their overall stats, coupled with heightened paranoia and anxiety. Such alterations would undoubtedly lead to numerous mistakes in their battles, compelling them to make unwise decisions. "What have you done?" Velgrind inquired, her curiosity piqued. Casting a quick glance at Velgrind, I offered a succinct summary of my actions. She responded with a sigh, and although I shot her an inquisitive look, she merely shook her head. "Zoria and I will protect Russia. Can the rest of you assist the neighboring countries, since they apparently altered their plans last minute?" I requested, and they promptly agreed, each of them teleporting away to address the issues in their respective regions. I shifted my focus to Zoria, who appeared genuinely thrilled. "The rest of the Slavic pantheon will be joining us, so don't overexert yourself, all right?" She nodded wordlessly, her futuristic firearm pointed forward. As I turned back around, I witnessed various adversaries materializing all around us. Some had already commenced their attacks on towns and cities within the country. However, it was evident that a few of them were baffled because there were no humans to be found. Zoria squeezed the trigger of her weapon, unleashing a torrent of black and white aura that decimated the foes before us. Among them were devils of various types, purebloods, hybrids, and artificial devils. Yet, none of them stood a chance against Zoria's onslaught. The only reason some managed to survive was due to sheer luck or not being in the direct path of her attack. "Are we sure we can take them?" inquired a devil, his voice tinged with a hint of nervousness. "Like we have a choice. If we run away or abandon our mission, our leaders will have us killed," replied another devil. After hearing his words, the group of devils nodded in unison and then, as if resigned to their fate, they charged towards us. Their battle cries filled the air, echoing with a sense of desperation. I couldn't help but admire their bravery, even if it seemed foolish to press on in the face of such overwhelming odds. However, there was an underlying sense of pity for they had been forced into this situation with no real alternatives, their fate sealed regardless of the path they chose, especially after witnessing Zoria's formidable power. I enveloped my body in a protective aura and declared, "Very well, then. Bring it on. It'll ensure that you all get a chance at reincarnation in another world." Third-person point of view in the underworld. Nothing less than a full-scale war had erupted. For the devils who had endured an exhausting and tumultuous past year, this was the last thing they would have wished for. However, thanks to Aaron's prior warning, the majority of devils had already taken refuge in designated buildings, fortified with powerful barriers to shield them from the impending conflict. Devils that ranged from low to middle class had taken up to arms to join the army that the Satans had built. With Falbium leading them, the casualties had been close to zero so far. However, the difference in strength was palpable. But with the help of the Satan, the soldiers were reassured. They also had different help in the form of shadow soldiers all around them. If any of the low to middle-class devils made a mistake, or if their lives were in any danger, the shadow soldiers stepped in and saved them. Aaron Toole wanted no deaths on his side after today, and he would make sure that it came true. On another side of Lilith, the current capital of the underworld, Serorg Bale's peerage faced off against various high to ultimate-class devils that were enchanted by the Cow's order. However, most of them didn't have a good grasp in their new power, so they were quickly dealt with by his peerage. Among these devils were three that were competent. These three faces off against Keisha, Regulus, and Serorg himself. "So you're the heir to the great King Bale? I don't even sense any demonic power in you. Have a modern devils gone mad?" asked the ultimate-class devil. The male devil possessed an aura of dark charisma, his appearance striking and enigmatic. His ebony hair was cropped short, framing a face that exuded an air of sinister allure. The most arresting feature lay in his eyes. One gleamed with a fiery, molten gold, while the other shimmered with an ethereal silver, a mesmerizing duality that hinted at his enigmatic nature. Clad in opulent noble attire, he wore garments befitting royalty. His attire, a blend of deep crimson and midnight black, bore intricate details and fine fabrics that bespoke wealth and sophistication. A silvered brooch adorned his impeccably tailored coat, and a velvet cravat accentuated his aristocratic bearing. Yet, it was his attitude that truly set him apart. Arrogance oozed from his every gesture and word, an unapologetic confidence that dared the world to challenge his presence. In his haughty demeanor, he embodied the very essence of a devil, a formidable and captivating force of darkness. One can train to increase their power, Serorg responded, his voice firm, his eyes locked onto the devil confronting him. "You see, I was born without demonic power, but I've transformed this very body into a vessel of destruction itself." The male devil erupted into mocking laughter upon hearing Serorg's audacious claim. "Turn your body into destruction itself? You, who inherited no power, dare to make such grandiose statements? You must be mad. Nevertheless, your impending demise is imminent. I shall defeat you now and take responsibility for claiming the head of the great king's heir." This male devil possessed not only an inflated ego, but also a pure blood heritage, hailing from one of the original 72 pillars. His name was Zakevalik. Driven by dissatisfaction with the current great Satans and their policies, he abandoned his noble lineage to join a notorious terrorist group. Zake had been born with high-class status and high-class power, attributes he had wielded to torment other devils mercilessly, isolating himself further from his kin. As he matured, he renounced his noble bloodline, subjecting himself to numerous experimental procedures that ultimately propelled him into the realm of ultimate-class power. With a flourish of dark energy enveloping his hands, he hurled it towards Serorg. Yet, Serorg effortlessly sidestepped the attack, his movements unhurried. Annoyance creased Zake's brow, and he continued his reckless charge, eventually standing face-to-face with Serorg. Summoning all his might, he aimed a full-powered punch at Bale's face, convinced of his impending victory. Serorg, however, made no effort to evade, choosing instead to accept the strike head-on. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the vicinity, and Zeke couldn't contain his own laughter. "You utter fool! Hi-ha-ha! Why didn't you dodge? Has the new generation of devils grown so dim-witted?" But as the lingering smoke dispersed, Zeke found himself paralyzed by astonishment. Serorg stood unscathed, his expression unwavering, and he silently drew back his right arm. Around his right fist, a pulsating aura of purple 10k gathered, a tangible manifestation of his immense power. Fear seized Zeke, rendering him incapable of retreating. His arrogance had blinded him to the profound realities of the supernatural world, dismissing reports and warnings from his fellow faction members about Serorg's newfound strength. Now, reality confronted him, and terror held him captive. A swift flood of memories washed over him, and though he attempted to scream, his voice remained inaudible. With unyielding resolve, Serorg unleashed his punch, striking Zeke squarely in the bravado. In an instant, Zeke was defeated, collapsing to the ground as the battle came to a brutal end. The surviving members of the true Satan's faction stood aghast, their fear intensifying as they grasped the gruesome end that had befallen Zeke, once regarded as one of their most formidable fighters. "Huh, what a weakling!" Another ultimate devil's mocking voice rang through the battlefield, Centuredo. Goat-like horns that crowned her head with an air of malevolence. Sharp, crimson eyes pierced the very soul of anyone who dared to meet her gaze, hinting at a profound maleficence beneath the surface. Cloaked in a flowing black dress, she exuded an aura of danger and mystery. The dress billowed behind her as she moved, a captivating invitation to the mysteries that lay beneath. With every step in her sleek black heels, she commanded attention and exuded a palpable confidence that even rivaled Zeke's. In her presence, an air of mystery and intrigue surrounded her, a potent cocktail of allure and treachery that left males in the vicinity both entranced and wary. "Why mock him when he's your comrade?" questioned Regulus, his voice calm amidst the tension. "Comrade? In our faction, it's survival of the fittest," she hissed with a derisive sneer. He was clearly too weak to face that devil in front of him. "If he and these useless fools can't get the job done, then I will," she declared, her resolve unwavering as she unleashed a barrage of demonic bullets aimed at Regulus. With swiftness born of experience, Regulus danced through the air, gracefully evading each projectile. He landed lithely but wasted no time, using his superior speed to reappear right in front of her. Before the female devil could muster a defense, Regulus delivered a powerful headbutt to her face, sending her hurtling through several buildings with a deafening crash. In the blink of an eye, the young man leaped after her, landing a few feet away from the fallen female devil. While she hadn't taken extensive damage, her face bore the marks of their brutal encounter, with blood trickling from her broken nose. Fury contorted her features as she clutched her injured face. "How dare you do this to me?" she screamed at Regulus, her voice laced with anger and defiance. But Regulus remained silent, his expression inscrutable and his emotions concealed behind a mask of indifference. Regulus furrowed his brows, his eyes locking onto the devil who stood before him with arrogance etched across her face. He had to admit he didn't quite understand her motivations. "Why do you do this? Is it because you want to be the rulers of the world? What would that accomplish?" he inquired, hoping to gain some insight into her twisted ideology. She responded with a dismissive scoff, her tone dripping with condescension. "Are you so stupid that you need me to explain it? However, it makes sense since you're a reincarnated devil. So allow me, Nephralia, to elaborate for you. We, as devils, stand at the pinnacle of any race, and that's all the reason we need. Humans are prey. They are weak and feeble. So who cares about them?" Regulus' frown deepened as he listened to Nephralia's callous words. He had been indifferent toward humans for most of his existence. That was until he became a sacred gear and began to change. Although it was only a gradual shift, he started to see different facets of humanity whenever his wielders awakened him. Some of them were indeed horrible people who had nothing more than violence and chaos on their minds. They treated him as a mere tool to further their destructive ends. But others, kinder souls, treated him as a sentient being with feelings. Regulus couldn't help but be moved by their compassion. His most recent wielder, a devil with no innate demonic power, had treated him with the utmost respect and dignity. In the company of this master, Regulus had found comrades among humans, many of whom treated him kindly. It was a reminder of the goodness that resided within humanity, even though they lacked the sheer power of devils. So, as of that very moment, Regulus couldn't help but feel anger and frustration at Nephralia's dismissive opinion of humans. For a species that wasn't as inherently powerful, they held an abundance of goodness and kindness within them. Regulus had developed a deep appreciation for these qualities, and he was determined to continue experiencing the best that humanity had to offer. "I see. So there's no reasoning with you. So be it," he declared before launching himself toward Nephralia. The female devil, not one to be outdone, sported a wicked grin and summoned whips forged from her malevolent, demonic energy. With a menacing flourish, she cracked the whips in Regulus' direction. The sacred gear, however, exhibited unparalleled defense as it enveloped Regulus' body in a potent 10k aura. The whips met their demise as he casually slapped them away, an air of indifference in his every move. The sight left Nephralia dumbfounded, her confidence swiftly giving way to a mix of rage and frustration. Undeterred by her futile attempts, she fired off a barrage of demonic attacks, each one more desperate than the last. Regulus, as if swatting aside mere cotton balls, effortlessly brushed them aside, his unyielding focus on Nephralia. In a matter of moments, he closed the gap between them, arriving right in front of Nephralia. In a futile display of defiance, she attempted to land a punch on him, but it was child's play for him to catch her fist in his iron grip. They locked eyes for a few seconds, the tension in the air palpable. "Repent after your reincarnation if Jin Sama allows it," Regulus coldly intoned before delivering a devastating strike directly into Nephralia's midsection. The impact sent her crashing backward, defeated, and it took her a few agonizing seconds to fully comprehend the extent of her injuries. Nephralia's gaze dropped to Regulus' arm, the very appendage that had wounded her. Her anguished scream filled the air as she grimaced in pain, and she made a futile attempt to strike at him. Yet, his impenetrable 10k shielded him from her last-ditch attack. Detestable to the end, Regulus murmured with a hint of regret, his voice barely above a whisper. He opened his mouth and conjured a luminous golden orb of energy. With a swift motion, he unleashed it at point-blank range, striking Nephralia's head and ending her life in an instant. Nephralia, while undoubtedly an ultimate-class devil, carried an intriguing aspect to her existence. She was an artificial devil, a creation birthed from the remains of Lilith's form before her soul embarked on its voyage to inhabit a new vessel. It was this distinct origin story that set her apart in the devil hierarchy. While she couldn't boast of unique abilities or talents, her sheer raw power was undeniable, making her a potential asset to whichever faction she chose to align with. Despite her formidable status, Nephralia remained largely inconspicuous, overshadowed by other, more naturally born high-ranking devils. This relegation to the shadows ultimately led her to switch allegiances, opting for the true Satan's faction over staying with Hades, where her prowess would be better appreciated, or so she hoped. Yet, Nephralia's transition did little to alter her status in the devil hierarchy. The world still turned as it had before, with other ultimate-class devils occupying similar positions of relative obscurity. Beyond them, an army of Satan-class devils marched on, and beyond them, in the echelons that commanded awe and reverence, resided the God-class and higher. The hierarchy was vast and unforgiving, with recognition and praise reserved for those who ascended beyond the ordinary. In the end, Nephralia met her demise with a heavy heart, bearing the weight of her bitter resentments and unfulfilled aspirations. Her life, marred by the indifference of a world obsessed with power and hierarchy, had left her with a trail of regrets that echoed through the void of her existence. "This is Regulus. I've disposed of the second ultimate-class devil here," he said through his transceiver. "Roger, proceed to Surixima and eliminate the rest on this side of the capital," replied a feminine through it. This was one of Aaron's Electa, part of the GOB, Claudira. She had joined the devils of the underworld to help defend their realm. The last ultimate-class devil that was in that group faced off against Keisha. Unlike the other two, this one was a little bit more humble. However, they still looked down on others that were much weaker than them. Their online criteria for gaining respect was to be powerful. The devil known as Arcania stood in front of Keisha. A striking figure, she defied the traditional image of malevolence with her long, cascading pink locks that trailed all the way down to her legs. Her piercing green eyes, like emeralds in the dark, held an enigmatic allure, hinting at untold secrets within. Standing an imposing height of 61, she towered above most women and exuded an air of unwavering confidence that was impossible to ignore. Arcania carried herself with regal poise, a ruler in her own right within the netherworld. What truly set her apart, however, was the resplendent sapphire blue armor that adorned her formidable frame. Demonic sigils and intricate circles were etched into the armor's surface, emitting an eerie, otherworldly glow. The armor glistened with an unsettling beauty, a testament to Arcania's formidable power. "Why don't you join us, Keisha Batten?" "Was it?" inquired Arcania. "You were abandoned by those devils. Do you not harbor any resentment towards them? With your extraordinary powers, you could easily overthrow the underworld with our assistance. Together, we could rule the world." Keisha paused, considering Arcania's words. Truthfully, she began, "I might have entertained your offer if you had found me before Surixima or before I found new friends and comrades." She looked resolute as she continued, "But things have changed. Even though there are still nobles and older devils who resist change in the underworld, what Surzex, Lucifer Sama, and Jean are doing is significant. They're bringing about change. So, I must decline your offer." Arcania's face contorted into a frown, and she let out a sigh of resignation. "Very well, if that is your decision, then so be it. Our conversation ends here," she declared, her body enveloped in a shimmering green demonic aura. Keisha and Arcania both enveloped their bodies with a dense shroud of demonic aura as they soared toward each other, their collision sending shockwaves that reverberated throughout the vicinity. The very ground quaked under the immense force of their clash, and nearby buildings crumbled in response. The protective barrier shielding the underworld itself seemed to waver, its stability compromised by the sheer intensity of their battle. Inside the tumultuous fray, Claudira's voice resonated in Keisha's thoughts, offering tactical advice and urging restraint. "Keisha-sama, I advise you to exercise more control and, if possible, conclude the fight swiftly. None of the devils you're currently engaged with are of utmost importance. The others are nearly finished as well, and we can proceed to another area." Keisha acknowledged the counsel with a determined Roger that, her resolve unshaken. She materialized behind Arcania in a sudden burst of speed, firing a point-blank, devastating demonic shot into her adversary's back, sending her crashing to the ground. Despite the bewildering surge in power, Arcania showed resilience, her determination unwavering. Arcania swiftly recovered from the impact, methodically clearing debris and summoning verdant demonic wings from her back as she propelled herself toward Keisha with increased velocity. A barrage of ferocious demonic bullets shot forth from her, but Keisha expertly harnessed her ability to absorb and nullify each attack. Without hesitation, she conjured multiple void barriers surrounding Arcania, redirecting her own attacks back at her. Although Arcania was well-versed in the abilities of Keisha's clan, She faltered in reacting promptly and found herself struck by her own attacks, inflicting grievous injuries upon herself. She tumbled back to the earth, careening into a building upon impact. Keisha did not grant her adversary any respite, amassing an immense reservoir of demonic energy above her. After a brief charge, she released the potent energy below her, directing it toward the structure that held the battered Arcania. The resulting explosion was titanic, consuming everything in its fiery embrace. As the dust and debris settled, Keisha was taken aback to see Arcania still clinging to life. However, her condition had deteriorated significantly, and it appeared as though she teetered on the precipice of death. She stood unsteadily, gasping for breath, her injuries severe and life hanging by a thread. As Arcania's life slowly dwindled, she summoned the last of her strength to raise her right arm in a defiant gesture. Keisha, hovering above her, knew she had the upper hand and decided to finish it. She conjured a single demonic ball, a colossal orb 50 times the size of a typical one. As it hurtled downward, it resembled more of a meteor on a collision course with Arcania. A triumphant smile crept onto Arcania's face, a strange sense of serenity overtaking her. She gathered her remaining energy to conjure a small, feeble hole just in front of her. The sudden appearance of this rift shocked Keisha, freezing her in place for a split second. Before Keisha could utter a word, her gargantuan attack crashed into Arcania's body, resulting in a massive explosion that engulfed the entire vicinity, obliterating everything beneath her. Shock still gripped Keisha as she muttered, her voice trembling. She was an Abaddon. How? I never heard of her. The power that Arcania had unleashed in her final moments was a clan trait inherited from the Abaddon House of Devils. She, like Keisha, had been exiled from the clan, albeit for different reasons. Arcania's status as a hybrid, born to a human mother and a male devil, was the primary cause of her exile. Her already low demonic power further contributed to her abandonment by the clan, as she was deemed unworthy. After her exile, Arcania sought to reunite with her human mother, only to discover that she had met a tragic end. She suspected that the devils of Abaddon had been responsible for her mother's death. Left to fend for herself, Arcania witnessed the cruelties of both the human and supernatural worlds, prompting her to embark on a path of self-improvement. She grew stronger, eventually reaching high-class status, a significant achievement for her. However, her life took a drastic turn when she joined the Cow's Order, subjecting herself to experiments that boosted her power to ultimate class. This transformation brought about a newfound arrogance within her, ironically leading her to look down upon those she considered weak, much like her own family had done when she was younger. Learning of Keisha's existence, Arcania had hoped to face her, maybe even persuade her to change sides. Their life paths had nearly mirrored each other at some points, but eventually, Keisha had chosen a different route. While Arcania had embraced what she considered the dark path, Keisha had embraced righteousness. It was a small attempt to connect with her, to reveal their shared Abaddon heritage, even if Arcania had refused to acknowledge that lineage until the very end of her life. Arcania Abaddon, she muttered to herself, her gaze lingering on the empty space where her fellow Abaddon had just been. They'll have to ask Aaron about it. Perhaps he can provide some insight. With that, she turned away and made her way to meet up with her team. Yevlunia-chan, right? Did you want to become a magical girl too? I'm looking for new actors for a new season, Seraphal exclaimed, pointing her wand at the woman in front of her. And you look great. The fans will love it. Yevlunia, with an air of mysterious elegance, stood before Seraphal Leviathan. Her jet-black tresses cascaded gracefully down her back, framing her delicate features. Perched atop her head, rabbit ears, matching the dark hue of her hair, added a unique charm to her appearance. Two delicate roses adorned her hair, serving as exquisite accessories. Her gaze, an intense and captivating shade of crimson red, held an allure that was impossible to ignore. Yevlenia's attire was nothing short of enchanting. She wore a black and white frilly dress that flowed around her like a dark, ethereal cloud, accentuated by a striking red ribbon gracing her neck. Draped around her neck, a giant necklace with a clock as its pendant hung like a symbol of timeless beauty. Completing her ensemble, she wore black tights and black heels, adding an element of sophistication to her overall style. In her presence, there was an undeniable blend of mystery and allure that left an indelible impression. A smile graced her lips as she delicately picked up the dress and offered a courteous bow, her rabbit ears cutely twitching. "Thank you very much, Seraphal, Leviathan Sama. However, for the time being, Centuredo, I would like to join your peerage if it's possible," she confided, leaving Seraphal astonished. Zayarama-sama may not be aware of this, but among the artificial super devils on a special team, and the only one who shares these sentiments. I yearn to break free from his grasp, as it feels quite suffocating. Seraphal studied Yevlenia intently, attempting to discern any deceit in her words. After a few seconds, she concluded that Yevlenia was sincere and not attempting to deceive her. A warm smile spread across the Leviathan's face as she pointed at Yevlenia. "If that's the case, we'll determine your fit after our duel. I accept your challenge wholeheartedly. However, if you plan to defect, let's make it appear convincing. Don't hold back on me. My fiancé will undoubtedly take action on this matter, as he harbors no fondness for Zayaramanabairos," declared Seraphal with conviction. "Thank you very much." Yevlenia bowed gracefully, her movements fluid and practiced. She then summoned a grimoire, which materialized along with an array of various arcane cards swirling around her. Each card radiated a faint, mystical glow that played across her face. She cast a warm smile at the formidable Satan Leviathan standing before her. "I'm fully prepared for this challenge." Seraphal's eyes lit up with anticipation, and her own aura, a shimmering manifestation of her demonic power, enveloped her. She raised her wand with a flourish, its tip gleaming with demonic energy. Thousands of razor-sharp icicles materialized around her, creating a breathtaking spectacle of glimmering, frosty beauty. "Such a fascinating display," Seraphal exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Let's fight-o." Both of them unleashed their attacks simultaneously. Seraphal's icicles soared towards Yevlenia, and the devil with rabbit ears gestured with her hand, causing the arcane cards around her to fly towards the incoming icicles. As they closed in, she employed duplication magic on the cards to match Seraphal's number of icicles. An explosion erupted in the middle of their magical clash. As it unfolded, Yevlenia conjured flaming hounds with her grimoire and commanded them to assail Seraphal. The fiery canines burst through the smoke of the explosion and lunged at the magical girl. Seraphal avoided the flaming hounds with effortless grace, moving as if she were dancing through the chaos. She also deftly smacked them away with her magical wand. If there were onlookers present at that moment, they would have believed they were witnessing a scene from a surreal movie. "Naughty puppies!" exclaimed Seraphal, her voice filled with amusement and a touch of annoyance. With a flick of her wrist, she unleashed another round of icicles towards the flaming hounds, swiftly dispatching them in a mesmerizing display of power. Turning her attention back to the looming threat, Seraphal watched as more arcane cards came hurtling her way. As they encircled her, a cacophony of effects erupted almost simultaneously. One of the cards exploded in a shower of sparks, conjuring a mischievous leprechaun who burst into a lively song and dance before unveiling a peculiar machine gun that fired bullets made of pure gold. The glittering projectiles sped toward her with dazzling speed. Another card burst into a puff of smoke, conjuring miniature tornadoes imbued with various elemental powers. These whimsical tempests charged at her with relentless vigor. Lastly, two of the cards transformed into colossal serpents that unleashed venomous breath attacks, the very air crackling with their toxic intent. Seraphal couldn't help but utter a breathless wow as she beheld this mesmerizing spectacle of magical chaos unfolding before her. It was a dizzying display of creativity and power. She swiftly adapted to the rapidly changing battlefield, unleashing her own formidable abilities to counter the arcane onslaught. A shimmering aura of protection enveloped her, a radiant shield that deflected the attacks aimed her way. With a graceful flourish of her hand, she enhanced her speed, moving with an almost ethereal swiftness. Her response was as swift as it was precise, a testament to her mastery of her demonic power. In one fluid motion, Seraphal conjured an elegant ice sword, its crystalline blade gleaming with an otherworldly light. With a graceful strike, she sliced through the colossal serpents, shattering them into icy fragments. The miniature tornadoes, filled with elemental fury, met their end with a single, playful magical girl punch, their turbulent forces quelled in an instant. And as for the mischievous leprechaun, she froze him in place with a mischievous grin before commanding her flying ice sword to gracefully and swiftly end his merry performance. With the battlefield now clear of these fanciful conjurations, Seraphal stood poised and ready, her icy presence undiminished. Her heart raced with exhilaration, for even amidst the chaos, she found herself reveling in the magical dance of combat. A gentle smile crossed Yevlenia's face as she commented, as expected of a Satan, "My attacks almost seemed meaningless in front of you. Fufu, you flatter me. Lunia-chan now, then, let's continue," exclaimed the Satan Leviathan with her characteristic cheerfulness. Yevlenia readily agreed and swiftly materialized in front of her opponent. The young artificial super devil had chosen to initiate a close-quarters combat duel, a challenge that Seraphal welcomed with enthusiasm. She adeptly deflected the flurry of punches sent her way by the rabbit-eared devil. Each strike that Yevlenia launched towards her possessed precision and lethal intent. Reflecting on the situation, Seraphal couldn't help but marvel at the growth and prowess of the young devil. Had she faced Yevlenia just a year ago, she wasn't sure if she would have been able to hold her ground as she did now. Even at this moment, Seraphal found herself deeply impressed by Yevlenia's combat skills, comparing her attacks to those of a seasoned martial artist. Yevlenia unleashed a powerful right hook at Seraphal, who skillfully deflected it. However, to her surprise, it turned out to be a feint, and before she could react, Yevlenia had already begun to throw an uppercut with her left arm. Quick as lightning, Seraphal caught her opponent's fist, creating a small shockwave in the process. The rabbit-eared devil couldn't help but smile, genuinely astonished by the incredible swiftness of the Satan Leviathan. While Yevlenia was indeed an artificial super devil, she had received additional enchantment from Zayorama himself after witnessing the astounding powers of the two rabbit goddesses during the tournament. In an odd and somewhat unsettling manner, Zayorama had developed an obsession with them, entertaining thoughts of kidnapping them, yet had never found the right opportunity. Following this brief exchange, both combatants shared a moment of mutual acknowledgement, smiling at each other before vanishing into thin air. They reappeared at various points across Lilith, their fists and legs clashing in a series of rapid-fire exchanges that sent shockwaves rippling through the surroundings. With each teleportation, the shockwaves they generated wreaked havoc, demolishing buildings and, at times, unintentionally injuring or even defeating the devils who had chosen to join this ferocious battle. Out of the artificial super devils created by Zayorama, only two had ventured into the underworld. In anticipation of the upcoming event, another devil had approached Zayorama with a request to face Surzex Lucifer himself. Zayorama, aware of the futility of such a challenge, surprisingly agreed, setting the stage for an ultimately fruitless endeavor. After another intense clash, both women found themselves propelled away by the force of their attacks. They were now resorting to the use of their demonic powers. Yevlenia unleashed a barrage of arcane cards towards Seraphal. Each card transformed into a razor-winged fish and swiftly darted towards the Satan Leviathan, aiming to cut her down. Seraphol effortlessly evaded the oncoming assault and, with a graceful wave of her hand, encased the airborne fish in her demonic ice. In the blink of an eye, her ice sword materialized, and she pointed it at Yevlunia. Without delay, an enormous ice wall, taking the form of towering waves, materialized and surged towards the rabbit-eared devil. Yevlunia couldn't help but mutter in astonishment. Whoa. She swiftly extended her open palm towards her grimoire, conjuring massive stone barriers that encircled her in an attempt to shield herself from Seraphol's approaching onslaught. As the ice waves slammed into her stony defenses, the impact sent tremors echoing through the city of Lilith. However, as expected, the stone walls crumbled rapidly under the relentless force, and the ice waves continued their relentless advance towards Yevlunia. Just as they were about to make contact, Yevlunia abruptly vanished, leaving an arcane card suspended in the air. Seraphol swiftly pivoted and narrowly evaded a powerful punch launched by the young devil. Both combatants were equally startled by the unexpected turn of events. Before Yevlunia could react, she felt a mighty fist drive into her abdomen, courtesy of Seraphol. The rabbit-eared devil was sent hurtling backward, crashing through several buildings in her wake. In the aftermath of the fierce exchange, Seraphol noticed an arcane card hovering just in front of her before vanishing. During their previous skirmish, Yevlunia had surreptitiously planted an arcane card behind Seraphol, ensuring the magical girl remained unaware as she was preoccupied with their battle. Yevlunia had chosen the perfect moment to employ the card, just before being engulfed by the ice waves. Her arcane cards possessed a wide range of capabilities, limited only by her demonic power. She had used this one to switch places with the card behind Seraphol, expending a significant portion of her demonic energy. She believed it was a gamble that could have turned the tide in her favor after landing a blow on Seraphol. However, she had underestimated Seraphol's overall power. Even in her current state, the magical girl had been holding back, relying solely on her natural instincts to counter Yevlunia's attempt and utilizing her incredible speed. Phew, the younger generations of devils are so energetic, she muttered under her breath, her gaze fixed on the unfolding events. I'm still young, you know. Aaron, please love me. Yevlunia managed to rise to her feet, a bit bewildered by Seraphol's seemingly one-sided conversation with herself. Her body still ached from the powerful punch she had received moments ago. She couldn't help but wonder whether Seraphol had held back in their brief confrontation. Gently probing her stomach, Yevlunia winced as the pain shot through her. That punch, it should have left me incapacitated. Why am I still able to move? She dismissed the thought, deciding to focus on the task at hand. Regardless, I must continue fighting to convincingly demonstrate Zairamasamus' defeat. With a touch to her stomach, Yevlunia conjured arcane cards around it. Each card contained a feeble healing spell, meant to alleviate her injuries. It was far from potent, but it would suffice for the moment. Seraphol's voice interrupted her contemplation. Well, I guess that's it, she declared. Yevlunia turned around just in time to see a pink boot hurtling towards her face, and then everything went black. Seraphol, having swiftly subdued her opponent, withdrew a pair of anti-magic cuffs from a small ring she wore. With expert precision, she secured them around Yevlunia's wrists, immobilizing her completely. Capture complete, Seraphol exclaimed cheerfully, giving a little twirl. She couldn't help but wonder what the others were up to. I wonder where everyone else is. Surzek-chan did mention he would be near the borders of Lilith with Ajuka-chan. She mused, her gaze shifting in a particular direction. Beltherin, an artificial super devil meticulously crafted by Hades and subsequently entrusted to the care of Zairama, was unparalleled in power among the super devils assigned to Zairama. However, unlike his brethren, Beltherin bore an insatiable appetite for battle. His combat fervor was an integral part of his character, a trait that had persisted from the moment of his creation. Despite receiving a comprehensive education and extensive lessons on proper behavior, Beltherin's battle-hungry nature was an intrinsic aspect of his identity. It was a driving force that defined his existence. One day before the battle, it was Beltherin who approached Zayrama with an audacious proposition to engage in a battle against none other than Surzek's Lucifer, the Satan of the underworld. While Zayrama agreed to the challenge, he couldn't help but acknowledge the considerable disparities between Beltherin and Surzek. Surzek possessed a wealth of experience and had earned the distinction of being a mutation within the Devil Society. Beltherin, although himself considered an anomaly, did not yet stand on the same plane as the renowned Satan. However, Zayrama harbored a glimmer of hope that Beltherin might surprise everyone with his prowess in the impending confrontation, thereby earning the coveted acknowledgement he yearned for. At present, at the borders of Lilith, Surzek's Lucifer and Ajuka Beelzebub found themselves standing before the enigmatic devil, Beltherin. Surzek, his curiosity piqued by the formidable presence before him, inquired, "You seem to be a devil of great potential. May I ask who you are?" His gaze remained fixed on the enigmatic figure who had appeared before them. Beltherin, a youthful devil of impressive stature at 611, presented himself before the formidable figures of Surzek's Lucifer and Ajuka Beelzebub with an unmistakable air of confidence. His presence commanded attention as he stood tall and unwavering. His jet-black hair was neatly cropped, lending a sense of seriousness to his appearance, and his eyes, though dulled by the color purple, held a depth that hinted at hidden knowledge. A distinctive birthmark adorned his cheek, resembling the elegant curve of an animal's tail, a unique feature that set him apart. Draped in a long, ebony trench coat that billowed dramatically, he exuded an aura of mystique. His attire was completed by sleek black pants and sturdy brown boots, reflecting both his sense of style and practicality. In the presence of these powerful beings, Beltherin's confidence remained unshaken, a testament to his inner strength and determination. "I am Beltherin," he introduced himself, his voice carrying the weight of his origins. "An artificial super devil, created by Hades-sama and bequeathed to Zayrama Naburos, Centurado, while the sounds of destruction and powerful attacks continued to resonate in the distant city of Lilith. An eerie silence enveloped the immediate vicinity around them. Ajuka cast a concerned glance at his friend, offering a comforting hand on his shoulder. "Surzek, I understand." "Ajuka," Surzek replied with an air of solemnity. He possessed an uncanny ability to discern the veracity of people's statements, and he could sense that the devil before him was dead serious. Surzek also had an inkling of Beltherin's formidable power, surmising that despite his limited battle experience, the devil's innate talent and sheer raw power had brought him to this point. He was fully aware of the strength of his family, including Astery, his mother, father, son, and the numerous servants within their house. However, he couldn't guarantee his wife's safety in a confrontation with Beltherin. "Very well, Beltherin-kun, I accept your challenge," Surzek conceded, his tone measured. "However, I request that we duel in a more secluded section of the underworld. I give you my word that I won't attempt to flee." A sly grin stretched across Beltherin's face as he eagerly agreed. Despite his insatiable appetite for battle, the rigorous training imparted by his father had ingrained a sense of honor and fairness within him. With that, both combatants teleported away, leaving Lilith to the care of Ajuka, Seraphol, and Falbium. They materialized in a desolate corner of the underworld, a forsaken realm cloaked in eerie solitude. Towering, gnarled trees formed a dense, haunting canopy above, casting elongated shadows upon the uneven, dimly lit ground. The air was thick with an unsettling stillness, broken only by sporadic, mournful wails emanating from unseen, otherworldly beings lurking in the distance. Amidst the gloom, the remnants of a once mighty structure loomed. Broken down walls, remnants of a bygone era, stood as decaying sentinels, bearing witness to the inexorable passage of time. Surzek had brought them to a place steeped in history and mystery, within the vestiges of one of the former pillars that had crumbled into obscurity. "Is this fine?" inquired Surzex. Without hesitation, Beltherin dashed back at Surzex and slammed his fist into the Satan's stomach. Surzex had prepared for the attack, guarding against the punch with his left arm covered in demonic energy, but the sheer force of the blow still knocked him away. Beltherin whistled in admiration, clearly impressed by Surzex's reaction time. "Satan Lucifer, the strongest devil of his generation. I've heard countless tales about you, and I've always wanted to fight you. The weaklings in our organization were becoming rather dull after a while," the young devil explained. Surzex dusted himself off and offered a friendly smile to Beltherin. "I assume you like this place, then. That being said, you're undeniably powerful, Beltherin Kuhn, isn't it? I wouldn't have minded if you'd asked for a duel at a more appropriate time. Although, judging from what you said earlier, patience might not be your strong suit, is it?" Surzex inquired with a raised eyebrow. "I can wait, but since this operation is underway, I've run out of patience." "Ah, who cares about any of that? Let's go," he shouted before clapping his hands and instantly appearing beside Surzex. His body was enveloped in a deep, dark purple, demonic aura. He threw a punch towards Surzex with even more ferocity than before, but Surzex calmly deflected his punch and then followed up with a lightning-fast elbow strike to the young man's chin, momentarily stunning him. The Crimson Satan swiftly delivered a powerful roundhouse kick to his opponent's stomach, sending him hurtling away and demolishing several trees in the process. "I also happen to know hand-to-hand combat, Beltherin Kuhn. I don't solely rely on my demonic powers or the power of destruction," Surzex calmly remarked. A burst of dark purple demonic aura obliterated the surroundings in front of Surzex. A crazed grin crept onto Beltherin's face. "Even though we've barely started, I'm already getting excited. Show me more, Crimson Satan." Beltherin reappeared beside Surzex, once more with another quick clap of his hands. However, as Surzex extended his hand towards the young devil, Beltherin suddenly vanished yet again, this time reappearing above him. In midair, Beltherin executed a spinning kick aimed directly at Surzex. The crimson-haired devil blocked the attack with his left arm, but the sheer force of Beltherin's kick shattered the earth below them, creating a massive crater. Surzex frowned slightly upon feeling the full force of the attack. He had used a small amount of demonic energy to deflect it, and a faint sting lingered as a testament to the attack's power. Surzex pondered the ongoing battle, acutely aware that his opponent was holding back. "He's still not giving it his all in this fight," he thought to himself, discerning a mere glimpse of the adversary's latent power in their recent clash. A sense of urgency gnawed at him as he contemplated his options. I'd prefer to conclude this confrontation swiftly, but his gaze shifted back to the formidable devil confronting him. Beltherin, the enigmatic foe, possessed a distinctive ability, one that, while intriguing, appeared to have its limitations. Perhaps, Surzex mused, I could enlist Jean Kun's assistance to deal with him. The devil named Beltherin showcased an unusual power. His method was rather peculiar. He merely clapped his hands, and in an instant, he vanished, reappearing elsewhere through some form of teleportation. It was an ability that intrigued Surzex, though he suspected there were constraints to its use. Don't let your thoughts wander. Crimson Satan, I'm just getting started. Beltherin's shout echoed through the battlefield. In an instant, he closed the distance between himself and Surzex, a sinister grin stretching across his face. But this time, something peculiar unfolded. A maelstrom of black-red energy enveloped Beltherin's body, crackling with ominous power. His grin widened further as he launched his punch, targeting Surzex's arm once again. As the blow connected, a shockwave of the same eerie energy erupted from the point of impact. The surroundings were engulfed in a nightmarish tempest of dark crimson. Surzex, momentarily disoriented by the unexpected display of power, watched as Beltherin vanished into thin air without the customary clap that heralded his teleportation. The Crimson Satan considered the possibility that it might have been a result of Beltherin's extraordinary speed. However, His suspicion deepened when, in the blink of an eye, the devil reappeared by his side, striking once more. The ominous surge of energy followed each of Beltherin's strikes, amplifying the intensity with each passing blow. Surzex clenched his teeth as he blocked the relentless assaults. He could feel Beltherin's power escalating with each attack, an unsettling realization taking hold. The enemy before him was not only a formidable adversary, but also one who grew stronger with every strike he dealt, and Surzex could ill afford to underestimate him. Finally, Beltherin teleported away, his grin widening even further. The eerie black-red energy continued to discharge from his body, a disconcerting sight that prompted a frown from Surzex. "Do you want to know?" the young devil inquired, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "You want to divulge that, so there's no point in asking," Surzex retorted, his voice laced with skepticism. Beltherin couldn't help but burst into laughter, a hearty sound that echoed through the space between them. He pointed dramatically at Surzex, his expression still marked by amusement. "Bingo! I'd be a complete fool if I revealed the inner workings of my abilities to you," he declared before disappearing once more. The young devil then proceeded to create multiple clones of himself, and they all encircled the clearing, their faces adorned with sinister grins. One of them enthusiastically clapped his hands, causing the entire group to vanish and reappear in various locations around Surzex. Remarkably, the Crimson Satan didn't even flinch before unleashing his aura, which sent the clones hurtling away. This spectacle only elicited joyful laughter from Beltherin, who wasted no time in repeating the process, conjuring even more replicas of himself. They charged towards Surzex, throwing a relentless barrage of punches and kicks. With each successive blow they landed on the Crimson Satan, their power grew stronger. However, despite their coordinated assault, Surzex managed to hold his ground admirably. He skillfully dodged any incoming attacks and deftly blocked others. When he couldn't evade an attack, he simply invoked his power of destruction on the targeted area of his body, instantly annihilating any clone foolish enough to make contact with it. Surzex was keen to gauge the full extent of Beltherin's strength and mastery over his unique power. It remained uncertain whether this ability was an inherent trait of a devil, a power bestowed upon him at birth, or something he had cultivated himself. Many enigmas still shrouded the realm of artificial devils. "Come on, what's the matter? Can't keep up?" Beltherin and his legion of clones taunted Surzex, who responded with an enigmatic smile. After a few more seconds of this relentless dance, Surzex once again unleashed his formidable aura, scattering the clones and bringing an end to the spectacle. "Now that we're here, Beltherin Cohen, why don't you start taking me seriously?" Surzex inquired, his lips curling into a mischievous smirk. "I can't help but wonder if this is the extent of your power," he continued, baiting Beltherin into a reckless display. Beltherin knew he was being provoked, well aware that the Satan before him was intentionally trying to rile him up. Nevertheless, his emotions got the better of his logic in this instance, and he succumbed to the temptation. "You want me to use everything I got? All right then, let's go." His voice bellowed forth, a tempestuous surge of emotion that unleashed a torrential wave of aura, coursing violently throughout the very core of the underworld. It was a raw and unfiltered display of his might, a testament to the fervent fire that consumed him, and it did not pass unnoticed. As the world quaked beneath the sheer force of his outpouring, Surzex couldn't help but wear a melancholic smile, tinged with a hint of sorrow. "I will never understand anyone's love for battle. Peace is a better option, isn't it? Of course, the raiding game, both in the underworld and the world tournament, is different since it's considered a sport," he murmured to himself, his musings briefly tracing the contours of conflict and competition. "Can Jean Cohen resurrect him, I wonder?" Surzex pondered in hushed contemplation, his thoughts drifting towards Jean's immense capabilities. It was a slender thread of hope, offering a fleeting moment of solace amidst the tumultuous spectacle of power. As the dark, amethyst-hued aura continued to enshroud Beltherin, it gradually encased his form like a unique, ethereal suit of armor. Within the shadows of this aura danced streaks of black-red energy, lending the armor an otherworldly allure. It stood as a tangible manifestation of his might, an unequivocal declaration that he was no ordinary devil. Surzex, with his vast experience and boundless power, discerned without doubt that Beltherin was indeed a super devil, much like himself. Nevertheless, a discernible chasm in their capabilities remained, a gap bridged only by the accumulation of years of experience and growth. Observing Beltherin's aura swell even further, Surzex found himself awash in a complex swirl of emotions. There was profound admiration for the young devil's unwavering resolve and the formidable strength he possessed. Yet, intertwined with that admiration, lingered a persistent concern, a gnawing anxiety for the challenges and tribulations that lay ahead for Beltherin as he delved deeper into this newfound wellspring of power. Beltherin charged relentlessly towards Surzex, his actions speaking louder than words. With a single clap, he summoned an army of clones, all of them wearing the same sinister grin. Each clone tensed, their arms pulled back, preparing to unleash a barrage of punches upon the crimson Satan below. A sense of resignation washed over Surzex, his expression morphing into one of sadness. He knew what had to be done, as if in response to his decision. A surge of even more potent aura radiated from Surzex. It swept through the surroundings, obliterating everything in its path, including Beltherin and his countless clones. Only a few hundred of them managed to withstand the onslaught, their awestruck gazes fixed upon Surzex, who now revealed the extent of his power. His power of destruction manifested in a growing aura that expanded relentlessly, eradicating all in its wake. Beltherin and his remaining clones were forced to leap back, resorting to their own defensive magic circles and barriers to protect themselves from Surzex's overwhelming aura. However, with each passing moment, more clones fell as their protective measures crumbled under the relentless pressure. Surzex's aura continued to swell until it culminated in a colossal humanoid entity composed entirely of power of destruction. This was Surzex's true form, the Aura of Destruction, also known as his human-shaped Aura of Destruction. Ha ha ha! So, this is the legendary Aura of Destruction, your true form. Beltherin exclaimed with a mixture of excitement and awe. Incredible! The sheer power you possess surpasses any devil I've encountered. Surzex Lucifer. The battlefield crackled with tension as the two formidable beings faced off, their powers clashing in a titanic showdown. Beltherin and his remaining clones commenced firing demonic spheres towards Surzex, their intent clear. They sought to damage him. However, every one of these malevolent attacks met a swift demise upon contact with Surzex's formidable aura. Nothing escaped its relentless obliteration. Gradually, Surzex began to levitate toward Beltherin, who, recognizing the impending threat, leaped away with agility. A few of his clones executed a rapid series of claps, which had the uncanny effect of making him reappear in multiple, scattered locations throughout the vicinity. Beltherin possessed two distinctive innate abilities. The first was his teleportation prowess. While it might seem somewhat restricted, his claps allowed him to teleport within a specific radius, with no defined boundaries except for the limits of that radius. In more calculated scenarios, he employed a mix of standard claps alongside his teleportation technique, confounding his adversaries and gaining the upper hand. However, today his fighting spirit was too riled up, leading him to abstain from the strategy, fearing that Surzex could easily discern his ploy. His second ability manifested as black-red energy, crackling around him like electric currents. This energy served as a straightforward strength boost. After each successful strike, be a punch, kick, or mere poke, his physical might surge significantly. Given enough strikes, he could theoretically surpass any opponent, for this power boasted no apparent limits or constraints, in stark contrast to the boosted gear's limitations placed on its wielder's body. Beltherin possessed all the cards required to conquer any adversary, but regrettably for him, Surzex proved an even greater anomaly. Before Beltherin could react, Surzex materialized right before him, taking him by surprise. "What?" Beltherin's exclamation was cut short by a sad smile adorning Surzex's face. In a swift, decisive motion, Surzex touched Beltherin's chest and activated Ruin the Extinct. A malevolent, destructive sphere of demonic energy embedded itself within Beltherin and expanded exponentially from within. Mere moments later, the young devil disintegrated entirely, leaving behind no trace of his existence. With a sigh, the Crimson Satan deactivated his aura of destruction, a somber reflection in his eyes. He spoke quietly to the vanquished foe. "If only we had met under better circumstances, Beltherin." It was a sudden and abrupt conclusion for the devil. Beltherin had scarcely a moment to fully comprehend the swift and inexorable fate that had befallen him. One moment he existed. The next, he simply did not. Surzex's voice trembled as he stammered. "Jajin Cohen can bring him back without the need for body parts. All right?" Panic began to creep into his words. In this brief and intense confrontation, the ultimate victor emerged as the mighty Satan, Lucifer. Chapter 13, Part 3. The True Satan's Faction and Malebranche Third-Person Point of View. Bidliad Bashal and Beelzebub, the son of the original Beelzebub, stood resolutely in the ethereal realm of First Heaven. He and his formidable army had been skillfully transported into this heavenly domain, a feat orchestrated through the enigmatic collaboration of Promestine and Zaorama. Their arrival, however, was made possible only because Aaron, with a strategic purpose in mind, had granted his consent. He intended to set the celestial forces into motion, urging them to subdue and apprehend these defiant devils. Michael and the other seraphs, I must admit, I didn't anticipate such a warm welcome in First Heaven. "Truly, it's an honor," Bidley had remarked, his tone laden with mockery as a sardonic smirk graced his face. "It seems your heavenly ranks have seen some new additions, haven't they? The reincarnated angels, as well as Layla and Altaria." "Ah, Bidliad Bashal and Beelzebub, it's been quite some time, hasn't it? How have you been faring?" Michael inquired, displaying a congenial demeanor. Memories of their last encounter, which had transpired after the Great War, lingered in the recesses of his mind. "You bear no lingering grudges against us, I trust?" Bidliad's lips twitched with irritation as he scrutinized Michael. He raised his arm, an unspoken signal to his legion of devoted devils, indicating they should hold their positions. "I am in good health, and I appreciate your inquiry. Yet, we both know the reason behind my presence here today, do we not?" He responded, his voice laced with a determined resolve. Michael nodded gravely. "Indeed, we do. However, it would be in your best interest to consider surrendering. This confrontation will not end favorably for you. I implore you to reconsider," he urged, locking eyes with Bidliad. "I shall decline your offer," Bidliad declared firmly, his gaze unwavering. "Even if we find ourselves outnumbered, we possess a strength that surpasses that of most angels gathered here. Formalities have run their course. Attack!" With a commanding gesture, Bidliad thrust his arm forward, setting his legion of relentless devils into a frenzied charge against the celestial counterparts. Michael, a radiant figure, raised his hand, and a brilliant blaze of light blossomed around him. Within seconds, hundreds of thousands of gleaming spears of light materialized, forming a formidable display of celestial power. Uriel and Raphael, following their brother's lead, replicated the feat, summoning thousands of spears to surround them. Even the lower to higher-ranked angels, who had been preparing for the impending clash, found themselves momentarily frozen by the awe-inspiring spectacle unfolding above them. The sheer might of their leader left them gazing upward in reverent admiration. Bidliad, however, wore a confident smirk as he raised his other hand, mirroring Michael's actions. Behind him, hundreds of thousands of malevolent, shadowy orbs materialized, echoing the seraph's surprise. Following his resurrection, Bideliad had experienced a substantial surge in power, now allowing him to stand on equal footing with godlike beings. Without another word said between them, they unleashed their attacks at one another. As light and demonic attacks converged in the middle, the collision of attacks created a powerful explosion that blew away the weaker devils, while Layla created a barrier of light to prevent any harm from coming to the angel's side. Upon witnessing this remarkable display of power, Bideliad found himself taken aback. He had never anticipated that Michael could match him in sheer force. The fact that his own attacks were effortlessly obliterated alongside Michael's radiant assaults served as a resounding testament to the angel's growing might. After Aaron had successfully altered the systems within heaven, Michael, Uriel, Raphael, and the 10 seraphs committed themselves to rigorous training once more. Their goal was to reach the same echelons of power as God-class entities, a concept humorously dubbed Super Angel by Aaron, a subtle nod to the term Super Devil. The 4 great seraphs, excluding Gabriel, who remained in a class of her own, underwent profound growth. They had advanced to a point where they could rival middle-tier God-class beings, bolstering their confidence in confronting adversaries they previously could not have challenged. Their intentions were solely to safeguard themselves and their faction on a larger scale. Yet this transformation only served to enrage Bideliad. He perceived it as a direct affront, a personal insult that fueled his anger. It seems like you have gotten stronger since the Great War. There weren't any reports about this in our organization, Bideliad remarked, his gaze locked onto Michael. Michael responded with a confident smile. We decided to keep this a secret. Although Jean Cohen probably knew, he decided to stay silent for our part, and we're thankful for that. It's great that we took you by surprise, didn't we? Bideliad remained silent, his frown deepening as he continued to scrutinize the seraph before him. Altaria, who stood behind the angels of heaven, raised her hand, providing all the angels with a powerful boost. This technique had been inspired by her creator, Aaron Toole, who had bestowed his dragon tattoo upon them on various occasions. Each angel in the army now bore a small, golden, angelic wing tattoo on their wrists. This mark not only increased their physical strength and durability, but also created a light shield capable of repelling attacks from high to ultimate class beings. Additionally, it enhanced their own light-based abilities and elevated their power by 2 ranks. Low-class angels were promoted to high class, middle class became ultimate, and high-class angels were elevated to Satan class. The surge in power was palpable, and a wave of exhilaration washed over the angels as they glanced at one another with newfound strength. However, before they could express their amazement, Michael raised his arm, signaling for Layla to dispel her barrier. Without a word, the empowered angels charged forward, leaving the devil forces astounded and unprepared for the onslaught. Bideliad, instead of panicking or growing anxious, simply smirked, as this was all part of his and another group's intricate plan. Yet, just as he was about to voice his thoughts on the situation, Altaria interjected. Demedosu Zeraikal, Asmodeus' army won't make it past 6th heaven. Bideliad San, Altaria stated confidently, surprising the devil in front of her. Huh, and what makes you say that? Fake angel. Bideliad replied with a sneer. Because Gabriel will stop them with Resnias, Altaria responded matter-of-factly. Bideliad chuckled, brimming with confidence. It doesn't matter who is with them. Demedosu has several Satan-class devils with him, as well as 2 super devils who are on par with the late Rizavim Levon Lucifer. That below-par woman has no chance against them. Altaria merely smiled and mused, Fufu, I do wonder. Before Bideliad and Demedosus' army could reach heaven, the leaders, with Altaria, Layla, and Resnias taking prominent roles as Electa, diligently set about enveloping the celestial structures with protective barriers. Their goal was to minimize the potential damage that the impending conflict might inflict upon the realm. Aaron had already pledged to oversee the restoration efforts once this clash had concluded, but they were determined to ease the burden on him as much as possible. Amid the cacophony of countless battles unfolding in their vicinity, the apparent advantage held by the angels became increasingly evident. This sight prompted a deepening frown on Bidliad Bashal and Beelzebub's face as he observed the situation. He made several attempts to launch attacks against the angels, only to witness each assault being swiftly dismantled by a lightning-fast spear of radiant energy. The individual responsible for this formidable defense was none other than Altaria. Over the course of a full year spent living among the angels and collaborating with them, she had developed a profound sense of maternal affection for these celestial beings. It didn't matter that most of them were chronologically older than her. She stood above them in terms of both authority and power. Altaria also held the role of their shadow leader, diligently upholding the systems and protective barriers that preserved heaven's integrity. Michael, on the other hand, was the public face of heaven, serving as its ostensible leader, while Altaria worked tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure its continued stability and security. "Pesht!" hissed Bidliad while Altaria smiled back at him. Once again, he held his arm up and two devils with distinctive auras appeared beside him. On the right side of Bidliad stood a male devil, his presence exuding an air of modern malevolence. His hair was an unconventional shade of short, vibrant blue, contrasting sharply with his piercing dark blue eyes that seemed to hold secrets untold. His attire was a bold testament to extravagance. He donned a sleek black jacket adorned with golden streaks and embellishments, symbolizing his wicked affluence. Beneath the jacket, black pants were cinched at his waist by golden chains that glimmered malevolently, while black shoes bore intricate golden devil magic circles, signifying his demonic power. To his left was a female devil of striking allure. Her medium-length, ethereal gray hair framed her face gracefully, Centuredo striking purple feathers that hinted at her otherworldly charm. In her right hand, she clutched a purple bear doll, its menacing visage a stark contrast to her own calm demeanor, hinting at the deceptions that lay beneath her mysterious facade. "Baladra, Theseus, your task is to eliminate the great seraphs," Bidliad commanded. Both Baladra, a female devil, and Theseus, a male devil, nodded in agreement. They vanished from their original positions and reappeared before Michael and Uriel, ready to carry out their orders. Michael swiftly generated a protective shield of radiant light, using it to fend off Theseus' advance. The male devil found himself repelled by the formidable barrier, unable to breach its defenses. Meanwhile, Baladra materialized before Uriel, poised to strike. However, her attempt was thwarted by Layla, who intercepted her with a well-timed sword block. In response to the clash, both Michael and Layla seized their respective opponents and initiated an instantaneous teleportation, whisking themselves and their foes away to a different location within the expanse of First Heaven. With graceful poise and unwavering resolve, Altaria declared her intent, her melodious voice carrying through First Heaven like a solemn oath. "I will face you myself, Bidliad-san. Prepare yourself," she proclaimed, descending gracefully from the elevated platform where she had stood, her magnificent wings unfurling in all their majestic glory. Her descent was a testament to her regal presence, casting a momentary hush over the spectators as they beheld the angel known as Altaria taking her rightful place on the battlefield. Michael and Theseus materialized near a cluster of houses located to the east of their previous location. Without a moment's hesitation, they unleashed a barrage of both radiant and demonic attacks upon each other. Their intent was clear. They had no intention of prolonging this encounter any further. Each of them harbored distinct motivations for their actions. Theseus, much like his comrades within the true Satan's faction, harbored deep discontent with the state of affairs in the underworld. He held a strong aversion to the current rulers, the Satans who presided over the realm. After years of vocalizing his grievances, he finally made the momentous decision to defect to the Cow's order. Upon his defection, Theseus garnered recognition for his extraordinary, self-developed ability. This unique power of his underwent significant augmentation through a series of experiments. These procedures not only enhanced Theseus' inherent abilities, but also propelled the evolution of his distinctive skill. In a sudden and bewildering move, Theseus swung his arm upward in a diagonal arc directed at Michael, the Seraph. This maneuver took Michael by surprise, yet the radiant barrier, a result of the tattoo bestowed upon him by Altaria and the angels, promptly enveloped him. This protective shield prompted Michael to swiftly distance himself from Theseus, effectively evading the imperceptible attack crafted by his adversary. The unseen/forcefully collided with a building, which was fortified with a luminous barrier, before vanishing into obscurity. It became evident to Theseus at that moment that his attack lacked the potency required to breach the formidable defenses meticulously constructed by Layla and Altaria. In the midst of the fierce battle, Michael's thoughts raced as he confronted Theseus, a formidable adversary. He couldn't help but admire the enemy's prowess. An invisible slash that can bypass the light shield produced by Altaria's tattoo. It's safe to assume that it's beyond high and ultimate class attacks. He may be Satan class or God class. I must remain vigilant, Michael thought, his gaze locked onto Theseus. However, the unexpected took place yet again. 15 large, azure hands, each adorned with razor-sharp claws, materialized behind Theseus. They lunged at Michael with deadly intent, compelling the Seraph to react swiftly. He summoned his own powers of light to counter the assault. To his surprise, the large azure hands not only intercepted his light attacks, but also detonated upon impact. Even more astonishingly, they regenerated almost instantly, persistently pursuing Michael. These things can regenerate quickly. This will be quite the challenge, Michael pondered, his mind racing as he skillfully dodged the relentless attacks. Despite his agility, a few of the azure hands managed to graze him, ripping shreds from his clothing. Thanks to the empowering tattoo bestowed upon him by Altaria, Michael had reached the pinnacle of the god class, just as Theseus had. Yet, he hadn't fully unleashed his powers or employed both of his abilities, namely, the invisible slash and the formidable blue hands. Resolute and determined to bring an end to the confrontation, Michael devised a plan. He conjured numerous tiny orbs of light, each condensed to contain an immense amount of power. He drew inspiration from the formidable techniques he had witnessed from his allies. Surzek's ruin the extinct and Rias extinguished the star. Although he hadn't given his newfound ability a name, he focused solely on mastering its use. Channeling his light-infused energy, Michael propelled the radiant orbs toward Theseus. The luminous spheres streaked through the air with incredible speed, and Michael fortified them with a touch of wind magic. As they closed in on their target, Theseus attempted to ward them off using his azure hands. However, the orbs effortlessly overwhelmed and shattered his defenses, creating an opening for the remaining projectiles to surge toward Theseus. Theseus, recognizing the gravity of the situation, swung his arms down repeatedly, aiming to slice through the approaching orbs. Some were indeed severed, but others eluded his strikes, thanks to Michael's nimble maneuvers and quick thinking. In a last-ditch effort to protect himself, Theseus enveloped his body in a formidable cloak of demonic aura while summoning additional azure hands, forming an intricate barrier of defense in an attempt to mitigate the impending onslaught. Multiple light orbs struck Theseus in rapid succession, but instead of detonating upon impact, they clung to him, lingering for a few moments before rapidly expanding in size. The radiant glow emitted by these orbs intensified, causing Theseus, who found himself encased within this luminous prison, to feel the illumination's piercing intensity. But then, abruptly, it ceased, giving way to an altogether different assault. The orbs transformed into razor-sharp spears, their gleaming tips piercing through everything within the defensive barrier Theseus had conjured. A painful, guttural cough resonated from deep within Theseus' defenses, followed by the gradual unraveling of his protective shell. Soon, his battered form tumbled from its now ineffective sanctuary, plummeting to the ground below. Theseus had indeed sustained severe injuries, yet he refused to concede defeat. Lying there with numerous punctures in his body, none of them grave enough to incapacitate him, he mustered every ounce of his resilience. With his steely gaze filled with unyielding fury, Theseus lifted his eyes to meet Michael's. In that moment, he conjured more colossal azure hands, setting them into a frenzied flurry of swipes aimed at Michael. To Michael's sheer horror, the once invisible slashes had become tangible, taking on the shape of expansive crescent moons. A multitude of these deadly crescent slashes rained down upon Michael, compelling him to execute nimble evasions. Despite his agility, some of the devastating strikes found their mark, leaving gaping lacerations across his body. Amid the frenetic combat, a troubling thought gripped Michael's mind. Can he unleash those slashes from his other hands? If he can do that, what else is he capable of? He pondered silently as he landed atop a nearby rooftop. Blood flowed from his wounds as he fixated his gaze upon Theseus, who had momentarily halted his relentless onslaught. Michael extended his hand once more, directing it towards Theseus, and a barrage of radiant orbs surged forth, hurtling towards the young devil. Theseus, in response, summoned his crescent moon slashes with his massive azure hands protruding from his back. Their powers collided, creating an intense standoff as their attacks clashed in a violent display. The air crackled with energy as the two combatants engaged in a fierce exchange. The stakes were high, with the slightest misstep spelling either death or severe injury, rendering the loser unable to continue the battle. For a full minute, the relentless assault continued, a relentless dance of destruction and defense. Then, in a critical lapse, Michael faltered for just a moment. In that fleeting instant, Theseus seized his chance, launching a perfectly timed strike that bypassed the luminous spheres Michael had conjured, landing a devastating blow that sent the seraph reeling. Michael immediately recognized his mistake, initiating evasive maneuvers to avoid a fatal blow. However, the loss of his right arm disrupted his attack, granting Theseus a significant advantage in the ongoing duel. Their intense battle, however, was abruptly interrupted when a formidable and colossal light spear pierced through the fray. Theseus, with mere seconds to react, hastily raised a defensive shield to protect himself from the impending onslaught. The searing light pierced through his arms, eliciting a searing pain. In a prior encounter with light-based powers, Theseus had been saved by a specialized item implanted within him during a series of experiments. This item possessed the unique ability to nullify incoming attacks, a vital safeguard considering Devil's inherent vulnerability to light and holy assaults. However, the item could only activate once, and after its use, it became permanently disabled. Now, without the protection of that invaluable item, the excruciating agony caused by the recent light-based attack coursed through Theseus, leaving him reeling and vulnerable. "Brother Michael," Gabriel's voice reverberated throughout the area as she touched down beside her brother. Worry etched across her face, her eyes glistened with the threat of tears. From her ring, she produced a slime pill and promptly administered it to Michael, the mystical medicine swiftly mending his severed arm and tending to his injuries. Michael, rising once more, bore a frustrated but grateful smile. "Gabriel, I didn't expect you to come here." "Thank you, and I apologize, but what about the sixth heaven?" he inquired, his hand affectionately patting her on the head. Gabriel returned his smile, her own tears finally spilling over. "Resnia said I could come here. She assured me she could handle everything on her own. I also managed to defeat another descendant of the Satans. His name was Aelric Asmodeus, I believe," Gabriel replied. Michael had not previously encountered this particular devil, but he decided to trust his sister's assessment. Swiftly, Gabriel erected a radiant light barrier to shield them from another relentless barrage of attacks launched by Theseus. However, as they gazed at the young man, they noticed something concerning. His veins pulsed with a sickly green hue, and his face had grown alarmingly pale. "It appears that your light-based attack is gradually sapping his life," Michael observed, his voice tinged with concern. "He must possess remarkable resilience to withstand it." Gabriel nodded, her eyes locked on the young devil who teetered on the brink of death, perhaps mere minutes or even seconds away from his demise. "Young devil, please reveal your name," Michael implored gently, extending an offer. "If you wish not to fade into obscurity in the annals of history, we can keep your memory alive within us." Theseus hesitated for a few fleeting moments, his body growing colder, his heartbeat slowing, and the world around him dimming clear signs that death was imminent. "Theseus Aureax," he finally murmured, his voice weak and fading. And with that utterance, he crumpled to the ground, his lifeless eyes bearing witness to the end of his journey. Both Gabriel and Michael put their hands together to say a silent prayer for him. This lasted for a few seconds until they both got up. "Let's go back to everyone," he said. The clang of Layla's sword against Baladra's reverberated through the air. Layla's weapon had been a gift bestowed upon her at the time of her creation, while Baladra, a super devil of great power, had conjured her sword using her innate demonic abilities. In contrast to her fellow devil, Theseus, who had recently passed away, Baladra lacked any unique trait or special ability. All she possessed were her exceptional swordsmanship, her formidable demonic powers, and the rare ability known as 10k. She was, however, also a member of the esteemed 72 Pillars clans, but had chosen to distance herself from her noble lineage due to being shunned by her family and other aristocratic devils. Baladra had once attempted to reach out to devils like herself, seeking camaraderie and understanding. She had even made efforts to contact the Satans, the figures she had long admired, but her attempt had been met with silence and disregard. Frustration and disappointment had finally led her down the path of joining the Cow's Order. Layla, who now clashed swords with her, continued to implore Baladra to reconsider her affiliation with the terrorist organization. "You can still come back, Baladra. Please don't give up on the Satans just yet. It's possible they were simply unavailable during those times you try to reach them," she pleaded earnestly. Baladra's response was filled with incredulity. "I tried over 10 times. Are you suggesting that they were perpetually occupied every single time? These attempts spanned several years and varied moments. Are you telling me they never noticed? They hosted fundraisers and attended less important events during those periods, yet my letters went unanswered." Layla had no suitable reply to Baladra's frustration, but she couldn't ignore the fact that the past year had been a tumultuous one in the underworld and, indeed, throughout the entire supernatural world. High-ranking figures from every faction and pantheon had likely been preoccupied with numerous crises and conflicts during that time, possibly explaining the lack of response. Even still, Layla's voice resonated through the arena as she used her sword to push Baladra away. "You could try now. They're listening now." Baladra offered no response. Instead, she channeled more of her demonic power into her sword, enhancing its strength. With determination, she soared back toward Layla, executing a series of sword strikes in a relentless pursuit to land a hit on the angel. Layla's brow furrowed, and she skillfully deflected each of Baladra's attacks. Although Baladra possessed formidable abilities, she remained at the pinnacle of the ultimate class tier, far from the heights achieved by her fellow devil Theseus, who resided leagues above her as a god-class being. Theseus held the esteemed title of one of the weaker super devils nurtured by the true Satan's faction. Baladra hailed from the prestigious Yuval House of Devils, a noble lineage with inherent high-class status in the underworld. However, her birth endowed her with only middle-class devilish powers and a limited demonic energy reservoir. This difference in power set her apart and subjected her to ridicule and ostracization, exacerbated by the absence of a particular demonic trait. Within the Yuval house, The older generation upheld a tradition of harsh judgment when it came to power disparities or the presence of hybrid traits among their kind. Those who fell short of the high-class demonic standards faced the grim fate of exile. In Baladra's case, her exceptional swordsmanship exhibited at a tender age provided her with a slim chance for acceptance. Regrettably, the elders did not intervene to halt the relentless bullying she endured. In some instances, they even participated in the torment, exacerbating her suffering. The younger devils, influenced by the elders' actions, saw this as tacit approval and, in some instances, ventured dangerously close to causing her severe harm. Baladra couldn't help but bite the inside of her cheek, torn between two conflicting desires. In her heart, she yearned to say yes, to accept the salvation being offered to her. However, her mind held her captive in a bleak conviction that she had ventured too far down a path from which there was no return. As long as she continued on this dark trajectory, redemption seemed an elusive dream. With a determined resolve, she unfurled her bat-like wings, shrouding her body in a potent aura of 10k. Swiftly, she ascended into the air, her flight path taking her back towards Layla, the one extending the hand of deliverance. As she drew closer to Layla, Baladra's desperation manifested in a flurry of action. She summoned numerous demonic magic circles, each one a conduit for devastating elemental attacks. These magical onslaughts were colossal, their size rivaling that of a double-decker bus. In addition to these mystical volleys, Baladra unleashed deadly demonic aura slashes, her sword imbued with malevolent power. Layla, the angel who had witnessed countless acts of kindness and redemption performed by her master over the past year, faced a challenging dilemma. She understood that retaliating with her usual divine might would inevitably result in Baladra's immediate demise. Despite her master's orders to eliminate anyone deemed unnecessary, Layla carried a desire deep within her. She yearned to extend her hand, to offer the chance of salvation to the tormented soul before her, for she was an angel, and her heart had been touched by the countless acts of compassion she had seen her master perform. "I will help her," Layla declared with unwavering resolve. She had made her choice, and there was nothing that would deter her from reaching out to the troubled young woman before her. With a graceful motion, she drew her blade from its dark blue scabbard, its gleaming steel reflecting the tension in the air. Layla raised the blade, pointing it at her opponent. In this moment, she intended to confront Baladra as a fellow swordswoman, rather than relying on her formidable light powers. With a clear plan in her mind, Layla summoned her own barrage of aura slashes, sending them hurtling toward Baladra. She controlled the force behind her strikes, ensuring they were powerful enough to challenge the young devil, but also crafted to make the confrontation an engaging experience for her opponent. As their respective slashes collided and exploded with energy, Layla deftly maneuvered herself, appearing in front of Baladra in the blink of an eye. With a fluid motion, she swung her sword downward in a swift strike. Baladra, to her credit, raised her guard in time to block Layla's attack. However, as their blades clashed, an unexpected sensation washed over her. A strange warmth enveloped her body, seeping into her very being, offering a sense of comfort she had never experienced before. It was so unexpected and soothing that it brought a hint of moisture to her eyes, leaving her bewildered. After a moment of introspection, she managed to deduce the source of this warmth Layla's powers. However, Baladra was determined not to be swayed. She clenched her teeth, pushing back the conflicting emotions that tugged at her heart. Her resolve remained firm as she retorted, "You can't trick me. Whatever you're attempting, it won't work on me. I'm not using any tricks. I'm simply showing you a future that can be yours," Layla replied calmly, her words serving only to further frustrate Baladra. Their blades continued to clash in the heat of battle, each strike stoking Baladra's emotions. Although Baladra's past had been a journey laden with sadness, despair, and hardships, each time her blade met Layla's in combat, she felt something extraordinary welling up within her. It was a warmth that defied the chill of her tragic history. With each clash, she began to catch fleeting glimpses of a future, dancing like ephemeral specters in her mind's eye. Layla and Electa held the unique power of accessing Aaron's version of food chain, and she was putting it to use in this moment. Through it, she revealed to Baladra the potential future she could grasp if she chose to accept the outstretched hand of assistance. A future where happiness was within her reach, a life filled with friends, comrades, and perhaps even a lover. Unbeknownst to Baladra, hot tears began streaming down her face as the intense battle raged on. Her once powerful strikes began to lose their vigor. Every attempt to muster more strength yielded nothing. It was as though her will to fight, to confront the angelic figure before her, was gradually eroding. Baladra swung her sword one final time, and to her surprise, instead of the usual resounding clang, it was a soft, almost muted one. The realization of her weakened state dawned on her. She hadn't even noticed that they had descended to the ground moments ago. For several minutes, Baladra had been swinging her sword mechanically, her tears flowing freely. Finally, Baladra's sword disappeared, a manifestation of her decision to cease tapping into her demonic power. Her 10k, the energy that enveloped her, slowly dissipated as she dropped to the ground on all fours, her sobs the only sound breaking the silence. Why? Why do you keep on showing me this? She questioned Layla, her voice filled with the bitter tones of self-loathing. I've caused harm to countless people since joining the Cow's Order. I was subjected to experiments that only increased my destructive power. I'm a wretched person, undeserving of whatever future you've presented before me, she muttered, her voice carrying the weight of defeat. Because I want to help you. I saw your past, and you didn't deserve any of it. If you want to correct any more wrongdoings you did and may do, please accept my hand, Layla said, stretching her hand toward Baladra. Baladra stretched her hand out and accepted Layla's gesture. She pulled her up and quickly hid her behind her as several demonic balls were aimed at them. Layla used a magic defense circle instead of her usual light-based ones. Hi ha ha! That was so mushy that it almost made me barf. A male's voice resounded in the area. Both ladies looked up and saw a devil above them. Every inch of his form blazed a fierce shade of crimson, as if he were sculpted from molten anger. Two menacing horns jutted from his forehead, curving upward with an intimidating elegance. His eyes, like shards of yellow topaz, radiated a piercing, predatory intelligence, locked onto his surroundings with an unwavering intensity. A sinuous tail, reminiscent of a serpent's, trailed behind him, its movements fluid and hypnotic. He moved with a primal grace. Psychor, Baladra mumbled, her voice barely above a whisper. He's an ultimate-class devil, just like me, but he's more versatile. He wasn't meant to be here today. He was supposed to go with a different team. The villain's threat was cut short, his words turning to a horrified gurgle. Without a hint of hesitation, Layla drew her sword, and with a swift motion, the blade was unsheathed, cutting through the air with a resounding clack. In an instant, the devil above them was struck down instantly. Psychor was left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. The fallen devil collapsed to the ground, the one who had just appeared now lifeless. Layla turned around and, to Baladra's surprise, hugged her tightly. Confusion swirled within Baladra. But one thing was clear: this angel could have ended her life in an instant if she had wanted to. She felt a strange mix of relief and terror as she hesitantly hugged Layla back. Let's get back to everyone else, then, Layla began, Centurado, her voice tinged with a mixture of awe and relief. High above the vast expanse of Russia, Aaron Toole found himself face to face with the formidable leader and deputy commander of the Malbrach. Positioned closely behind him was Zoria, whom Aaron had instinctively shielded, though this act left her with a mix of fluttering emotions and bewildering confusion. Malakota and Barbaricia, the respective leader and deputy leader of the Malbrach, stood before Aaron, their intentions shrouded in an aura of uncertainty. The atmosphere crackled with anticipation as Aaron inquired about their purpose. What brings Malakota and Barbaricia the leader and deputy leader of the Malebranche to me. Aaron's voice held a note of curiosity and readiness. Malakota responded cryptically, his words laden with the weight of an impending showdown. Isn't it obvious, Dual Dragon? We are here for the fated battle. Prepare yourself. Without further explanation, Malakota launched himself at Aaron, cloaking his arm in a dense shroud of demonic energy. Aaron, maintaining his composure, reached out to touch Zoria protectively, teleporting her to the safety of one of Russia's cities while providing her with clear instructions for her own well-being. Simultaneously, Aaron contacted his younger brother Valley, who was also actively participating in the day's operation. Valley, the descendant of Lucifer, swiftly acknowledged the call, accepting the challenge of confronting the deputy commander of the Malebranche. In an unexpected turn of events, Vala Lucifer materialized beside Barbaricia in his mighty Diabolos dragon Lucifer form, lending him immense power. Vala's formidable strike caught the evil claw off guard, marking the beginning of a fierce confrontation. In the midst of this chaos, Aaron activated his boosted gear, assuming the powerful queen form. Swift as lightning, he evaded Malakota's incoming strike, his right arm transforming into the sturdy gauntlet of his rook. In a decisive move, Aaron retaliated, delivering a powerful blow to Malakota's abdomen, sending the Malebranche leader hurtling through the air. Aaron's relentless pursuit of Malakota knew no bounds. With unwavering determination, he unleashed a flurry of devastating combo attacks as he closed in on his adversary. With astonishing agility, he suddenly materialized above Malakota, raining down a relentless barrage of punches like a torrential storm. Before his foe could react, Aaron reappeared beneath him, executing the same blistering assault once more, leaving Malakota stunned and defenseless. The relentless assault continued as Aaron, in a display of incredible speed and precision, materialized just beside his adversary. With every sinew of his body, he delivered a relentless onslaught of powerful kicks, each strike echoing through the air with tremendous force. Malakota, overwhelmed and bewildered, struggled to mount a defense in the face of Aaron's relentless assault. It all culminated in a climactic moment as Aaron joined both his hands, channeling his strength, and slammed them down with immense force onto Malakota's chest. The impact sent shockwaves through the air, and Malakota was propelled downward, crashing into one of Russia's serene lakes. The Russian lake stretched out as far as the eye could see, a picture of serenity that bordered on the otherworldly. Its surface mirrored the clear, azure sky, creating a flawless reflection that seemed to extend into eternity. Towering, emerald-green trees encircled the water's edge, their branches reaching skyward in silent reverence. A palpable air of mystery clung to this place, as if secrets whispered among the leaves and ripples held tales untold. Amidst the hushed stillness, the sounds of wildlife had ceased, replaced by an eerie quietude. The shrill noise that had pierced the tranquility just moments ago had cast a spell of curiosity upon the animals that called this place home. They now stood frozen, their senses acutely tuned to detect the source of the disturbance, adding to the enigmatic aura that hung over the Russian lake. Aaron descended gracefully, his feet finding purchase near the tranquil shores of the lake. His keen eyes tracked the powerful eruption that sent water and emotion splattering all around as Malakota burst forth from the depths. The demon's face was an unsettling amalgamation of fury, hatred, and exhilaration, framed by an unsettlingly wide grin. The silence between them hung heavy, full of anticipation. Malakota couldn't contain his exuberance, his voice erupting into the open air. "You're every bit as remarkable as I imagined, Dual Dragon Emperor. Let's keep going," he bellowed, the thrill of the confrontation coursing through him. His gaze shifted briefly to his dislocated arm, a mere inconvenience in the grand scheme of things. With unwavering resolve, he promptly rectified the injury, a testament to his relentless determination. Malakota wasted no time and materialized right in front of Eren. Just as before, he launched a barrage of punches, each one faster and more powerful than the last. These ferocious strikes generated formidable shockwaves that rippled behind Eren as he deftly evaded them. The shockwaves emanating from the battle reached the cities and towns of Russia, wreaking havoc upon them. Some of these urban centers were entirely obliterated, their surroundings reduced to rubble. The once verdant forest that had adorned the landscape was now reduced to nothingness, replaced by a desolate expanse of shattered rocks and debris. Suddenly, a massive appendage shot forth from Malakota's back, hurtling toward Eren with a swift and menacing intent. Eren's reflexes kicked in, and he skillfully deflected the attack. What caught his attention, though, was the peculiar nature of this appendage. It was a large black and white tail, its tip sharpened to a deadly point. Strangely, it exuded an aura that piqued his curiosity. As Malakota wore a wicked grin, he unleashed another volley of attacks. This time, however, he incorporated his own tail into the assault, forcing Eren to dance evasively to avoid getting struck. A silent realization dawned upon Eren amidst the chaos. "I see," he thought. "There's a potent spell imbued within that tail. Anyone unfortunate enough to be struck by it will experience a range of debilitating effects." Ducking and weaving to evade more of Malakota's relentless strikes, Eren activated his boosters. With impeccable timing, he executed a powerful move, swinging his right foot like a battering ram directly into Malakota's abdomen. The force of the impact sent Malakota hurtling away once more. Drawing forth the formidable cannons mounted on his back, Eren rapidly charged them with energy. He whispered a concise incantation, "Ex-Blaster." "Ex-Blast Booster," exclaimed Drake, the announcer of his abilities. In response, a raging torrent of draconic energy erupted from the nozzle of his cannons. Eren had refined the energy blast, condensing its size while preserving its devastating power. In the expansive skies of Russia, a sudden and fierce explosion ruptured the tranquility. Its devastating shockwave rippled outwards, unleashing its deadly force upon the unfortunate devils caught in its path. Valley and Barbarichia, positioned on the opposite side of the country, were not spared from the powerful aftershock. Even at that distance, the shockwave's impact was unmistakable. As the dissipating smoke revealed itself, a battered figure emerged amidst the chaos. Malakota, though missing an arm and a leg due to the explosion's fury, let out a hearty laugh that echoed through the battlefield. His demonic regeneration quickly worked its magic, restoring his lost limbs. "You'll need to put in more effort than that, Dragon," Malakota taunted, a mischievous grin dancing upon his lips as he directed his challenge towards Eren. Eren's response was one of indifference. Activating his boosters once more, he executed a swift maneuver, disappearing from Malakota's line of sight in an instant. With unparalleled speed, he materialized at Malakota's side. Upon recognizing Eren's vanishing act, the leader of the Malbranche took immediate defensive action. He cloaked his body in a shroud of demonic energy, using his tail as an additional protective barrier. But Eren, undeterred and determined to break through, readied himself for a powerful strike. With his piercing ability enhancing his punch, he unleashed his fist towards Malakota's side, bypassing the demon's defenses and delivering a devastating blow that fractured several of his ribs. Once more, Malakota was sent hurtling towards the Earth's surface, a path of destruction in his wake. The force of their battle had led them to crash through several buildings upon their descent, leaving a trail of shattered structures as a testament to their relentless clash. "Hey, are you taking me seriously at all? If not, it'll just kill you now and get it over with," Eren asked, his voice retaining its usual detachment, seemingly unaffected by the gravity of the situation. Out of thin air, a group of devils suddenly materialized and flew toward him. Some unleashed their demonic attacks in his direction. Eren cast a fleeting glance at their approaching menace, his expression unwavering. He summoned a small, pulsating draconic ball of energy and, without hesitation, thrust a punch at it. The energy ball exploded into a searing dragon shot that tore through everything in its path, reducing the once enthusiastic devils to nothingness. Aaron then turned his gaze back to Malakota, who sported a condescending smirk. "I would say the same, Dual Dragon. You may outmatch me in speed, but your punches are as light as a feather." "I hardly feel a thing from them," Malakota taunted. "Initially, I wanted to minimize collateral damage, but since I failed at that, I might as well give it my all," replied Aaron, his stance shifting as he cloaked himself in a radiant draconic aura. "Let's take this up a notch." Malakota's grin widened, signifying his agreement. Their powers surged further, and both combatants vanished from their original location. The city they had arrived in suddenly erupted into chaos. Buildings, structures, and the very ground itself were obliterated by the cataclysmic forces unleashed during their duel. The aftermath left nothing but devastation in its wake, with a colossal crater at its epicenter. Aaron and Malakota repeatedly blinked in and out of existence at various points across the now-ruined city. With each clash of their fists, shockwaves radiated outward, further decimating their surroundings. The air itself seemed to ripple around them, and even the fabric of space tore apart in their titanic struggle. Through it all, Malakota's unwavering grin remained, his eyes alive with exhilaration. This battle had been the stuff of his fantasies for hundreds of years, and now, finally, it was becoming a reality. Every minute of this long-awaited encounter was something he intended to savor. Aaron, being the understanding man he was, granted him a brief moment to revel in this long-anticipated fight. At the same time, he wanted his younger sibling to finish his battle before he concluded his own, as he knows that both Malakota and Valley were battle maniacs. With determined purpose, he harbored plans to capture and convert all of the Malbranche. This would serve as a valuable power boost for his devil comrades, given that the evil claws represented the equivalent of the Longinus. Following yet another intense clash, the two combatants allowed themselves to be propelled backward, putting some much-needed distance between them. Breathing heavily, they took a moment to collect themselves. As the tension in the air crackled, one of them broke the silence, a wry smile on his face. "All right, I've had my fun. Now let's see how the almighty Dual Dragon Emperor deals with this." Malakota mused aloud, his voice laced with a touch of challenge. With unwavering resolve, he channeled his power, pushing it to its absolute limits, ready for the next stage of their fierce battle. Malakota's transformation was a spectacle of otherworldly proportions. As he stood there, his very form seemed to undergo a metamorphosis. His body, once of a modest size, began to expand, muscles bulging with newfound might. His tail, which had been singular, now split into two, and an additional, sinuous appendage emerged, totaling 3 menacing tails. His limbs underwent a similar transformation, becoming more muscular and powerful. His legs seemed to thicken with raw strength, while his arms rippled with newfound power. And then there were his eyes. For additional orbs of perception emerged, granting him an eerie, panoramic vision. But perhaps the most striking change was the emergence of wings. Black and white, they unfurled from his back like the wings of a cosmic angel. Razor-sharp protrusions jutted from his arms, turning them into lethal weapons. As this profound transformation reached its zenith, a swirling aura, alternating between black and white, erupted from his body. It coalesced into a formidable pillar of power, shaking the very foundation of the world, a harbinger of Malakota's newfound might. Should I call this the equivalent to a balance break? He mused aloud, the grin on his face stretching even wider, as if it were on the brink of tearing his mouth apart. "Well, go ahead, face me with your god form." Aaron heaved a deep sigh, his breath escaping slowly as he began to chant, "The outer dragon god dwelling within me. Awaken from your dominance, the crimson heavenly dragon I possess within me. Rise up to become a king, and roar the jet-black god of infinity, the glorious god of dreams. Watch over the true, forbidden existence. We shall become that transcends the boundaries. Thou shalt dance within our perfected radiant inferno. D-D. D-D-D-D. D-D-D-D-D-D. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Dragon full drive. He promptly adorned his Diabolo's dragon god armor, and with the completion of his transformation, both he and Malakota vanished without a sound. In the heart of this ravaged city, their fists collided in a tremendous impact that devastated the region. Nonetheless, the outcome of this titanic clash was readily apparent. Eren emerged as the victor, while Malakota was propelled backward by the sheer force of their collision. Although Malakota's arm lay shattered in the aftermath of their encounter, he exhibited a rapid regeneration of the injured limb. Regaining his balance, Malakota's wings shimmered, continuously launching spheres of demonic white and black energy toward Eren. In response, Eren adopted a nonchalant approach, steadily advancing towards Malakota without bothering to evade, deflect, or raise any defenses against his attacks. This tactic left Malakota bewildered and uncertain. As the attacks drew perilously close to Eren's body, a resounding announcement pierced the air. Revoke! 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 To Malakota's astonishment, the onslaught of attacks he had unleashed abruptly dissipated into thin air, leaving Eren to continue his leisurely saunter toward his perplexed opponent. If ranged attacks prove futile, I think it's time to return to close-quarters combat. Don't you think? Bellowed Malakota. He surged toward Eren, his arm blades gleaming menacingly as he prepared to strike. Ascalon, Eren murmured. Blade. In an instant, the sword known as Ascalon emerged from his left arm, and he charged at Malakota, bringing the blade down in a swift, powerful arc that clashed with Malakota's arm blades, creating a resounding clash that echoed through the desolate surroundings. You use a sword as well? Then let's duel to the finish, exclaimed Malakota with excitement. The leader of the Malbranche unleashed a flurry of attacks, wielding both of his arm blades relentlessly against Eren. However, Eren skillfully evaded and deflected each strike, using the sword that extended from one of his hands. Ascalon too, Eren exclaimed, his voice echoing through the battleground. Blade too. The response was swift. To the astonishment of Malakota, another Ascalon materialized in Eren's free hand. He had taken up dual wielding, and the two combatants wasted no time in engaging each other. Their swords clashed in a frenzied exchange. But the outcome of this power struggle was unmistakable. The middleman held the upper hand. Then, in a breathtaking display of agility, Eren leaped into the air and executed a graceful spin, conjuring a mechanical tail behind him. And, at its tip, another Ascalon. With a swift motion, he struck at Malakota, catching the demon off guard as the blade made contact with his chest. GHH, you had a third one? Malakota exclaimed, clearly taken aback. Unlimited blade works, baby, Eren retorted, his response bewildering the evil claw confronting him. Seizing the moment, he engaged his boosters, propelling himself forward with great force. His metallic knee met Malakota's face in a forceful collision, sending the demon tumbling backward. Over the course of countless years spent within his personal realm, known as the Pocket Dimension, Eren had meticulously forged a staggering array of blades. These weapons bore witness to his collaborative efforts with friends spanning a century and his enduring solitude that stretched to an astonishing 10,000 years. Yet, when the time came to confront the formidable adversary, Malakota, he made a deliberate choice. Eren opted to wield the replicas of the legendary Ascalon instead, as the other swords he had crafted proved to be excessively formidable. One such example was EA, a blade drawn from the depths of the Nesaverse. However, Aaron had augmented its capabilities far beyond conventional limits, granting it the power to obliterate the entire multiverse with a single, devastating stroke of its blade. Malakota halted himself by forcefully embedding his tail into the ground, then aimed his gaping maw directly at Aaron, unleashing a barrage of demonic energy beams. Yet, rather than relying on his revocability, Aaron deftly extended his right arm and cleaved the attack into two, all the while advancing toward Malakota, who persisted in his relentless beam onslaught. Aaron continued to elegantly dissect the demonic energy projectiles until he stood mere paces away from the demonic entity. Among the 6 menacing eyes adorning Malakota, 4 of them suddenly illuminated, initiating various demonic effects in Aaron's immediate vicinity. Firstly, a multitude of sinewy appendages sprang forth from the ground, attempting to ensnare his legs, but Aaron effortlessly severed them with his swift swordsmanship. Secondly, the gravitational force surrounding him surged. Although Aaron remained unfazed, his body acclimated to such conditions. Thirdly, Malakota's sinister eyes sought to lull Aaron into slumber or drowsiness. Yet these efforts proved fruitless, for he possessed immunity to such spells and techniques. Lastly, a futile attempt was made to temporarily seal some of Aaron's formidable abilities, only to have it promptly negated. This represented one of the most potent capabilities of his ocular manifestation in this form, as it could incapacitate most opponents by depriving them of their primary means of combat, be it their demonic powers, magic, or any other supernatural abilities. The exception being sacred gears, which remained unaffected. However, Malakota remained hesitant to unleash the powers residing within his tails. Having witnessed Aaron easily shrug off the powerful abilities of his eyes, he harbored reservations about employing them, foreseeing their potential ineffectiveness against the indomitable figure standing before him. As Malakota contemplated various strategies to defeat Aaron, a mere blink of an eye brought about a startling transformation. In that split second, Aaron, who had stood before him, vanished from sight. Then, in the very next moment, a sharp, overwhelming pain surged through Malakota as he was suddenly struck down by a powerful blow. He clicked his barato in annoyance and tried to recover from the damage he had sustained. To his bewilderment, none of his regenerative or healing abilities seemed to work. Every attempt to recover from his injuries ended in failure. "Did you seal my healing abilities?" inquired Malakota with an air of calm. "Clearly," replied Aaron without turning around. With a sudden burst of speed, Aaron propelled himself back toward Malakota, delivering a forceful knee to his adversary's face, forcing the malevolent evil claw to recoil. Aaron extended his hand, and an invisible force captured Malakota, ensnaring him within its grasp. The demonic man struggled relentlessly against the imperceptible restraints, but his efforts proved futile. Those unseen hands gradually sapped his powers, rendering him weaker with each passing moment. Aaron readied himself for another attack, but before he could strike, 2 figures descended behind him. One of them was the goddess who had been by his side earlier, Zoria, and the other was Lada, the goddess of love from the Slavic pantheon. "This is quite the battle, Jean. You've left our country in ruins, a mere shell of its former self," remarked Lada. "It was a regrettable necessity. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me," replied Aaron, his gaze fixed firmly on Malakota. "But I'm on the verge of putting an end to this, and with any luck, Valley will do the same. Oh, by the way, would you two be willing to assist me?" he inquired. "If I can be of help, then I am more than willing," replied Lada. Beside her, Zoria nodded enthusiastically. "Thank you," Aaron said, still maintaining his intense focus on Malakota. The demonic entity grinned in response. Summoning all 4 of his cannons, Aaron deviated from his usual blaster technique. Instead, he generated a mechanical line that shot forth from his cannons, directing it toward Lada and Zoria. Both goddesses were perplexed by this unexpected turn of events. "Centuredo," Aaron said, still fixed on Malakota. "But for now, were you satisfied with our encounter, or would you like to continue our fight? He asked the evil claw. Even if I had continued, I began to realize that it would have been a fruitless endeavor. The chasm in our power was undeniable, and the outcome would have been the same. But yes, I suppose I am satisfied, replied Malakota. I do not mind meeting my end in this manner. With a silent nod, Aaron began to charge his cannons, harnessing the power derived from both Zoria and Lada's energy. DD, 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 DD. Goodbye, Malakota, Aaron said, his tone devoid of emotion. Neutron beam, cannon blaster. A dazzling amalgamation of silvery white and pink draconic energy emanated from all four of his nozzles. The resulting beam was a colossal spectacle, a fusion of two formidable attacks, combining to give Aaron an astonishing power level of 181. Triple-digit figures typically heralded an incredibly potent neutron beam cannon. The awe-inspiring beam tore mercilessly through the remaining expanse of Russian landscape, annihilating everything in its path. It was an unrelenting force of nature, and it struck Malakota with unyielding ferocity. As the torrent of energy engulfed him, he couldn't help but laugh. This brief yet intense battle had filled him with a profound sense of vitality and exhilaration, reminding him of what it truly meant to be alive. When the ferocious attack finally ceased, the lifeless form of Malakota crumpled to the ground. Aaron wasted no time, hastening his steps towards the fallen foe, discovering that Malakota lay in a peculiar state, not entirely deceased, yet far from the vivaciousness of life. Aaron had deliberately tempered his attack, withholding the full brunt of his power to avoid obliterating the ominous relic known as the Evil Claw. He reached out, lightly tapping Malakota's head, casting a sleeping spell upon him, and then discreetly stashed the incapacitated opponent within his ever-convenient inventory. Lada, her patience evidently frayed by Aaron's audacious use of her storage box as a makeshift display surface, requested an explanation from him with an air of disapproval. Aaron dutifully removed his helmet and proceeded to elucidate the intricacies of the technique, resulting in a resigned sigh from Lada. To have my secrets revealed in such a manner, she lamented. Zoria, the inquisitive goddess, couldn't help but query further. Lada, what exactly do you mean by that? Lada's response held no profound revelation, leaving Zoria mildly puzzled. There is no profound intent behind my words. Did you expect a more eloquent phrasing? Lada retorted, her gaze fixed firmly upon Zoria, who simply shook her head in response. Anyhow, Ilgo and the trio abruptly halted their conversation as the sound of applause emanated from behind them. They turned their attention to the source, where a certain distance away stood a devil adorned in a pristine three-piece white suit. His slick platinum blonde hair and piercing green eyes, coupled with a pocket watch nestled in his breast pocket, painted a picture of devilish elegance. Zayarama Nabiros, how did you manage to find us here? Aaron inquired, his tone laden with hostility. Fufu, Dual Dragon Emperor, you should never underestimate my talents, Zayarama Nabiros replied calmly. I possess my own methods of slipping away unnoticed, leaving no trace behind. But rest assured, the team you dispatched to apprehend me is currently locked in a fierce struggle with my elite forces. They remain unharmed. Turning his attention to the Slavic goddesses, Zayarama Nabiros extended his greetings with a slight bow. Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Zayarama Nabiros, a denizen of the underworld and a part of the extra demons. It is indeed a delight to make your acquaintance, goddesses of the Slavic realm. Shall we engage in a brief discussion? What say you? Zayarama inquired. Without uttering a word, Aaron raised a protective barrier encompassing the entirety of Russia. This was to ensure that Zayarama's perception remained obscured, thus preventing any possibility of him using teleportation abilities. Having taken this precaution, Aaron consented to the devil's proposition. Very well, Zayorama. What subject would you like to broach? A wicked grin crept across the devil's countenance. Excellent. Let's consider discussing the dreamer, shall we? I'm interested in learning more about her. This seems to be a deadlock, Barbariccia remarked. Even in this formidable armor, it appears the Malebranche are formidable enemies, Vala commented, his enthusiasm remaining unabated. Vala Lucifer donned his formidable Diabolos dragon Lucifer armor, while Barbariccia assumed an enchanted form, similar to Malakota's during his confrontation with Arantul earlier. Barbariccia, an imposing figure of formidable stature, bore a head that was predominantly bald, save for a striking shock of white hair that traced a precise path down the center, culminating in a lengthy ponytail cascading behind him. His gaze was a deep, almost molten gold, holding the intensity of a man who had seen battles beyond count. A snow-white beard flowed gracefully from his chin, a testament to age and experience. His physique was a marvel of raw power, every sinew and muscle etched with tales of strength and endurance. Countless black tattoos adorned his skin, each mark telling a story of victories and trials endured. His attire exuded an aura of warrior-like grandeur. A chain-like belt encircled his waist, clinking softly with each movement. Metallic gauntlets adorned both arms, gleaming like armor. He donned a metallic hangrock, and chains adorned his legs, jingling with each deliberate step. Completing his ensemble were sturdy brown sandals, the practical choice of a man who lived a life steeped in battles. Barbariccia stood as a living testament to the indomitable spirit of a seasoned warrior. He appeared less like a demon and more like a human. Even Valle found himself thinking so, especially after witnessing his transformation earlier. Well, I suppose it's time to take things up a notch, don't you agree? Valle inquired with a wide grin on his face. Barbariccia observed Valle in silence as he distanced himself and produced something rather unexpected. The deputy of the Evil Claws was taken aback by the item's presence. We do seem to make a good match, but I don't intend to rely on him for the long haul. Nevertheless, it should suffice for today, don't you think? Valle said, hoisting the item aloft. Resting in his hands were a pair of crimson-red gloves. These were Rubikint's weapon form when he assumed the role of an evil claw. Anyone wielding them gained the power to manipulate flames, control lava, and exert limited control over gravity. Valle had contemplated using Rubikint for the tournament, but had been somewhat hesitant. However, today was the day Head finally put them to the test in actual combat. He had dedicated several months to honing his skills with them, and he had grown quite proficient in their use. As he made the fusion, the crimson gloves seamlessly integrated into the silvery white expanse of his formidable armor. The transformation was nothing short of mesmerizing. His armor's hands and arms, once a pristine shade of silver, now blazed with a vivid crimson hue, as if a fiery heart beat within them. Among his otherworldly features, his light wings, previously adorned in a serene blend of blue and white, also succumbed to this fiery metamorphosis. Portions of the wings now radiated a passionate crimson, a striking contrast to their former celestial palette. Two of the once blue gems embedded within his armor gleamed with newfound crimson intensity. This fusion of crimson into his armor signaled a momentous shift in his powers. His flame manipulation roared hotter. His control over lava surged with molten intensity, and his grasp of gravity manipulation became an irresistible force. With this enhancement, he became an unstoppable force of nature, a living embodiment of fire, power, and might. That's where Rubikint went. He truly betrayed us, mumbled Barbariccia. Before he could react, a sudden burst of speed emanated from Valle, and his fist crashed into Barbariccia's face, sending him reeling. The deputy commander of the Malebranche was taken aback by this unexpected burst of speed, but he managed to adjust himself mid-air. However, a torrent of large molten rocks was unleashed in his direction, compelling him to evade, resulting in a nick on his arm that seared with pain. Barbariccia concentrated his demonic aura, causing his arms to radiate a golden glow. In a swift motion, he reappeared behind Valley. To his astonishment, Val's wings began to vibrate intensely, altering the gravitational forces around Barbariccia by a staggering factor of 1,000, forcing the evil claw to plummet to the ground. Barbariccia couldn't help but be astounded by the level of control and mastery that Valley Lucifer exhibited over Rubicant's formidable abilities. Incredible, he thought to himself, as expected of the heir of the illustrious Lucifer bloodline. LLL. Val's power surged even further as he unleashed a torrent of silvery white demonic bullets, fiery orbs, and molten spears at the descending Barbariccia. However, Barbariccia, not to be outdone, intensified his own energy, dispelling gravity's grip on him. At the very last moment, he sprang into the air, skillfully evading the devastating barrage aimed squarely at him. With both arms locked onto Valley, Barbariccia unleashed swift and potent golden beams towards the youthful Lucifer. Valley, quick on his feet, attempted to employ his reflectability to fend off the beams. To his astonishment, his defensive move failed, and the beams slammed into his outstretched hands. The force of the impact sent Valley hurtling backward. Yet, with the aid of his own thrusters and the fiery vortex blazing behind him, he managed to arrest his momentum and redirect the unleashed energy into the heavens. It soared upwards, culminating in a spectacular explosion that bathed the entire Russian sky in a shimmering golden hue. "Are you all right, Valley?" Albion inquired with concern. "Don't underestimate Barbariccia's ability, Valley." Rubicant cautioned his wielder. "He's the deputy commander for a reason. Keep in mind that he possesses the mindset and heart of a warrior. He'll engage you fairly, without resorting to dirty tricks." "I'm fine," Valley responded, a hint of surprise in his voice. "I just didn't expect him to bypass reflect of all abilities. Besides, Aniki instructed us to capture them because we'll need their assistance for a journey to the Phantasma, along with Evie." He continued to gaze at Barbariccia, who had yet to make a move. LLL. Val's power surged, reaching new heights as he descended upon Barbariccia with unwavering determination. He drew his arm back, channeling his energy into a focused strike. As he closed in on the menacing evil claw, he unleashed his punch. A brilliant golden aura enveloped Barbariccia's form, a testament to the sheer force of their confrontation. The collision of their punches birthed an awe-inspiring spectacle in the sky. Silvery white and golden streaks of lightning erupted, tearing through the once tranquil clouds and setting the heavens ablaze. Beneath them, the ocean churned and rose in response, giving birth to colossal waves that dwarfed any before them. The hapless devils who had ventured too close to this cataclysmic clash paid the ultimate price. The shockwave and titanic surge of power proved overwhelming, their bodies incapable of withstanding the immense forces at play. In an instant, they were extinguished, their existence snuffed out by the cataclysmic forces of Valley and Barbariccia's confrontation. Punch after punch, kick after kick, every time their attacks collided, both combatants felt indescribable pain course through their body. However, neither wanted to back down from their opponent. Val's fists shimmered with silvery white aura and fiery flames and molten lava each time his fist and Barbariccia's fists met. The deputy commander was unperturbed, a stoic look on his face, as if he didn't feel the burning sensation on his flesh. Young Lucifer couldn't help but develop a profound sense of admiration for the human standing before him. Despite being fully aware that the path he was about to embark upon would undoubtedly bring him great pain, he steadfastly maintained a stoic countenance. In recognition of this commitment, he resolved to further augment his power. LLL. He dispatched his wyverns toward Barbariccia, instructing them to employ half-dimension continuously. Additionally, he vibrated his wings, intensifying the gravitational force around Barbariccia even further. This onslaught proved to be even more relentless than the previous one, compelling the bald demonic figure in front of him to descend to the ground once more. Valley elevated both of his arms, summoning a substantial quantity of demonic energy. Above him, a radiant silvery white sphere of aura materialized. He proceeded to infuse the sphere with some of the flames and molten fury borrowed from Rubikin's abilities, thereby amplifying its power to an astonishing degree. Finally, Valley unleashed the formidable mass of demonic energy, sending it hurtling toward Barbariccia with devastating force. Upon impact, it struck the demon with explosive intensity, scattering an array of diverse elements and colors into the surrounding area, further decimating their already ravaged surroundings. The very sky and earth quaked as if lamenting the sheer power of the collision, causing the ground beneath their feet to disintegrate, ultimately leaving behind a vast crater in the wake of the ferocious attack. Valley couldn't help but let out a chuckle. He had anticipated this outcome, yet the reality of it still left him somewhat astonished. After the dissipation of his attack, he glanced down at the deputy commander below, who appeared heavily injured. His shoulder and leg bore severe wounds, yet the rest of his bravado seemed relatively unharmed. The deputy commander's arms had been thrust forward, a testament to his successful defense against Valley's ferocious assault. Barbariccia released a sigh, his gaze lifting to meet Valis, a faint smile gracing his features. Did he become stronger? Rubikin pondered aloud. I'm 99 certain he would have perished had I last seen him a year ago. Regardless, Valley began, but his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the sight of a dazzling beam of silvery white and pink, slicing through the Russian skies. This spectacle left them momentarily stunned. Valis' smirk reappeared. That's unmistakably Aniki. I suppose he's completed his part. We might as well finish ours. LLL. Valley intensified his strength further, summoning an even greater number of wyverns. He directed them toward Barbariccia, and they circled around the adversary without taking any immediate action. Rubicant, Albion, I'll entrust both of you with controlling the gravity manipulation and employing half-dimension on at least half of these wyverns. I have other plans for the remaining half. Just ensure that he doesn't manage to escape. Roger that, they both acknowledged in unison. Half-dimension. Out of the 12 wyverns under Valis' command, half of them initiated the half-dimension technique on Barbariccia. Simultaneously, the radiant wings behind Valley began to vibrate even more intensely than before, thanks to Rubikin's expert application of gravity manipulation, which compelled the deputy commander to kneel once more. This time, the effect was markedly more potent, as Barbariccia was considerably more injured. He struggled to regain his footing, grappling with the overwhelming pressure that surpassed his expectations. Malakota was defeated. I had anticipated as much. Given his confrontation with the middleman, I had proposed that we face him together, but Valley Lucifer suddenly intervened, driving me away. I clearly underestimated him, and now, here I am, Barbariccia reflected. Valley issued orders to the remaining wyverns to encircle Barbariccia. Once they had taken their positions, he then conjured a silvery white, demonic energy sphere, taking a deep breath before releasing it. I'll be borrowing this from you, he declared, letting go of the energy sphere and delivering a powerful punch to propel it toward his wyverns. Reflect, 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 reflect. The wyverns echoed in unison. Valis' wyverns began to deflect the attack, sending it spiraling around and growing progressively more potent with each reflection. Concurrently, Valley gradually augmented his own strength, preparing to unleash a devastating Satan compression divider in conjunction with his earlier attack. Rubicant, can you create a massive ball of flames above Barbariccia and then drop it on him? Valley communicated telepathically. Easily, Rubicant responded. An enormous sphere of flames materialized above Barbariccia and hung ominously in the air, poised for action. Not wanting this to be his end, Barbariccia used the last of his power to push himself up and stand defiantly against Valley Lucifer. He did not want to go down without fighting until the end, so conjuring the golden aura around him, he brought his hands to the side and amassed a small golden ball. After a few seconds of silence, both of them were ready. Valis' demonic ball was reflected back to him, and he punched it again. This time, it exploded into a silvery white stream that quickly flew towards Barbariccia. At the same time, Valis signaled for Rubicant to drop his attack, and the fiery ball of destruction that had floated above Barbariccia began to fall down. At the same time, Barbariccia unleashed his attack. A torrent of golden demonic brilliance flew towards Valis' attack. Both attacks collided in the middle, creating a small explosion and vacuum that attempted to suck everything into it. However, to both of the surprise, Barbariccia with one final shout let his golden aura surge, and it stopped the fiery ball from hitting him. It hit his aura instead, surprising everyone there. "Goodness!" exclaimed Rubicant. "He's quite persistent," Albion and Valis said in union. "But we're not done yet," Valley added, smirking. LLL. Pointing his arm unwaveringly at Barbariccia, Valley unfurled the ultimate torrent of demonic radiance. Streams of silvery white and jet-black light intertwined seamlessly, surging with incredible velocity toward the sinister force known as the Evil Claw. These luminous strands of power coalesced with Valis' previous attack, merging together and compressing Barbariccia's demonic aura ceaselessly until it was no more. Not only did Valis' onslaught dismantle Barbariccia's formidable aura, but also cleared the way for all of Valis' attacks to reach their intended target. The culmination of this overpowering force resulted in a colossal explosion that reverberated through the very fabric of the world. A towering pillar, adorned with hues of crimson, silvery white, and jet black, ascended into the atmosphere, parting the veils of the heavens above. As the dust and smoke gradually dissipated, Barbariccia's prone form lay sprawled upon the ground, his body rendered unconscious and immobile, a testament to Vala Lucifer's triumph. Vala descended to the earth, his breath coming slightly labored, yet his determination unwavering, allowing him to remain ready for further combat. With deliberate precision, he conjured anti-magic restraints and secured them around the still form of Barbariccia. Valley yearned to continue the battle, but he understood the necessity of transporting his defeated foe to their designated location. A prison cell awaited Barbariccia. Exhaling a resigned sigh, he turned his gaze in the direction of his brother. Yet another devil's signature. "I wonder who could it be?" Vala mused aloud. "Should I stay to witness their battle?" Albion, his ever-present and sagacious partner, offered counsel. "It would be more prudent to remove this opponent promptly. Afterward, you can proceed in your quest to find more of the Malebranche. Only two have met defeat thus far. There may be other Longinus wielders in dire straits. Should they require aid, you can step in on their behalf." Vala nodded in agreement. "Very well. This won't take much time. Well, maintain this form, as I can sustain it for a continuous 2-year span. Let's go." With that decision, Valley took flight, departing from the scene, his mission clear: to ensure the safe incarceration of Barbariccia and to remain vigilant for any other battles that required his intervention. High in the Irish skies, above Dublin, a dedicated group of individuals stood vigilant, guarding their homeland. They did so because the powerful barrier, initially created by the Milstein family and Aaron before his transformation, had been temporarily deactivated at the god's request. At this very moment, Ireland faced a dire threat. Two formidable super devils from Zairem and Abiros had launched an assault, joined by two descendants of the satanic bloodlines. The situation was dire, and tensions ran high. Amongst the invaders, a super devil named Zephyron, a male with a burning spirit, couldn't contain his excitement. He eagerly exclaimed, "KHHH, I have a chance to take on Luff. What an unexpected delight." This battle in the Irish skies held the fate of their land in the balance, a critical moment in their history. His appearance was quite distinctive, defined by a unique mane of vibrant green hair that framed his face. Adding to this striking look was a crimson bandana featuring an intricate white checkered pattern, worn with an effortless sense of style. His overall visage carried an enigmatic quality, notably due to his mismatched eyes. One eye shone in a deep shade of azure, while the other held a mesmerizing regal purple hue. When it came to his choice of clothing, he opted for an outfit that perfectly balanced simplicity and sharpness. A crisp white shirt covered his upper body, its immaculate simplicity providing an intriguing contrast to his more colorful features. Below, he wore sleek black pants that complemented his lean and agile physique. These pants were paired with meticulously polished black boots, a choice that reflected his sense of style and purpose. Adorning his right arm was a small yet captivating tattoo, featuring his personal demonic magic circle. This symbol served as both a testament to the formidable demonic powers he possessed and a mark of his distinct identity. Luff found himself locked in a relentless battle with the formidable super devil before him, and a sigh of frustration escaped his lips. He marveled at how this untamed and spirited challenger managed to keep up with his own strength, even though he restrained himself, wielding just 80 of his full might. In response, Zephyron, the relentless challenger, unleashed a torrent of viridescent demonic aura attacks, hurling them relentlessly towards Luff. However, the valiant defender of Ireland, wielding the spear of Assel, deftly sliced through the onslaught with practiced ease. This did not surprise Zephyron, for he anticipated that gods should possess the power to engage him on an equal footing. Yet, much like Luff, Zephyron held back some of his own strength, utilizing only 90 of his formidable power. Furthermore, he had yet to employ his unique innate trait, a gift bestowed upon him at birth. Both combatants remained cautious, testing the limits of each other's capabilities and reserving a substantial reservoir of untapped potential. It was a tense dance of power as they gauged and probed, eager to discover the true extent of their opponent's might. Out of nowhere, glowing spears of light suddenly materialized in their vicinity. These radiant weapons swiftly closed in on Zephyron, prompting him to react with agility, dodging their oncoming thrusts. However, as he skillfully evaded the luminous onslaught, a realization dawned upon him: he possessed an overwhelming strength that far surpassed the power of these attacks. With newfound confidence, Zephyron decided to change tactics. He ceased his evasive maneuvers and, instead, met the oncoming barrage head-on. With a single, resounding punch, he shattered the luminous spears, their ethereal forms crumbling and dissipating into the ether. Zephyron's formidable might had triumphed over the unexpected assault, leaving him unscathed and ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. "Who made these?" he sneered, a hint of contempt in his voice. "Some weakling, I guess. Why even bother when they know the big difference in our strength?" "TCH, how stupid," he muttered, irritation evident as he clicked his teeth in annoyance. Luff, the steadfast god, was not alone. Behind him, two stalwart members of the Milstein family emerged: Emma and Anastasia. Accompanying them was Emma's faithful companion, Celine. Both witches stood poised, their staffs held firmly, ready to lend their support to Luff. With an air of haughtiness, the arrogant devil received a stern rebuke from Luff himself. "They are not weaklings. They form the very backbone of this country and deserve respect, young one." Undeterred, the devil named Zephyron declared, "Whatever. We'll take them down first, so we can resume our battle." In a blur of movement, he utilized his incredible speed to materialize behind the Milstein duo, conjuring 4 colossal crescent-shaped wind blades poised to strike. He snarled with a wicked grin, releasing the razor-sharp wind blades towards the 2 women before him. A resolute female voice thundered with authority, a clear cry of defiance that filled the air. The power of her determination manifested as aura slashes, imbued with a chilling ice and an eerie, ghostly radiance. These ethereal forces found their mark, striking Zephyron and his attacks with unerring precision. The impact was devastating, obliterating his vicious attacks and sending the super devil hurtling away, vanquished by the combined might of the otherworldly strikes. The savior responsible for this miraculous intervention approached Emma and Anastasia with a warm, friendly smile. It was Aoife Murphy, a dear friend. Sensing a change in the emotions of her companions, she had swiftly come to their aid. "Are you both all right?" Aoife inquired, genuine concern in her voice as she stood by her two friends. "We're perfectly fine, thank you," replied Anastasia, her daughter Emma nodding in agreement beside her. Celine, their faithful companion, expressed her exasperation with a tired sigh. Honestly, what a rude devil, who would resort to attacking others simply because they are weaker. She questioned, her frustration evident. However, before their discussion could progress any further, a sudden burst of vibrant green aura reverberated through the picturesque landscapes of Ireland. This potent energy surge shook the very foundations of the country, causing numerous buildings in the vicinity of Dublin to crumble and collapse under the sheer force of this unleashed power. And at the heart of this chaotic spectacle stood none other than Zephyron, a malicious grin stretching from ear to ear. "Another opponent to fight, huh?" he roared, a cocky grin playing across his face. "She's not half bad looking, but whatever. Let's have some fun then." With those words, he let out a hearty bellow, and an unusual phenomenon began to unfold. The tattoo etched on his arm began to emit an eerie, radiant glow that rapidly enveloped his entire body. Concurrently, his power surged to new, astonishing heights, leaving everyone astounded, except for Aoife. Amidst the unfolding spectacle, Aoife found herself hovering there, grappling with a single, pressing question. Should she intervene, disrupting this transformation, or allow it to proceed, so she could witness its full extent firsthand? Her curiosity about the extent of his power urged her to let it unfold. In the midst of her contemplation, another seismic tremor rippled through the land, sending shockwaves across most of Europe. It signified that Zephyron had successfully completed his transformation, and the outcome of this encounter was about to take an even more formidable turn. Zephyron levitated gracefully, his head adorned with a crown of radiant green thorns. Two elegant, spiraling green horns extended from his forehead, framing his face, while his ears had elongated into sharp, pointy tips. Although his attire remained unaltered, a conspicuous change had taken place. A resplendent red tail now trailed behind him, casting a striking contrast to his existing appearance. His eyes, previously unremarkable, had transformed into menacing orbs, radiating an unsettling glow as they bore into his opponents. With this, Zephyron boldly declared, his voice resonating with confidence, "I am now at the full apex of my power. Behold, for I, the mighty Zephyron, shall bring ruin upon your homeland." He punctuated his proclamation with a release of his overwhelming power, allowing it to surge and fill the air, an ominous aura that sent shivers down his fellow devil spines. In response, the two Millsteins and Luff were forcibly pushed backward, struggling against the sheer force that Zephyron unleashed. Meanwhile, Aoife floated serenely, seemingly unperturbed by the display of power before her. In that moment, a pivotal question played upon her thoughts. Should she swiftly put an end to this confrontation, or should she take a measured approach to understand the extent of Zephyron's abilities? While she harbored a curiosity about the latter, practicality prevailed as she realized that three other powerful opponents awaited their challenge. Amidst the unfolding drama, another super devil engaged Royson and Cindy, watched over by a contingent of vigilant shadow soldiers, ensuring that no harm befell them. This was because Aaron was concerned for his mother, so kept a close watch over the proceedings using them. "I will," Zephyron began to exclaim, ready to assert his dominance. I might as well conclude this," Aoife declared, causing a bewildered hush to fall upon the onlookers. "Huh? And it? You? Please." I am the Pinnack, in an astonishing display of speed that only Luff could barely perceive. Aoife executed a graceful maneuver. With unparalleled speed, she glided towards Zephyron, leaving everyone else baffled by her velocity. In one seamless motion, she manifested a gleaming blade crafted from ice, imbued with her formidable aura. Without hesitation, she cleaved through Zephyron, instantly terminating what might have been an epic battle. An all-encompassing silence seemed to blanket the battlefield, as if everyone required a few moments to process the astonishing turn of events. In the blink of an eye, Aoife transitioned from being at her ally's side to standing behind Zephyron, a blade of ice drenched in his blood. As the echoes of a solitary shing reverberated through the air, Zephyron's words were left unfinished. His bravado struck down in a single devastating blow. He couldn't fathom the ease with which his life had been extinguished, a devil who had wielded the power of gods, brought to a humbling and abrupt end. Aoife turned around, her usual cheerfulness shining through as she remarked, "Now that he's gone, how about we join the others? I sense that those 3 devils are pretty powerful. They'll head over to meet up with Vita since she's facing one of them alongside Kana." With boundless energy, she took off without waiting for their response, leaving them in a state of bewilderment over what had just occurred. I had no idea Aoife possessed such power. I mean, I watch her play in the tournament games, but to take down someone of that strength with a single blow is a bit. Well, it feels almost surreal, mused Emma, her mother nodding in agreement by her side. Regardless, Luff inquired, "What will you two do?" "We'll accompany you, Lord Luff," replied Anastasia, with Emma concurring. "Very well, then. Let's embark on our journey," Luff declared, and together they set off to find another foe. Chapter 13, Part 4. The partial fall of the Malebranche third-person point of view. It felt like she had been wandering through a foggy world for an eternity. Her life had led her down this desolate path, but then a hand reached out to her, a hand she had never expected to see again. Beside it was another hand, one she had only heard of in the past year. With both hands extended to help her, she chose to grasp them, and they pulled her out of the fog that had enveloped her for so long. With her newfound strength, she made a resolute decision. She had witnessed the unspeakable acts that had been done to her, and the memories haunted her for weeks. Even then, she pressed on, dedicating herself to relentless training, striving to grow stronger. Her determination burned bright, fueled by the desire to end that dark chapter of her life, and she knew she wouldn't have to face it alone, for her sister stood by her side. Together, they pledged to exact revenge on those who had inflicted such pain upon her, a revenge measured, not in kind, but 100-fold. Scathack and Aif had successfully located their intended targets. Aaron understood that both sisters had specific individuals in their sights for today's mission. Thus, he refrained from assigning them to any particular group or location, fully aware that they were on a personal quest to hunt down the 2 devils they sought to eliminate. A voice broke through the tense silence, a devil's voice dripping with sarcasm and malevolence. "Oh, what an unexpected delight," the devil remarked with a sinister chuckle. "2 goddesses, part of the revered Irish pantheon, have graced us with their presence. Ha ha ha! And to add to the amusement, one of them is the very same deity we once held captive quite some time ago. Isn't it intriguing? Have you returned to us, my dear? Did you miss the familiar feeling?" Another figure chimed in, his tone carrying cold mockery. "One might have assumed the troubled soul would steer clear of her captors, but I suppose we've cast a strong spell on her mind, one that led her back to our doorstep. Truly, the world works in mysterious ways, doesn't it?" Neither of the sisters responded, but an unmistakable animosity simmered within them. Directed squarely at the 2 devils, these were none other than the original Lucifer and Beelzebub. Their sinister intent had led them to launch an audacious attack on the Vatican Centurato, and the assailants swiftly followed suit. In response to this alarming turn of events, the remaining figure, the original Beelzebub, readied himself for what was to come. However, he too fell victim to a surprise attack, as a powerful fist struck him squarely in the stomach, expelling the very breath from his lungs. His trajectory through the air differed from his companions, and both devils found themselves utterly defenseless, caught unawares by the sudden attacks. Aif, The one who had dealt a decisive blow to the original Lucifer had a deep-seated desire to personally vanquish and put an end to his existence. On the other hand, it was Scathach who had delivered a powerful strike to Beelzebub. Aaron had already informed both Afe and Scathach that they possessed the temporary ability to resurrect their adversaries, granting them the liberty to engage in repeated confrontations with their foes. He was well aware that they might exploit this newfound power to vent their pent-up anger, a course of action he wholeheartedly endorsed. In the heat of the battle, Afe launched her spear towards Lucifer, who hastily conjured a powerful, demonic defensive barrier in a desperate bid to protect himself. To his dismay, the spear effortlessly pierced through the demonic shield and found its mark, impaling Lucifer's outstretched hand and eliciting a sharp cry of pain. Mocking words dripped like venom from Afe's lips as she taunted her adversary. "Is this the extent of the mighty Lucifer's power? Your descendant displays far greater strength than you, a pitiable weakling." In response, Lucifer snapped back, his voice laced with a sinister grin. "Do not belittle me, girl. I was the one who kept you captive for months on end." Afe's visage contorted with fury, but a calming voice resonated in her mind, urging restraint and resilience against Lucifer's cruel taunts. "Whatever he says, do not let his words sway you. He will attempt to exploit the fact that you endured prolonged suffering at their hands to provoke hasty decisions fueled by emotion." Afe drew in a quick, deep breath and let it out slowly. "Your taunts," she declared, her voice unwavering, "won't sway me." With that resolute statement, she summoned a legion of Celtic-style magic circles, an intricate tapestry of ancient symbols unfurling behind her, and set loose a barrage of magical attacks directed at Lucifer. Lucifer, still skewered by her spear, retaliated with his own demonic magic circles, sending forth malevolent demonic attacks to counter hers. The two formidable masses of magical bravado clashed violently, resulting in an explosive display of power. Lucifer, grimacing, managed to pull the spear from his wounded hand, but he soon discovered that it resisted his attempts to break it. With a resigned shrug, he casually tossed the weapon aside. Undaunted, Afe exhibited her mastery over the mystical weapon. With a mere wave of her hand, she beckoned her spear back to her grasp, and without hesitation, she dashed toward Lucifer once more, launching a relentless flurry of thrusts in his direction. However, the original Lucifer displayed his own prowess. He summoned a radiant sword, composed of ethereal light, wielding it deftly in response to her onslaught. It was a manifestation of his clan's distinctive trait, the demonic brilliance of evil light. His impeccable swordsmanship caught Afe by surprise, albeit momentarily. In a fit of maniacal rage, Lucifer's voice rang out, twisted and unhinged, as he bellowed, "Hee hee ha ha ha. Did you honestly believe I would sit idly by after my humiliating defeat at the hands of that gargantuan lizard last year? Think again, you wretch." His words dripped with venom, a madman's derisive laughter echoing through the battlefield. "Amateur swordsmanship means nothing," she retorted with conviction. In a single, swift upward swing of her spear, she shattered the luminous sword created by Lucifer, leaving him astounded and perplexed. How is this possible? How come I trade-ug?" Lucifer's words were cut short, as Afe unleashed a point-blank blast with her tukey, aimed squarely at his face, sending him hurtling away. She had no desire to hear any more of his words. Lucifer crashed through several trees, but his resilience proved evident as he quickly rose to his feet. His face bore the evidence of the encounter, marred by bleeding wounds, and his frown deepened. With a heavy sigh, he covered his injured face with his left hand as Afe landed gracefully in front of him. "It appears you've grown significantly stronger since our last encounter," Lucifer admitted begrudgingly. He recalled how Afe had stood by Scathach's side during the tournament, a clear indicator of her newfound prowess. "Very well, I shall take you seriously," he muttered to himself. A palpable transformation swept over Lucifer, as a different aura, one reminiscent of his demonic brilliance of evil light, enveloped his form. His countenance grew more severe, and he regarded Afe with a cold, unyielding gaze. "I shall demonstrate why I once led the original Satans," he declared, a sly smirk playing upon his bravado. "With my newfound powers, I shall not simply destroy you, no. I shall bring you back under my control," he continued, phrasing it in a way that hinted at a return to the dark and sinister deeds of their shared past. Without waiting for Lucifer to fully power up, Afe charged forward. She deftly spun her spear in her hands, imbued it with 10k, and conjured a small, draconic figure reminiscent of Aaron's dragon form. With a deft leap, she hurled it towards Lucifer, whose grin remained unyielding. A devastating explosion engulfed the area as the two forces collided. A faint visage of a dragon soared briefly into the sky before vanishing. The sheer force of the attack sent Afe reeling backward. Summoning her spear back to her hands, she landed some distance away from the epicenter. In its wake, the once wooded landscape lay in ruin, obliterated by the ferocity of her attack. Afe's gaze remained locked on the very spot where Lucifer had been standing mere moments ago. Her instincts flared with a dire warning, urging her to move swiftly, and so she heedlessly leaped away, narrowly evading the onslaught that followed. What had once been her location now lay in ruins, obliterated by a relentless deluge of ethereal light and malevolent, demonic swords. Gracefully touching down once more, Afe found herself confronted by an unexpected menace. Enormous serpentine creatures, comprised of radiant light, yet imbued with sinister, demonic aura, emerged from the very earth itself. With their cavernous maws agape, they unleashed potent elemental attacks aimed directly at her. Quick thinking was her ally in this dire moment. She deftly swung her trusty spear, successfully parrying some of the incoming assaults. On the opposing front, she wove her magical prowess into a defensive barrier, erecting a protective circle that deflected the remainder of the attacks. Nevertheless, the relentless assault of the luminous, demonic serpents left her with no choice but to slam her foot forcefully into the ground. This decisive action brought forth a cascade of elemental blades, which sprang forth from the earth, cleaving through the encroaching enemies with deadly precision. Yet, the battle raged on unabated. Once more, Afe found herself compelled to take evasive action, her nimble form soaring through the air to escape the relentless onslaught. Gazing skyward, she was greeted by a truly harrowing sight. Millions upon millions of demonic magic circles had materialized in the heavens above, a formidable display orchestrated by none other than Lucifer himself. His condescending grin was unmistakable, an ominous harbinger of the impending chaos, as he nonchalantly gestured for the full brunt of his devastating arsenal to be unleashed upon Afe. Faced with seemingly no escape, Afe charged ahead, summoning her own magic circles behind her and launching them toward Lucifer's menacing attack. She poured every ounce of her magical prowess into destroying each and every magical attack directed at her, using her spear and magic, tirelessly slicing them apart. Her ultimate objective, Lucifer himself, who remained rooted in place, an inscrutable smirk gracing his features. Afe's relentless barrage of magic attacks relentlessly tore through the attacks, slicing apart anything that dared stand in her path. Despite enduring a barrage of injuries along the way, she inched ever closer to Lucifer, whose grin had expanded even further than before. "Impressive, but victory is mine," Lucifer murmured, nonchalantly pointing his finger and arm skyward. Above them materialized a colossal sword of radiant light, a creation of his demonic brilliance of evil light ability. "Fear not, for we of the Cow's Order possess our own means of resurrection, and we shall mold your very essence to serve our cause," he declared, his grin never wavering. With a swift motion, Lucifer aimed his arm downward, directing a colossal attack toward Afe. Afe unleashed a thunderous roar, drawing upon her deepest reservoirs of power. She aimed her spear toward the titanic lance of light hurtling toward her. Cease, I'm going to borrow this move from you. G-ball. The spear shot forward, intercepting Lucifer's mighty assault. The clash between their attacks produced a shockwave of such immense force that it obliterated the remnants of their previous magical attacks and sent them both hurtling through the air. Afe hit the ground with a resounding thud, but quickly rose to her feet. Determination etched across her face. She extended her hand toward her trusty spear, seeking to infuse it with more power. However, Lucifer wasted no time, soaring toward her and conjuring his sword once more. "TCH, you're incredibly persistent," Afe exclaimed, growing increasingly irritated by her current opponent. "I desire to have you by my side, my dear. Reclaiming what is rightfully mine is only natural." Lucifer retorted, his wicked grin persisting, a sight that only fueled Afe's disgust. Afe shrouded her form in the potent essence of 10k, her determination palpable, as she thrust her clenched fist towards Lucifer's formidable sword. The convergence of their forces sent forth a modest shockwave, though what astonished Lucifer was the sight before him a goddess, visibly injured, yet resolute in her defiance. How? How can she persist in resisting me? She surrendered to despair so readily all those years ago. A seething fury ignited within Lucifer as he grappled with the enigma of Afe's indomitable spirit. "Fall! Why won't you yield?" he demanded, his rage laid bare. A subtle, self-assured smirk danced upon Afe's lips as she elegantly sidestepped a menacing swipe from Lucifer. In a graceful, swift maneuver, she retaliated by delivering a deft punch to his chin, momentarily stunning the devil. Her arm ascended once more, channeling her inner power into her spear, which erupted in a dazzling burst of divine energy. "Why?" she echoed, her smile undaunted as she met Lucifer's fiery gaze. "Because I've encountered individuals younger than myself, possessing a will that could move mountains. They've endured lifetimes of hardships, yet the ember of hope in their hearts never wavered. If I were to falter now, to succumb to despair, I would become less than them, a devil devoid of demonic power, another overshadowed by a remarkable dragon senior. Yet they've persevered. In her mind's eye, a procession of youthful devils flickered, their faces etched with resilience. Her thoughts drifted to her own sister, Scathach, who had secluded herself in the land of shadows, dedicating countless eons to self-improvement and penance. The notion of losing her sister was a burden too heavy to bear. And then there was Aaron Toole, the catalyst of this transformative journey. Afe's relationship with him was amicable, marked by profound respect, especially after uncovering the depths of his past. She had once found it perplexing how he maintained his unwavering resolve, but she eventually realized that the young man possessed an unparalleled resilience. He had a deep-rooted desire, a burning passion within him. He didn't want anyone else to endure the pain he had experienced. He couldn't bear the thought of anyone feeling the same anguish that had consumed him. Therefore, he devoted all his strength and determination to one noble goal: to bring happiness to people's lives, to craft a world where every face could break into a genuine smile. Lucifer, unable to fathom the sentiment behind Afe's words, scowled deeply. "What kind of drivel is this? It's a facade. You are my inferior in power." His protest was abruptly silenced by an explosion overhead, propelling them apart. "What in the—" Both combatants regained their footing, their eyes drawn upwards. A grin crept across Afe's face as she observed the detonation of the two powerful attacks above, resulting in a perfect stalemate. With a swift calculation, she seized the opportunity and launched herself towards Lucifer, who struggled to react in time. Her fist found its mark, striking Lucifer's barato with a powerful blow that echoed across the land. Wounded, Lucifer was sent hurtling away by the barato of the impact. Afe, her breath audible, knelt briefly before mustering the strength to rise, trembling slightly. In mockingly triumphant jest, She gestured with her fingers at the reeling Lucifer. "What's the matter, Lucifer? Can't keep going?" Lucifer's furious roar echoed through the air, his aura growing darker and more foreboding than Afe had ever witnessed before. In a stealthy move, he closed the distance between them with the grace of an assassin, catching the goddess off guard. "Die," he hissed, wielding a sword now tainted with a sinister shade of dark purple as he drove it toward her. Afe, frozen in that moment, resigned herself to what seemed an inevitable end. Her original intent had been to confront Lucifer, but she had not anticipated the sheer extent of his power. Just as she braced herself for the fatal blow, a powerful, earth-shaking explosion erupted right before her, sending Lucifer hurtling away. The impact had left his right side numb and dispelled the malevolent aura that had enveloped him. Afe's eyes fluttered open, and upon seeing a familiar face, a tired smile graced her lips. "Aaron," she whispered softly, before her strength gave way, causing her to slump forward. With swift reflexes, Aaron caught her, a warm smile playing on his lips. "Excellent work. Leave the rest to me. Although you'll need to enhance your power further in the future," he remarked, eliciting a quiet chuckle from Afe. He promptly healed her before turning his attention back to the furious Lucifer. With newfound strength and stamina, Afe rose unsteadily to her feet beside him. "Wait, I know you said to leave it to you, but I'm not ready to stop fighting," she declared, her expression thoughtful. "And what about your opponents in Russia?" Aaron briefly glanced at Afe, then redirected his gaze toward the still scowling Lucifer. "Oh, the two Nekashu sisters are handling it, aided by Lada, a goddess from the Slavic pantheon," he responded calmly. "Zoria accompanied me here and is now providing assistance to Scathach. Will they be okay?" she asked, her voice tinged with concern. "Yeah, Zoria's got some real power, even without training, and Scathach, she's even stronger. When you stack them up against the original Beelzebub and his current strength, the Satan doesn't stand a chance," he answered, his confidence unwavering. Then Aaron extended his hand toward Afe, inviting her with a purpose. "You want to give him a good beating, don't you? I can tap into that future power you've got, and we can take him on together," he offered. Afe smiled in response, her determination evident. Without hesitation, she took his hand, and Aaron channeled her future power, temporarily elevating her abilities to an astounding level, an outer goddess. Afe felt a surge of exhilaration coursing through her as this newfound strength coursed through her veins. With a release of her hand, Aaron pointed forward, encouraging her, "Go and beat the living daylights out of him." He then summoned her spear once more, infusing it with an even more potent energy before placing it in her hands. She spun her spear with grace, then swiftly charged toward Lucifer. The two of them were taken aback when Afe seemingly teleported behind him. Before Lucifer could even react, Afe unleashed a powerful kick to the side of his head, sending him hurtling away. Clutching her spear tightly, she aimed it at him and let it fly. The sheer force behind the throw was so immense that it demolished everything in its path, even surprising Afe herself. "I didn't use that much strength. Is this the power that Cindy and the Electa possess?" She pondered aloud, astounded by her newfound capabilities. The spear found its mark, causing excruciating pain to surge through Lucifer as it struck a critical area. Even Aaron couldn't help but wince at the sight. "Oof, that's gotta hurt," Aaron muttered, a faint smirk playing on his bravado as he witnessed Lucifer's agony. Lucifer, however, was not one to stay silent. You monster!" he bellowed, his futile attempts to remove the spear only amplifying his suffering. Afe, reveling in Lucifer's torment, pulled the spear away from him, and the act unleashed another torrent of anguished screams from him. Swiftly, she closed the distance between them, launching a relentless series of strikes towards Lucifer. He attempted to shield himself using his demonic magic circles, but they crumbled under Afe's attack, leaving him battered and wounded. Censurado, Censurado, Censurado. They'll go check on Scathach and Zoria. Take your time. With a nod, Afe thrust her spear into Lucifer's heart, extinguishing his life in an instant. Then, invoking her resurrection ability, she restored him to life. Lucifer, his eyes wide with shock, stared at her in disbelief. "One death out of 1,000, Afe hissed, her voice dripping with malevolence. "Let's continue, shall we? I can't wait to defeat you once and for all," Satan Lucifer. Lucifer's face contorted in terror as a guttural scream tore through the air, marking the start of his dire situation. "Looks like my sister managed to take down the mighty Lucifer," Scat remarked, her foot firmly planted on Beelzebub's chest. By her side stood Zoria, her gun aimed at the fallen Satan. "But you were quite underwhelming, weren't you?" Beelzebub could do nothing but scowl at the two women looming over him. Their attention shifted abruptly as applause filled the air. Turning towards the source, they laid eyes on Aaron Toole. "Nice work, SCSCA. Didn't expect you to wrap it up so quickly," Aaron chuckled to himself. Scat raised an eyebrow, her amusement evident. "Lord, I'd prefer you call me by my name or a more fitting pet name than SCSCA. Can you come up with something better?" Curiosity filled Aaron as he inquired. "Are you planning to subject him to the same kind of punishment that Afe is inflicting upon Lucifer right now?" Scat pondered for a moment before turning to Zoria. "Well, Zoria, can you take care of him?" she asked. Zoria hesitated before responding. "Are you sure?" "I can revive him. I've been granted that ability just for today by Aaron," Scat explained with a sly smile. With a nod, Zoria pulled the trigger of her magical gun, and the enchanted bullet ended Beelzebub's life. However, in an instant, Scat tapped the ground with her spear, and the fallen Satan was brought back to life. "Did my sister mention any particular methods of punishment for Lucifer?" Scat inquired of Aaron. "Something about making him face a terrible consequence," Aaron replied, his words causing Beelzebub's face to turn pale. Scat nodded with a knowing look before taking swift action, delivering a sharp strike to the unfortunate man beneath them. He let out a howl of agony. Using her magical prowess, Centuredo, that was my original plan, after all. Another malevolent smirk played upon her lips as she turned her attention to Zoria, who was visibly horrified by the gruesome spectacle. "Will you stay, or will you go with Aaron?" Zoria vigorously shook her head, her eyes filled with warmth and urgency, and she hurried over to Aaron, wrapping him in a tight embrace. Her affectionate display drew a light chuckle from Scat who watched with amusement. With Zoria and Aaron leaving the scene, Scat attention returned to the unconscious Beelzebub. She wasted no time, her boot delivering a firm kick to rouse him from his slumber. "Now, let's see. How about we repeat this delightful process 2,000 times? She mused with a twisted smile. Overwhelmed by shock, Beelzebub lost consciousness again, leading Scat to comment, what a feeble-willed devil. I didn't anticipate that the true dog god and hound slasher would prove to be this weak," Tobio remarked with a hint of disappointment in his voice. "Both of you are taking me on simultaneously, and yet your lack of teamwork is painfully evident. It's rather disheartening to witness, you know." Tobio stood there, resolute and unyielding, encased in his formidable balance breaker, confronting a pair of Malbranche opponents who had ventured into Japan. These two infernal beings, Cagnazzo, known as the true dog god, and Graphiacane, bearing the ominous title of Hound Slasher, shared a common objective to vanquish the formidable Slash Dog. However, much like the majority of their fellow Malbranche, the concept of cooperation seemed to elude them entirely. Their deficiency in coordination was palpable. The only semblance of unity they exhibited occurred under the strict command of their leader, Malakota. Yet, what they remained blissfully unaware of was that Malakota had met his defeat and capture, a revelation hidden from the rest of the Malbranche. "Don't become overconfident, human," Cagnazzo warned with a stern gaze fixed on Tobio, his sword held firmly in his hand. The blade emitted an eerie, crimson glow that matched the intensity in his eyes. He continued, "I've been restraining myself all this time, thanks to this fool." Cagnazzo's words carried a weight of frustration as he prepared for what lay ahead. In stark contrast to his fellow Malebranche, Cagnazzo was a striking figure, resembling a humanoid dog swathed in a suit of jet-black armor. His helmet, a menacing visage, bore an intriguing feature, an opening that contorted into the semblance of a snarling mouth, with an eerie, crimson glow that mirrored the intensity of his piercing red eyes. His long, cascading white hair flowed gracefully down his back, a striking contrast to the darkness of his armored form. A crimson scarf draped elegantly around his neck, a vibrant splash of color amid the monochrome of his attire. The rest of his armor was formidable and unyielding, a testament to his formidable presence. Some sections of this inky black armor bore an otherworldly luminescence, further enhancing the enigmatic aura that surrounded him. "You've got some skills, I'll admit," Graffiacane roared, his voice filled with a mixture of frustration and begrudging respect. As the Hound Slasher, he bore a striking resemblance to Tobio, especially in his balance breaker form. Graffiacane was a creature shrouded in darkness. His entire form was enveloped in inky black fur, a shadowy cloak that seemed to absorb the very light around him. Yet, amidst this abyss-like exterior, there were eerie hints of crimson. His veins, hidden beneath the obsidian surface, pulsed with a vivid red life force, a stark contrast to the surrounding darkness. His barato, perpetually agape, emitted an unsettling crimson glow that would occasionally intensify, casting an eerie light upon his surroundings, like droplets of liquid rubies falling into the void. Graffiacane's eyes were a relentless crimson, twin orbs of unsettling intensity that pierced through the darkness. His ears, pointed and wolf-like, added to the otherworldly aura that clung to him, and his nails, as sharp as razors, were a silent testament to the danger he embodied, a darkness veiled in crimson and black. Without exchanging another word, all three of them vanished from sight. Tobio found himself in his usual crest-side balance breaker form, and he handled the two Malebranche opponents with relative ease. However, he understood that as the battle intensified, he might need to transition into his more formidable abyss side to contend with their heightened power. Jin materialized at Tobio's side with a swift, silent grace before he sprinted towards Graffiacane, carrying his gleaming crimson blade clenched firmly in his teeth. With an agile and fluid motion, Jin weaved through the streets, launching a series of expert strikes upon a Malebranche demon. Graffiacane, for all his agility, managed to evade the majority of Jin's onslaught, but he couldn't escape unscathed. The jet-black dog occasionally landed razor-sharp slashes on the nimble demon, much to Graffiacane's chagrin. It was an unexpected turn of events that left him simmering with frustration as he found himself bested by what he perceived as a mere mutt. Overwhelmed by his mounting frustration, a primal howl erupted from him, echoing through the air. In a fiery burst of anger, searing crimson blades sprang forth from his body, shooting out in all directions with reckless abandon. Graffiacane cared little for the collateral damage, whether it was friend or foe in his path. His sole desire was to inflict pain or perhaps even take the life of Jin. Meanwhile, Jin displayed remarkable agility, vaulting and darting through the urban streets with grace. He expertly deflected or sliced apart the deadly blades hurtling toward him, displaying a nimbleness born of necessity. Simultaneously, Tobio and Cagnazzo found themselves forced into evasive maneuvers, narrowly dodging the perilous onslaught unleashed by Graffiacane. This unanticipated turn of events wrought a sense of disquiet in Cagnazzo. "You fool! You can't just unleash such an attack in this environment." Cagnazzo admonished his fellow Malebranche, his voice filled with exasperation. Graffiacane, consumed by rage, shot back defiantly, "Forget your warnings. I do as I please." His fury continued to intensify, fueling his reckless actions even further. Tobio and Jin exchanged glances, their thoughts aligning as they both recognized an unusual opportunity. Without words, they silently concurred to leverage their mutual dislike for each other to their advantage. In an unexpected move, Tobio launched a swift kick towards Cagnazzo, who swiftly defended himself with his sword. However, the sheer force behind Tobio's attack propelled Cagnazzo through the air, hurtling in the direction of Graffiacane. As Cagnazzo drew near, Graffiacane reacted swiftly, delivering a well-timed kick that diverted his comrade's trajectory. The result was a thunderous collision as Cagnazzo crashed into a nearby building, causing it to crumble under the impact of his formidable form. Despite the destruction, Cagnazzo wasted no time, promptly getting back on his feet and charging towards Graffiacane. Their exchange continued as Cagnazzo aimed a kick squarely at Graffiacane's face, forcing Graffiacane to retaliate in kind. Tobio and Jin exchanged yet another knowing look, reaffirming their unspoken agreement to exploit this unusual but effective strategy. "Don't get in my way." Cagnazzo's voice thundered as he swung his sword ferociously toward Graffiacane. Their clash resulted in Graffiacane deflecting the attack, but not without a series of searing cuts appearing on his arm. Graffiacane shot back a fiery retort. "You're the one disrupting my battle. Keep out of my way." With that, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Cagnazzo, who agilely leaped out of harm's reach. Locked in a tense standoff, the two Malebranche exchanged heated glares before ultimately turning their attention back to their respective foes. Their shared animosity only fueled their determination as they raced back towards Tobio and Jin. Cagnazzo, his sword crackling with fiery energy, executed a sweeping strike aimed squarely at Tobio. In response, Tobio agilely leaped away to avoid the impending danger. However, he was taken aback as a burst of flames transformed into a spectral hand, reaching out to ensnare him. Tobio manifested two menacing scythes, forged from the darkest shadows, and deftly twirled them in his hands. With a calculated motion, he flung one of these sinister weapons toward the fiery hand, causing it to spin and gain velocity as it soared. Upon reaching the blazing appendage, it cleaved through the flames, extinguishing them with its inky darkness. Yet it did not halt its course. Instead, it continued its trajectory, now set on a collision course with Cagnazzo. Reacting swiftly, Cagnazzo conjured yet another sword, wielding two formidable blades as he swung them in a rapid counterattack aimed at the oncoming scythe. What he did not anticipate was the surprising turn of events that unfolded. As their weapons clashed, it did not result in a mere stalemate. To his astonishment, the scythe began to exert a relentless pressure, gradually overpowering Cagnazzo and driving him backward. This unexpected development left him in a state of incredulity. Tobio, accused, gracefully touched down on the solid ground, determination in his eyes as he closed the distance to Cagnazzo, who remained absorbed in his scythe's intricate movements. Tobio reared back, wielding his own scythe, and executed a swift, fluid swing that sliced through the air with precision. He surged past Cagnazzo, leaving his stillness in the atmosphere before a sudden, dark wound appeared on Cagnazzo's abdomen, releasing an ominous shadow into the air. Caught off guard, Cagnazzo emitted a gruff exclamation, "Ugh!" and instinctively leaped into the air to evade Tobio's other scythe, which continued to whirl relentlessly. In a deft maneuver, the scythe eventually returned to Tobio's grasp, who skillfully caught it and then dispelled it into thin air. In the wake of this astonishing display of mastery over his sacred gear, Cagnazzo couldn't help but ponder Tobio's remarkable skill. His thoughts swirled with awe, acknowledging the rumors that had circulated about Tobio's status as one of the initial individuals to completely harness the power of his Longinus. However, he had never anticipated that Tobio's proficiency would reach such astonishing heights. Tobio initiated the exchange, leaving Cagnazzo puzzled by his words. "Don't tell me," Tobio began, his tone hinting at a sense of disbelief. That's all you've got? These seemingly innocuous words acted as a trigger, shattering something within Cagnazzo. His very aura erupted with an intensity that transformed the once serene cityscape around them into a chaotic maelstrom of fire and darkness. Tobio, taken aback by the sudden outburst, instinctively jumped backward, his earlier taunt now ringing in his mind with a touch of regret. Even Tobio's fellow Malbranche, Graffiacane, couldn't hide his unease as he watched the spectacle unfold. Graffiacane couldn't help but question Cagnazzo's decision. "Are you seriously going to let that human provoke you like that?" he inquired, a hint of concern in his voice. However, a sharp, disdainful glare from Cagnazzo was all it took to silence him. Graffiacane, his eyes rolling in exasperation, turned his attention back to his own opponent, Jin, choosing to remain silent and focused on the battle at hand. Jet-black dogs, their forms seemingly forged from molten lava and flames, erupted from the shadowy depths of Cagnazzo. With a blazing fury, they charged towards Tobio. In response, Cagnazzo's own aura surged, his power growing exponentially, propelling him forward as he sprinted towards Tobio. With a swift and determined motion, Tobio slammed his foot into the ground. In that instant, a myriad of twisted, shadowy blades materialized before him, an ominous barrier of darkness that raced toward Cagnazzo and his fiery hounds. As the blades of darkness surged forward, some found their mark, piercing through Cagnazzo's canine minions, while others narrowly evaded their fiery wrath. Yet, Cagnazzo himself proved to be a formidable opponent. With an effortless swing of his sword, he deflected and dismantled the onslaught, showcasing his formidable prowess. Tobio dashed towards Cagnazzo, determined to take down the formidable foe. Swiftly and with a fierce resolve, he dispatched the remaining hounds that had accompanied Cagnazzo. As the two of them clashed once more, it became abundantly clear that Cagnazzo had gained the upper hand. A sinister grin adorned his face as he executed a surprising headbutt, sending Tobio reeling and bypassing his defenses with ease. Tobio's mind raced with the realization that his adversaries must be of an incredibly high caliber, likely true Satan class or even God class beings. This stark revelation prompted Tobio to elevate his seriousness and commitment to the battle. He recognized the urgent need to assist Jin, who remained in a tense standoff with another formidable member of the Malbranche. Having the hounds as backup could be the key to turning the tide in their favor. With a strategic leap, Tobio distanced himself from Cagnazzo and conjured a barrage of dark and distorted blades to confound his opponent. Landing at a safe distance, he began the intricate chant necessary to unlock his Abyss side balance breaker, gearing up for a crucial transformation that could potentially tip the scales in his favor. Behowless the slaying of principles and tens of thousands of goblins, an ominous transformation unfolded. The surroundings around Tobio and Jin were gradually consumed by darkness, an inky shroud that extended its reach, veiling the entire area in its shadowy grasp. "We are the imitation of the polar night in the farthest abyss," the enigmatic words echoed, as the ground, the city's once vibrant sky, and every visible facet of the landscape succumbed to this encroaching void. Not a single ray of light could pierce its depths. "We are the Blade God, the evil beast. We will become the revolting blade of the endless night in the limits of the dim and distant as the darkness enshrouded them. Unsettling black beasts, eerily reminiscent of Jin, materialized in close proximity to Tobio and Jin themselves. These nightmarish creatures manifested one after the other, their numbers multiplying until they formed a formidable assembly. Moreover, a countless horde of shadowy Jin emerged from the ground, converging with the engulfing darkness. "So, you've unleashed your Abyss-side balance breaker, eh?" Cagnazzo declared with a sinister grin. "Good, good. Let the battle continue." Tobio remained stoically silent, his eyes shifting toward his loyal hounds. Without hesitation, they rallied around Jin, a few opting to remain faithfully at Tobio's side. In a silent yet eerie dash, Tobio materialized beside Cagnazzo, who was left momentarily stunned by the sheer speed of his opponent. Cagnazzo swung his formidable sword toward Tobio, but the young warrior's darkness surged forth, forming an impenetrable barrier that deftly blocked the attack. With swiftness and precision, Tobio executed a swift uppercut that sent Cagnazzo hurtling into the sky, much to the demon's astonishment. Tobio's thoughts raced as he considered his strategy. Jean can resurrect them, so if I eliminate them now, it should be manageable. With a decisive gesture, he conjured a massive scythe forged from the very essence of darkness. To add to its ominous allure, the weapon ignited with silvery white flames, a direct manifestation of Aaron's blessing, which had recently been bestowed upon Tobio. This blessing not only augmented his overall power, but also granted him mastery over these formidable flames, surpassing any he had wielded before. In a fluid and powerful arc, Tobio swung the blazing scythe toward Cagnazzo, who, despite his formidable defenses, desperately attempted to block the impending strike. Yet, much to his abject horror, his swords didn't merely shatter. They were reduced to countless minuscule fragments, and the protective armor encasing him crumbled away. In an instant, Cagnazzo was utterly overwhelmed, and even the very space around him seemed to fissure and fracture. In a singular, decisive blow, Tobio had emerged victorious over his formidable enemy, the battle's outcome resounding with finality. Tobio shifted his attention towards Jin, the hounds, and Graphiacane, taking note that they all seemed to be holding their own quite admirably. Yet, it was equally evident that the Malebranche they faced was no pushover. He guarded himself well, minimizing openings for them to exploit. Returning to his defeated opponent, Tobio veiled the fallen adversary in darkness, serving as a marker for retrieval at a later time. In a matter of mere seconds, Tobio executed a seamless, soundless leap into the obsidian void, emerging stealthily behind Graphiacane. With swift precision, he swung his scythe, the blade slicing cleanly through the demon's left arm. Graphiacane's astonishment was palpable as he swiftly recoiled, launching a barrage of colossal fireballs in their direction. To his frustration, the fiery onslaught harmlessly sailed past them. "Do you have any final words?" Tobio inquired, his voice calm. "Heh," Graphiacane retorted defiantly, his anger evident. "That fool didn't use his other form, but I will." The surroundings quaked, and a chaotic fusion of darkness and fire erupted around Graphiacane. Tobio sighed and exchanged a nod with his partner, Jin. In the blink of an eye, Jin, along with all the hounds and Tobio himself, converged around Graphiacane. Their synchronized assault ensued, with swift strikes and precise cuts. Tobio defeated the demon piece by piece. "GHHH, aren't you supposed to let me transform? Isn't that a rule or something?" Graphiacane protested in growing frustration. However, before he could articulate all his grievances, Tobio's scythe delivered the final blow, ending the battle before it could truly begin. With a nonchalant demeanor, Tobio turned away, his gaze settling on the now lifeless, shocked expression of Graphiacane. "Are you stupid? This isn't an anime. Why would I wait for you to transform? Maybe in a rating game for the sake of entertainment," but Tobio trailed off, his sigh expressing his disinclination to engage in a discourse with the deceased. "Never mind." He reached up, dispelling the shadowy veil shrouding his face, then shifted his gaze toward another path. "So, the teleportation circle is in that direction, huh?" He mused aloud, directing his words to his trusty companion, Jin. The canine responded with enthusiasm, his tail wagging merrily as he let out an approving bark in response to his owner's decision. With a shared understanding, they set out together towards their destination, after gathering their defeated opponents. In the vibrant land of Mexico, an encounter was unfolding. Libicaco, who also carried the moniker of the Libyan Hothead, found himself facing a formidable duo. It was none other than Aaron, who had skillfully employed his powers of mind control, coupled with a touch of persuasive charm, to secure their assistance for this crucial operation. These two individuals were proud members of an organization known as XXX, recognized by its full title, Cross Times Kiss. Mitsuya Kanzaki and Shizuka Karino were fully immersed in their battle against Libikako. It was abundantly clear that the scales were tipped in their favor, as they skillfully engaged with the powerful demon, demonstrating their superiority in this gripping confrontation. "You two know I'm still not taking you seriously, right?" asked Libikako with a tired tone. "And you know we've been treating you like a child? Much like your height," retorted Mitsuya with a hint of animosity. Libikako's lips twitched in annoyance. He hated his own height, but he had to live with it, and any time anyone brought it up for any reason, he would generally lose his temper, and so he did. Libikako, a figure of unassuming stature at 51, possessed a distinct aura that belied his modest height. His short, tousled black hair framed a face that bore the weight of experience, with a pair of pale blue eyes that seemed to hide untold stories within their depths. Clad entirely in black, he exuded an air of enigmatic rage. His coat, adorned with intricate chains that clinked whenever he took a step, flowed around him like a shadowy cloak. Black pants, gloves, and shoes completed the ensemble, emphasizing his penchant for darkness and mystery. Strapped to his waist, a baton gleamed ominously. It was more than a mere accessory. It was his chosen instrument of power, a symbol of his readiness for whatever challenges the world might throw his way. With every aspect of his appearance carefully chosen, Libikako projected an air of quiet, calculated intensity that demanded attention and respect. "Disappear," he mumbled under his breath, and with a swift motion, he materialized just below Mitsuya, raising his baton to deliver a powerful upward strike aimed at the XXX member. However, much to his astonishment, his attack missed its mark as Mitsuya had taken a slight step backward. Undeterred, he swung his baton once more, this time in a sideways arc. To his surprise, however, multiple chunks of rubble, which had been lying on the ground for the past few minutes, suddenly hurtled toward him, compelling him to block the unexpected projectiles. Libikako quickly discerned that they were infused with magic, and had he allowed them to make contact, he would have suffered more than just minor inconvenience. He would have sustained injuries of some significance. Mitsuya clicked his fingers, and the entire city of Mexico was covered in a barrier, forcing them into an ideal world of Mitsuya's choosing. This was the power of Innovate Clear. Innovate Clear possesses a unique and remarkable power. It can craft an ideal world within another dimension, much like Dimension Lost. Yet, it holds an additional power, the skill to conjure nearly flawless replicas of living creatures, akin to Annihilation Maker. This exceptional ability has earned it the epithet of the sacred gear that lets one impersonate God. However, it's crucial to note that anything formed within the world of Innovate Clear can only exist within that particular realm. Furthermore, Innovate Clear extends its influence to encompass control over other barrier spaces, making it a truly versatile and formidable asset in the hands of its wielder. "So, this is Innovate Clear, huh?" Libikako began to say, his curiosity piqued. However, before he could continue, a sudden onslaught of fiery projectiles descended upon him. Swiftly, he raised his baton, channeling his demonic energy to create a protective barrier. To his astonishment, when the flames cleared, he beheld colossal dragons, each measuring roughly 20 meters in height and formidable in size. The skies darkened with thunderous clouds that encircled the scene, their rumbling presence growing more menacing by the second. Lightning bolts streaked from above, crashing down upon their target. Simultaneously, colossal waves materialized seemingly out of thin air, propelled with great force toward their intended victim. Yet, rather than fear, a sly grin played upon the lips of their intended target. As the assault bore down upon him, the crimson-black shadows surged forth from within him, wrapping his entire form. These shadows coalesced into a formidable shield, shielding him from the impending onslaught. It was a moment of fleeting vulnerability seized upon by Libikako, who attempted to voice his thoughts. Just because Libikako began to speak, but his words were abruptly cut short. A small breach manifested in his defenses, permitting several lightning strikes to blast through and strike his barato. Confusion and disbelief danced across his features as he uttered, "Wah. How did you?" Mitsuya Kanzaki, his expression stoic and unwavering, stood before the startled Malebranche. A small whirlwind materialized behind Libikako, heralding the arrival of a new presence. "Fufu, Libi-chan, never let her guard down," a female voice chimed in. She revealed herself, striking a decisive blow that ended Libikako's confrontation in a single strike. With Libikako's defeat, the protective barriers surrounding the Malebranche dissipated, allowing them to regain their freedom. The one who had struck the final blow stood up and offered a casual wave to Mitsuya. "Shizuka, I'll ask you once more," Mitsuya inquired, deactivating his Innovate Clears ability. "Why did you agree to cooperate with him?" Shizuka Karino sheathed her sword, her finger tapping thoughtfully on her cheek as she tilted her head in contemplation. "Because I trust Jin-san," she replied. "I've already explained," Mitsuya-kun. "I'm cooperating with him to safeguard our timeline. I mentioned this to you months ago, and now that he's finally reached out to us, I couldn't refuse." "Whatever," replied Mitsuya. Before they could continue, an army of devils appeared on the horizon. "Let's just defend this country," he said, entering his transcendental arrival, a technique that would allow Mitsuya to artificially awaken both sacred gears balance breakers. Mitsuya's figure was enveloped in a sleek, futuristic suit of armor that gleamed with a brilliant combination of silver and cobalt blue. The centerpiece of this high-tech ensemble was an eye-catching, luminescent cross emblazoned prominently upon his chest, radiating an ethereal, otherworldly glow. His visage was obscured behind a visor-like glass that concealed his eyes, while a matching helmet sat atop his head, its contours as sharp and streamlined as the rest of his armor. Jutting out from the sides of his helmet were pointed protrusions that added an air of enigmatic elegance to his appearance. Trailing behind him, a once pristine white cape now bore the scars of battles past, its tattered edges fluttering like a ghostly echo of valor. By his hip, a striking blue sword crackled with electrical energy, casting an azure aura that danced with power. The sword's energy discharge illuminated the area around him, marking Mitsuya as a formidable force from a futuristic world. Shizuka couldn't help but express her concern as she questioned Mitsuya's choice. "Are you sure about using that? Seems a tad excessive, doesn't it?" However, Mitsuya remained stoic, saying nothing as he raised his sword, preparing to charge towards the oncoming army. A heavy sigh escaped Shizuka's lips, a mixture of hope and uncertainty lingering in her words. "I just hope, Jin-san, that in the end, you'll come to our aid." Her voice carried a hint of sadness as she watched Mitsuya's determined advance. "I can't stand that he just up and left without a word." Kaneme's voice rang out, seething with anger. Her frustration was palpable. Mere moments ago, Zeoram and Abiros had deftly slipped away from their midst, leaving his super devils to confront the Slash Dog team. Natsum, her composure intact, responded, "Well, that's water under the bridge. Let's focus on apprehending these guys and regrouping with the others." Meanwhile, in the picturesque backdrop of Italy, the Slash Dog team squared off against the remaining members of Zeoram and Abiro's formidable Super Devil Squadron. Amongst the adversaries standing before the two sisters, there were two female devils who shared a unique bond of sisterhood. On the right stood one of the sisters. She had long ebony hair pulled into a tidy ponytail that cascaded down her back. What immediately caught one's gaze, however, were her striking pink eyes, adorned with peculiar cross-shaped pupils, a reflection of her unearthly nature. Atop her head perched a vibrant pink hat, crowned with an elegant rose that added a whimsical touch to her ensemble. Her attire was a harmonious blend of darkness and vibrant color, as she wore a frilly black and pink dress adorned with numerous ribbons cascading gracefully from her hip. White stockings enveloped her legs, contrasting with her rose-patterned black heels that elevated her stature. On the left, her devilish counterpart exhibited a stark contrast. Her hair, a pristine shade of white, was meticulously styled into twin tails that framed her delicate face. Her eyes, a piercing shade of blue, bore star-shaped pupils, a glimmer of celestial intrigue within her gaze. Her attire exuded professionalism, with a well-fitted suit consisting of a regal purple top and sleek black, purple trim pants that accentuated her refined silhouette. Black shoes completed her polished look. Yet, it was the enigmatic number on her right cheek that hinted at a deeper, mysterious aspect of her character. Together, these two devil sisters embodied a captivating duality of light and darkness. "Ne-sama, Ne-sama, aren't they quite peculiar?" The pink-haired devil inquired of her sister. "Yes, Chrome, they most certainly are," replied the white-haired devil. Chrome, the pink-haired devil, summoned a sizable staff, directing it towards Natsum with pointed intent. From the staff's tip, pink clouds, each the size of regular cars, hurtled with remarkable speed towards their target. Natsum reacted swiftly, harnessing Sylph's wind to shield herself. Yet, to her surprise, the pink cloud detonated upon contact, catching her off guard. "Be careful, Natsu, those things explode upon impact," Sylph cautioned her, the spirit friend's voice filled with concern. Determined to expedite matters, Natsum declared, "Let's wrap this up quickly, sis. You'll handle the pink one." With unwavering resolve, she delivered a powerful knee strike to Chrome's visage, sending her hurtling through the air. Without hesitation, Natsum pursued her adversary. Meanwhile, the white-haired female devil was taken aback by Natsum's incredible speed and attempted to apprehend her. However, her pursuit was abruptly interrupted when a spear's tip pierced her hand. The unexpected intrusion not only garnered her attention, but also fueled her growing annoyance. In a matter of seconds, her hand disintegrated, leaving her in a state of shock and bewilderment. "Curse you, wielder of the holy spear," the white-haired devil declared, her frustration evident. Observing these developments with a mixture of surprise and fascination, Kanami couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, so many super devils showing resistance against my holy spear's one-shot ability. You guys are incredibly resilient, huh?" Kanami acted swiftly, extending her ring finger toward the super devil standing before her. With a deft motion, she activated her appraisal ability, uncovering the name Marzena. However, before Kanami could complete her appraisal, Marzena, the devil, wasted no time. She enveloped herself in a shroud of white, demonic aura, launching herself aggressively toward the spear-wielding girl. In a display of agility and skill, Kanami expertly evaded Marzena's oncoming attack. She then executed a fluid maneuver, angling her barato to strike Marzena's form. She propelled her enemy with powerful momentum. The result was a dramatic spectacle as Marzena hurtled through the air, crashing violently into the ground below, causing a cascade of destruction that sent buildings and trees toppling. A flustered Kanami couldn't contain her embarrassment. She realized that throughout the entire encounter, a catchy tune had been looping in her head, and she had involuntarily started to move along with the rhythm, swaying from side to side. This inadvertent movement had surprisingly led to her successful counterattack. I didn't mean to do that," Kanami exclaimed, her cheeks burning with a deep blush. Meanwhile, Marzena couldn't help but marvel at what she believed to be Kanami's unparalleled reflexes and instinctive reaction. Little did she know that the truth behind this unexpected turn of events would leave her feeling far more than just surprised. Out of nowhere, Marzena conjured a hoverboard, and with swift grace, she soared toward Kanami on her newfound ride. "Whoa, what's that? Is it one of those floating skateboards from those sci-fi shows?" Marzena's excitement was palpable as she marveled at the hoverboard. "I definitely need one of those. I should ask Aaron about it. Wait, didn't Biko have one?" Her thoughts raced as she deftly dodged yet another attack from the befuddled super devil, who was taken aback by Kanami's unexpected response. Kanami Fuzi's voice resounded clearly through their communication device, sending shivers down Kanema's spine as she listened. Independent Illinois, take care of it. Fusey, you don't need to worry. Kanami responded, her voice quivering slightly. In an unspoken and unofficial capacity, Fusey Hirawa had assumed the role of the Slashdog team's third leader. While Fusey didn't mind Kanema's cheerful and energetic nature, she believed that a degree of seriousness was crucial when it came to their missions. As a result, she occasionally adopted a more authoritative tone to keep her leader grounded in reality. This transformation in Fusey's demeanor had taken root after she entered into a relationship with Aaron. Spending more time with him, whether it was sorting through documents in his office or accompanying him on official business during his rare moments of leisure, had a subtle impact on her personality. Gradually, Fusey began to cultivate a more serious and focused side of herself, especially when she was by Aaron's side. This newfound seriousness also extended to her interactions with the rest of her team. In instances when Kanami was inclined to goof off, Fusey would step in as a temporary leader, a role she fulfilled with ease. As the team's prized magician, on par with the renowned Lavinia Rennie, Fusey used her extensive knowledge to impart valuable insights on a wide range of subjects to her fellow team members, solidifying her position as a reliable and knowledgeable presence within the group. Fusey's really scary in that state, so it's time to bring this to an end, declared Kanami resolutely. She wasted no time, immediately activating her balance breaker and invoking her first commandment, encasing the entirety of Italy within a protective white barrier. Marzena watched with a mix of awe and apprehension as the supernatural barrier formed around them. She began to channel radiant white halos around her own body, and behind her, a series of white talismans materialized, poised for action. But before she could make her next move, Kanami swiftly intervened, abruptly quashing Marzena's retaliation. "Vanish," Kanami commanded, her voice imbued with unwavering authority. Marzena's menacing attacks dissolved into nothingness, leaving the super devil utterly stunned. A sly grin played on Kanema's lips as she enjoyed her moment of triumph. However, amidst the chaos of battle, Centuredo, but before Kanami could offer any explanation or reassurance, Fusey's voice, colder and more imposing than ever, cut through the communication. "Kanami-san, please take this seriously. It would be better for all of us if we concluded this operation as quickly as possible." Terrified and chastened, Kanema's response came swiftly, almost bordering on a scream, as she stammered, Why yes. Fusai-sama. I'm sorry." Marzena, on the other hand, remained utterly confounded by the bizarre turn of events, wondering how they had gone from a fierce battle to such an unexpected and awkward discussion. "Enough. Take me seriously," bearer of the holy spear with a speed that left Marzena utterly befuddled. Kanami materialized right before her and struck a fatal blow that claimed her life in an instant. For a brief moment, the super devil could only gaze upon Kanami, her own existence slipping away as she plummeted to the ground below, landing with a resounding thud. With the mission successfully concluded on her end, Kanami surveyed her surroundings, her sharp eyes scanning the landscape. In different parts of the country, she witnessed various and potent explosions erupting, clear indicators that her allies were faring admirably. Kanami reached out through their telepathic connection, inquiring, "How's it going on your side?" Fusey, her voice resonating in Kanema's mind, promptly issued instructions. "Please gather the fallen bodies, as Aaron or the Alliance may have need of them." Kanami couldn't help but interject, "Roger. But wait, I'm the leader here, right?" Fusey, calm and composed as ever, replied, "Indeed, you are the leader. If you wish to issue commands, by all means, feel free." Kanami couldn't suppress a sigh of frustration, muttering, "Ugh, Centuredo. Do you enjoy getting caught in the rain without an umbrella?" Natsum's response was immediate and indignant. "Absolutely not," she exclaimed, her embarrassment evident. However, she hesitated for a brief moment, seemingly lost in thought, before shaking her head to dismiss whatever idea had crossed her mind. Amidst this amusing exchange, Sylph chimed in with a playful tone. Hee hee, just be sure you don't reveal your secret like that, Natsu. You wouldn't want to make Aaron jealous. Her mischievous giggles punctuated the remark. Natsum was having none of it. Who cares about that right now? I don't want anyone finding out about it. Period. She was determined to preserve her modesty, regardless of any potential jealousy. Chrome, her staff once again directed at Natsum, conjured a series of pink clouds, each adorned with peculiar two-legged rabbits. These fluffy creatures were no ordinary ones, though. One strummed a tiny guitar, another rhythmically drummed away, while a third held a miniature microphone. It was as if an entire band had sprung forth from these ethereal clouds, leaving Natsum understandably baffled. Play, Chrome murmured, and the whimsical cloud-bound critters obeyed, their instruments chiming into a peculiar and enchanting melody. Simultaneously, Chrome herself began to emit a soft pink glow, enveloping her in a shroud of demonic energy. Watching the spectacle unfold, Natsum couldn't help but wonder aloud, are these adorable little beings amplifying her powers? If so, I have to take them down first. In swift response, Natsum initiated her spirit dive, her hand reaching skyward. The ground trembled softly as a colossal, spiraling vortex of verdant wind materialized above her. All eyes turned upward as the majestic force surged toward Natsum's location. Vuvait, Natsu. Kanema's panicked voice cried out, but alas, it was too late. Natsum's unleashed power struck the heart of Italy, and with a deafening roar, pierced through the very fabric of the world, creating an enormous hole that stretched from one end of the globe to the other. Suddenly, Aaron materialized by her side, delivering a gentle yet effective karate chop to her head. That might have been a tad excessive. Allow me to fix it for you, he assured her, tapping her forehead before vanishing. Miraculously, the colossal rift that Natsum Inagawa had inadvertently forged through the earth was swiftly mended, prompting a sigh of relief from the apologetic wielder. Phew, I was afraid I'd messed up there. Huh. Natsum chuckled, her hand scratching the back of her head as she reflected on her unintended mayhem. But her attention soon shifted back to Chrome, who had been spared by her cataclysmic attack. The girl, however, trembled violently, her terror palpable. In an attempt to assert herself, Natsum pointed at Chrome and declared, if you wish to avoid the fate that befell your comrades and sister, surrender. Surrender, Chrome cried out, quickly descending to the ground and assuming a submissive posture. Chrome, it seemed, was not as brave as her sister, Marzena. Throughout their short existence, she had often sought refuge in her sister's protective shadow. Labeled as a potent support, Chrome typically trained alongside Marzena, and their sisterly bond defined much of their interaction. The other super devils in Zaorama's group rarely paid Chrome much mind, often regarding her as a mere annoyance. However, Yevlunia made an effort to engage with her, even though it usually resulted in Chrome seeking refuge behind Marzena. Natsum, on the other hand, descended and positioned herself in front of Chrome, swiftly securing her in anti-cuffs and compelling her to stand. Chrome, however, found it challenging to meet Natsum's gaze, her eyes instead fixed firmly on the ground. This peculiar behavior piqued Natsum's curiosity. Why won't you look at me? Natsum inquired gently. Iprumise vont bita. In a barely audible voice, Chrome replied, I can't do anything without my sister, so I don't want to speak. Natsum studied Chrome for a moment, her expression thoughtful, before eventually shrugging her shoulders. She mused, well, we'll have plenty of time to chat once we get you to the Alliance's holding cells. Shigyun, Ajamu can ill-enhance your powers. So let's make this quick, Fusey declared, raising her wand high into the air to bestow a surge of power upon her comrades. Natsum and Kanami have wrapped up their tasks. Absolutely. Shigyun responded with determination. Affirmative, Ajamu added. Po, Pon, Poon, charge. Shigyun commanded, and without hesitation, the trio of diminutive Muscapos surged forward. These mini goat-like creatures raced ahead, seamlessly fusing into a single entity. Poe's transformation was nothing short of astonishing. His once diminutive form had now expanded into a larger, more imposing figure with a striking black and white fur pattern and pronounced horns. The veil still concealed his face, but now he moved with astonishing speed and grace. The super devil in front of them was already heavily injured. Their name was Lukivar. Lukivar possessed a distinctive and striking appearance. His short, tousled white hair gave him an air of effortless cool, a stark contrast to his intense blue eyes that seemed to hold a world of stories within them. He was clad in a black biker top, which hugged his frame snugly, exuding an aura of rebellion, while his sleek, shiny black pants added an edgy elegance to his ensemble. The piece de resistance was undoubtedly his golden boots, which gleamed with a lustrous sheen, catching the light as he moved, making every step a statement. An intriguing touch of uniqueness was found just under his left eye, a subtle, star-shaped birthmark. It was like a secret symbol, a celestial adornment on his rugged canvas. Lucivar's appearance was a fusion of style and individuality, leaving a lasting impression on anyone who crossed his path. Lukivar strained to evade Poe's incoming attack, his bravado hampered by the pain from his injury. In one swift, lightning-fast motion, Poe struck with merciless precision, gravely wounding Lukivar and leaving him in visible distress. Taking immediate advantage of the situation, Ajamu harnessed the power of lightning, channeling it through his arms to deliver a stunning shock to the beleaguered super devil. With his opponent momentarily incapacitated, Ajamu tapped into his other innate ability, causing multiple massive roots to surge forth from the earth below. These sinewy appendages coiled around Lukivar, effectively sealing him in their grasp, rendering any escape attempts futile. All at once, a relentless barrage of circular demonic rings hurtled toward Fusey. She wasted no time, conjuring a protective magic circle to shield herself from the incoming onslaught. The super devil responsible for this relentless attack went by the name of Zephyr. Zephyr had lustrous, emerald-green locks cascaded gracefully down to his very shoes, a verdant waterfall of hair that seemed to defy gravity. His eyes were a mesmerizing shade of green that mirrored the deepest forests, and their pupils, rather unusually, were shaped like the stinger of a bee, a perplexing touch that added an air of intrigue to his gaze. But it wasn't just his hair and eyes that caught one's attention. Zephyr sported a marvelous mustache that curled elegantly at its ends, lending him an aura of old-world charm. His attire was a nod to the Wild West, with a cowboy's rugged elegance. A wide-brimmed hat perched atop his head, casting a shadow over his enigmatic eyes, and he wore a weathered leather vest, boots, and a belt adorned with an ornate buckle. Zephyr was a figure of captivating contradiction, blending nature's green beauty with the rugged spirit of the frontier. "Just let me end this, you wretch," he growled, his anger simmering beneath the surface. Fusey, her expression filled with both concern and bewilderment, responded firmly, "No." In his seething rage, Zephyr summoned his pistol once more, unleashing a volley of emerald-hued demonic bullets at Fusey. Simultaneously, he directed his free hand towards her, generating a multitude of circular demonic sigils. These sigils merged with the bullets, causing them to swell in size and increase in velocity. Meanwhile, the circles continued to envelop the bullets, emitting a pulsating green energy that enhanced their destructive potential. Fusey raised her hand, poised to unleash her magical abilities upon her assailants. However, just before she could activate her powers, a mysterious figure sprang forth from her own shadow, boldly confronting the impending attacks. The figure was small in stature, but emitted a resounding roar that not only reached Fusey's ears, but resonated throughout all of Italy. This mysterious savior was none other than Liodin, the most recent creation of sacred gear. Liodin's thunderous roar had an astonishing effect on the demonic bullets hurtling towards them. They turned to stone in an instant, plummeting to the ground as lifeless sculptures. With wings conjured from the depths of darkness, Liaden soared gracefully back to Fusey's side, transforming into a more compact form as he perched on her shoulder. "I'll protect Mama Fusey," Liaden declared, nuzzling affectionately against her. Fusey responded with a warm smile, reciprocating the gesture by gently pressing her cheek against Liaden's. "Thank you, Liaden. Will you stay by my side a little longer?" With boundless enthusiasm, Liaden replied, "Yes." Once Liaden became an integral part of Aaron's abode. Like numerous other independent avatar-type sacred gears, gained the freedom to traverse the dwelling at his own leisure. Initially, Lavinia and the other fated ones held a special place in his affections. However, everything changed when he first laid eyes on Fusey Hirawa. There was an inexplicable magnetic pull towards her, and he began to favor her even more than the fated ones themselves. He endearingly dubbed her Mama Fusey, a shift in allegiance that hit Lavinia hard and left her feeling a tad disheartened for a brief period. Nevertheless, Lavinia eventually came to terms with this shift in Liaden's favor, as the sacred gear continued to exhibit a warm affection for her, as well as for Shin. So, her initial distress gradually faded away. Fusey's sorcery brought forth a multitude of magic circles, each crackling with latent energy. From these ethereal portals, shadows burst forth, quickly morphing into menacing spears poised to strike. Zephyr, the super devil, responded to this display with a derisive chuckle. "Is that all you've got? You were wielding much stronger magic earlier. What's with this pathetic attempt?" He jeered, his disbelief evident. However, Fusey's response was a knowing smile. Just as Liaden unleashed another deafening roar, a profound transformation overcame her conjured magic spears. They swelled in size, evolving into colossal entities, their might and velocity amplified exponentially. This sudden surge of power sent shockwaves of terror through Zephyr. Desperately attempting to evade this impending onslaught, Zephyr encountered an unexpected impediment. As he glanced downward, more dread washed over him. He found himself ensnared by tendrils of inky darkness, these sinister appendages tightly gripping his ankles, ruthlessly hindering any escape. Struggling against his unforeseen entrapment, Zephyr could only muster a single word. "Fu!" In that instant, the multiple spears of darkness struck. The devastating impact hit his face with tremendous bravado, leaving him gravely wounded. His right arm and left leg were critically injured, and he suffered serious injuries to his abdomen. The super devil, gravely wounded and teetering on the brink of existence, plummeted back to earth, his survival hanging by the thinnest of threads. Fusey and Liaden descended to the ground, setting foot on the earth once more. Their attention was drawn to Zephyr, who lay there, his strength ebbing away. Fusey approached him, contemplating her next move. After a few moments of deliberation, she arrived at a solution. With a decisive action, Fusey administered a slime pill to Zephyr. The miraculous pill worked swiftly, healing his injuries. As Zephyr attempted to rise, Fusey intervened with a swift kick to his head, while Liaden leaped from her shoulder and delivered a headbutt to his temple, rendering him unconscious once more. Fusey then lowered herself, securing handcuffs around the now incapacitated devil. She proclaimed, "I've completed my part," before touching her transceiver and adding, "I'm done on my end. How's everyone else doing?" However, before her team could respond, another explosion resonated through the air, this time in another part of Italy. The source of the explosion appeared to be near Murom, Middled, Cookie, and Calawarna. "They're nearly dead. Cookie exclaimed with fervor. Murom, seemingly unfazed by the dire situation, responded with a contemplative, dead. Duly noted. Middle, concerned for her boyfriend's state of mind, couldn't help but chime in, urging Murom, "Don't listen to that idiot, Murom. We don't want you to start acting or speaking like him. That would be rather strange. How do you think Jean-san would feel?" Calawarna, on the same wavelength as Middled, offered her support, stating, "You should disregard that idiot's words, Murom-san. It would benefit your mental health." Cookie, the second male in the group, found himself taken aback by their unexpectedly harsh words, leaving him momentarily stunned. Murum, in contemplation, directed his gaze at the two female fallen angels and ultimately concurred with their perspective. Very well, it would be best to heed your advice. Feeling somewhat slighted, Cookie couldn't contain his frustration any longer. At least at my back, Murum. What on earth? He exclaimed as he emerged from his state of shock. A faint smile graced Marum's bravado as he addressed Cookie. I was just pulling your leg, Cookie. But we should wrap things up here because Fusey is starting to get impatient, he remarked, motioning toward the scene ahead. In a parallel confrontation, Murum and Cookie's group found themselves pitted against two formidable super devils. Similar to Marzena and Chrome, these two male super devils appeared to share a close bond. However, unlike the sibling dynamic of Marzena and Chrome, these two acknowledged their shared traits, even if they didn't officially consider themselves siblings. On the right was Thasker. Thasker, an intriguing figure, defied expectations with his distinctive appearance. His bald pate gleamed brilliantly under the unrelenting sun, a stark contrast to the usual head of hair one might expect. But the most arresting feature was his eyes, like twin orbs of purest white, devoid of any discernible pupils. These ghostly ocular windows seemed to peer into realms beyond mortal comprehension. Adding to the enigma was his choice of attire, the austere garb of a monk, a puzzling juxtaposition for one bearing the label of a devil. The flowing robes, a canvas of muted earthy tones, adorned his frame in stark contrast to the typical sinister imagery associated with his kind. To the left was Nycalian. Nycalian possessed a crown of obsidian tresses that cascaded gracefully down his back, amidst the ashen complexions of his fellow devils. He stood as a resplendent anomaly with his bronzed skin, radiating an otherworldly allure in his eyes, a deep and enchanting gold. His attire was regal and majestic, a tapestry of gold and black that draped upon him with an air of princely elegance. It flowed like a living shadow. On his wrist, a dragon-shaped bracelet coiled, an emblem of his power. Yet, it was around his neck where his true magic lay. There, intricate demonic magic circles, each a web of strange patterns, hung as a testament to his formidable power. However, it was important to note that both Thasker and Nycalian had already sustained extensive injuries due to their prolonged battles with Marum's group. Thasker bore the scars of battle with a missing eye, and he had lost his left arm in the fighting. Nycalian, too, had his share of battle wounds, having lost a leg and a substantial portion of his left arm. Their reserves of demonic power were dwindling rapidly, primarily because Murum had devised a novel technique that sapped the energy of others. It was a formidable technique, but Murum could only employ it thrice. We've done our part, haven't we? Nycalian inquired, his breath coming in short, strained bursts. Of course. I reckon Zona-sama is probably with the middleman by now, so whether we make it out alive or not shouldn't make much difference, Thasker replied, his tone resigned. Shrouding themselves in a sinister, demonic aura, they propelled themselves forward, charging headlong towards Marum's group. Nycalian's bracelet emitted a radiant glow, conjuring an aura resembling that of a majestic golden dragon above him. Determination surged through him as he soared toward Murum, his heart set on vengeance. Middlet, not to be outdone, reached out and made contact with Marum's back. From the heavens above, she summoned a formidable lightning strike that streaked toward Nycalian and his golden dragon. The dragon, a manifestation of his power, dissipated in the face of this electrifying assault. Murum swiftly materialized beside him, catching him off guard. Before he could react, a ferocious punch connected with his head, rendering him unconscious and sending him hurtling toward the unforgiving ground. On the opposite side of the battleground, Cookie, Samejima, and Thasker found themselves engaged in a mid-air brawl, their fists swinging wildly amidst the open skies. Nearby, Calawarna observed their scuffle, her expression a mix of weariness and exasperation. Cookie, Didn't we just agree to put an end to this? Calawarna interjected, her voice tinged with frustration. A contemplative look crossed Cookie's face as he considered her words. After a brief moment, he nodded in acknowledgement. Yeah, you're right. We did, didn't we? With a hint of remorse, he turned his attention back to Thasker and offered a casual, sorry, man. Then, in a surprising twist, he swiftly brought his head crashing against Thasker's nose, leaving the super devil momentarily stunned. With Byakusa perched on his shoulders, Cookie conjured an electric spear that materialized around his arm. In a lightning-quick motion, he drove the weapon through Thasker's chest, mere inches away from his heart. Despite Thasker's formidable demonic aura, it proved powerless against Cookie's relentless attack. The super devil coughed up blood, and Cookie withdrew his arm, creating some distance between them, leaving the devil thoroughly bewildered. As if orchestrated by some divine force, a multitude of radiant spears rained down upon Thasker's barato. The one responsible for this was Calawarna. A brief look of shock flickered across his face before he let out a rueful chuckle. Darn it, he muttered, his voice carrying a note of resignation, just before he began to disintegrate into nothingness. This is Calawarna. We've finished up in our area, she communicated through their transceivers. I understand. So, we've wrapped up everything. Let's regroup in the specified area, deposit the defeated foes, and reunite with the rest, Fusey directed. Yeah, what she said. Let's get this done. Team, Kanami chimed in enthusiastically. A collective chuckle emanated from the group as they commenced their journey toward the assigned location to transport their defeated enemies. Fufu, the fact that I was tricked like this is amusing, but I shall still emerge victorious thanks to my contingency plans, Zairama Nabiros declared with an air of confidence. He stood before Kuroka Tuju, Chiron Tuju, and Lada. Aaron had employed a clever ruse, luring Zairama into revealing his grand scheme before nullifying his resurrection strategy. Moreover, Aaron had effectively blocked any attempts at teleportation, whether through magic or any other means, and transported the two Nekisha sisters to this very spot, positioning them to confront their adversary once more. Shut up. I've been waiting for this moment to give you a good punch, so you'd better be grateful for it. Kuroka bellowed, her voice filled with determination, capturing Zairama's full attention. I see. You were the little kitten from those years past. The Nibirius, was it? The one I collaborated with? Yes. You've certainly matured, he remarked with an appraising glance at Barato, causing her to step back warily. With no prior indication of her intentions, Chiron materialized right next to Zairama and swiftly directed a punch aimed squarely at his face. However, her surprise was palpable when, in a blink of an eye, a small circular barrier manifested beside him, expertly intercepting her attack. A derisive grin crept across Zairama's visage. I had a hunch I might be outmatched in this operation, he began, his tone oozing with self-assuredness. Nonetheless, I've equipped myself with a slew of ingenious devices designed to ensure my survival for a considerable duration. Even in the face of God-class beings, my dear little white kitten, he explained, his smug satisfaction evident in his smile. Chiron didn't stop after her initial attack. She followed it up with a swift roundhouse kick. Though the shield managed to block her kick once again, the sheer force behind her strike caught Zairama off guard, sending him staggering backward. With a graceful landing, Chiron quickly bounded back to join her sister, Lada, preparing for their next move. Oh, I didn't expect you to pack such a punch, little white kitten, Zairama remarked, a hint of amusement in his voice. Your mother was quite the powerhouse as well. Before he could finish his sentence, a flurry of Tuki bullets were unleashed in his direction, disrupting his words. This unexpected interruption brought a chuckle from Zairama. I didn't think you cared about that woman, he continued, a sly grin forming on his face. She put you through quite a lot, didn't she? Though I must admit, I played my part as well, he confessed, leaving the sister somewhat bewildered by his cryptic remarks. What do you mean by that? Kuroka hissed, her voice laced with an unmistakable demand for answers from the devil before her. Have you ever pondered why and how your father's obsession spiraled out of control? He inquired, his grin stretching wider. It's because of me. I orchestrated it all. I issued the orders, commanding them to persist in their relentless pursuit of artificial super devils. Naturally, the Nibirius clan was under my sway, and they had no choice but to comply. I simply never fathomed that a mere human like your father would take such a task with such gravity. Consequently, it made your existence a tad more challenging, didn't it, my dear little kittens? He continued, his tone dripping with condescension. Kuroka's fury was on the brink of erupting like a volcano, but the divine touch of the goddess behind her halted her impending outburst. A sense of tranquility flowed through her veins, and her seething anger gradually ebbed away. Kuroka, if you unleash your emotions like that, it could put you in a vulnerable position. Keep in mind what Jean advised you before his departure. Having said that, I believe I may understand the root of your anger. Rest assured, we'll do my utmost to stand by both of you in this endeavor, Lada conveyed with an assuring tone. Kuroka drew in a deep breath, and as she exhaled, a remarkable transformation unfolded. Her long, ebony tresses gradually morphed from black to a pristine white, while her eyes underwent a striking change, their vibrant hue shifting to a mesmerizing shade of crimson. An undeniable aura enveloped her. But unlike its usual fiery and unrestrained nature, it exuded an eerie tranquility, although the intensity of her anger still smoldered in her gaze. With composure in her voice, Kuroka addressed Lada, saying, "Nyaha, we'll certainly keep that in mind. But right now, I know we're going to take him down." Beside her, Chiron nodded in agreement. She, too, entered her Chiron mode, her body enshrouded in a protective layer of 10k. Both sisters stood prepared to confront the devil before them, who continued to wear a grin that refused to wane. Lada bestowed a smile upon them and gently touched their backs, infusing a trace of her own divine aura into their beings. A potent surge of purple energy emanated from their bodies, merging seamlessly with the auras of Kuroka and Chiron. Even if this power boost may seem inconsequential, I want you to have it. Give it your all, and it'll provide assistance from here. The goddess assured them. Both sisters acknowledged her with resolute nods before embarking on a determined charge towards Zaorama. The power of love and friendship. How repulsive, Zaorama commented. However, both sisters swiftly closed in, flanking him with their incredible speed. Zaorama, instead of remaining passive, channeled his demonic energy to manifest two ethereal demonic swords beside him. These blades took on a life of their own, darting erratically toward the Nekashu sisters. Yet, to his astonishment, neither of the sisters displayed even a hint of concern. They simply thrust their fists toward the oncoming swords, shattering them into oblivion. Zaorama couldn't help but scoff in response. Those lizard women defy logic at every turn. It's exasperating, he muttered, conjuring more demonic swords forged from his malevolent aura. He commanded them to assail the sisters. This pattern persisted for several seconds, with the two sisters systematically dismantling each sword Zaorama summoned, until at last they broke through his defenses and charged him. Chiron, one of the sisters, unleashed white flames imbued with the power of Kasha towards Zaorama. He reacted swiftly, leaping away to evade the fiery onslaught. However, a fraction of the flames brushed against his protective shields, causing them to disintegrate instantly. This unforeseen outcome left the devil visibly displeased, a frown forming on his face. "Wrong move," Naya, Kuroka purred, materializing behind him. As he turned to face the other Kuroka, it suddenly burst into a cloud of smoke, leaving him bewildered. A clone? He thought, just before a punch, infused with 10k, crashed into his cheek, sending him sprawling to the ground. But Kuroka didn't cease her onslaught. She descended from the air and drove both her feet forcefully into his stomach, shattering his defensive barriers. The sheer agony overwhelmed Zaorama, making him cough up a stream of blood. Kuroka released him from her grasp and then snatched him by the throat, lifting him off the ground. Centuredo, the two sisters, and the goddess teleported to his location and approached him as Zayorama Nibiros laboriously clambered to his feet. He was in dire straits, and he knew it all too well. A rapid scan of his battered form revealed several fractured ribs, internal bleeding in his stomach, and an array of painful bruises all over. Shakily, Zayorama raised his right arm and said, "I'm not done yet, cat." 8 large demonic magic circles appeared above them, and from each of them an enormous limb emerged from it. "I received this from the Phantasma, a small gift from them before we were cut off from each other," he explained, grinning as blood trickled from his barato. All the magic circles shattered above them as the creature fully manifested and stood behind Zayorama. Sensing danger, Barato Lada to get her out of there, while Barato jumped back and created numerous defensive barriers and magic circles in front of them. The creature that emerged before them was a terrifying fusion of arachnid and human features, a nightmarish hybrid that sent shivers down their spines. 8 elongated and sinister legs extended from its abdomen, providing both stability and an eerie, spider-like grace to its form. These legs, though macabre, allowed it to move with an unsettling agility. Its upper half, however, was unmistakably that of a human female, a stark and unsettling contrast. Long, Centuredo, where a crimson crescent moon was etched upon its pallid flesh. Its eyes, the color of burning embers, glowed with an otherworldly intensity, fixated on some unfathomable point in the distance. In the presence of this enigmatic and eerie being, an aura of unease hung heavy in the air, leaving those who gazed upon it with an indelible sense of dread. "Ne-sama, Lada-sama, what should we do? I believe we have the capability to defeat it, but..." Chiron's voice trailed off, filled with uncertainty. "Do you think Eren might want it, Naya?" Kuroka inquired, to which Chiron simply nodded in response. Lada weighed the options, her expression reflecting her concerns. "He'll entrust the decision to both of you. That entity originated from another universe, correct? Its power is substantial. Between the two of you, you possess the strength to overcome it, which I do not. I may need to make a tactical withdrawal, as my presence might hinder rather than help. We don't mind, Lada-sama. Leave it to us. But could you attempt to contact Eren, Naya?" Kuroka pressed further. "I've been meaning to ask, who's Eren? Could it be Jean?" Lada inquired, her head tilting in curiosity. "Yes, we refer to Jean as Eren. It's his original Irish name. So, can you reach out to him?" Kuroka reiterated. "Of course, leave it to me," replied the goddess. A smile graced Kuroka's lips as she touched Lada, causing her to vanish. She had teleported her beyond the barrier, leaving her standing outside. Lada let out a sigh and began crafting a communication magic circle. "Hello, Jean. It's me, Lada." So, Chapter 13, Part 5. A Dreamer's Dream, Third-Person Point of View. Fwaha. Sarorg's thunderous laughter echoed through the battleground. He clashed head-on with a Malbranche, their ferocity evident as they exchanged a relentless barrage of mighty punches and sword strikes. Farfarello, the enigmatic goblin god among the Malbranche. In stark contrast to the goblin-like image that his name might conjure, he bore a striking semblance to humans. He stood apart even among his Malbranche brethren, a remarkable figure in their otherworldly ranks. His most distinctive feature was a cascade of long, flowing blonde hair that shimmered like molten gold in the light. His eyes, a vibrant and resolute shade of green, seemed to hold the secrets of worlds within them, reflecting an unwavering determination. Adorned in a regal ensemble, Farfarello's attire combined pristine whites, rich golds, and ethereal pale blues. At the center of his chest plate, luminous green pieces mirrored the hue of his weapon, a masterfully crafted sword, which he clutched with an air of profound authority. When Farfarello wielded his sword, it came alive in his hands, aglow with a deep, mesmerizing emerald green, like a living testament to his divine power. Following their departure from the underworld, Sarorg and his companions embarked on a journey to America. Their mission? to rendezvous with none other than Croatia, a stalwart defender of the nation who had tirelessly battled against relentless devil incursions. Croatia, along with the formidable magicians of Grauzober and several other allied groups, had valiantly stood their ground, protecting the country from the malevolent devil forces. Upon their arrival, a generous offer was extended by Croatia. She expressed her willingness to take on a member of the Malebranche, a formidable adversary. However, Serorg, with unwavering determination, insisted on taking up the challenge personally. And so, with a nod of acceptance, Croatia yielded to his wishes. Nevertheless, she positioned herself at a discreet distance, her keen eyes never wavering from the impending clash. Her interest was piqued, and she watched the unfolding battle with rapt attention. "I'm thoroughly enjoying this, Farfarello Dano," Serorg bellowed, his punches and strikes delivered with remarkable speed and ferocity. Refusing to be outshone by the younger man, Farfarello skillfully parried each attack and countered with his trusted sword, a smile gracing his own lips. "I concur, Serorg. You're indeed a formidable adversary." Much like the deputy commander of the Malebranche, Barbariccia, Farfarello adhered to a code of warrior's honor and would never stoop to employing underhanded tactics in a duel. In the heart of Washington, an epic clash unfolded as Serorg and Farfarello collided, unleashing a destructive maelstrom that laid waste to everything in their vicinity. They were acutely aware that no ordinary humans remained within the buildings that bore witness to their titanic struggle. Thus, they allowed their innate battle instincts and exhilaration to guide their every move. Serorg held the knowledge that Aaron, ever the adept mender of destruction, would soon set about repairing the damage they wrought. This understanding allowed him to fully revel in the intensity of their battle, for their battlefield extended to encompass the entire world. Having narrowly evaded yet another thrust from Farfarello, Serorg withdrew his arm, infusing it with an extraordinary concentration of Tuki before driving it relentlessly toward the Malebranche. Farfarello, in a last-ditch maneuver, managed to evade the strike, but the aftermath left an indelible mark. As he glanced back, all that met his eyes was a landscape of devastation. The structures that once stood behind him had crumbled to ruins, a chain reaction of destruction that seemed endless, stretching all the way to Seattle and Victoria, reaching out to touch those distant places. Even though Serorg had intentionally held back his desire to assess the legendary Malebranche, Farfarello couldn't help but hold the young man in high esteem for the sheer might he possessed. "Croatia-sama, may I pose a question?" Regulus inquired politely. Croatia turned her attention towards him and gave a tacit nod. "I'm curious, who do you believe possesses the greater skill? If we were to consider raw power, my master undoubtedly holds the advantage. But when it comes to sheer skill..." Croatia redirected her gaze from Regulus to the ongoing battle unfolding before them. Several moments passed as they observed the intense combat. A subtle shift in the dynamics caught their attention when Serorg evaded a strike from Farfarello and swiftly countered, driving his knee into the demon's abdomen, sending him hurtling through the air. In the past, Croatia began to explain, "I might have leaned toward Farfarello in terms of skill, but that was at least a year ago." However, as Serorg and Aaron Sama continued their friendship, Serorg devoted himself to rigorous training, honing his techniques and skills. He no longer solely relies on his overwhelming physical might and Tuki. "You witnessed it just now, didn't you?" she inquired of Regulus. "Yes," Regulus responded with a nod. He had personally witnessed it unfold. During their century spent within Aaron's pocket dimension, Serorg had received a plethora of counsel from various individuals. The prevailing wisdom emphasized the need for him to enhance his own abilities and techniques while honing his Tuki. These well-meaning advisors made it clear that relying solely on his innate physical might, speed, and the power of his sacred gear would have limitations. If he aspired to achieve greater overall growth, especially in the long term, it was imperative that he made substantial improvements in those specific areas. Lian-sama, Aurelius-sama, Scat-Hack-sama, and even Jin-sama all encouraged him to refine his 2ki, master his existing abilities, and delve deeper into martial arts. He dedicated years to this pursuit, and this is the master you see before you now, he elaborated, a smile gracing his features. Regulus blinked a few times, his curiosity getting the better of him. Wait, how do you know all of this? Weren't you assigned to protect before he could finish his sentence? Horatio broke into laughter. My primary mission was indeed to safeguard that place. However, over time, I've amassed a substantial army. I also created smaller insectoids that served as spies, monitoring the events transpiring back home. I'm well informed about the developments of the past year, she disclosed, a sly smirk playing on her lips. Regulus. Sarorg's roar reverberated through the air, abruptly teleporting the young man to a different location. Horatia swiftly rose to her feet and bounded over to another intact building, from where she could observe the ongoing battle. Sir, the young man swiftly acknowledged. We've come to a decision, Saror declared resolutely. We shall settle this while being in our strongest forms. He elucidated his intent, and Farfarello, in agreement, nodded in affirmation. Farfarello, standing a considerable distance from the group, became the epicenter of a remarkable transformation. His once ordinary armor surged with a potent, radiant power, casting a luminous emerald glow that bathed the surrounding area. It was as though the very essence of nature had infused his being. As the verdant radiance intensified, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded. Countless ethereal swords of emerald light materialized around him, swirling in a mesmerizing dance. The dazzling light show gradually subsided, revealing Farfarello adorned in a fusion of pristine white and vibrant green armor. Intriguingly, his form now bore a series of striking protrusions, emerging from his shoulders, knees, and metallic footwear. His helmet underwent a profound alteration, and from his sides, a flurry of large, gleaming white feathers sprouted, lending him an otherworldly aura. Behind him, a magnificent metallic circular apparatus took form, adorned with a constellation of rotating swords that created a symphony of gleaming motion. Sarorg's face lit up with a grin as he fixed his gaze on Farfarello's recently acquired armor. His excitement was palpable as he couldn't contain his enthusiasm. He bellowed, "Regulus! Release!" The young boy, Regulus, responded, "Understood, sir." As soon as those words left Sarorg's lips, a brilliant combination of golden and purple aura began to emanate from his very being. This radiant energy enveloped him entirely, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Both Sarorg and the young boy entered a simultaneous state of focused concentration, ready to unleash their next move. This body, this soul, even if it falls into an endless ravine, my lord and I, we will exhaust this body and this soul to rise up the endless royal road. A transformation was underway. A purplish 2ki enveloped his body, gently infusing itself into his very being, gradually forming a protective armor that would safeguard him. Raise, triumph, play, and shine. This is the body of a demonic beast. Lodged on top of my fist is the glorious imperial authority. The vicinity surrounding Sarorg and Regulus bore the marks of devastation, a direct result of the overwhelming aura and immense pressure they generated. Even the ground beneath Sarorg's feet succumbed to their might, transforming into a gaping crater. The very earth fractured, the air pulsed with energy, and the fabric of space itself contorted. Such was the magnitude of their confrontation that it sent shockwaves rippling across the entire country of America. In the distance, faint shouts of encouragement could be heard from a group of magicians who had chosen to bear witness to this epic showdown. Dance! Dance! Bloom! Break down the beast, climb over! A colossal eruption of aura burst forth like a supernova, its brilliance lighting up the surroundings. In the wake of this spectacular display, Sarorg emerged, his imposing figure encased in a resplendent armor of regal purple and gleaming gold. This formidable armor seemed to radiate power, amplifying his already impressive presence. Surrounding him was an aura of pure 10k, an overwhelming force that crackled and pulsed with unrestrained might. As Sarorg took a single step forward, the very earth beneath him quaked and fractured, unable to withstand the sheer force of his advance. Each footfall echoed like a seismic event, leaving no doubt about the seismic power he wielded, an indomitable force ready to reshape the world in his wake. "Here I come, Farfarellodano," Sarorg declared before vanishing from his initial position. Farfarello remained vigilant, concentrating his focus on the area, anticipating the return of the heir of the great King Bale. Yet, an unexpected turn of events left the Malbranche member in a state of shock and bewilderment. Suddenly, an immensely potent and weighty blow struck his abdomen, robbing him of his breath and sending him hurtling through the air. This time, the resulting shockwave wreaked even greater havoc upon the territory of the United States. However, the bystanders were spared from the cataclysmic consequences, all thanks to Coratia's quick thinking and protective actions. She shielded them from the impending devastation, preserving their lives in the face of impending doom. Coratia and Electa repeated this heroic feat for her comrades scattered throughout the expanse of American soil, thwarting the obliteration that would have ensued had Sarorg's ferocious punch found its mark unchecked. Returning to the scene with Sarorg, his superior strength and speed enabled him to accomplish a remarkable feat in one mighty leap. He closed the distance between himself and the spot where he had struck Farfarello, successfully catching up to the demon. Even Farfarello himself found the ferocity of this assault startling. Despite his Bodis augmentation courtesy of the Ka's order and his transformation, he couldn't help but be taken aback by the sheer force of the attack. Inside Farfarello's thoughts, a torrent of questions swirled. How am I still breathing? An attack like that should have left me dead. Unless he held back? It would make sense. His mastery over his own abilities is unparalleled. Perhaps he tempered the intensity and force of the impact, yet the resulting shockwave it produced still proved substantial. He mused, attempting to unravel the paradox. High above him, the great Lion King descended with thunderous force, compelling Farfarello to spring backward to evade the impending attack. As Sarorg made contact with the ground following his formidable leap, the earth quivered beneath him, causing tremors that reverberated through the entire country. Farfarello, too, experienced the unsteady footing as he landed, further attesting to the sheer magnitude of the power at play. Farfarello moved swiftly, swinging his sword in the direction of Sarorg. The result was a barrage of hundreds of demonic aura slashes launched toward Sarorg. Simultaneously, the sword hovering behind, Farfarello unleashed a relentless barrage of smaller blades, all aimed squarely at Sarorg. Sarorg, in response, countered with a flurry of punches. Each punch generated a compact but potent shockwave that effectively dismantled or disrupted the incoming demonic attacks. Once he had successfully fended off these attacks, Sarorg kicked his speed into high gear, leaving Farfarello struggling to keep up. With astounding agility, Sarorg darted behind his opponent and delivered a powerful, precise blow directly to Farfarello's back. The impact was so powerful that it shattered through Farfarello's formidable armor and caused severe damage to his bravado. As a result, not only did the floating swords and the circular apparatus disintegrate, but Sarorg also hurled Farfarello away with tremendous bravado. However, Sarorg's relentless assault was far from over. He pursued his opponent, swiftly closing the gap. In a spectacular display of acrobatics, Sarorg positioned himself directly above Farfarello, executing a rapid spin that culminated in a resounding double strike. Both of his metallic legs descended with incredible velocity, driving Farfarello's head deep into the ground and leaving him ensnared by the earth. Regulus found himself utterly stunned by the unfolding spectacle. Throughout their time within Aaron's pocket dimension, and even during the tournament, he had grown accustomed to witnessing his master's numerous defeats. Those losses had piled up especially during the matches that his master eagerly anticipated in that dimension. But this particular showdown, it felt different, something he couldn't quite put his finger on. "What's the matter? Can you not stand?" Serorg inquired, casting a quizzical glance toward his fallen opponent. "That, Sarah Bale, would be an impossibility," Horatia responded as she descended from her vantage point above. Serorg's curiosity piqued, and he pressed for further explanation. "Why do you say that?" "Because, in essence, you are responsible for what happened to him," the insectoid woman explained. "The power of your earlier strike severely injured him. Then, your leg follow-up delivered the final blow. In essence, you ended his life." Serorg's brow furrowed as he gazed upon the lifeless Barato of Farfarello. "I had thought he possessed greater resilience and could withstand my attacks. Perhaps in the company of Aransimus Electa, his devoted subordinates, and his companions, but certainly not among the Malbranche. While they may hold considerable power, I must confess that, when measured against the likes of you or any other member of DXD, they pale in comparison," she added, punctuating her explanation with a light chuckle. Serorg shut his eyes, bringing an end to his breakdown the beast. He fixed his gaze on Farfarello and spoke with determination. "I desire another battle with him after today's operation. I shall consult Jean regarding this matter," he declared before turning away. He then addressed Horatia, seeking her assistance. "Can I entrust him to your care?" Horatia, with an eerie, insectoid demeanor, responded with confidence. "Foo-foo. Yes, you can leave him to me. I will deal with him swiftly." With these words, Serorg sped off, vanishing into the distance. "What's wrong? Is this all you have?" shouted one of the Malbranche. At this moment, a diverse group of individuals had united with a common goal: to confront and subdue a formidable adversary. The target of their collective efforts was none other than Dragignazzo, the notorious and malevolent sneering dragon. Dragignazzo had long, flowing white hair cascading down his back like a cascade of frozen moonlight. His eyes, a piercing and unnatural pure yellow, seemed to hold the secrets of ages. His upper half was exposed, revealing a physique chiseled with supernatural might. Golden lightning-shaped earrings dangled from his ears, Cinchureto. Scale-like pants that clung to his form, exuding a sense of ominous authority. A golden accessory, almost belt-like, adorned his waist, completing his impressive presence. Their intense confrontation unfolded within the heart of Paris, France, a stone's throw from the iconic Eiffel Tower. This unique assembly from DXD comprised Gentru Suji, Hirokazu Miller, Valerie Teeps, as well as the formidable dragon twins, Haru and Yoru. The twin dragons charged toward their formidable adversary, the Malbranche, aiming to strike him with powerful blows. However, the cunning demon swiftly thwarted their attempts by employing a tail that had sprouted from behind his back, deflecting their assaults with ease. "Too bad. Try again." The demon boomed with smug confidence before effortlessly hurling both dragon sisters aside. Their rough landings left them gazing up at him, seething with frustration. Meanwhile, Valerie, positioned on the sidelines, clapped her hands together and cheered on her comrades. "Do your best," she exclaimed, offering her spirited encouragement. Although she had initially sought to join the fray, the dragons of her group had persuaded her to remain on standby for the time being. As the strongest among them, her involvement could bring a swift resolution to the conflict. Even though she was the wielder of a Longinus, she graciously accepted their request and settled into a separate location. At first, Cinchureto Hero, Genturi's shout resonated as he charged boldly toward Dragignazzo. Hirokazu swiftly concurred, wielding his floating sword with determination, and together, they closed in on the formidable Malbranche. Genturu wasted no time, unleashing a volley of cursed black flames toward Dragignazzo with breathtaking swiftness. Simultaneously, Hirokazu summoned ethereal white wings that sprouted from his back. He transformed his floating sword into a potent firearm and proceeded to fire off several rounds of bullets infused with draconic aura. Dragognatso, sensing the impending attack, cloaked himself in potent demonic energy. In response, he unleashed a torrent of golden and silvery fire breath, aimed directly at Jinchuryu and Hirokazu's combined offensive. The two opposing forces clashed in a spectacular display of power. To Dragognatso's astonishment, the might of Jinchuryu and Hirokazu's attack proved overwhelming, compelling him to evade their onslaught. The collision of forces tore through the very fabric of the air, wreaking havoc in its wake. Their combined attacks struck the iconic Eiffel Tower with devastating force, obliterating its upper half entirely. A deafening cacophony echoed as the severed portion plummeted earthward, creating a colossal crater upon impact. In its destructive wake, numerous buildings lay in ruins. "Oh shoot, that was an accident, right?" Jinchuryu asked, his voice tinged with a hint of panic as he sought confirmation. "It was, don't dwell on it too much." Hirokazu reassured him. In response, he transformed his gun back into a sword, firmly gripping it in his hands. Simultaneously, he harnessed his magical abilities to take flight, emboldened and ready for another attack. "Oh, the nascent dragon. I've been itching for a fight since your evolution to this form." Dragognatso exclaimed with palpable excitement, his anticipation evident. Hirokazu closed the distance swiftly, slashing his sword toward the formidable Malbrach. In a swift response, Dragognatso enshrouded his left arm in powerful demonic energy, hurling it towards Hirokazu's blade. The clash of their forces sent shockwaves rippling through the vicinity, initiating a brief yet intense power struggle. Ultimately, Dragognatso's increased strength prevailed, sending Hirokazu reeling backward. After Hirokazu had been dispatched, Haru, Yoru, and Jinchuryu made their dramatic entrance, each enveloped in their distinctive auras. With resolute determination, they advanced towards Dragognatso, raising their fists to strike. Much to their surprise, Dragognatso greeted this challenge with laughter, his excitement palpable. "More. Keep it coming. We're dragons. Our purpose is to engage in combat and determine who is the stronger one," he bellowed, his voice echoing with a fierce determination. The trio exchanged no words, but a silent understanding passed between them. Jinchuryu, with a subtle glance, signaled the commencement of their strategy. Haru and Yoru withdrew, leaving Dragognatso puzzled. It was Jinchuryu who took the initiative, igniting his fist with his cursed black flames, aiming squarely at Dragognatso. "KHHH. So, these are the renowned cursed flames of Vritra. They sting, you know," Dragognatso cried out, though a gleeful smile lingered upon his face. "They had better," Jinchuryu retorted defiantly, maintaining his attack. Yet, Dragognatso neither flinched nor sought to escape the scorching flames. "Then try mine as well," he challenged, his aura transforming into a meld of black and gold demonic flames, distinct from his previous manifestation. Observing this, Jinchuryu's brow furrowed in concern. "Jinchuryu, those flames are dangerous. Avoid any contact with them." Vritra cautioned his wielder. Responding to Vritra's warning, Jinchuryu hastily distanced himself as the inferno grew in intensity, coalescing into the shape of a dragon's head surrounding Dragognatso. The demon then thrust both his arms forward, directing the fiery dragon head towards Jinchuryu. Jinchuryu's mind raced, considering various strategies. Ultimately, he decided against engaging the flames with his own fiery powers, instead opting to evade the impending attack. He propelled himself sideways, witnessing the incendiary attack pass him by, obliterating the ground beneath it. Yet, what caught his attention was the eerie transformation in the vicinity of the black and golden flames. They drained colors and life. "What in the world?" Jinchuryu muttered in disbelief, his gaze fixed on the now lifeless spot. "Kakik, my flames will sap your colors and vitality. If you aren't cautious, I can easily extinguish your life with these flames," Dragognatso boasted confidently. And, to his dismay, small golden and black bubbles materialized around Dragognatso, and he sighed in satisfaction. They can mend me and restore my stamina after siphoning the colors and vitality of whatever they touch. Jinchuru grimaced internally at the revelation. Doesn't that mean he can simply direct his flames at an inanimate object and drain it to rejuvenate himself? That's incredibly annoying, he thought, casting a disapproving glance at the formidable Malebranche. However, Jinchuru couldn't help but flash a triumphant smirk in Dragognazzo's direction. The reason for his newfound confidence became apparent when, out of the blue, two colossal spheres materialized above Dragognazzo. These orbs were no ordinary creations. They were manifestations of the potent auras belonging to Yoru and Haru. The twins had harnessed their formidable auras and hurled them with purpose toward Dragognazzo. Just as Dragognazzo was about to unleash a mocking retort, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Jinchuru, with an air of cunning, deployed a network of intricate lines that extended from his form and latched onto Dragognazzo. The demon's initial smugness quickly dissipated as the realization dawned upon him. Darn it, I forgot about these. Why on earth didn't you use them earlier? Dragognazzo exclaimed, his frustration palpable. Eat this, idiot! Jinchuru retorted with a triumphant grin as he initiated a relentless siphoning of Dragognazzo's energy and strength. He meticulously drained the demon's power, gradually weakening him with each passing moment. The Malebranche were specifically crafted to rival and counter the original Longinus. However, in this ever-evolving age and era, numerous sacred gears, aside from the originals, had undergone transformations and adaptations to better serve their wielders. This resulted in an expanded repertoire of powers that these users had at their disposal. Dragognazzo, unfortunately, had not anticipated this change in circumstances. While undeniably powerful on his own, he suddenly found himself facing a group of formidable opponents. In an effort to fend off their relentless attacks, he cloaked one of his arms in an ominous fusion of black and golden flames. However, his defense proved insufficient as a barrage of bullets infused with draconic energy found their mark, riddling his arm with devastating punctures. These precision attacks were courtesy of Hirokazu, who had been biding his time for the perfect opportunity to strike. With unwavering determination, he continued to unleash his torrent of bullets, thwarting any attempts by Dragognazzo and leaving the demon seething in frustration. Yoru and Haru launched their simultaneous attacks, which struck Dragognazzo in the back. An audible gritting of teeth and a look of bewilderment washed over the demon's countenance. Their powers had experienced an abrupt surge, leaving him puzzled. Casting a quick glance at one of the two assailants, Dragognazzo's eyes caught sight of a distinctive mark of tattoo adorning their arm. Dotemudat, he began to mutter, but before he could complete his thought, Haru couldn't contain her triumphant laughter any longer. With arms crossed, she gleefully proclaimed, "Ha ha ha! Indeed it is. I contacted Jean just a few moments ago." On the arms of both Yoru and Haru, the telltale dragon tattoo marked their skin, further enhancing their already formidable powers. This newfound strength allowed them to inflict substantial damage upon Dragognazzo with their assaults. In the ensuing quietude, Yoru quietly extended her left arm once more towards Dragognazzo, a perplexing action that left Haru scratching her head in confusion. A surge of Eurus aura rippled through the air, causing her energy ball to swell in size and intensify in potency, much to Haru's astonishment. "What? Where did you learn that?" Haru exclaimed, her shock evident. With a faint blush tinting her cheeks, Yoru admitted in a hushed voice, "Jean." Her revelation rendered Haru momentarily speechless. When did Yoru start speaking with him? Haru pondered, her mind racing to piece together recent events. Recollections from the past few weeks surfaced, and she realized that Yoru had been disappearing on her own during that time. Initially, Haru had assumed her sister simply needed some solitude, never delving too deeply into the matter. Now, however, everything fell into place. Tears welled up in Haru's eyes as she spoke with undeniable envy. That's not fair. You can't simply go and train with Jean all by yourself. I'm joining you from the next session onward. Yuru wore a wry smile as she glanced at her sister. Whenever they got together, her original intention was never really about training, but it inevitably ended up heading in that direction. Nevertheless, Yuru didn't mind at all. In fact, Centurato, his life was cut short in an instant, collapsing unceremoniously to the ground. The other dragons in their group stood in stunned silence, their collective gaze fixing upon Valerie. She stood there, a serene smile gracing her features as she casually waved at the fallen Dragognazzo. Her casual display of power was nothing short of astonishing. Valerie gracefully glided toward her companions and, with a polite clap of her hands, addressed them. Well done, everyone, but I believe it's time to conclude our activities here. Haru-chan, Yoru-chan, could you lend me a hand in gathering Dragognazzo? She requested. The two dragon sisters, Haru and Yuru, readily agreed, their willingness to assist Valerie evident in their demeanor. Valerie then turned her attention to Hirokazu and Jinchuru, who were still in a state of shock over the abrupt conclusion of their battle. Aaron has advised us to wrap things up. Something intriguing is unfolding in Russia, and he's requested our presence there, she divulged, her tone light-hearted as she giggled. Of course, you're free to return to your respective teams if you prefer. Aaron isn't compelling you to rendezvous with us in Russia. As something interesting is happening over there, Jinchuru muttered, his curiosity evident in his questioning tone. Valerie paused briefly before responding. It seems a creature from the Phantasma has been summoned, and Chiron and Kuroka are currently engaged in combat with it. Zairama Nabaros apparently acquired it prior to the closure of universal travel by Aaron. Kita might have insights or desire to witness this, Hirokazu remarked. I'll gather my team first, and then I'll join you, Valerie-san. Of course, the disturbance spans across all of Russia, so you won't have any trouble spotting it, Valerie replied, offering a nod of acknowledgement as Hirokazu departed. Aaron Toole observed the ongoing battle from a prudent distance, his vigilant gaze fixated on Kuroka and Chiron as they confronted the formidable creature that had emerged from the Phantasma. Several other teams had assembled, their own respective troubles now resolved, and had united to confront this new threat. Out of the 12 Malebranche, 7 have met their demise today, while the rest fled upon hearing of their comrades' defeats. The sole exception is Rubicant, who had already joined our side. He muttered to himself, his voice tinged with contemplation. The fallen Malebranche included Malakota the Evil Tail King, Barbaricia the Bearded Apocalypse, Cagnazzo the True Dog God, Dragognazzo the Nasty Sneering Dragon, Farfarello the Goblin God, Graphiacane the Hound Slasher, and Libicacco the Libyan Hothead. They had all met their match on this fateful day. The retreating Malebranche consisted of Alicino the Harlequin, Calcabrina the Grace Stomper and Frost Trampler, Siriato the Wild Hog King, and Scarmiglione the Troublemaker. Aaron possessed knowledge of the intended matchups. Alicino was slated to face him and Ingvild. Calcabrina was to engage Dulio and Lint. Siriato was destined for a showdown against Sona's team and Latia, and Scarmiglione had planned to escape after losing against Chow Chow and Leonardo. However, before Dragognazzo's eventual defeat, the remaining Malebranche had made a collective decision to alter their course and flee. They had opted to regroup at their base located at the far reaches of the multiverse and await another opportunity for battle in the future. Changing their plans so abruptly, I would have thought they'd persist in their pursuit since they were so eager to engage us, Aaron murmured, puzzled by their choice. Latia, standing beside him, offered her insight. It can't be helped. We'll have another chance to face them. Another operation is on the horizon, isn't it? Aaron nodded, confirming her statement. Yes, it's set to take place in Kyoto once more. That place seems to be quite the focal point, he grumbled, prompting Latia to playfully pinch his cheek. Don't overthink it. ITLL just lead to a headache, Latia advised, her tone filled with genuine concern for her friends. She couldn't help but worry about their safety. Before Jean could respond, Kata's voice came from behind them, offering reassurance. "I'm here, Jin," she stated, her presence comforting in the face of uncertainty. Aaron nodded appreciatively and directed his inquiry towards Kita. "Could you enlighten us about it? You spent your entire life in the Phantasma." Kita locked her gaze onto the mysterious creature and began sharing her knowledge. "Those are arachnymphs. They inhabit a colossal, solitary planet, approximately the size of the Sun, situated close to Earth. Their appearance matches what you see here, and they are predominantly female-born. Their society is governed by a queen who has a rather unsettling habit. She captures outsiders from our universe, engages in predatory behavior with them, and then proceeds to consume them." She paused for a moment, studying the newborn arachnymph with a trace of concern. "The one before us is a hatchling, relatively weak when measured against the standards of my universe. According to Jean's ranking system, it should hover around the pinnacle of the Satan class. The queen, on the other hand, will be classified as a peak of the god class entity or possibly comparable to the weakest dragon gods in terms of power. I'm guessing there are more beings like this in your universe?" Aaron inquired, his curiosity piqued. Kita responded with a nod, confirming Aaron's assumption. As he gazed at the mysterious creature before him, a myriad of thoughts raced through Aaron's mind. He contemplated the possibility of transforming it into one of his shadow soldiers, recognizing the potential usefulness of its unique abilities for future missions and operations. The idea even crossed his mind to pit it against the queen of the planet to which it belonged, and, if victorious, add both the creature and the queen to his formidable army, or all of them, if he wished. Yet, a sense of hesitation lingered within him. After all, he already had Croatia by his side, and this new addition gave rise to doubts about the wisdom of his decision. Aaron released a weary sigh as he took the lead, stepping to the forefront of the group. With a swift motion, he extended his hand and harnessed his teleportation abilities, whisking both Barado and Barado to a safer position behind him. "Nia. Aaron, we were in the middle of a fight, Naya," Barado protested, her discontent evident as she leaped onto his back. "My bad, but I believe it's time to conclude matters, considering a few unexpected, although not entirely surprising, developments happened," he explained to her. Kuroka, in response, simply tilted her head, while Chiron took her place beside him. "Zayaramanabiros is still over there, Aaron. What do you plan on doing about that? The monster has yet to attack him," Barado voiced her concerns. Let's save him for last, and then you two can decide whether to finish him off or give him a thorough beating," Aaron declared. He conjured a shimmering silvery white aura in his right hand, hinting at the immense power he possessed. In a swift motion, he delivered an uppercut that sent an enormous silvery white pillar surging forth, obliterating the arachnymph in its path. With the arachnymph's demise, Aaron clenched his hand, causing a burst of shadowy energy in black and purple hues to erupt from the same spot. This ethereal manifestation of the fallen foe transformed into a shadow soldier, seamlessly integrated into Aaron's formidable cadre. "Return to my shadow for now," he commanded, and the unnamed arachnymph obediently dove into the shadow at his feet. Satisfied with this development, Aaron shifted his focus to the severely wounded Zayaramanabiros. With a mere snap of his fingers, Aaron teleported the incapacitated devil right before them. He confronted Zayarama with a challenge. "Now, Zayarama, you're trapped and powerless. What's your next move?" Though weakened, Zayarama managed a smirk and replied defiantly, "I still hold the upper hand in the end. Even if you were to end me here, it won't change anything." Aaron cocked his head to the side and snapped his fingers once more. A colossal machine materialized to their right, capturing the attention of everyone present. Dread washed over Zayarama as he beheld the unexpected sight. This thing?" Aaron remarked casually. "I've already rendered it inoperative a few days ago, and just to drive the point home, with a fluid movement, he appeared in front of the machine and unleashed a powerful kick, causing the machine to hurtle away and shatter into pieces. He then turned his gaze back to the shocked devil and continued, "I've also erased all traces of its blueprints and purged it from your memory." "It's impossible. How could you possibly?" Zayorama began, but every attempt to recall the blueprints and the machine's construction led to nothing but a foggy blank. His memories eluded him, clouded by an inexplicable haze. "What have you done?" As he attempted to voice his outrage, Barato swiftly silenced him with a fierce kick to the face. Barato, too, joined in, delivering a powerful strike that drove the devil back, causing him to cry out in pain. The assembled team gazed upon the scene, cringing as they bore witness to Barato's relentless assault, mercilessly stomping upon Zayorama. Her actions were devoid of any sympathy for the devil beneath her. Meanwhile, Barato mirrored this brutality, directing her relentless assault towards his head. Zayorama's consciousness flickered in and out, each kick delivering a harsh reminder of his plight. Returning to the group, Aaron surveyed their faces and declared, "This operation has concluded. While we may not have apprehended everyone, the remaining individuals will be captured in the next two operations. For now, take a well-deserved rest, and excellent work, everyone." A smattering of applause and cheers erupted from the assembled team, marking the conclusion of their mission. Yet, the faint sounds of Zayorama Nabiro's struggle could still be heard in the background, a lingering reminder of the tumultuous events that had unfolded. Aaron Toole's soliloquy, several hours had slipped by since the day's tumultuous events, and now, as the sun gently descended on the horizon, casting Japan in a soothing, orange embrace, I found myself situated in the underworld. This location was chosen primarily because most of our adversaries this time around hailed from the ranks of devils. In recent developments, the 3 remaining original Satans had been successfully apprehended. An interesting twist had seen Resnias, one of my GOB, emerging as the victor in a battle against the original Asmodeus. Altaria had not only emerged victorious against the offspring of the original Beelzebub, but the son in question was also present on the scene. Meanwhile, Valley, on his journey through the underworld, had a fateful encounter with his resurrected father, Razvan Lucifer. Regrettably, neither Lavinia nor I could accompany him during this pivotal moment, and we couldn't help but feel a pang of remorse. Valley, however, reassured us, brushing it off as inconsequential and claiming that he handled the situation with ease. Nonetheless, I couldn't shake the notion that something still gnawed at him, something that weighed on his mind. As I looked forward to my return, I contemplated surprising Valley with something special, a gesture to alleviate his concerns. I had already shared this plan with Lavinia, who wholeheartedly supported the idea. Azazel, too, had lent his endorsement to the endeavor. In addition to our inner circle, we had also briefed the Slashdog team, both the veterans and the newcomers, along with Odin, who had taken Valley under his wing. In just a few short hours, everyone of significance would be privy to what awaited the younger Lucifer. Vala did indeed slay his father once more, preventing us from bringing him here. However, in the grand scheme of things, it held little significance. Seraphal and a few others provided me with some insights into certain super devils and Malbrach. It seemed that these individuals didn't quite match the rumors and legends that had circulated about them. They requested, on their behalf, that we, the Alliance, show some leniency. However, given their involvement in this global attack, some form of retribution was necessary. Among these figures, there was a super devil named Yevlenia, whose activities were slated to be closely monitored by both Seraphal and myself. It was important to keep a vigilant eye on her. On the other hand, another super devil, Chrome, had been designated to fall under Sonus' watch. This arrangement was a result of a prior agreement among the Satans. As I contemplated the future, I couldn't help but find amusement in what awaited Chrome. The unfolding events held a certain intrigue, and I couldn't wait to see how it all played out. However, this also signaled yet another shift in the future. Gensura's close circle, which had previously consisted of 3 individuals, now expanded to include a 4th Barato. In light of these developments, my heartfelt prayers are with Ruruko, wishing for her safety and happiness as it would be a turbulent future ahead for her. Jin-kun, do you concur with all of this? Surzex inquired. The meeting had wrapped up just a few minutes earlier, and I found myself in one of the chambers within the Satan's headquarters, sipping on a glass of water. Surzex had joined me for this conversation. Whether I agree with it or not, I began, my tone contemplative, won't really alter the course of events, will it? After all, it's not solely my decision to make. My response drew a chuckle from the Satan Lucifer, adding a layer of amusement to our conversation. He then shifted the focus of his inquiry, phrasing it with a hint of playfulness. That's a valid point. So, let me rephrase it. Among the devils in Malebranche we've apprehended today, who do you believe has the highest likelihood of finding redemption? Who do I believe can be redeemed, you ask? Well, in my opinion, Yevlunia appears to be a promising candidate. Then there's Chrome, considering her potential future. Additionally, both Deputy Commander Barbaricia and the Goblin God Farfarello seem like demons with whom I can establish a rapport, although I do ponder how they might react to me, altering their comrades' memories. As for the others we've apprehended, it appears highly improbable that they will change their stance and cooperate willingly. Therefore, I might consider altering the memories of all of them to facilitate a smoother transition. However, at this point, I remain undecided and plan to seek input from others on this matter. Well, I began, sharing my opinion with Surzex, who nodded thoughtfully, clearly contemplating something. I agree with your perspective, Jin-kun, he responded. However, I'm curious about your thoughts on Chrome-kun and Saji-kun, he added with a mischievous smirk. I couldn't help but deadpan. I might just have to inform Astery that you made another attempt to sneak into my home and snap pictures of a sleeping Rias. The mere mention of this seemed to send shivers down Surzek's spine, causing nervous beads of sweat to materialize on his forehead. He fidgeted with his fingers and scanned his surroundings anxiously. We had moved past that, Jin-kun. I trusted you to keep that secret, he exclaimed, his distress evident. I sighed and responded, last time we got caught, and to be honest, I wasn't really into it. You were the one trying to take a picture of Rias while she rested. You're quite protective of her, you know. Astery had accompanied him to the meeting, even though I had heard that she was in the Grimmery territory when the attack occurred, and thus, she didn't witness any combat today. However, one could never predict what Astery might do suddenly. The door to the room was forcefully thrown open, and to my astonishment, Astery strode in, flanked by Millikas and Venelana. Surzex, in a rather surprising move, immediately seized me and positioned me as a shield against Astery. I must stress once more that if the denizens of the underworld caught a glimpse of one of their esteemed leaders acting in such a manner, particularly the renowned Crimson Satan himself, it could potentially erode some of the respect they held for him. This was certainly a precarious situation. Astery approached us, and I effortlessly slipped out of Surzek's grasp, causing him to recoil in terror. Why are you so frightened of your own wife? She asked, clearly unimpressed by his antics. Venelana and Millikas joined us, and I reached out to pat the young boy on the head. Aron-ni-sama. I heard that the operation was a success. Millikas inquired. Yeah, that's right. Our side didn't sustain any major injuries, although many of the young devils caused quite a bit of damage worldwide that I had immense Saror was among them. He nearly decimated the entire USA with his powerful punches. And Antares, he came close to setting Mexico ablaze, I replied with a weary sigh. Millikas burst into laughter, and suddenly I recalled a promise I had made to him a few months ago. Conjuring the item in my free hand, I handed it to him. Here you go, Millikas. I remember you asked for this as a birthday gift, right? I apologize for being preoccupied at the time and not being able to give it to you personally. What I presented to him was a custom-made microphone, a special request he had made since he enjoyed singing for Runia's and the rest of the Grimmery family. Moreover, he had been brought to my restaurant and was captivated by Lavinia's singing, which had prompted him to make this unique request. Alongside the microphone, I had crafted some bracelets that amplified his demonic power by twofold. Over the months, Milikas had made remarkable progress in honing his powers. Not only had he gained better control over his abilities, but his raw strength had also significantly improved, accompanied by an expansion of his demonic energy pool. Despite these achievements, he had confided in me that he remained dissatisfied with his progress. Hence, I decided to create these items, knowing they would prove beneficial for him. I took a moment to explain their functions to him, and he seemed genuinely delighted with the gifts. "Thank you, Aaron and I-sama," he exclaimed, wrapping his arms around me in a warm hug. I couldn't help but chuckle at his enthusiasm and return the hug before he hurried off toward his parents. However, I noticed that Surzex was on his knees, currently on the receiving end of a stern scolding from Astery, who briefly paused her lecture to acknowledge Milikas with a thankful smile before resuming her admonishment of Surzex. Venelana's words carried a hint of amusement as she observed, "You seem to have quite the knack for winning over the Gremory family, don't you?" She moved gracefully to my side, her actions suggesting a sense of playfulness as she slyly entwined our fingers together behind our backs. I responded with a nonchalant tone, "I'm just being myself, Venelana." In response, she tightened her grip on my hand ever so slightly, her expression carrying a hint of a pout. It did feel a bit unusual, considering she was a mother of two and a grandmother of one. Realizing my slight error, I quickly amended, "My apologies, Lana." She nodded in contentment, a happy smile lighting up her features. She insisted that I call her Lana and nothing else, a preference she reserved for our private moments, well aware of the necessity to maintain this secrecy within the underworld. Nevertheless, as time passed, she grew progressively more daring in our interactions. As for myself, I remained somewhat uncertain about making things official with Venelana. The circumstances surrounding her relationship with Zeodicus left me with lingering reservations. Despite their unofficial separation, brought about by Zeodicus' newfound commitment to his unofficial new wife, it still felt somewhat odd. Fortunately, Venelana was understanding, allowing me the space to proceed at my own pace. For that, I was truly grateful. Once more, the door swung open with surprising swiftness, and Seraphil's screams filled the air. Startled by the sudden entrance, she laid eyes on me and charged forward with unbridled enthusiasm. Witnessing the impending collision, Venelana wisely released my hand and sidestepped just in the nick of time. Seraphil rushed over and bravado me in a tight hug as she sobbed uncontrollably. "I have to be separated from you for a few months? What is this nonsense? I was hoping for Lunia-chan, but this is just outrageous." Her words spilled out as she held me even tighter, my head pressed against her shoulder. Trapped within her embrace, my vision was completely obscured. However, with a somewhat elevated perspective, I could see Lunia standing awkwardly by the doorway, observing this unfolding spectacle. Meanwhile, Ajuka and Miliani's person entered the room, drawn by the commotion. "What? Is she talking about, Ajuka?" I inquired, gently detaching Seraphil from me. Ajuka let out a resigned sigh, clearly feeling the weight of the situation. "Well, Seraphil wants Yevlunia in her peerage. This means Yevlunia will need to remain in the underworld for the next few months, under close monitoring. You, on the other hand, have your own responsibilities, but I'd appreciate it if you could check in on them from time to time," he explained. Seraphil, clearly upset, interjected, "Did you hear that? And would it be away from home? Aaron, please do something." Ajuka sighed once more, seemingly accustomed to Seraphil's dramatic outbursts. I positioned Seraphil in front of me, patting her head reassuringly. "I promise I'll make regular visits," I assured her. "You're so mean," she exclaimed, rushing over to Yevlunia and embracing her instead. "You're my only ally." Lunia-chan, Yevlunia, caught off guard by the sudden display of affection, awkwardly patted the tearful Satan Leviathan and offered comforting whispers of there. "Jean, can we talk about the upcoming operations now?" Ajuka inquired, a sense of urgency in his tone. "I've informed the other leaders that he'll relay the information to them when the time is right. However, Yasaka mentioned that she's already discreetly preparing. I nodded, acknowledging the need for a discussion. Sure, we could discuss it. There's a plan in motion by them, and some of the Mal branch will be joining the attack. However, the majority of the forces will consist of gods and goddesses, as there are specific reasons behind this, I explained. We delve into the details of the operation, ensuring that our conversation remained confidential. I cast a protective barrier around the room to prevent any sensitive information from leaking to unintended ears. Estonia, the place of Valis' mother's birth, this raised questions about Valis' own nationality. Could he also be considered Estonian? It seemed plausible, especially considering that his mother had bestowed upon him an Estonian name. The town where she resided with her new family was known as Torva, a small settlement with a population of approximately 4,200 residents. I was currently waiting in a secluded clearing alongside Valis' biological mother, who remained hidden behind a veil of trees. With us were his half-siblings and stepfather, all safely enclosed within a protective barrier, rendering Valis' ability to detect them impossible. Centuredo expressed her intention to give him a stern talking to when they were reunited. Her husband, too, had displayed remarkable understanding. In fact, he had eagerly embraced the revelation of the supernatural world, having been a fervent believer since his youth. He was also quite enthusiastic about the prospect of meeting a stepson who possessed considerable power. Without a doubt, the family Valley would soon encounter would shower him with love and acceptance. Whatever illusions Azidaka may have shown him would pale in comparison to the reality he was about to experience. By the way, Valis' mother's full name is Lina Metsik. It had felt somewhat strange to hear it initially, as my mind involuntarily added Valim Metsik after it, or even Valim Metsik Lucifer. However, I resolved to respect whatever name he chose to adopt after today. Lavinia shared the same sentiment. As for his stepfather, his name is Ivar Metsik. According to Lina, before she married Ivar, her maiden name had been Loik Lina Loik, which translated to tender or a gentle swan. In contrast, the surname Metsik carried the meaning of wild or untamed. We waited in anticipation for Lavinia and Valis' arrival. I had asked her to bring him here, though she had also offered to do so. Having me personally deliver the message would have resulted in less resistance, as I could have enticed him with the prospect of a sparring match here. "They've arrived, huh?" I mumbled, sensing both of them teleporting to the outer fringes of the forested area. As they approached us, I couldn't help but catch the familiar sound of their playful bickering. Valley, true to his nature, remained elusive when it came to Lavinia's affections, maintaining that typical tsundere attitude of his. Their ongoing banter provided a humorous backdrop to our impending encounter. As their gaze landed upon me in the expansive clearing, Valis' expression shifted to one of bewilderment. With a wry grin, he couldn't resist asking, "What are you?" Some kind of final or first boss one might encounter in a wooded area of a video game. I couldn't help but chuckle at his comparison. "Well, when you put it that way, I suppose I do bear a resemblance," I replied with a playful twinkle in my eye. "But today I have something rather special in store for you." Valis' eyes sparkled with anticipation as he ventured. A sparring match? His excitement was palpable, and his aura seemed to surge with newfound vigor. I raised my hand to temper his enthusiasm and let out a sigh. "Not quite yet, my little brother. However, if you can restrain your excitement, absorb what I'm about to share, and genuinely consider it, then yes, a sparring match can be arranged," I explained. "Deal," Valley exclaimed with unbridled enthusiasm. "So what's this special something you have for me?" I knew a little trick when dealing with Valley dangling the prospect of a match or a duel in front of him. It had the uncanny ability to secure his cooperation nearly 90 of the time, even though what I had in mind was beneficial for him as well. It wasn't all that manipulative, and ID never overused this subtle ploy I had up my sleeve. I subtly pointed behind me with my finger, signaling for the family to approach. They began walking toward us, but stopped momentarily. "Don't worry. I've made you all invisible and ensured he can't detect you. You can come up beside me," I communicated telepathically. Encouraged by this, they resumed their approach. After a few moments, they gathered beside me, though Vala seemed puzzled by the unusual silence. "What's going on, Aniki? Why haven't you?" His words were cut off as I raised my right hand to draw his attention. With a decisive click, I began undoing the various spells I had cast upon his soon-to-be family. As the spells unraveled, Vala froze in his tracks, his face a tableau of complete shock. He stared at me, then at his mother, his half-siblings, and his stepfather. All of them smiled warmly at him, radiating love and acceptance. Even his younger siblings, unaware of the supernatural, sensed that their older brother was special, a sentiment that resonated with both Lavinia and me. Should I address you as Valametsik or simply Valametsik Lucifer? I playfully pondered, teasing him. Before he could respond, his mother, Lina, stepped forward. She gently cradled his head into her chest, her eyes already brimming with tears. In a voice filled with affection, she whispered, "Va." Just like Lavinia, Lina had called him Va. Curiously, neither Lina nor Lavinia had ever communicated with each other about this shared endearment, and neither knew that the other referred to Valley with that name. Yet, something within Valley seemed to snap when he heard it, and he silently wept in the warm embrace of his mother. In turn, he embraced her back, their connection profound and deeply emotional. Reflecting on a novel I had read years ago, I couldn't help but recall a scene where Valley yearned to hug the illusion of his mother. He understood that doing so would trap him within the illusion, as it embodied one of his most cherished desires. As I observed the poignant reunion between Valley and his mother, my own emotions stirred. Lavinia joined me, clinging to my arm, her tears silently falling in empathy for Valley. Sensing their cue, Vala's siblings also embraced their mother and the legs of their older brother. I had previously shared positive stories about Vala with them, and they held him in high regard. Meanwhile, their stepfather hesitated, unsure whether he should participate in this heartwarming reunion. However, before any of us could react, Lina drew him into the embrace, and he enveloped them all in a loving hug. After a few minutes, their heartwarming reunion finally came to a close. Vala's curiosity got the better of him, and he hesitantly inquired, "What about, you must be referring to Rasmus, your younger brother, and Helle, your little sister," Ivar kindly explained, helping Valley put names to his new siblings. Rasmus and Helle. "Hello." Vala greeted them warmly, nodding appreciatively at his stepfather. He then knelt down to engage with his younger brother and sister. Helle, a bit on the shy side, murmured hello. Rasmus, on the other hand, was brimming with excitement. "You're our big brother, right? Can I get a piggyback ride?" he asked eagerly, taking Vala by surprise. Helle, not want to be left out, protested. "No fair. I wanted Big Brother to give me a piggyback ride." The two younger siblings exchanged playful glances, lightly glaring at each other in good-natured rivalry. Vala found himself momentarily stunned by the unexpected turn of events and wasn't quite sure how to respond. He glanced back at me and Lavinia. We had discreetly moved away from the family, granting them some privacy. Seeing that Valley was grappling with the situation, I decided to offer a helpful suggestion. "Why not carry your little brother on your shoulders and give your little sister a princess carry?" I proposed, hoping to alleviate the dilemma. Valley regarded me for a moment before adopting my idea. Yes, Rasmus and Helle chorused with delight. Rasmus eagerly hopped onto Vala's shoulders, while Valley gently princess carried Helle in his arms. For the next few minutes, the three siblings reveled in their playful interactions. Though it primarily involved Valley accommodating the requests and desires of his younger brother and sister, it was a heartwarming scene of bonding and newfound connection. Eventually, Valley initiated a conversation with his mother and stepfather. It seemed like an opportune moment for more privacy, so Lavinia and I decided to discreetly withdraw from the area. We strolled away, making our way back to the entrance they had used earlier. "I believe he's content with that," I remarked, considering the situation. "He has several sets of families now. His biological family, the Slash Dog team, his own team, Grigori, and of course ours." Lavinia shared my sentiment with a quiet, approving nod. In addition, she gave my hand a gentle squeeze, signifying her agreement and the bond we shared. Just as I was about to speak further, Lavinia unexpectedly tackled me with gentle force, and we tumbled to the ground together. In that moment, she pulled me closer in her embrace, her actions catching me off guard. "Nia?" I questioned, a hint of concern in my voice. Nevertheless, she merely shook her head, and we remained in that tranquil moment for a few minutes. The harmonious melodies of the birds, the gentle flow of the river, and the distant hum of passing vehicles filled the surroundings, enveloping us in a serene symphony of nature sounds. Lavinia caught me off guard with her sudden question. "You've always worried about being a good dad, right?" she inquired. I chuckled. Yeah, my own biological dad wasn't exactly Dad of the Year material. To my surprise, Lavinia didn't join in the laughter. Instead, she looked up at me with a warm smile. "I don't think you need to worry about that. From what I've seen and heard from Vakuin about what you did prior to the war, you'll definitely be a good dad to our children," she assured me, gently pressing her forehead against mine in a tender moment. I held her close, and we shared that warm, heartfelt moment for a full minute. When we finally stepped back, Lavinia turned around and nestled herself against me. "Elvira and Livia, those are daughters' names, right?" she asked. I nodded yes. Her eyes lit up, and she continued to inquire about our future twin daughters. I had to caution her not to delve too deep into the details, as we needed to be careful about changing the future. Instead, she opted for asking about their quirks and other small particulars. In this way, half an hour slipped by, and finally, Vala contacted us, signaling that it was time to rejoin the group. Upon our return to the clearing, I couldn't help but inquire. "I take it the reunion went well?" Vala nodded in agreement. "Yeah, I guess my family just got a bit bigger." But, in the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of me, his fist hurtling towards me. I calmly caught his punch, and he flashed a mischievous grin. "You always meddle in my life, but thanks, Aniki. That being said, I still want our sparring match." Lavinia let out a giggle by my side, and I sighed. "You're still keen on that? Are they fine with it?" I questioned. Vala nodded affirmatively. "Yeah, I told them everything, well, mostly everything. I didn't disclose your true nature, but I mentioned that you were an incredibly powerful god. Rasmus and Hele even started calling you Super Big Bro." I couldn't help but grin in response. Well, I suppose I should live up to that nickname. After a brief conversation with the family, Lavinia guided them to a safe distance, leaving Valley and me to prepare for our duel. He swiftly donned his balance breaker armor, showcasing it proudly for his younger siblings who were utterly fascinated. "Wow, Big Bro's armor is so cool. The Divine, what is it called?" Rasmus asked, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Hele chimed in, attempting to clarify. "It's the biting bye-bye thingy." Lavinia giggled and stepped in to correct them both. "It's called Divine Dividing. Vakuin really loves using it." "Oh," the younger siblings exclaimed in unison. Turning to Valley, I instructed, "You can start the countdown. 3, 2, 1, go." Valley shouted, launching himself towards me with great speed. However, to his immense surprise, I managed to appear beside him before he could make any significant progress. In an instant, I delivered a swift karate chop to his neck, rendering him unconscious. The area fell silent, and I couldn't resist making exaggerated gestures as I turned towards the family, lifting both my arms to form a V shape and shouting, "Victory! Victory!" Lavinia, Rasmus, and Hele echoed enthusiastically. Super Big Bro beat Big Bro so quickly," Rasmus exclaimed, bouncing up and down in excitement. "He's like a superhero," added Hele, her excitement evident. Valley, still groggy, mumbled incoherently, "Why didn't he in?" He then passed out, surprising us all with his ability to stay awake even after such a defeat. I roused Vala from his slumber once more, and he awoke with a flurry of complaints and grumbles about not getting a chance to flaunt his abilities. To make amends, I offered to prepare some ramen for our evening meal, which promptly earned his forgiveness. The remainder of our time in the town was spent bonding with the family and exploring the quaint surroundings together. They generously extended an invitation to Valley, offering him a place to stay whenever he needed. However, I couldn't resist the urge to perform a quick renovation on their home, expanding its size and incorporating various upgrades, which left them all utterly astounded. Until now, I had supported them from the shadows, but this time I chose to offer my assistance more directly. There were numerous other things I wished to do for them, and we agreed to discuss these plans in more detail during our future conversations. Many hours had passed before I returned to the comfort of my home. The moon had already ascended into the night sky, casting a gentle glow over my home in Kuo. To my mild surprise, upon my arrival, I found Runias in the company of Kaisis and Venelana. With an amiable smile, Runias greeted me. "Greetings, Jean. I thought I'd drop by for a quick visit," she remarked, extending her hand in a friendly gesture, a bag of snacks cradled within it. Meanwhile, Rias was deeply engaged in conversation with her mother, Venelana, and her grandmother, Kaisis, while Aquino and the other members of the Gremory peerage joined the gathering. "Ah, welcome. Please, make yourself at home and enjoy your visit," I responded, extending a courteous nod toward them. "If you require anything, feel free to let me know. It'll be in my office." Wrapping up some unfinished matters, I added before making my exit. However, as I made my way to my office, a nagging sense of another presence lingered behind me. I decided to address it once I settled into my workspace. Upon arriving, I left the door ajar and settled into my chair, summoning an array of documents and intricate magic circles. They were essential components for discussions I needed to conduct with Azazel concerning various matters. After roughly 30 minutes, I glanced up from my work and noticed Runia's calmly munching on snacks, her demeanor reminiscent of a patient squirrel awaiting its turn. "Runias, is there something you require?" I inquired. As I posed the question, the door swung open once more, and Gabriel made her entrance. She summoned a chair, placing it beside me without uttering a word. I shifted my attention to Gabriel, asking, "Gabriel, is there something on your mind that I can assist you with?" Both ladies exchanged glances, and then Runias made a subtle gesture, indicating for Gabriel to speak first. The angel offered a grateful smile before addressing me. "I've had conversations with various people," she began. After taking a deep breath, she locked her gaze with mine, her cheeks tinted with a flush of embarrassment. "I have a request. Would you please consider spending a private evening with me tomorrow night?" Her words hung in the air, and we couldn't help but notice Runia's attempting to stifle a cough. Nonetheless, I found myself puzzled by this unusual proposition. Typically, we'd let the mood evolve naturally after a date, but it seemed that the seraph desired a more direct approach to this matter. "Tomorrow night?" I inquired, my curiosity piqued. While I had several questions swirling in my mind, this particular detail stood out, and Gabriel affirmed it with a nod. She began hesitantly, her cheeks turning an even deeper shade of crimson. I need some time, and I could use assistance from the others to prepare." Understanding the significance of what she was asking, I offered reassurance. Centurado. "Tomorrow, I have a few errands to run, so it's likely we'll only have the chance to meet in the evening." As I spoke, Gabriel leaned in, planting a fleeting kiss on my cheek before hastily departing the room, leaving her chair behind. Her actions left me contemplating the driving force behind her sudden request. Was it related to the events of the Angels' date night, or did it stem from an entirely separate motivation? Regardless, I resolved to ask her about it when we met tomorrow night. "Fumu, your women certainly don't beat around the bush, do they?" Runias inquired, a sly smile playing on her lips. I turned my attention towards her, noting the amusement dancing in her eyes. "You could say that," I responded with a wry grin. "Playing games isn't my idea of a good time. I'd rather avoid a repeat of what happened last year." Runias tilted her head curiously, but discerned my reluctance to delve further into the topic. She respected my choice to leave it at that and didn't press the matter. Shifting the conversation, I inquired, "So what brings you here? Is there something you need from me?" She shook her head, her gaze focused on me. "No, I merely wanted to observe you at work. If it's inconvenient, I can depart." I reassured her, no need to leave. You're already well informed about the happenings in the underworld and the supernatural realm. There's nothing we won't discuss eventually. With that, I rose from my seat and approached her, ready to continue our conversation. As I settled down next to her, she wasted no time in closing the gap between us and extended a snack that I hadn't encountered before. What's this? I inquired, studying the packaging. Centuredo Dragon, snack approved. It's a special limited edition flavor. This, to say the least, struck me as quite odd. It's just as it appears, a bag of crisps that tastes like, well, food from the underworld. They've teamed up with the Dragon Show for this collaboration. Originally, they had wanted the Switch Princess or even the Witch Princess to be a part of it, but the Witch Princess declined, saying she wasn't comfortable with it. Rias was busy at the time, so Yumi-chan stepped in, she explained. I found Lavinia's decline a bit surprising, but I could understand her reasons. However, it was truly unexpected for Yumi to step in. Yumi? I inquired. She responded. She mentioned that it might catch your attention, even though she wasn't thrilled about how she was portrayed in the promotional picture. She's been eagerly looking forward to the day when you'd come across these snack bags, she continued. Isn't that right? She turned towards the door, and there stood Yumi Kira. Good evening, first-generation Sama, Eren Senpai. Yumi greeted, her voice tinged with nervousness. Yumi, welcome, I greeted her with a warm smile. We were discussing your decision to take on the photo shoot in place of Rias. I must admit, I anticipated Aquino or Zenobia for this role. Yumi nodded and swiftly joined us, taking a seat on my other side. I did it because I wanted more of your attention. She exclaimed, Centuredo Jean? I'm the progenitor of the Gremory family. And, as she is a member of my descendants' peerage, I give you both my blessing. Her excitement was palpable in her voice. I turned to look at Renias and then back at Yumi, who was still blushing and awaiting my response. It felt as though I was being gently pushed into a situation, but at the same time, I had been contemplating taking our relationship to the next level. Initially, it had taken some time for me to accept Kiba's decision to transition into a woman permanently and pursue me in her new form. However, months had passed since then, and while I had engaged in some playful teasing and light-hearted conversation with her, I hadn't made significant progress in our relationship. It appeared that Yumi's patience was also wearing thin. Right, my bad, I said before gently taking her wrists and leaning in to give her a barato. Yumi was taken aback by my direct approach, but she quickly reciprocated the kiss, and in the background, Runia's cooed in approval. I finally broke our kiss, and Yumi's face had turned even redder than before. How was it? Did you like it? I inquired. Thank you very much, Yumi exclaimed, her voice quivering with excitement as she dashed out of the room. It seems it might have overwhelmed her a bit. Fufu, Runias chuckled. She continued, speaking of which, Rias is still in need of a rook and pawns. Isn't she? Will you assist her in finding her final pieces? As Runias brought up Rias' need for the last members of her peerage, I recalled the vision's ID glimpsed of the future. I had indeed helped with one pawn, but it was Rias who truly recruited them into her peerage. My role was to ensure they crossed paths under the right circumstances. I suppose you could say that, I responded, deliberately keeping my answer somewhat cryptic. But she wasn't one to give up easily. She leaned in closer, looking at me with a determined expression. Come on, why not tell me? She tilted her head, as if trying to win me over. Or perhaps you'd like some form of compensation on my part. I was about to dismiss her offer when she surprised me by planting a swift kiss on my lips. I regarded her with a mixture of surprise and amusement. I was planning on telling you regardless, with or without the kiss, I admitted. Anyway, she will only have one pawn, and she hails from the Phantasma. Rinia's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Oh, a pawn from another universe. Does that mean she'll relocate here to be by Ria's side? I nodded in agreement. That's the general idea. With that conversation settled, we delve into a range of other topics that piqued Rinia's interest. Before long, Kaisis, Venelana, and Rias joined us, and we found ourselves engaged in an hour of lively chatter. Although my work had been momentarily delayed, I couldn't help but appreciate the pleasant diversion. Later that night, as the girls in my company drifted off to sleep, I quietly slipped out of my bedroom and teleported to the rooftop of my home. Gazing up at the moon, I took a moment to admire its serene glow before turning my attention back to the familiar landscape of Kuo town below. 2 places to visit, huh? I'm used to myself. Well, let's make this quick. My thoughts were interrupted by a voice from behind. I turned to find Latia standing there. Why did you leave your room? She inquired. Surprised by her presence, I replied, I thought you were already asleep. What brings you here? She approached me and playfully tugged at my cheeks. I was still up, tending to a few matters. Now, answer my question, she insisted. Antares contacted me regarding something important, I explained. I'm heading back to the moon, and after that, I plan to visit the dimensional gap to check on his progress with the expansion. With that, Latia released her grip on my cheeks. I'm coming with you, she declared, her determination evident in her eyes as she reached out and took my hand. I nodded in acknowledgement. Yeah, I figure as much. After teleporting to the moon, Latia and I took in the lunar landscape. Latia's fascination with this celestial body was still evident as she gazed around. Are we at the edge of the boundary you'd set for us? Is a project complete? She inquired. Yeah, it is, I confirmed. But let's take a closer look at the finished product. With that, I guided her beyond the protective barrier I had established. As we crossed the threshold, Latia's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this what you were talking about? She asked, her voice trembling slightly. Yeah, it is, I replied. It may be relatively small, and I've taken inspiration from the typical sci-fi moon bases depicted in media and the like. What do you think? I inquired, eager to hear her thoughts. Below me stretched the moon base I had envisioned and built, a testament to my sci-fi dreams brought to life. True to its genre-inspired design, it presented a circular structure with semicircular components that gave it an otherworldly, futuristic aesthetic. The predominant color scheme of gray and white, with strategically placed illuminated areas, created an intriguing interplay of light and shadow on its surface. The base boasted 6 entrances in total, 4 of them thoughtfully designed to accommodate large vehicles for future endeavors. But the heart of this lunar haven was a towering structure that served as my own sanctuary. It was reminiscent of my home back in Kuo, with a grand hallway that extended into a realm of infinite rooms. Scattered around the moon base, ID allocated spaces for various businesses and shops, fostering a sense of community and commerce in this lunar landscape. In essence, it resembled a colossal mall, with my living quarters perched on the top floor, overseeing the bustling activity below. The backdrop was nothing short of breathtaking, a panoramic view of Earth and the vastness of space. It cast a mysterious, almost mystical glow upon the structure, evoking a sense of wonder. Can we explore it? She inquired. Yeah, that was my initial plan, and once we're done here, we'll head to the dimensional gap. Is that okay with you? I joined you with that in mind, she responded. I chuckled, then swept Latia into my arms, carrying her like a princess, and bounded towards one of the entrances. We swiftly reached our destination, and the entrance doors initiated a scan of both of us by employing a green scanner that ran over our entire bodies. As the scanning process concluded, the doors swung open, allowing us to step inside. Upon entering, we found ourselves in yet another room, where a detoxification process commenced. A white, gaseous substance filled the room, working to cleanse and purify us. The detoxification procedure lasted for approximately a minute, and when it was complete, a screen positioned before us displayed the reassuring message cleared, illuminated with a soothing green hue. Subsequently, the doors opened, granting us access to the lobby of this remarkable place. Latia's eyes shimmered with a sense of wonder as she took in the breathtaking spectacle that surrounded us. The lobby stretched before me, vast and imposing, its lofty ceilings adorned with a mesmerizing display of futuristic circular lights that bathed the space in a soft, ethereal glow. My eyes were drawn to a prominent white pillar right at the entrance, adorned with lights coiling around its elegant form. while verdant foliage graced the ground surrounding it. It was a fusion of nature and technology, a testament to the harmony I sought to embody. The lobby was brimming with opportunities, offering an array of office spaces that could be leased by aspiring entrepreneurs. Nestled behind the pillar, a small yet significant statue of myself stood proudly in my formidable balance breaker armor, featuring both the boosted gear and divine dividing, overlooking a tranquil fountain. To our right, the receptionist's desk stood as a hub of activity and will be manned by diligent professionals in the future. Beneath our feet, the hexagonal patterns on the floor mirrored the ones on the ceiling, creating an intricate symmetry that captivated the eye. In total, the building boasted 12 floors, with the first 6 dedicated to commerce and the latter 6 serving as a testament to the legacy of my family. Each of these floors was a sprawling canvas, accommodating a wide range of shops and businesses. The thought of space constraints was dismissed with a mention of magic, which could readily adapt and reshape the environment to suit the ever-evolving needs of its occupants. Isn't it awesome? I asked Latia with a hint of pride. And it's going to get even better when we start welcoming other people to establish their businesses here. We'll begin with the supernatural community and then gradually bring in human companies after we reveal ourselves. Oh, and if you see anything you'd like to change or enhance, feel free to let me know. Latia released my hand and eagerly took a step forward, embarking on a comprehensive exploration of her surroundings. Her approach was akin to that of a child exploring an amusement park for the very first time, brimming with wonder and curiosity. However, her demeanor was anything but casual. She conducted her examination with unwavering seriousness. Not only did she scrutinize each element in detail, but she also summoned a notepad to document her observations. She touched and prodded various components of the structures, Centuredo, and she quickly scurried away to explore a different section of the base. As I stood there, 2 balls of light and another figure emerged from my shadow. The ones who emerged were Albion, Draig, and Apophis. Draig let out a triumphant roar, exclaiming, "Time to explore." Albion added, "I'm quite interested in seeing this place for myself." Apophis, however, had a question. "Is your own section finished too, or is it just the business areas?" As the 2 heavenly dragons soared away to embark on their exploration, I took a moment to answer Apophis' inquiry. "It's done, but it's rather barren." "Well, there are a few pre-built items in place, but nothing particularly distinctive. You'll need to bring everyone here again after my next meeting with the Alliance." Apophis nodded in acknowledgement and then continued on his way. Just as I took a step forward, I was halted by a familiar voice. "So, this is where you went? It looks like an interesting place." Velgrine's voice greeted me. I turned around to see her and Azathoth, both curiously examining their surroundings. "Oh, Vel, Azathoth. Yeah, I came here once it was finished. I brought Latia with me too, and the 3 dragons with me have gone off to explore. After we're done here, we're planning to visit the dimensional gap. Would you like to join us?" I extended the invitation after a brief explanation. Both of them nodded, and it happened that Latia returned at that moment. "Oh, you 2 came too? Would you like to accompany me on a tour of Aaron's base? There's still plenty of areas left to explore." She extended the invitation. Velgrind accepted the offer, but Azathoth chose to stay with me. The 2 of them strolled away as the echoes of Draig's enthusiastic shouts echoed throughout the base. I exchanged a glance with Azathoth, and then we made our way to a spot where a couple of seats awaited. We sat down, and a comfortable silence settled between us. "Why did you create this?" she asked, her curiosity evident. "You mean the moon base?" I clarified, and she nodded in response. I reflected on the question for a moment before answering. Back in my previous world, the population was continually increasing, and we faced challenges like limited space, escalating pollution, and various other issues that threatened the long-term sustainability of our planet. I scratched the back of my head, letting out a small chuckle as I continued. I never got to witness how it all played out before, but I wanted to take steps to prevent such a future. My goal is to expand human territories as well as those of the supernatural. I aim to unite both realms and gradually establish a presence across this universe. However, I have no intention of letting this expansion spill over into other universes. It could get too complicated. As I contemplated my vision, I looked down for a moment, deep in thought. It had occurred to me that, given my connection to the central world of Tensura, why not facilitate a fusion of the DXD and Tensura universes? People from both realms, including humans, could freely come and go. I also intended to create a central hub for meetings and policymaking. In addition, I envisioned deploying the multiversal DXD and EXE to undertake missions across the multiverse, addressing any problems that arose. Just as I was about to elaborate on this plan, I felt a pair of hands gently rest on my head, tilting it forward. To my surprise, it was Azathoth who had embraced me. I glanced up, only to find her wearing her typical blank expression, albeit with a faint smile on her lips. What are you doing?" I asked, a touch bewildered by her unexpected affection. "The fated ones, Royson and Aoife, told me to do this to you if you make a certain face. I'm not sure why, but is this working?" Azathoth asked, her voice carrying a hint of uncertainty. ID always wondered about that peculiar expression, and perhaps I'd delve into it in the future. "Yeah, thanks," I replied, pulling myself back to my feet. As I looked down at Azathoth, I noted that she wasn't as petite as one might assume. She seemed to stand around 5 feet 10 inches, maybe even 5 feet 11 inches if we stretched it. Her golden eyes gazed back at me, their luster almost shimmering. I couldn't resist reaching out to poke her cheek, which caught her off guard. I remarked, "You have makeup on? I didn't expect that from you." She hesitated for a moment before responding, "A few of your women suggested I try it. Does it make me look strange?" Chuckling softly, he smiled at her. "Nah, you look great with it, but you also look great without it. So it's entirely up to you whether you want to keep using it," I reassured her, causing a faint blush to tinge her cheeks as I turned away. "Anyway, let's explore the rest of the base ourselves. I have to admit, I haven't had the chance to do that yet." I added and extended my hand to her. She looked at it briefly before accepting, and we walked away in the direction of the clamor emanating from Albion and Drake. Though there was still much for us to discover and navigate in our journey, it felt like Azathoth and I were beginning to understand each other a bit more. I could tell this by the slightly firmer grip she had on my hand compared to the last time I held it. Chapter 14, Part 1. Let's go to Kyoto this year, too. Aaron Toole's soliloquy, approximately an hour had elapsed since our arrival, and most of us had concluded our exploration of the area. However, Latia and Velgrind remained unaccounted for, still out and about. "Partner," Dre chimed in, "you should consider adding a pool park or something of the sort here. Maybe even include an indoor amusement park. After all, this place is poised to become the central hub for the Moon City, right?" I pondered his suggestion for a moment. "Yes, that's correct," I affirmed. "He'll discuss it with the others and Latia. It's important to gather everyone's opinions before implementing any changes." Drake responded with a nod, but there was an unmistakable grin on his face. He chose to keep his thoughts to himself, though his reasons for it were rather clear. Azathoth stood beside me, still holding my hand. She had held it as we explored the moon base, and even after we had finished our tour. I hadn't mentioned it because I didn't mind, but Drake's mischievous grin piqued her curiosity. "Is something bothering you, Welsh Dragon Drake?" she inquired, clearly puzzled by his reaction. Albion and Apophis exchanged glances before deciding to vacate the area, leaving me with no choice but to remain. Drake considered his next move, pondering his options carefully. "Why are you still holding his hand, Azathoth?" he exclaimed dramatically, striking a peculiar pose for emphasis. Azathoth blinked in response, her gaze shifting between Drake's theatrical display and our still-connected hands. After a moment, she turned her attention back to Drake, let out a sigh, and shook her head, releasing her grip on my hand. "It simply slipped my mind, Drake," she explained to him, her gaze now directed at me. "Forgive me." I reassured her with a nonchalant reply, "No worries." As Drake began to move away, he quickly dashed toward the other dragons. I let out a sigh and added, he didn't need to hurry, though, since we're leaving for the dimensional gap soon. Sorry for the wait. Latia's voice suddenly broke the silence. We turned our attention toward them and spotted her, accompanied by Velgrind, who seemed to be dragging Drake along with them. After they arrived in front of us, I inquired, "How did it go?" Latia, now holding a notepad, appeared deep in thought. "I have a few things I'd like to discuss with Antares, assuming he was also responsible for creating this place." I nodded, recalling the construction process of this location. Yes, he was primarily responsible for it. Occasionally, I would drop by and observe their work, but I didn't interfere since he had asked me personally to let them continue, much like the base in the dimensional gap. As I relayed this information, Latia listened attentively, nodding in acknowledgement. "If that's the case," she began, "then I would like to have a conversation with him once we arrive in the dimensional gap. I assume Velgrind and Azathoth will be joining us as well." Her curiosity spurred further questioning, and I affirmed her assumptions. "Yeah, they'll be coming along," I replied. "Anyway, we've already spent a significant portion of the night up here. Let's continue on and inspect the dimensional gap." With that, I teleported us away, moving us closer to our destination. As we arrived in the residential district of my home within the dimensional gap, the distinctive sounds of construction filled the air. It was a symphony of activity. Various objects were being moved through the use of magic, the cacophony of voices issuing commands and explanations, and the clatter of tools employed for the work at hand. When I turned my gaze to a particular location, my eyes fell upon Antares, who stood on an elevated platform. He was clad in a simple white t-shirt, brown work pants, sturdy work boots, and a bright yellow hard hat. A floating blue window hovered before him as he pointed in various directions, instructing those working around him. Claudira was by his side, equally involved in the labor, although she was dressed in her regular attire. We approached him, and, as we drew nearer, he swiftly turned around, Claudira close behind. It appeared they had exchanged a few words with the workers, most of whom were comprised of shadow soldiers, his dragons, and other electa. Then, they made their way over to us. "Eren-sama, what brings you here?" he asked with evident enthusiasm. "I'm simply here to oversee the progress and check in on all of you in the construction," I replied. With a meaningful glance in Latia's direction, I continued, "On that note, Latia would like to discuss our moon base with you." "I see. Please follow us. We're making excellent progress tonight. According to my calculations, we should have the entire project completed in 2 or 3 months," he said, taking the lead as he guided us back to the platform. Claudira chimed in, "If everything goes smoothly, you tend to make minor adjustments if it doesn't align with your vision for Eren-sama." "Indeed, only the best is reserved for Eren-sama," Antares replied with unwavering confidence. Returning to the platform, we observed that most of the work was concentrated on the motorway bridge. It would serve as a crucial connection to the Emerald City, the former territory of the Wizards of Oz. A dedicated team of shadow soldiers and dragons toiled diligently in constructing this vital passage, while a handful of Electa members oversaw and offered their guidance. I couldn't help but inquire, "How is the progress in the Emerald City? Have you renamed it yet?" "Currently, we are in the process of renaming it, and construction is well underway under the supervision of Celine and Shala," Antares responded. "Given its substantial size, it will naturally take some time. We've also reached a consensus on how to address the tower's position to the north, south, east, and west. I'd prefer to keep the details under wraps for now, so I won't divulge that information," he explained. "That's perfectly fine with me," I responded, my gaze fixed on the horizon. Antares and Latia moved away, delving into a discussion about various aspects of the moon base that Latia had meticulously recorded in her notepad. "Eren-sama, we recently made some adjustments in Kyoto, and we were wondering if you would consider this," Claudira proposed. She presented me with a blue screen displaying their plan. As I reviewed their proposal, I found it rather intriguing. I had a rough plan in mind for the upcoming operation, one that involved enlisting the help of both Team DXD and EXE. However, involving that group in our endeavor didn't seem like a bad idea, especially considering our existing alliance. Nonetheless, I realized that I needed to consult Suzaku before making any final decisions. She played a pivotal role among the 5 principal clans, an arrangement that had been established following a meeting with the clan leaders, the Chinese pantheon, and the Shinto pantheon. They'll discuss it with Suzaku and go from there. While I already have information on the whereabouts of most of them, a few individuals seem to be guarding secrets related to the EV or even Phantasma. Obtaining this information would be highly advantageous for the advancement of this universe's technology in the future. I might even consider patenting them myself. I informed Claudira, sharing my thoughts on the matter. With a mischievous glint in my eye, I couldn't help but add, I also want to unveil something special during it. A small smirk danced across my lips, piquing Claudira's curiosity. Intrigued, she inquired, and what might that be? In response, I gently poked her on the head, sharing my elaborate plan. Safe to say, her initial reaction was one of bewilderment. She took some time to ponder the idea, and eventually, her gaze returned to me. Should you decide to go through with that plan, she began cautiously, you might find yourself having to repair a substantial portion of Kyoto afterward. Unless, of course, you take the precaution of covering the designated buildings with your barriers before the operation commences. Nodding in agreement, I acknowledged, yeah, that's exactly my intention. I want to prevent any unnecessary repairs this time. I've also taken measures to ensure that they don't deviate from the plan. I even had Daniel issue a stern warning to the cow's order, making it clear that any last-minute alterations would result in consequences. I grinned, feeling reassured. So, we can proceed without unnecessary concerns. Velgrind leaned in, her crimson eyes fixated on me as she raised a thought. She began, you're starting to adopt a somewhat villainous approach in the way you handle things. Are you certain you're not veering off course? Her words were accompanied by a hint of concern. I acknowledged her concerns. I had similar worries at first, but when you consider it, not everyone within the cow's order is motivated solely by altruism, Perhaps a few, but a significant number among them were dissatisfied with the state of the world and yearned for change. They may not openly admit their desire to rule with an iron fist, but it lurks beneath the surface, I explained, attempting to convey the complexities of the situation to Velgrind. I've taken measures to ensure that humans and the rest of the supernatural world remain unharmed in this. The only ones affected are those directly involved in the operation, and I've gone to great lengths to minimize their suffering. In the grand scheme, those who ultimately bear the brunt of the consequences are considered the villains, I concluded, locking my gaze with Velgrind. She seemed hesitant, her concerns lingering. But however, I interjected, pressing forward with my viewpoint. From their perspective, they're the heroes of their own story, and am cast as the antagonist. In their twisted minds, they believe they're doing what's right? I posed the question to Velgrind, highlighting the subjectivity of morality and the complex interplay of perspectives. Velgrind gazed at me, her uncertainty palpable in the air. This situation was not unique. It extended to many aspects of existence, not just the current circumstances. It was reminiscent of the human world, especially during past wars. An illustrative example was Hitler, whose actions had left an indelible mark on history. Though I hadn't personally conversed with him when he was resurrected, I couldn't help but wonder about his perspective. I believed that he genuinely thought he was doing the right thing. It was as though he convinced himself that his actions were somehow justified. The idea struck me that everyone, in their own life narrative, played the role of the main character. Their perspective shaped their actions and choices, regardless of how they were perceived by others. Some individuals exhibited more empathy and consideration for the well-being of others, while others seemed bereft of such qualities. Ultimately, the variations in human behavior were deeply rooted in the individual's character and the manner in which they approached life's complexities. Velgrind's silence persisted, prompting me to further press the matter. I posed a thought-provoking question, my words measured and deliberate. Answer me this, Vel. I began, if you were a parent, and you had raised your child to be a paragon of virtue and integrity, but in the end, they took a dark path, becoming a scummy criminal who perpetrated injustice in the world. how would you react? In their own twisted logic, they believe they were right, trying to rectify the world's injustices. As their mother, would you stand by their side, supporting their misguided cause, or would you choose to uphold the principles of the legal system? I urged her to consider a challenging scenario, providing more context. Now, imagine this. There exists incontrovertible evidence of their misdeeds, recordings, photographs, even a live feed documenting one of their heinous acts, and your own child has openly confessed to these crimes. Faced with this undeniable proof, who would you stand with? The child you've known for years, or the justice system, which is poised to apprehend, imprison, or possibly even execute them? I posed these questions, waiting for her response, as the weight of the moral dilemma hung in the air. Before she could respond, Azathoth intervened, stating firmly, I would align with the legal system. There is concrete evidence, and despite the fact that they were my own flesh and blood, we cannot ignore the actions they took. Her words prompted me to fix my gaze on her. I couldn't help but wonder if this matter struck a chord with her, given her children had been the source of chaos and turmoil across the Omniverse for an extended period. It was no secret that she had often been lenient with them, despite her lingering feelings of guilt. The revelation left me somewhat surprised, as Azathoth had not typically aligned herself with the legal system in the past. It raised questions in my mind. Had her perspective shifted recently, or was this an isolated instance driven by the question at hand? I can't provide an answer right now. Is that okay? She inquired with a slight furrow in her brows as she looked at me. I nodded and responded, of course, that's perfectly fine. But if you ever find a response, even if it's 100 years from now, please share it with me, all right? She agreed silently, understanding the importance of the request. Velgrind had always shown a deep and unwavering concern for her family, even if it had involved repeatedly challenging and defeating Veldora. Her emotional reaction upon hearing about Ramirez's involvement in his demise indicated the depth of her affection. In that regard, it seemed that we shared a common sentiment. As for myself, I couldn't say with certainty how I would react in such a situation. I loved my children dearly and was prepared to do anything to protect them. However, if circumstances ever mirrored Velgrind's ordeal, I too would find myself in a perplexing and challenging situation, unsure of how to navigate the complex emotions it would undoubtedly stir. I stretched my body, surveying our surroundings with a casual demeanor, and attempted to lighten the mood with a question. That got a bit heavy, didn't it? What were we talking about before this weighty conversation? Unfortunately, my attempt to inject some levity seemed to have fallen flat, leaving the atmosphere decidedly somber. My partner, Drake, chose this moment to interject with a burst of enthusiasm. Partner, this highway motorway thing is long. Like really long. The Emerald City is also pretty cool. He couldn't help but express his amazement at the sights around us. But something about the atmosphere change hadn't escaped him. What on earth happened here? Who just crushed the mood into the ground? Drake inquired with a curious tone. I confessed, that would be me, but please go ahead and share your thoughts, Drake. I'm genuinely curious. My dragon companion embarked on a detailed description of what he had seen and the plans that had been made for the area. It turned out that Celine had provided him with some insights during their conversation. Another hour elapsed before we were prepared to head back. I returned to my residence in this dimension, taking the opportunity to consult with a few members of the EXE regarding our upcoming operations. Once those discussions were concluded, I rejoined the rest of the group. With the preparations behind us, I addressed Antares and Claudira. Well, then we're going to take our leave. Keep up the excellent work. I commended them. Antares replied with determination, absolutely, Aaron Sama. We'll have this mission completed swiftly. Claudira added her assurance, yes, Aaron Sama. He'll make sure to keep you updated on the situation. I acknowledged her words with a nod before we departed for home. The following day arrived, and I found myself concluding another meeting with various leaders from the Slavic pantheon. Together, we had reached an agreement to host them within different factions or pantheons, a strategic move to confound any potential spies affiliated with the Cow's Order. I chose not to disclose that we had no such spies within our alliance. Yet I welcomed this change in location with open arms. Currently, I sat outside the same building where I had met with the Slavic gods. By my side, I had the company of Rose, Reiko, and Zoria. Although the latter two didn't need to accompany me, they had insisted, and I had relented. At the moment, we were taking a break, and I had decided to step outside to enjoy some fresh air. Erin, Rossweiss addressed me, prompting me to turn my attention her way. She hesitated before speaking, her words laced with curiosity. "You'll just come out and ask it. You're planning to spend a romantic evening with Gabriel tonight, aren't you?" As the question hung in the air, Reiko, who was dining with us, suddenly began coughing uncontrollably after taking a bite of her food. Zoria's reaction was no different. Her face turned an even deeper shade of red. The directness of Rossweiss's inquiry took me by surprise. I couldn't help but wonder if there was a hint of jealousy behind her question. "Well, it's not exactly a secret," I responded with a curious tone. "So yes, I am." "Why do you ask?" She returned the question, and a faint blush tinted her cheeks as she shook her head. "And no, it's nothing," she stammered. "I was just wondering. I was supposed to help her go pick out some outfits with the others today, but I decided to come with you," she confessed, the blush on her face deepening. "Gabriel did ask me about this when the other Gremory family members came to visit. I began, but in a way it's been a long time coming. I realized that I would have to have a close, personal conversation with her eventually. I mean, I couldn't picture Gabriel handling those kinds of serious discussions, you know? She's so, I guess, Censuredo's more personal side was, in a way, intriguing and interesting. Could we change the topic, please?" Raiko's request was timid, and it was evident that she remained somewhat reserved about discussing such matters, despite having lived with us and encountered many unusual situations. It was worth mentioning that something significant had transpired during my recent visit to the Shinto pantheon, and it was unlikely that Reiko had forgotten about it. As I contemplated the request, Zoria gently tugged on my sleeve and inquired, "Can I participate in the upcoming operation? I'd like to be a part of DXD. I've already discussed it with Perrin, and he's given his approval. However, I do feel a bit uneasy about being included as one of the leaders of the Slavic group within the organization." "That's perfectly fine," I responded, waving off any need for prior approval. "Anyone is welcome to join. By the way, I wish you the best of luck with your participation in the group. Don't forget to visit my place every now and then, especially during the training sessions with the less experienced members. It's vital to keep an eye on their progress. Plus, focusing on strengthening yourself wouldn't hurt either." Zoria nodded in agreement, and we fell into a comfortable silence. Yet, it wasn't long before Alopa appeared to round us up, signaling the resumption of our meeting. Thus, my day carried on in a series of meetings and discussions about our future plans. Later that night, there was an unusual atmosphere in my home. Everyone was well aware of the upcoming events, and the guests couldn't hide their awareness. Many of them exchanged curious glances in my direction, with most of them looking away nervously, as if the anticipation was getting to them. Even Gabriel, who is usually composed and confident, seemed to be avoiding me throughout the day. Every interaction we had was marked by her blushing and quickly retreating from my presence. It was clear that something had been on her mind. I was aware of what it was, but I chose not to delve too deeply into it. Given her close friendships with Aquino and Kuroka, I could only imagine the sort of ideas they might have put in her head, especially considering their occasional propensity for extreme ideas. However, the passage of time eventually brought about the long-anticipated moment. Censuredo, I agreed, and allowed her to make her preparations. "Why, you can turn around now," she stammered, and I obliged. As I faced her, I was met with the striking sight of Gabriel in an elegant, flowing outfit. The delicate fabric draped gracefully, and she looked radiant as she stood before me. Censuredo, a warm smile, crossed my face as I leaned in and greeted her affectionately. She smiled back at me, and for a moment, the world around us seemed to fade away. With tenderness and confidence, I reached for her hand and held it close, the bond between us growing stronger. Censurado, 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 her face flushed an even deeper shade of crimson. "I'm a bit embarrassed," she confessed, her voice carrying a tone of genuine shyness. I reassured her with a warm smile, telling her that it was perfectly fine. We shared a tender, bravado moment together. The evening was filled with warmth as our connection deepened. I felt a growing closeness between us, and we shared a tender moment together. She responded with surprise and delight as we embraced, her happiness clear as we adjusted to this new chapter in our relationship. The heartfelt moment deepened as she wrapped her arms around me, and my heart swelled with emotion. As I held her close and whispered, "Gabriel, I love you." Tears welled up in her eyes and finally cascaded down her cheeks as she replied, "I love you too." "So, it's okay. You can go ahead." "Okay?" "Of course. I'm right here," I assured her with a gentle smile. I was determined to keep my composure. She looked incredibly adorable at that moment, and the last thing I wanted was to rush and potentially overwhelm her. My goal was to ensure she felt comfortable and at ease. And making her cry, for any reason, was the last thing on my mind. Even though I had unintentionally made her cry before, I tried to convince myself that those tears had been shed out of happiness, nothing more. I moved slowly and gently, careful and deliberate in every moment. "Censurado, censurado, Gabriel," I said, seeking her permission. She smiled warmly and nodded. "For you, Aaron," she said with affection in her eyes. Her gentle smile encouraged me. "I'll do my best." "All right," I said, ready to begin. "Just stay calm, and we'll get through it together." Censurado, Gabriel suddenly winced in pain, causing me to stop immediately. "Are you okay?" I asked, filled with concern. At that very moment, I realized we had reached a difficult position, and I was worried I had hurt her. Fine," she replied, her words coming out in a contented tone. "I just feel really full." A warm smile graced her face as she continued, "And I also feel very happy to be connected with you." Her voice dropped to a hushed whisper as she extended her arms, silently requesting a hug. I responded to her unspoken request by wrapping my arms around her, pulling her closer. As we embraced, our faces drew nearer, and our bravado met in a tender bravado. This time, it was Gabriel who took the lead. "Censurado, censurado," I felt Gabriel's inner warmth envelop me even more tightly, as if she were trying to hold back the surge of emotions that welled up within me. Perhaps it was the anticipation that had built up over time, or the stress of the day that added to the intensity of the moment. Censurado, censurado, it was unclear whether it was instinct or the influence of the other girls that led her to this decision. But for now, I pushed such musings aside. Instead, I focused on the task at hand, working through the moment with intense determination. Gabriel called out loudly, her voice breaking with emotion as she pushed forward. "Censurado, censurado, 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 censurado." Her cheerful giggles filling the room. The angel was clearly pleased with herself, and she snuggled closer to me, enjoying the warm moment together. I had been considerate and cautious, and I couldn't help but feel a sense of care for her. However, her mischievous spirit soon emerged. "It's still uncomfortable," she remarked, gently nudging at me with her leg. In response, I suggested, "Let's not dwell on that for now. We should get some rest before rejoining the others, all right?" Gabriel agreed to my proposal. Censurado, and it seemed that their influence had left its mark on Gabriel. Releasing another sigh, I playfully poked her nose and gently squeezed it between my fingers, causing her to shake her head and giggle at me once more. Instead of falling asleep, we found ourselves immersed in an hour of light-hearted flirtation. I didn't anticipate such significant progress on Valis' future armor, I remarked, my surprise evident in my voice. On this particular day, I found myself at Grigori, accompanied by a few others. Gabriel was by my side, appearing noticeably friendlier since our meeting 2 nights ago. In just 2 days, we were scheduled to return to Kyoto for the operation, my upcoming dragon-themed show, and to oversee the second years during their trip. Before me lay Valis' new armor, a project initiated by Azazel. Unlike Issei's Ryuteru, this project involved creating a small ship tailored to Valis' needs. With my assistance, it would gradually evolve to align with Valis' increasing strength. In addition to that, Valley had recently acquired a Malbranche, which served both as an aid in enhancing his abilities and as a valuable power-up. This development coincided with his reunion with his mother, further giving him more power. Valley responded with a haughty tone, his usual air of confidence mixing with a touch of Tsundere-like reluctance. I suppose I can accept your assistance this one time, Azazel. His question followed. I assume I can use this form in the upcoming tournament match, correct? I considered the inquiry and offered some insight. While we haven't delved into the specifics of this form yet, based on what I've observed, it should be feasible. However, keep in mind that its applicability might vary depending on the parameters of the game's field. If it doesn't quite fit within those constraints, I wouldn't recommend it. Vala nodded, evidently in agreement with my assessment. A giant ship? Can you pilot something like that, Va? Lina, Valis' mother, inquired, her concern evident in her eyes. Azazel chimed in with an attempt to boost Lina's confidence. Dolfret, Mum. Valley here is no ordinary individual. He's a genius, and I have no doubt he'll grasp how to operate it within a day. I couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at Azazel's words. It almost seemed like he had initially been about to call Valley an idiot. I shot Azazel a quizzical look, and he responded with a sharp glare in return. I can always ask Aniki for some tips, and yes, am willing to try learning how to pilot a ship on my own, he responded, addressing his concerned mother's worries. She turned her gaze towards me, her expression still marked by anxiety. I'll be fine. As Azazel mentioned, Valley is a genius, so he'll grasp the controls without any issues, I reassured her, offering some comfort. My mother, who had accompanied me on this occasion, approached Lina and gently took her hands into her own. Don't worry, Lina. I have faith in my son's words, and am sure Valley will be just fine, she reassured her. Lina, a bit taken aback by this sudden support, finally gave in to my mother's comforting words. The two mothers engaged in a heartfelt conversation, with Gabriel joining them to offer additional reassurance, especially given her angelic nature. As they shared their words of encouragement, I found myself gazing at the spacecraft before us. Breaking my reverie, I turned to Valley and spoke with a sense of urgency. Valley, I advise against using this ship in the upcoming operation. Instead, suggest pairing up with the new Malbranche. Valley, curious about my decision, inquired why. I chose my words carefully as I explained. To put it plainly, using this ship could result in an explosion, which would only delay the completion of the project. Moreover, it would mean that you'd have less firepower when we need it the most in the Phantasma and Eevee universes. My words carried a weight of seriousness, emphasizing the importance of conserving our resources for the challenges that lay ahead. Valley fixed his gaze on me, his silence speaking volumes. However, it was Azazel who broke the quietude with a question. So, you're suggesting that it's still unstable, eh? What alterations or upgrades do you propose as the initial steps? Azazel inquired, leaning forward with genuine interest, while I began to explain to him. However, at the moment, the Grigori didn't have the necessary resources for it. I assured him that I would provide what they needed within a few hours, to which he agreed. Oh, and I want to mention that you won't be harmed by the explosion, I added, since you are rather resilient now. I hesitated to bring it up because of your mother's presence, but I wanted to make sure you knew. He nodded, understanding my concern. We both turned around and noticed that our mothers were still deep in conversation. It appeared they hadn't heard the remark, or, at least, Lina seemed oblivious to it. I had no doubt that my mother, with her heightened senses, had likely caught on to the situation, unlike Lina. Anyway, I continued. I've got some plans to implement something quite unique, like boost power, which lets you power up in unconventional ways, just like I do with my signature move. I delivered this statement with a mischievous smirk. It earned me a facepalm from Valley and a hearty chuckle from Azazel. I'd venture to say it's not just booster power, but more like power boost. Erin, Lavinia remarked, her smile directed at me. She playfully placed a finger on her cheek and continued. The real question is, will Vakuin harness the power of Calantha-chan or Jinba-chan for this boost? Valley, visibly flustered and his face now even redder, interjected, "Enough about that." Laughter emanated from behind us, as Calantha had been privy to our conversation. Val's embarrassment deepened as he mumbled an exasperated plea of "I could just die," and covered his face with both hands. Calantha stepped closer to Valley, her arms encircling his waist. She began with, "Well, Vala does seem to," before she could finish her sentence. Vala let out a resounding scream, his face an intense shade of red, and sprinted away. "Ada," Calantha remarked, her hand resting on her cheek. She let out a sigh. "Centurado, right?" I hesitated to respond, my barato twitching. The answer was quite evident. I was just as curious as the others. It was no secret that I admired her confidence in the end. I was just as intrigued as anyone else. On the day of departure, we assembled at Kuo Station to bid farewell to the second-year students embarking on their trip. Those accompanying me via the teleportation circle after the farewell included Rias, Asia, Aquino, Lavinia, Yumi, Zenobia, and Irina. As for those departing on the trip, the roster consisted of Chiron, Ravel, Gasper, Ryuta and Akiri, Malarka Vordenberg, and Ruruko Nimura. A few more students had joined the other groups and departed earlier. I addressed the departing group, conveying my sentiments and intentions for the trip. We'll be arriving in Kyoto first through teleportation. Enjoy your time there, and rest assured we'll strive to conclude our operation as swiftly as possible. Ryuta, we'll definitely meet up with the 5 principal clans during our stay in Kyoto. In unison, they responded with a resounding, "Yes, sir." Their synchronized acknowledgement made me feel like a drill instructor for a moment. Ryuta, in particular, had a request. "Momiji wishes to see you again, Jin-senpai. If you arrive at my clan before I do, please pay her a visit," he implored and bowed. "Sure thing. They'll make sure to do that," I assured him. Turning to Penemu, Roygun, and Griselda, who were responsible for chaperoning the trip, I placed my trust in them. They'll be relying on you to look after them. Rest assured, I have shadow soldiers stationed around Kyoto, so there's no need to fret excessively. Roygun responded confidently. "Everything will be just fine, Aaron. They have 2 nurses accompanying them, after all." She herself had recently become the second nurse of Kuo, although she was part of the college division, a contrast to her high school division background in canon. Back then, she often encountered my avatar at the college, and, on occasion, she even attempted to get his attention in a friendly way. However, upon learning that it was just an avatar, she eventually abandoned her efforts. Nevertheless, she still occasionally inquired whether it was the real me or just an avatar. As for how she ended up on this trip, Azazel and Rias had pulled a few strings, allowing her to accompany them. They cited the potential for incidents like the one the previous year when Jinshuru and other students suffered from food poisoning. "I'm really looking forward to this Kyoto trip. I don't get to go there often," Penemu chimed in with a hint of excitement in her voice. She cast me a meaningful look with her piercing eyes, silently expressing her desire for me to take her out while we're there. I nodded in agreement, and she then ushered everyone else away, as she was happy with my reply. With my focus now back on the group remaining with me, I suggested, "So, shall we get going? We still got a few hours to make the most of before we prepare for tomorrow's event." They readily agreed, and we promptly set off for Kyoto once again this year. We quickly reached Kyoto and approached the barriers of Yurikyoto. Positioned at the entrance were 2 kitsune, elegantly dressed in shrine maiden attire. "Welcome back, Jin-sama. Yasaka-sama and the others are eagerly awaiting your arrival." One of them greeted us warmly. The second Kishjin chimed in, "We'll gladly guide you to them." "Thank you," I replied, giving a friendly wave of acknowledgement. We proceeded to enter the barrier, and in an instant, we were transported back to Yurikyoto. As we walked along the familiar path, we were greeted by a multitude of yukai, their presence adding to the welcoming atmosphere. I heard a voice call out, "Oni-san." I turned towards the sound and recognized the yukai from the previous year. He had grown even more, standing with his friends. Before I could respond, they enveloped themselves in a potent tuki, their grins reflecting their newfound strength. Returning their smiles, I remarked, "You all have grown even stronger. Great job. I'm proud of your progress. Maybe in the future, you can consider joining Team DXD." They laughed, full of enthusiasm, expressing their eagerness to accept the offer. We exchanged farewells with the young Yukai and continued on our journey. Of course, I also made sure to purchase an array of souvenirs for everyone. The majority of these gifts were delectable sweets, and Irina and Zenobia, in particular, wasted no time in indulging themselves, with Rias and Aquino sampling a few treats. "Are you not going to try any, Nia?" I asked, glancing at her. She was cradling Shin in her arms, who seemed curious about the sweets. She shook her head, her attention focused on Shin. "Not right now, but I might try some later. It seems that Shin-chan wants a taste, though," she observed. Aquino extended a treat to Shin, who happily accepted and began to enjoy the delicacy. We reached the entrance of Yasaka's residence, and there stood Kunu, hands confidently resting on her hips, radiating an air of self-assuredness. However, the moment she spotted us, that confident demeanor crumbled, and she hurried over to greet us. "Aaron," she exclaimed, launching herself into my arms. I effortlessly lifted her up and embraced her warmly. "Hello, Kunu," I greeted her with a smile. "But why are you so excited to see me? After all, we practically lived together during the school year since you moved into my home." She frowned and puffed up her cheeks. "Is it a crime to be excited to see you?" she retorted. I chuckled, shaking my head. "No, it's not a crime at all. Anyway, let's get going. And while we walk, maybe you can fill me in on who's here today." I started moving towards the entrance, nodding to the Tengu guards as we passed. She took a moment to explain the attendees, the 5 principal clan heads, my mother, the Slash Dog team, and Chow Chow's team. Oh, and Izune-sen was there too. As I fed her some snacks that I had picked up, Istia, she joined the gathering as well. Given that she usually roams around India and the Philippines, it's quite unexpected for her to be in Japan. I wasn't bothered by it, but I certainly hadn't anticipated her presence. Drake couldn't help but chuckle. If Alicia found out, she'd be in big trouble. Kofufufu Albion chimed in, and she'd give you quite a beating if you ever snitched on her. "Well, that's true," Fufu Rudra added. "Istia, huh? It's a bit unexpected, but I don't mind her being here. Anyway, let's pick up the pace," I suggested. We quickened our steps, and soon found ourselves standing before the room. However, I paused just before entering, leaving my companions slightly puzzled. Perhaps I should change into something more appropriate for my role. I mumbled, deciding to switch to a more formal outfit. I swapped my attire for the same full black 3-piece suit I had worn during the peace conference. "Much better," I declared, satisfied with the change. Kunu, however, had a different opinion. She reached out and adjusted my tie to her liking, nodding in approval a few moments later. "Now it's better. I'll go in first," she announced, and I allowed her to proceed. She entered the room, and within a few seconds, the door opened again, revealing Kunu bowing and formally greeting us. "Welcome, Jin-sama. Everyone, please come in," she greeted, and her playful wink was met with our smiles as we entered the room. Inside, we found the various individuals Kunu had previously informed us about. Istia acknowledged my presence with a silent nod while standing in one of the corners. Sharon was positioned behind Yasaka, and the remaining attendees occupied seats around a large table. Each leader of the clans had 2 bodyguards positioned behind them, yet the atmosphere in the room was surprisingly relaxed. Kanami, eager to greet us, had her mouth covered by Natsum to keep her from speaking prematurely. Chow Chow and his team maintained their typical serious demeanor, though Leonardo seemed to be brimming with enthusiasm over something. I didn't anticipate such a somber atmosphere upon arriving in Kyoto, I remarked as I moved to a vacant spot, the rest of my group following suit. "Well, let's begin." "Welcome," Jean Yasaka began, acknowledging my presence. After these initial formalities, she continued, with the pleasantries out of the way, "Shall we commence our meeting?" None among us voiced any disagreement. So, she proceeded, "To start, we should address the matter of which group will be responsible for defending the perimeter of Kyoto. If there are any volunteers, now is the time to come forward. Otherwise, Jean has already provided a plan in advance for us to consider. A few of the heads turned their attention toward me, with the most openly hostile among them being Ju Kushihashi. Istia appeared ready to confront him, her intentions clear, but I silently signaled her to hold back. Even his bodyguards seemed unfazed, and I could have sworn I caught one of them rolling their eyes in response to his behavior. It was somewhat surprising to see that Ju still held the position of head, rather than Sairyu Kushihashi. However, we had to proceed, even if I wasn't particularly fond of the man. It occurred to me that some of his animosity was also directed at Ajamu, who had been discovered to be a Kushihashi as well, even though he was an illegitimate child. If I may make a suggestion? Suzaku inquired, her hand raised. Yasaka gave a nod of approval, and Suzaku continued, I propose that the 5 principal clans take responsibility for defending the perimeter of Kyoto. We are most familiar with the area, well-versed in the ideal locations for ambushes, and knowledgeable about the lay of the land for effective counterattacks. Ju, however, voiced his objection vehemently. I object. We also possess intimate knowledge of the routes within Kyoto. Would it not be wiser to assign the former hero faction members to safeguard the perimeter? I, for one, haven't forgiven them for their attack on Kyoto last year. His protest reverberated loudly within the gathering. While Jai's reasoning was understandable, his delivery lacked civility. Suzaku acknowledged his point with a nod and addressed him, saying, I comprehend your argument, Ju-san. My proposal was simply a suggestion. Ju huffed in response, sitting back down with a touch of discontent. Eager for more information, he pressed Yasaka further, his tone rude as he inquired, Well, what is the plan that the dragon has provided you, Yasaka-san? In the corner, both Sharon and Istia appeared to be gradually losing their patience with Ju, their auras steadily on the rise as they reacted to his impolite demeanor. Yasaka released a quiet sigh and retrieved a small document from her ring. She placed it on the table, allowing everyone present to examine it. This is the plan that Jean has devised. I ask that you all review it thoroughly. If you have any complaints or suggestions, please don't hesitate to voice them as soon as possible, she requested. I was already familiar with the contents of the document, so I didn't bother reading it again. However, everyone else in the room did. Ju Kushihashi, in particular, appeared to be quite agitated about it. This was likely due to my decision to assign the 5 principal clans to defend the perimeter, leaving my group, which was primarily composed of DXD and EXE members, to handle the main battles in Kyoto. Of course, they would receive assistance from a few devil groups, as well as Yasaka's Yukai group. Ju had a history of holding a grudge against supernatural beings, but given that he and the others had agreed to form alliances, especially with the Chinese and Shinto pantheon, and then with the DXD alliance, I expected him to cooperate and not behave so entitled, I suppose. Is there a problem with it, Ju Kushihashi? I inquired, prompting him to snap his head toward me. Instead of immediately launching into a tirade, he hesitated. I must admit, I was exuding a more forceful aura and atmosphere around me at that moment. This might have been why a few others in the room appeared ready to pounce on him. Ju seemed to sense this and hesitated to lash out. I disagree. If the rest are fine with it, then I don't care, but let the Kushihashi clan defend Kyoto alongside you. Being relegated to the perimeter is rather insulting, he stated. It sounded like he wanted to add that he would find it even more insulting to be forced to fight alongside the devils in Yukai, but he wisely held his tongue. His guards appeared embarrassed, and they probably didn't mind the idea, making me wonder how the rest of the Kushihashi clan felt about it. It led me to believe that they were likely more cooperative than their current head. I found myself wondering about the process of selecting the next clan head. When I first met Suzaku, she was already the head, but Sue was still alive, and there were several elders. Perhaps I would inquire about this process after the meeting. Yasaka nodded and proceeded to discuss the plan in more detail. She pointed to several key locations in Kyoto where the attacks were most likely to occur. Since the Kushihashi clan had been assigned to the offensive rather than the perimeter defense, I also chimed in, informing them that I would be sending an army of shadow soldiers to assist them. Nayad, a new addition to my shadow soldier ranks, was one of the soldiers I would deploy. Nayad originated from the Arachnymph, originating in the Phantasma, and summoned by Zaorama, had become a valuable asset after I recently assessed her abilities. I planned to assign her the task of creating intricate webs that would only affect our enemies when the time came, providing additional support to the 5 principal clans. After our discussion, Ju Kushihashi appeared content with the outcome and didn't voice any further complaints. Once our meeting concluded, the heads of the clans, except for Suzaku, left the meeting room to return to their respective clans. However, some of them approached me before leaving and asked if I could briefly visit their clans. I agreed, as I had already promised Ryuta to do so for the Nakiri clan. Ajumu, what are your thoughts on the current head of your clan? Kanami suddenly inquired, directing the question to her teammate. She immediately received a smack from Natsum, who found her question insensitive. Ajumu sat there with his eyes closed, contemplating the question. Finally, he opened his eyes and responded. It's evident that he still holds grudges against devils, fallen angels, and yukais. However, I don't understand his animosity towards Jean. As for my personal opinion of him, it's not the best. I've been invited to the clan before, and he was quite hostile, unlike the rest who were rather friendly and pleasant with me. Yeah, he seemed like a real jerk, Kanami remarked casually, earning herself another light smack from Natsum. However, Ajumu couldn't help but chuckle. While putting it bluntly, yes, he admitted, his gaze dropping to the ground. The room fell into a heavy silence, but I decided to break it by standing up and stretching my body. I still have a few things left to take care of, so we'll be heading out. By the way, is it okay if I leave you guys here? The second gears are sure to visit once they arrive in Kyoto, I asked. Rias, concerned about practice, inquired, what about practice? Don't worry, I reassured her. They'll be back for it, and if I can't make it, they'll send an avatar to cover for me. Yasaka offered a solution, suggesting I can provide them with rooms in our home. Aaron. Most of the teachers chaperoning the trip are part of the supernatural community, so it should be fine. There are a few normal human teachers, but their absence shouldn't pose a problem. Sounds like a plan. I agreed and made my way out of the room. Ajumu and Suzaku followed me. Oh, Suzaku, I wanted to ask you about how the next clan heads are typically chosen. It's a bit complex, and it will take some time to explain. Are you okay with that? She asked, moving to my left side and embracing my arm. I replied, no problem, we've got time. They'll be visiting other clans, maybe even the Kushihashi clan, but am still undecided. Ajumu, would you like to join me? Ajumu declined. No, I plan on heading there myself. If you go to a different clan now, we might cross paths at a later time. With a courteous bow, he took his leave. I muttered to myself, he still appears a bit reserved around me at times. It seems like he's quite at ease with the rest of the Slashdog team, though. Perhaps it had something to do with our history, but I no longer harbored any negative feelings, so it wasn't an issue from my side. Anyway, let's go. We decided to skip the Duman clan this time around. When we arrived, we discovered that the clan's head, elders, executives, and even Jinba-chan were all missing. Suzaku and I, however, spent a few minutes chatting with the remaining clansmen about mundane things and discussing the upcoming mission. Next, we found ourselves in the Shinra clan, and it was Bayako who greeted us at the entrance. Yo, Big Dragon, he exclaimed with a grin, extending his hand for a fist bump. Hello, Bayako, it's been a while, I replied, returning the fist bump once we got closer to him. Bayako and I had developed a closer friendship since our last encounter. That was when I had engaged in a sparring match with him during my visit to the Shinra clan, alongside Tsubaki. He had asked to spar in a more civil manner, and I didn't mind, which had fostered our improved relationship. Is Rako here? I inquired, and he nodded. Yeah, but she may be a bit busy since an unsavory group came to speak with her. They've been harassing us for a while now. They're part of the supernatural world and want to form an alliance with us, which is rather strange, he explained. A group? I repeated, my confusion deepening at this unusual turn of events. Yeah, they appeared around 2 months ago, I think. Their rationale is that if they form an alliance with us, they might be able to request assistance from some of our members, even from DXD, but they didn't provide specific details, he explained, his expression turning somewhat troubled. This piqued my curiosity. Well, let's go and find out what's happening. As the leader of DXD, perhaps I can get to the bottom of this, I said, and he responded with a grin. Third-person point of view in the bustling city of Kyoto, the second-year students were having a wonderful time on their trip. The supernatural teachers, after pulling a few strings, managed to group all the supernatural students together, even arranging for them to share rooms. They had already planned to spend the night at Yasaka's home. As Chiron, Ravel, Gasper, Ryuta Nakiri, Malarka, and Ruruko strolled through the lively streets with snacks in hand, they were enjoying themselves. However, their senses suddenly went on high alert when they felt two ominous gazes fixated on them. Ravel mumbled, "This is..." Ryuta crouched down, touching the ground as he said, "Two enemies. They're somewhere in the crowd, but I can't pinpoint their exact location. They must be using their own powers to disrupt my senses." Out of nowhere, a black and purple energy sphere hurtled toward Ryuta, but Chiron sprang into action, leaping in front of him to deliver a powerful punch that caused the sphere to dissipate into nothingness. Swiftly, she raised her hand, creating a protective barrier that gently pushed the ordinary humans out of harm's way. Startled by the sudden attack, Ryuta realized there were actually 3 assailants. He spotted one of them perched atop a nearby building, ready to strike. Without hesitation, he focused his 2-ki and fired a series of 2-ki shots at the figure. However, the agile intruder leaped off the building, expertly evading Ryuta's attacks as they soared through the air. Ravel had summoned a magic circle to contact Eren when her actions were abruptly interrupted. One of the figures on the ground swiftly appeared beside her, throwing a punch in her direction. With remarkable speed, Ravel caught the punch and flung her assailant away, surprising the assailant by her reaction time and physical strength. "I don't rely solely on my demonic powers," Ravel declared firmly, her glare fixed on the unexpected figure. To the astonishment of all present, the newcomer turned out to be a devil. This devil was an imposing presence, a young giant standing tall at an impressive height of around 2 meters or 6 feet 5 inches. His jet black hair accentuated his formidable appearance. A devil? No, this sensation, an artificial devil, no, a super devil, Ravel exclaimed, her surprise evident. The devil before her responded with a sly grin. "You're quite sharp, aren't you?" He chuckled. Ravel narrowed her eyes as she scrutinized her opponent, and her expression shifted from surprise to something else. "You're Gressel, a member of Team Black Satan of Darkness Dragon King. Why are you attacking us? Your actions could lead to disqualification for this behavior." "I don't care. Die in a fire," Gressel replied, his words filled with spite. He swiftly moved back towards Ravel and launched a punch as he closed the distance between them. Ravel furrowed her brows, but skillfully deflected his attack, drawing upon the martial arts techniques she had honed over the years. Gressel's ability was already familiar to her, given that he had employed it extensively during their previous tournament matches. Ravel made a conscious choice to abstain from employing her demonic powers, opting instead for a pure hand-to-hand combat approach. Gressel's ability, or trait, was called resistance. Gressel possessed a distinctive signature ability that significantly enhanced his resistance to any form of damage he incurred, primarily manifesting as a substantial increase in his durability against the specific type of harm to which he adapted. In canon, Drake speculated that Gressel might even develop an adaptation against Penetrate if he encountered it multiple times. During a significant confrontation in canon, specifically his battle with Tobio, there was a strong implication that this adaptation functioned by retaining the signature of his attacker's aura. Tobio effectively countered this by continuously altering the wavelength of his blade's aura between strikes. "You're seriously annoying. Just attack me with your clan's flames already," he shouted, growing increasingly frustrated with Ravel's strategy. "No," she responded with a flat tone, her expression defiant. Gressel frowned, intensifying his power even further as he charged toward her. However, before he could close the distance, Chiron suddenly materialized beside him and delivered a powerful kick to his face, sending him hurtling through the air. "I was fine," Chiron, Ravel assured her friend. "They're clones. Don't you sense it?" Chiron inquired, her brow furrowing as she looked at Ravel. Ravel, in turn, grew increasingly surprised as she examined Gressel more closely. Why? Why would they attack us using clones at this point in time? Ravel pondered aloud, her confusion evident. "I don't know, but we should capture one or all of them and bring them to Aaron. He'll be able to discern why," Chiron suggested, turning her attention to the Gressel clone. Dusting herself off, Ravel let out a sigh of determination. She stood by Chiron's side and declared, "Very well, let's capture him. Even if he is a clone, he's still valuable." Chiron replied with a nod. United in purpose, they both charged toward Gressel with a fresh strategy in mind. Gaspar Valdi and Ruruko Nimura joined forces once again, this time to confront another devil. The adversary they faced was another artificial super devil, and he was a member of Team Black Satan of Darkness Dragon King. His name was Sonolin, and like Gressel and the other devil, he too turned out to be a clone. Sonolin is a diminutive young man, slender in build, and possesses a head of dark gray hair. Ruruko, Ravel, just instructed us to capture him. "He'll back you up in my other form, and he'll let you take the lead," Gaspar said. "Roger that, Gaspy," Ruruko responded enthusiastically. Sonolin fixated his gaze on Ruruko and Gaspar, who were both in the process of activating their sacred gears. Gaspar, in particular, had honed his control over his sacred gear, allowing him to achieve an improved version of his previous balance breaker state, Forbidden Invade Baylor the Beast. In this enhanced form, Gaspar did not transform into a 5-meter-tall, dragon-like creature. Instead, he was enshrouded in an ominous darkness, which gave rise to numerous tentacles emanating from his shadow and coiling around his form. With a silent determination, Gaspar pointed his hands in Sonolin's direction, and the shadowy tendrils surged forward, aimed directly at their adversary. "Dawn!" Sonolin bellowed, summoning an invisible force to counter Gaspar's attack. However, Gaspar remained unfazed by this familiar turn of events. Sonolin's trait was called Crushing. Sonolin possesses a distinctive ability in his arsenal, one that empowers him to crush objects and opponents with an unseen force. This power is typically applied from above to swiftly incapacitate opponents, but it's versatile enough to be employed in various directions. For instance, Sonolin can utilize it to maneuver himself out of harm's way when facing attacks. However, maintaining precision can be challenging, especially when his fiery temper gets the better of him. Ruruko, wielding her artificial sacred gear, descended from above and launched a powerful kick aimed at Sonolin. However, he shouted once more, and an invisible force surged towards Ruruko. To his astonishment, she skillfully evaded the attack and landed her kick on his outstretched arms as he tried to shield himself. The impact of their clash created an even larger crater beneath them. Puzzled and somewhat impressed, Sonolin asked, How did you know?" Ruruko beamed and responded, "You always use that move in your matches." "Naturally. I watched and learned your abilities. After all, we're both competing in the same tournament." She added cheerfully. Sonolin wore a deep frown and remained silent. His response was to forcefully toss Ruruko aside and make a beeline for Gaspar. "Dawn!" he shouted, crushing Gaspar's tentacles as he charged forward. However, he was taken aback when one of Gaspar's tentacles snaked around his leg, catching him off guard. Gaspar, in his usual calm manner, remarked, "You were far more vigilant during the raiding games." He then flung Sonolin away, sending the super devil sailing through the air until he landed gracefully on his feet some distance away from his assailant. Gaspar didn't relent and continued to press his attack. Dark tentacles emerged from every shadowy corner, converging on Sonolin. The super devil skillfully employed his unique ability, flattening the tentacles before they could reach him. Meanwhile, any that managed to break through were met with his powerful fists, though it took a few punches to dismantle them. The battle raged on with both combatants showcasing their skills. "Don't forget about me," Ruruko declared and sent a kick towards Sonalin, who managed to block it. However, Ruruko grinned as a small barrel of a gun materialized on her sacred gear, and she fired a point-blank shot at Sonalin. Sonalin, on the other hand, was able to block the attack using his trait, enveloping his body with demonic aura. Both he and the other three combatants continued to evolve as they fought. Being newborns, they possessed an exceptional capacity to adapt and learn rapidly, which extended to their clones as well. Any knowledge acquired by these clones would be transferred to their originals when they were dismissed. Sonalin finally lost his temper. In a fit of anger, he stomped his foot on the ground, creating several tremors. "What on earth is this? I'm stronger, for crying out loud. Get out of my sight, all of you." He screamed before vanishing from his spot. Reappearing beside Ruruko, he shouted, "Dawn! Dawn! 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 Dun!" Several invisible forces slammed into Ruruko, but the young girl managed to block most of them, further frustrating Sonalin. "What is this?" he asked, his anger intensifying. "You're just too slow," teased Ruruko, sticking her barato out at Sonalin. This time, she vanished from sight and delivered a powerful kick to his face. The impact sent Sonalin flying, but Ruruko didn't let up. She extended her hands toward the super devil and unleashed a barrage of demonic blasts, most of which struck Sonalin. The collision of these demonic forces resulted in a small explosion. As the dust and smoke cleared, Sonalin emerged, his anger evident. He bellowed in frustration, "Dawn! Dawn! 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 Dawn!" His outburst unleashed invisible forces that caused the surroundings to warp and flatten, wreaking havoc in a fit of rage. "Yua, he's going nuts. Gaspy, should we end it?" Ruruko asked, panic in her voice. "Yeah, let's put an end to it. I wanted to see what he was capable of, but we should leave that to Aaron and I. Besides, it's a clone, so it's probably weaker," Gasper agreed. "I'm not weakak. Dun!" yelled Sonalin. To his surprise, the larger and more powerful invisible force he sent toward Gasper was abruptly halted by an even larger hand made of darkness. "Shut up, you're so loud," Gasper told him menacingly. Another colossal hand made of darkness materialized behind Sonalin and seized him. "Ruruko, finish it," Gasper ordered. "Roger," Ruruko exclaimed. She propelled herself upwards with the assistance of the boosters on her legs and delivered a kick infused with demonic aura to his neck, causing Sonalin to lose consciousness. Ruruko gracefully descended to the ground, jubilantly pumping her fist in the air. "Victory!" she exclaimed, and then turned to Gasper, flashing a triumphant V sign with her fingers. Gasper, still under the effects of his pseudo-balance breaker, offered a smile in return. Leaving Gasper's pseudo-balance breaker state, he walked over to Sonalin and applied a bit of sleeping magic to ensure the super devil remained unconscious. Ruruko surveyed their surroundings, her eyes resting on Ryuta and Malarka, who appeared to be struggling in their battle. "Should we assist the others?" she inquired, concerned about their comrades. Couchin and Malarka seemed to be having some trouble fighting their opponent. Gasper's gaze followed hers, focusing on the ongoing battle between Uryu, Ryuta, Nakiri, and Malarka Vordenberg against another super devil. They seem to be managing for now, but if things take a turn for the worse, we'll step in, Gasper proposed. After all, Aaron and I wants both of them to grow stronger through their battles. Ruruko, though somewhat hesitant, agreed with Gasper's assessment. "What's wrong? Can't hit me?" the devil taunted. The devil currently confronting Uryu Nakiri and Malarka Vordenberg was associated with Zayaramanabiros. Having narrowly escaped his demise when he realized his fellow super devils were falling one by one during the previous operation, he considered it a tactical retreat with plans for revenge at a later date. In the meantime, he had bolstered his powers with the assistance of the Cow's Order and sent a clone to gather further information. This particular devil was known as Nevis. His most distinctive feature was his flowing, snow-white hair that cascaded like a silken waterfall. His eyes, a rare shade of pale red, held an almost otherworldly allure, intensifying his mysterious charm. Navas' facial features were equally noteworthy. A chiseled chin lent a sense of strength to his visage, while a well-maintained beard framed his face in an aura of wisdom and sophistication. His ears, with a subtle point that resembled those of legendary elves, further enhanced his unique appeal, hinting at hidden depths of character. In terms of attire, Nevis exuded a sense of regal elegance. He donned a red and white ensemble that harmonized seamlessly, a testament to his keen fashion sensibility. This outfit was accentuated by a collection of exquisite golden accessories, which adorned his top with intricate designs, lending an air of opulence to his appearance. His lower half was clothed in red and white pants, cinched by a resplendent golden belt that emphasized his slender waist. Completing the ensemble were black shoes, inconspicuous yet remarkable. These shoes concealed a secret his demonic magic circles were embedded within, a manifestation of his extraordinary powers. Nevis, like Sonalin and Gressel, had developed his unique ability called Fansion. With this power, he could compel attacks to pass through him. Whenever his opponent's attacks bypassed him, a small tattoo would be placed on the targeted area of their body. After a few seconds, these tattoos would explode, causing further damage. Uryu and Malarka quickly realized the perilous nature of their situation. Earlier, Uryu had sustained some damage while passing through Nevis. Fortunately, they possessed a limited supply of slime pills, which they used to heal the inflicted injuries. With such a finite resource, they couldn't afford to be reckless. "Let's give it another shot," Malarka, Uryu suggested, and his vampire classmate nodded in agreement. Malarka vanished momentarily, conjuring a barrage of magic attacks using her vampire-style magic circles. Nevis appeared unperturbed and allowed the spells to pass harmlessly through his form. However, just as the magical onslaught passed him by, Uryu materialized behind Nevis, delivering a powerful punch to the super devil's back. This unexpected attack sent Nevis hurtling through the air, crashing into nearby buildings. "I had a hunch," Uryu remarked as he touched down on the ground. "A hunch about what?" Malarka inquired, appearing by Uryu's side. "To let things pass through his entire body or parts of it, he needs to use his ability on that specific area or his entire body. Once the object or attack has passed through him, he deactivates his intangibility to interact with the world again. So we just need to time our attacks carefully and not fall for his feints when he's using his ability," Uryu explained. "Doesn't that mean he can't attack us back?" Malarka wondered. "No, as I mentioned, he may choose to make only specific body parts intangible. If we were to aim for his face, for instance, he could let our attack pass through but still retaliate with a punch," Uryu clarified. The buildings into which Nevis had crashed suddenly exploded, revealing an angry-looking devil who glared back at them. However, just as he was about to charge back at them, a magic circle materialized beside him. After speaking into it for a few seconds, the circle vanished, and he clicked his tongue in frustration. "You're lucky you can live another day," he grumbled before disappearing, leaving Uryu and Malarka stunned. "Damn it!" Ravel's voice rang out across the area. Startled, everyone turned to look at her as they saw the bodies of Gressel and Sonalin quickly turning into smoke and dissipating. "Ravel, calm down. Aaron probably already saw this. If he didn't, he would have come here immediately to help us," Chiron reassured her. Ravel paused for a moment, considering her friend's words. She soon calmed down and let out a sigh. "Right, you're right. Aaron-sama would definitely have come here to stop them from escaping. This might have been a test to see how we respond in this kind of situation. If not, then he already has everything planned out on how they will be captured," Ravel assessed. "Let's go report this to Griselda-sensei and the others, and then we can head to Yasaka-san's home," Gasper suggested. "We planned on going there at a later time, but since they've attacked us, we'd better inform them as quickly as possible." Chiron and Ravel smiled at Gasper's determination, which seemed to bewilder him. "Is something wrong?" he inquired, feeling perplexed by their reaction. Chiron chimed in, "Oh no. I didn't think I'd ever see gaspy giving out orders like this. A year ago, it would have been impossible to think about. Ravel nodded in agreement, adding, I agree. Gasper-san has changed a lot in a short time frame. Gasper blushed and turned away, trying to hide his embarrassment. I just want to be like Aaron and I. Anyway, let's go, he exclaimed before darting off. Laughter echoed among the group, and Chiron canceled the barrier surrounding them. Aaron Toole's soliloquium. I glanced toward the spot where the second years were and smirked. It seemed like they had managed to fend off the attacks. Uryu and Malarka also appear to have done well, although Uryu had suffered some damage. Someone gurgled in front of me, and I turned back to the person I had fought, although it wasn't much of a fight. The group that had come to the Shinra had spread out to another clan, the Nakiri. Currently, Suzaku and I were there. Back in the Shinra, they didn't speak to me. Apparently, they were just members of the group and not part of the leadership. The leaders were in the Nakiri clan, and that's why we were here now. We had tried to be civil, but that had gotten us nowhere. The leader agreed to speak only if I could beat them in a fight, and so I defeated him. I held his collar in my hand as he struggled to catch his breath. Do you feel like talking now? I asked. However, he only gurgled in response. Oh, right, you can't speak. I grabbed his head and began healing him. To my other side stood Siko, who had also confronted the sub-leader of the group, although she was a bit more considerate about it. We were hired by the god of the dead, Hades. He wanted us to infiltrate the 5 principal clans to gather information. My necklace was recording everything. He screamed in fear. What he said, the sub-leader echoed. Hades? Infiltrate? That guy's pretty meticulous. Hiring people like this idiot to infiltrate the 5 principal clans is both stupid and ingenious. Who would suspect these guys of working for him? Certainly not me or anyone in the Alliance, since they're so unassuming and weak. That skeleton god changed the future on his own accord. Interesting. Is he in contact with a god that can see the future? Or was, you know what, screw speculating, let's just see for myself. I let go of the man and bound to the ground, then looked away to check. So it's like, huh? I muttered. Is something the matter, Aaron? Suzaku asked, her face filled with concern. Zoroastrianism, it came down to that. Unlike in canon where there were only Ungra Mainyu and Akamana who sided with Hades, there were more of them. Zervn, in ancient Iranian religion and Zoroastrianism, is the god of time. Zervn also had avatars working with him. Vayu, wind, Varshtar, space, and Tar, fire. Along with him, there were Ahura Mazd, the wise lord, a creator god, and god of the sky. There were others they tried to recruit, but my presence in Team DXDS scared them off from joining. It appears that the impending showdown with the alliance of evil gods is shaping up to be much grander in scale than I initially anticipated. Another worldwide battle is on the horizon, and it's set to unfold soon. No, it's better to inform the rest about this revelation in an upcoming meeting. They'll share the details afterward. For now, let's get going, I said, turning to Momiji, who was also present. Sorry for cutting this visit short, Momiji. He'll make sure to come back another time, I assured her. She appeared somewhat disappointed, but she nodded in agreement. Okay, please make sure you do, she said with a wistful smile. I will. Anyway, let's bring these 2 with us, along with the others we brought along, I said to Suzaku as we departed from the Nakiri clan. Later that day, as the sun was setting, we gathered once again in Yasaka's meeting room. Gasper and the second years shared their encounter with the super devils Gressel, Sonolin, and Nevis. Suzaku and I recounted our experience with a group of humans hired by Hades. I didn't reveal all the details to the group, as I intended to share that information with the other leaders later. The situation was escalating, and it was time to prepare everyone for the upcoming conflict. It might not reach the scale of the previous war, but it was still a significant threat. We anticipated that it wouldn't be confined to the United Kingdom and could potentially spread to other countries. Given the involvement of Hades, it was imperative to prepare for a challenging battle. As I contemplated our next steps, I considered seeking assistance from the pantheons located in the United Kingdom. While I hadn't formed an alliance with them yet, They had expressed interest in joining our cause, so enlisting their help shouldn't be a problem. However, I also recognize the importance of approaching the royal family to discuss their involvement in this upcoming conflict. The problem in Kyoto, however, still persisted, so we decided to address it first and prepare for whatever might come next afterward. We discussed our upcoming operation in detail for about 2 hours before calling a day. We didn't want the Kuo students to worry about this, as they were still on their trip. However, they insisted on participating, so I had to relent and allow them to join. After the meeting, everyone went their separate ways, opting to enjoy the rest of the day while I tended to other matters. This leisurely pastime lasted until the sun had fully set, and at that point, I began my journey back to Yasaka's home, although she had a habit of referring to it as our home. For a change of pace, I decided to take an unconventional route to Yasaka's residence. As I made my way atop a large cliff, I was met with an unexpected sight. Chow Chow. He noticed my presence and nodded in acknowledgement, so I approached him. I didn't anticipate finding you here, I mentioned, gazing down at Yuri Kyoto. What about the rest of your team? I inquired. They're enjoying themselves in Yuri Kyoto. Chow Chow began. George went to patrol Kyoto with Leonardo. He was apparently excited to actually spend time in Kyoto, unlike last time. A brief moment of silence hung in the air before he continued. The Yukai world is amazing, isn't it? The beings here have families, and so do you. His unexpected words caught me off guard, leaving me momentarily speechless as I allowed him to elaborate further. Last year, I held the belief that both devils and Yukai, supernatural beings, were adversaries of humanity and should be vanquished by humans. Chow Chow continued, his voice tinged with a hint of reflection. You did say it's the dream and ambition of mere humans, I replied thoughtfully. And you drove us, your attackers, away, and fought for the sake of your comrades and the people you care for, he said bitterly. Memories of the intense battle he had with Aurelia last year in the Egyptian pantheon and the turmoil they caused in Kyoto and the underworld flashed through my mind. Human aventat Gao Gao. Even devils, angels, and Yukai. They're not that weak either, I began, my tone resolute. As long as we keep living and striving to become stronger, ITLL come true. Though it may sound cliché, it's undeniably true. And you, Chow Chow, have the potential to grow even stronger. You've come a long way since then, I assured him. Chow Chow merely shrugged his shoulders, looking contemplative. I sometimes wonder if I've truly changed. But I have my spear, my comrades, and her, he said, his voice tinged with uncertainty. But you can protect someone with that spear, can't you? I inquired. You can safeguard your team, her, and everyone in that universe, can't you? My words seemed to catch him off guard, and he stared at me in silence, deep in thought. Protecting someone is an amazing thing, I continued, reflecting on my experiences. Many wish to protect, but they lack the power to do so. When I first came to this world, I was naive and made mistakes. There were 2 occasions where I almost failed to protect those I care about. Hat why I worked Gao Gao. Having that power enables you to accomplish many things, I concluded, hoping to inspire him with my belief in his potential. Chow Chow looked down at the ground, wearing a somber expression on his face. If Siegfried and I had met you at an earlier point in our lives, things might have turned out differently, he mused. Suddenly, he turned his gaze toward me and knelt down. I've yet to repay you for giving me this second chance. And even though my team and I have already pledged our undying loyalty to you, I have a selfish request, he said with utmost seriousness. Intrigued by his request, I inquired, Chow Chow, there's no guarantee that you would have changed your stance, but what is this request of yours? Chow Chow locked eyes with me and spoke with a sincerity that resonated deeply. Aaron Tool, please allow me to become your friend. His words seemed to hang in the air, and the world itself felt as if it had grown quieter, as if the night had hushed the background noise of the world. Becoming friends with Chow Chow? The notion was intriguing, especially considering that my initial impression of him from the books was less than favorable. I had felt that he needed more punishment before his redemption, But with the Chow Chow I had encountered in this version of reality, I couldn't help but wonder if my earlier judgment had been influenced by my own biases. Regardless of the past, the question at hand was, "Stand up," I said to Chow Chow, and he obeyed, his gaze unwavering as he awaited my response. "You and your team committed many misdeeds before we crossed paths. Sincerito, let's start here as friends. Chow Chow." Chow Chow appeared genuinely taken aback by my answer, his surprise evident in his eyes. A warm, grateful smile graced his lips as he reciprocated the fist bump. "Thank you." As Yuma's voice rang out, announcing the arrival of dinner time, she spotted Chow Chow and me sharing the fist bump and couldn't help but be curious. "Are you turning Chow Chow into a female?" she asked, raising an eyebrow in suspicion. Chow Chow quickly refuted her teasing suggestion, exclaiming, "What? No way," before making his way to the dining area. "Let's get going to dinner," he urged, his cheeks reddening with embarrassment. Observing the playful banter, Yuma's curiosity persisted. "Were you having a bro moment?" she asked, tilting her head inquisitively. Chuckling at her question, I patted her head and replied, "I guess so. But let's not keep dinner waiting. Come on, Yumi." Chapter 14, Part 2, Team DXD versus the God of Darkness's Party Aaron Tool's soliloquy. Yeah, I had a sneaking suspicion that things might get a bit out of hand during dinner, but the level of chaos was far beyond what I anticipated. "Aaron," several women chimed in, brandishing spoons, forks, and chopsticks laden with morsels of food, all aimed at my mouth. At home, they usually exhibited a bit more decorum, but the moment we stepped outside, it was a different story. This behavior wasn't a constant, but it was definitely known to happen. Yasaka, having initiated some teasing before the meal arrived, was undoubtedly the culprit behind this delightful spectacle. Even the typically timid Fusey joined in, aiming her fork at me with a hint of mischievousness. Yasaka, the mastermind of this chaos, watched with amusement, and Istia considered participating but couldn't quite muster the courage. "All right, Sincerito, why don't you guys settle this with a rock-paper-scissors tournament? The winner gets to feed Jean first, and you can establish a pecking order from there." The suggestion wasn't unusual. They often used rock-paper-scissors to resolve disagreements, yet, for some inexplicable reason, Sincerito, she had emerged as the victor of the tournament, with Lavinia securing the second-place spot. Following closely was Rias. As for the remaining participants, they appeared somewhat disgruntled, with Suzuko landing in ninth place. Jean crawled over to me, leaving me a little perplexed. "Where's the food?" I inquired, gazing at her with curiosity. However, what took me and everyone else by surprise was the shrimp she was holding. Swiftly, she settled on my lap and proceeded to feed me the shrimp, her cheeks flushed with a deep blush. Her entire team was left dumbfounded, their mouths agape in shock. Sincerito but soon shrugged and patted me on the back. "What? That wasn't part of the deal," Natsum exclaimed. "That's right. If it was the Champions Challenge tournament, then I would have tried harder." Kanami chimed in. "All right," Lavinia added, her voice tinged with a hint of sadness and even more astonishment. As Jean approached me, she closed her eyes. Glancing back at everyone else, I noticed most of the guys had turned away, while the girls looked at us, their cheeks flushed with jealousy. Yasaka couldn't help but comment, I didn't think it would go this far." However, Akino was less thrilled. She shouted, "Stop that already," and swiftly moved towards us. In a swift motion, she pulled Jean away. Jean began to struggle within Akino's grasp. Lavinia, not one to be left out, soon joined the commotion. With a determined look, she pushed me down and held me in place. Sincerito, fortunately, Suzaku was quick to notice this and seized the opportunity to intervene, promptly pulling Lavinia away. "And no, I wanna," protested Lavinia. "That's not appropriate." Suzaku scolded her and continued to guide her away. Lavinia struggled in Suzaku's grasp, her actions reminiscent of a child's tantrum. Shin emerged from my shadows, his gaze filled with concern as he silently inquired about what should be done. I gave him an affectionate pat on the head and said, "Go and stay with her. She could use some company, and please take her plate of food along." Shin nodded, and then proceeded to head over to Lavinia's plate of food. With a wave of his paw, he made it levitate and trotted out of the room, following her voice. As for me, I wanted to do something nice for her, but I also needed some sustenance for myself. I figured I'd make it up to her before I went to sleep tonight. She'd probably be pouting until then. After that somewhat awkward episode, the girls resumed their peculiar feeding hierarchy, and things began to settle down once more. Several hours had passed since that point, and the night was gradually drawing to an end. Earlier in the evening, everyone had taken an open-air bath. I had been invited to join, but declined, as I had a brief meeting with the other leaders to discuss the impending confrontation with the Alliance of Evil Gods, the remaining Malbranche, and the Wizards of Oz. It was shaping up to be quite a challenging ordeal. With that in mind, I made my way to the mixed open bath, craving some relaxation for the night, as I knew that the following day was going to be incredibly hectic. Pondering the upcoming events made my head throb, although it also signaled that the cow's order in the Draconic Dais was gradually approaching its end. After placing my clothes in a basket, I wrapped a towel around my barato and entered the open bath. However, I quickly realized that I wasn't the only one there. Yasaka, Sharon, Kunu, Lavinia, and Suzaku were already present. I should have seen this coming, I admitted with a sigh, giving in to the situation. My comment elicited giggles from Yasaka and Sharon. We coordinated this, my dear, Yasaka explained. Now come here. I'd like to be pampered, as we haven't had much time together. Sure thing, Yasaka-sama, I responded, and then I joined them in the room. With the swiftness of lightning, Kunu stood beside me, while Lavinia snugly took her place on my left. Only one spot remained, my right side, and the three remaining women exchanged glances. Soon, they reached a consensus as Yasaka gracefully maneuvered over, nestling against me and hugging my arm. Sharon and Suzaku, though slightly disappointed, gracefully accepted their fates and inched closer to our little group. Finally, Lavinia leaned in and inquired, "Can we stay in Kyoto after the mission is done?" I responded, "There's going to be a lot of us since more of our group is coming tomorrow, but if Yasaka is fine with that, then I don't see why not." I glanced at the QB leader, who was still hugging my arm and had placed her head on my shoulder. Yasaka looked up at me and reassured, "As I said before, you're a Kyoto, and this building are your home too. So anyone is welcome here, including Team DXD. I see. Thank you," I responded with a warm smile, gently resting my hand on her head. With that said, tomorrow morning until noon, we'll have some respite from their attacks. I've asked King Enma to lead them on with the idea of possibly joining the Cow's Order, which should buy us some valuable time. It took a bit of convincing, especially with his wife, but eventually they were swayed by the leader's speeches. Suzaku looked at me, a touch perplexed, and asked, "Why do you want to delay it?" A playful chuckle escaped my barato as I scratched my cheek. "Well, I wanted to put on the Dragon Live show so the kids and adults who came can get their money's worth." Suzaku sighed with a fond smile. "Geez, Cincherito," offering Lavinia an apologetic smile, which left her both horrified and baffled. I then continued, "Well, I'm already in college, and truthfully, around 99 of the time my avatars are the ones attending it. With that said, I don't mind becoming father now. So if you're serious, Yasaka." Cincherito, she had practically sunk down into the water, wearing a very depressed expression. I reached over and gently rubbed her head, but she didn't respond to my touch. Yasaka noticed Lavinia's state and let out a light giggle. "I was just teasing you, Aaron. But thank you for taking it seriously," Yasaka said as she leaned her head on my chest. I wasn't entirely sure if she was saying that to be considerate of Lavinia or if she was indeed teasing me. Nonetheless, the future I saw didn't seem to change much, so I decided to leave it at that. Of course, this development seemed to make Lavinia happier, and she pulled herself out of the water, quickly hugging my arm once more. "Mother, you really shouldn't say such strange things so seriously. I don't need any more siblings, especially if they'll be trying to win Aaron's affections," Kunu declared with a serious tone. The way Kunu phrased it made it sound as if my own daughters might try to get too close to me, something I definitely want to avoid in the future. Breaking their hearts is the last thing you want to do. Just the thought of seeing them sad pains my own heart. The rest of our bath was less chaotic. Kunu came back to sit with me for a few minutes, and then Sharon and Suzaku took their turn keeping me company. They both stayed close and kept the conversation lively, especially Sharon, who playfully poked fun at me. The first show had ended just a few minutes ago. It had been set up in a different part of Kyoto, in another dimension where several yokai villages were located. As noon approached, our operation was about to begin, and my spell to transport and put the humans to sleep was going to activate automatically soon. Good work, everyone. I commended those who had participated in the live show with me. We were in the process of changing back into our regular clothes within the same room. I had initially requested that they separate us, but things hadn't turned out that way. Observing that the rest of them were still in the process of dressing, I departed the changing room, eliciting a few protests from behind me. Stepping out, I strolled to the front of the building, where the area used for the play now stood empty, save for Venaria, Mammon, Kaharu Fujiwara, and George. I initiated the conversation, directing my attention toward George. "Hey, is everything prepared?" George, ever the meticulous one, responded with a confirming nod as he adjusted his glasses. "Yes, everything is in order. It appears that the Cow's Order is growing impatient with King Enma, as they've tried to cast curses on the shrines across Kyoto that are linked to him." Venaria quickly chimed in, eager to share the positive news. "But they were unsuccessful. Thanks to your shadow soldiers, those shrines remain protected." Koharu, serving as her pack magician, summoned several magic circles that functioned like CCTV cameras, displaying my shadow soldiers defending them from the shadows. The soldiers effectively neutralized any Cow's Order members who ventured too close. "As you can see, they can't get close to them," Koharu stated confidently. George acknowledged her report, adding, "Everyone else is in position as well. However, it'll wait for my cue to act when two of those gods make their appearance, at which point it'll transfer them to my own dimension." "Exactly," I replied, offering a reassuring pat on George's shoulder. "Now let's move out. The others already inside will rendezvous with us." With that, we set off to our designated positions. A few minutes later, once everyone had taken their positions, a deep rumble shook the entire city of Kyoto. "We're experiencing some rumbling over here too." Kanema's voice came through the transceiver. "Same over here," Aoife added. "Here, too," Zoria chimed in. "All right, let's begin," I shouted. Simultaneously, a radiant energy enveloped the entire Earth, causing all the humans to vanish, and a powerful protective barrier enveloped all the buildings across the world. My focus shifted towards a specific point in Kyoto, where a colossal figure emerged from a majestic Olympus-style magic circle. It bore a striking resemblance to a titan of darkness and carried the god Erebus on its shoulder. Accompanying Erebus, several other deities affiliated with the night or darkness manifested around Kyoto, as well as in the other territories controlled by DXD. Two of the Malbranche also joined this grand operation. Chernabog had arrived in Kyoto, along with Hecate and Summonus, the ancient Roman deity of nocturnal thunder. While Tartarus had not yet made its appearance, I was fully prepared to face it. But for now, my focus was on taking on a massive titan and confronting Erebus. Third-person point of view in Greece. Zoria's team arrived to obstruct the planned attacks orchestrated by the Gods of Darkness. Alongside the Gods of Darkness, other smaller groups and individuals had joined forces to execute this assault, and the Damper, Neculi, stood at the forefront of one such group. With short gray hair and piercing red eyes, Neculi appeared youthful, although he exuded a distinctly vampiric aura. However, it was worth noting that he was not a pure vampire, but rather a hybrid. Suzaku had encountered him previously when she was in the Hindu pantheon, and he had chosen not to participate in Kate's attack on that occasion. "Ho ho, so you did betray us, Valentina Vordenberg. No wonder you didn't appear during Kate's attack on the new vampire faction," Neculi said, a triumphant smirk gracing his lips. Among Zoria's group, one conspicuous figure stood out: Valentina Vordenberg. Her initial encounter with Rosweiss within the Shinto pantheon sparked a series of events that led to her meeting Aaron. However, after that fortuitous meeting, she vanished without a trace. Then, right before the attack by Nyx, the Monkai Association, and the Leviathans, Valentina reached out to Aaron once more. This time, she made it official, formally becoming a member of the DXD Alliance. Her journey, though, had a few bumps along the way. Following her recruitment, she found herself in one of Grigori's prisons for an extensive round of questioning. Subsequently, she was placed under observation for an extended period before finally being granted the freedom to move about. Today, she prepared to fight alongside the Alliance, determined to prove her usefulness and loyalty. She was determined to demonstrate that she had genuinely switched sides. She had witnessed the fall of her faction within the Chaos Order and the ensuing chaos on both sides. Some of her bats still roamed around her former organization's base. Valentina approached her, a curious expression on her face. "And you're still as unconventional as ever, Neculai. Are you still utilizing your artificial sacred gear and going by the name Batman? Or have you come up with a new alias?" she inquired. Neculai's face bore a sinister grin, ready to retort when a burst of potent divine energy was unleashed, directed at him and his entourage. With swift reflexes, Neculai narrowly evaded the attack, but the devastating force claimed the lives of many within his group. The assailant behind this powerful assault was none other than Zoria. She held her futuristic firearm aimed at them, her visage stern and resolute, leaving no room for doubt. "The rumors about you were that you didn't like conflict and chose to be neutral in most battles. Yet you attacked me and my group quite heartlessly. Have you changed since the middleman made his appearance in our world?" Neculai inquired. Zoria, her expression unwavering, responded, "I am part of Team DXD, and it's my role and job to defeat our enemies that threaten the peaceful world we aim to achieve. You and the Gods of Darkness are part of that group, and we won't show any mercy." Neculai let out a scoff and softly muttered, "Balance adjust." Neculai was clad in armor that possessed a striking combination of black and red hues. Bat-like wings adorned his ankles, legs, arms, and one even extended from the side of his head. The very heart of his armor bore a prominent symbol of a red bat, which emanated a mystical, eerie glow. Neculai's voice echoed with determination as he declared, "I still have a few idiots left with me, so let's get started." With that, millions of bats materialized behind him and surrounded him in a dramatic display. Neculai extended his arm towards Zoria's group, and the air crackled with energy as the bats unleashed millions of red and black beams from their eerie eyes. Some of the bats beat their wings rapidly, creating wind blades and unleashing other powerful wind-based attacks aimed directly at Zoria's group. However, just as Zoria and Valentina prepared to react, a figure with striking purple hair stepped forward to shield them. With unwavering resolve, she stated, "Allow me. I'm from this country's pantheon, and I wish to protect it, especially since I caused trouble here last year." The woman was revealed to be Medusa. She removed her blindfold, revealing her captivating eyes. As she gazed upon the countless attacks directed at them, she harnessed her powers, instantly turning the incoming onslaught to stone. Her quick action petrified the deadly attacks, thwarting the enemy's offensive. "TCH, that won't stop us. Go already, you idiots," Neculai ordered, and the remaining members of his group charged towards Zoria's group. A relentless barrage of magic attacks filled the air, creating widespread destruction below. Various towns and cities were blown apart by the fierce combat. In his counterbalance, Neculai was at least a low-tier god-class opponent, allowing him to hold his own to some extent against Zoria and the members of DXD. However, he knew he wasn't strong enough to defeat them. He had maintained a facade of confidence since he encountered his opponents, but deep within his mind, he recognized that he stood no chance. In fact, he had felt this as soon as he encountered their formidable group. He had hoped for less competent adversaries, but his luck had run out. The one who stood to confront him was none other than Zoria. accompanied by Valentina. The three of them hovered in a tense standoff, locking eyes. A self-assured grin played on Nekulai's lips as he taunted. "Well, are you going to attack, or should I make the first move?" Suddenly, Zoria extended her hand, fingers forming a gun shape. With a silent, wordless gesture, she mimicked pulling the trigger, and Nekulai was on the verge of laughter when he was struck with a searing pain in his shoulder. Wincing, he inspected the small hole in his clothing and grimaced. "Ark, what on earth? What did you do?" he demanded, but Zoria remained silent, aiming her fingers at him once more. In a swift move, Nekulai flew away to evade her pointed digits. As he retreated, he found himself bombarded by a barrage of vampire-style magical attacks from behind. His armor quickly reshaped itself into a protective cap and shielded him from the attacks. "You know those attacks won't affect me." This armor was designed to withstand vampire-style magic circles attacks. He yelled defiantly at Valentina. Nekulai extended his arms, causing his cape to transform into massive bat-like wings that began to vibrate intensely. The surrounding area quaked from the violent tremors. His cape wings continued to shake until several tornadoes, composed of swirling black and red wind, materialized around him. He directed these tumultuous forces toward Zoria and Valentina. Next, Nekulai activated his earpiece and spoke into it, his voice filled with frustration. "This is Nekulai. Where's the backup you guys promised?" The response came from the other end. "They will arrive in 2 minutes. You'll have to handle anything in your path by yourself. If you're that weak, you shouldn't have requested to participate in this operation." Nekulai seethed with anger at the curt reply. Nonetheless, he managed to suppress his growing anger and turned his attention to the attacks he had launched at the goddess and vampire confronting him. Zoria, with a casual gesture, directed her finger toward the tornadoes he had summoned. Within moments, both Tempest's head conjured were effortlessly dispelled, causing him to audibly express his frustration by clicking his tongue. Zoria pondered her next moves, but promptly reached a conclusion. "I won't delay this any further. That's what Aaron would want," she whispered to herself. Her words caught Valentina's attention. Suddenly, Zoria blinked from her original position to appear behind Nekulai. She aimed her gun at his chest and pulled the trigger. A massive and potent burst of black and white divine energy shot from her weapon, piercing through his chest and beyond. It also claimed the lives of more members from Nekulai's group in the process. Nekulai plummeted earthward, struggling to process the sudden turn of events. His gaze met Valentina's, who remained expressionless as she observed his fall. A faint smirk graced Nekulai's lips as he contemplated his swift demise, something he hadn't anticipated. Throughout his life, he had chosen to live on his terms, having distanced himself from the Teeps faction due to his hybrid nature. Much like Gasper, he hailed from the main Teeps vampire line, and to be precise, his father was Marius Teeps. However, unlike Gasper, he lacked a sacred gear or special powers, rendering him even less useful in the eyes of others. Subjected to a lifetime of abuse, he eventually made the decision to depart in the middle of the night, vowing never to return unless it was for revenge. Nekulai's origins were steeped in a grim history. Centurato, witnessing Valerie and Gasper thrive within Aaron's group, ignited jealousy and fury within him. Maybe there had been moments when he yearned to devise a plan for vengeance, whether it was after Kate's assault on the fledgling vampire faction or today. However, Nekulai recognized that, regardless of the timing, his fate remained unchanged. Whether death or capture awaited him, the conclusion was inescapable. That's why he had chosen the path of escape. It was the only course of action he had known throughout his life. Before Nekulai hit the ground, a large figure shot through the air and swiftly caught him. Centurato, a failure from birth to now. Ciriato lifted Nekulai, and in a single powerful motion, he struck him down with his enormous hands. His sudden presence and ruthless actions shocked the battlefield into silence. Ciriato stood over Nekulai's fallen form. a sardonic grin stretching across his face as he observed the horrified onlookers. In a swift motion, he conjured two colossal swords, each clutched firmly in his hands. Without uttering a word, he unleashed a devastating strike aimed directly at Zoria's group. The impending attack threatened to obliterate them, but Valentina, realizing the imminent danger, hastily established a defensive magic circle. This magical barrier held against the impending assault for a few precious seconds, providing the group with just enough time to act. Acting swiftly, Valentina and Zoria coordinated a teleportation, whisking their comrades away to safety. The colossal, destructive slashes tore through the very heart of Greece, effectively cleaving the entire country in two. Regrettably, Neculai's group had been caught off guard, leaving them with no opportunity to evade Siriato's brutal attack. Tragically, every Barato of the group fell to the merciless Siriato, who took cruel Barato in their downfall. Pathetic. You couldn't even react to my slowest strike. If that's the extent of your capabilities, you have no place in our organization. Siriato taunted with a cold mix of arrogance. Zoria took charge of the situation, her voice unwavering. All of you leave. There are more enemies in a different country where you can have a more balanced fight. This creature, the Malebranche, is beyond your league, she said, urgency lacing her words. But we want to. One of the members started to protest, but a stern glare from the goddess silenced any further objections. I don't want any of you to die needlessly. Please, just leave. We'll do our best to defeat this threat, Zoria implored, and gradually, the rest begrudgingly accepted, wearing bitter expressions. Assisted by Medusa's power, they were teleported out of the country to offer assistance elsewhere across the globe. Siriato, the menacing foe they were about to confront, spoke confidently, his contemptuous tone echoing. Huh? So you're facing me with just 3 people? Quite bold, I must say. A goddess, a vampire, and a gorgon. This alone won't suffice. He raised one of his swords menacingly, pointing it at the 3 ladies. Medusa acted swiftly, focusing her petrifying gaze directly on Siriato. The enormous demon reacted by using a massive section of a building to shield himself from the petrification threat. However, just as the 3 women initiated their coordinated attack, the colossal creature managed to reposition himself right behind them, taking them by surprise. If you believe my size hampers my speed and agility, you are gravely mistaken, and this very misconception seals your fate. He bellowed triumphantly. Siriato swung both of his colossal swords with incredible force, targeting the 3 ladies in one fell swoop. Amidst the chaos, Zoria, their most formidable ally, acted swiftly. She gently pushed Valentina and Medusa aside, positioning herself between her comrades and the monstrous Siriato. Her trusty gun was in hand, and she activated it to unleash a searing laser from its nozzle. With a deft motion, she managed to deflect both of Siriato's vicious attacks. An impressive feat, however. The colossal Malebranche still held the upper hand, overpowering her and sending Zoria hurtling through the air with his sheer brute force. Undaunted by the setback, Medusa swiftly responded by summoning a multitude of intricate Olympus-style magic circles. From these circles, a relentless barrage of elemental attacks was unleashed upon the demon, a tempest of magic striking Siriato simultaneously. Valentina, too, replicated this effort, employing her vampire-style magic circles to bombard their adversary. Yet, despite the formidable onslaught, the beastly Malebranche remained unscathed, his demeanor unperturbed. Is this it? I didn't think DXD was so weak, Siriato sneered, disappointment lacing his tone. He blurred with superior speed, appearing beside Medusa, who swiftly shrouded her body in Tuki to form a protective barrier, crossing her arms in preparation for the impending strike. With a powerful blow, Siriato unleashed a punch that dwarfed the Gorgon's form. He used his great strength to throw her a long distance, sending her flying far across Greece. Before Valentina could react, Siriato appeared in front of her. He spoke coldly as he taunted, "You watched as Neculai met his end, didn't you? Now, you shall experience a similar fate." A wicked smile curled his barato. In a swift, brutal motion, Siriato swung both his blades horizontally, striking Valentina down. Confusion and disbelief clouded her mind as everything faded, unable to fully grasp the reality of the situation. She wasn't prepared to accept her untimely demise. There were still so many things she wanted to experience and accomplish in her new life. But then, a powerful beam of black and white divine energy, emitted with great power, struck Siriato. The colossal creature raised his blade to block the attack, and although he managed to withstand the blow, he was sent hurtling backward. With a smug grin, Siriato remarked, "Ho ho, you can still stand and fight? Excellent. Let's make this engaging, Slavic pantheon goddess. Your little vampire companion was the weakest among you, unable to endure even a single slash of such magnitude." Zoria swiftly closed the distance to Siriato, launching a barrage of attacks at the Malbrach. He, however, skillfully parried each successive attack, his defensive prowess evident. "Medusa, administer a slime pill to her as soon as you can," Zoria urgently transmitted through her transceiver. Although she bore her own injuries, Medusa managed to teleport near Valentina, who miraculously remained conscious despite having been grievously wounded. But before she could deliver aid in the form of slime pill, Siriato swung his massive sword toward them, creating a barrier between the two wounded souls and any hope of receiving aid. Darn it! Zoria's thoughts raced as she fired a volley of shots at Siriato, whose agility allowed him to easily evade and block her attacks. This wasn't supposed to go down like this. In one seamless motion, Siriato materialized beside Zoria, his grin a menacing sight. "Perhaps you want to meet your comrade in the afterlife?" He taunted, raising both his swords menacingly. As the blades neared her, Zoria realized she couldn't evade the impending strike. The world seemed to slow down around her as she surrendered to the impending fate, feeling regret seep in. Perhaps I became overconfident, thinking that joining DXD with Aaron's help was enough, she thought, shaking her head. I wish I could have seen him one last time. Moments before the blades made contact, an unexpected force catapulted Siriato away, along with a considerable chunk of Greece's terrain. Zoria, breathless from the near-death encounter, was sent crashing into a nearby building. However, she quickly regained her composure and ascended to the rooftop. "Ho ho ho, young lady, don't let negativity overcome you," spoke an elderly man who appeared beside her. His hair was a stark shade of gray, and he donned traditional Chinese attire. By his side stood a tall, muscular man with a matching hair color and attire. "You two are?" Zoria trailed off, still in disbelief. "Ho ho, leave this brute to us. Aaron-sama has sent us to assist you." "Ah, Silva, can you lend a hand to the young vampire down there?" inquired the old man. Silva, one of Aaron-sama's Electa, nodded and promptly materialized beside Valentina, who had been gravely injured in the confrontation. Silva mended her injuries and administered a slime pill to aid in her recovery. Valentina gazed up at the imposing figure and inquired, Who are you?" "I am Silva, one of Aaron-sama's Electa," he replied before vanishing and reappearing beside the old man. "Old man, we should secure our target as soon as possible. Every building in this country is already under protection, so we can afford to let loose," suggested Silva. "Fufu, yes, let's proceed. By the way, my name is Zeno," the old man introduced himself before he and Silva leaped away to confront the malevolent threat. Following that, what Zoria, Medusa, and Valentina witnessed was a brutal, one-sided thrashing. "Iya, why do you hate me?" Ruruko's exclamation rang through the air, her voice piercingly loud. Uryu, Ryuta, Nakiri had just uttered those very words, confessing his intense hatred for her. The revelation sent shockwaves through the group accompanying them. It comprised the second years and other members of DXD, and they stood there, their expressions filled with disbelief, staring at Ryuta in astonishment. Tell me why. Hello? Why? I haven't done anything to you, though, Ruruko implored, her voice teeming with confusion and frustration as she made every effort to coax an answer from Ryuta. Ryuta heaved a sigh and turned his gaze away, reluctant to deal with this matter at the moment. His footsteps carried him away, but an abrupt and violent tremor rattled the entirety of Kyoto. The intensity of the quake swiftly garnered the attention of all present. Within moments, an array of intricate magic circles manifested throughout the area, releasing hordes of enemies. Among the enemies, Ryuta and Malarka recognized one they had encountered before Devil. "I'm back," he screeched jubilantly, launching himself towards them with alarming speed. Yet, just as Nevis was about to reach them, a colossal fireball materialized and hurtled toward him, compelling him to evade with a nimble leap. Malarka urgently shouted, a stark reminder of Nevis' formidable abilities. "Please exercise caution when dealing with him." Chaos erupted all around Kyoto as countless battles unfolded. Nevis, unfazed, soared back towards Ryuta, unleashing a barrage of explosive magic attacks. Ryuta had no choice but to leap away from the searing explosions, enveloping his body in a protective layer of 10k. Faced with the relentless assault of the Super Devil, Ryuta decided to resort to his Dragon Man transformation. "Delay him for a bit." Ryuta's voice boomed over the battlefield, rallying those around him to action. They immediately began hurling a series of magical attacks at Nevis, but to their astonishment, their projectiles merely passed through him. Amid the melee, a member of the Irish group from DXD materialized behind Nevis, brandishing a gleaming sword. He swung it toward Nevis with unwavering determination, but the Devil intercepted the blade mid-air and twisted it before breaking into a sinister grin. "That was an unfortunate choice," he sneered, igniting his hand with explosive magic. However, his imminent attack was halted by a radiant ring of light that darted toward him. Centuredo, the reincarnated angel who had come to the aid of the second years. "Why, yes, thank you for helping me," he mumbled, still catching his breath, his heart racing from the near-death encounter. Behind them, Ryuta began his transformation, and his body was enveloped in a golden aura of 10k. His transformation was swift, and he was now fully prepared to face Nevis once more. "Ryu, I'm here to back you up," Malarka assured him, taking a stand beside him. "I'm helping out too," Irina chimed in, her determination clear as she clenched her fist. "Revel-chan, I'll entrust you with guiding the rest of the team here." "Understood, Irina-sama," Rafael acknowledged. She activated her transceiver, then took cover behind a shield of their comrades. From her vantage point, she had a clear view of the entire battlefield and began issuing strategic orders to the entire team. "Irina-senpai, you remember his abilities, right?" Ryuta asked his senior. "I do, we'll be careful. Let's do this," Irina replied, her determination evident. The other two second years nodded in agreement. Irina seized the initiative, her supernatural speed allowing her to outmaneuver Nevis with a surprise attack. She appeared behind him, leaving Nevis momentarily shocked. Her hand extended toward him, and a smug grin spread across his face as he assumed she was unaware of his powers. However, Irina had an unexpected move up her sleeve. Just as her hand was about to make contact, she accelerated her speed even further, retracting her arm before enshrouding her other one in a light aura. With precision, she struck beside his head, sending him tumbling. As Nevis was sent hurtling through the air, he experienced an excruciating agony in his head due to the light-based powers of the angel. Irina, however, didn't let up in her assault. She conjured countless luminous rings, launching them at Nevis. Despite his suffering, activated his demonic abilities to defend himself. To everyone's astonishment, the rings of light that had passed him underwent a miraculous transformation, manifesting as light clones of Irina. These ethereal duplicates, each wielding their own sets of light rings. unleashed their own attacks upon Nevis. In response, he was compelled to unleash his demonic powers to counter the impending attack. Nevis found himself blown away, disoriented and confused by the sudden attack. However, before he could fully grasp the situation, Ryuta materialized above him, his foot launching a swift kick in Nevis' direction. A self-satisfied grin spread across Nevis' face as he taunted, "You fool! Can't you remember what happened last time?" Ryuta responded with a curt, "Yes, I do," and continued with his attack. Ryuta's foot seemed to pass right through Nevis, who attempted to retaliate with a swift upward attack. But before he could complete the maneuver, a sudden, powerful blow landed atop his head, stunning the devil temporarily. With a triumphant shout, Malarca declared, "Let's call this the Vampire Princess Punch." The assault, however, Censuredo narrowly avoiding the impending explosion, which erupted only moments later. When the explosive chaos subsided, Nevis had emerged unscathed, but the super devil bore visible signs of exhaustion, his body marred by the devastating effects of Irina's light attacks. Despite his inherent might, he was at the mercy of the trio, and the frustration of being toyed with only served to stoke the fires of his anger. "Screw you. I don't care about the plan anymore," he bellowed, his voice resonating with rage. And with that declaration, a colossal sphere manifested in the sky above Kyoto. The ominous orb bore unique markings and was emblazoned with the kanji for boom. Nevis had conjured a massive, condensed attack, primed to detonate the moment it touched the ground or collided with any other attack. Whether it struck Kyoto or was met by the Alliance's forces, the ensuing explosion would unleash devastation, potentially injuring or worse, not only those within the city, but also those beyond its borders. "Die!" he shouted as the destructive attack began its descent from the sky. However, as it plummeted toward the ground at an alarming speed, two figures leaped into action to intercept it. Those two were none other than Zenobia and Gasper. "Hey guys, let's stop that thing and then split up, okay?" Zenobia said calmly, her voice carrying a hint of determination. "Yeah," exclaimed Gasper from his pseudo-balance breaker form. With newfound resolve, he was ready to assist Zenobia in this daring feat with Durandal in her hands. Zenobia soared towards the colossal, looming ball of destruction. In one swift, precise motion, her blade cleaved the massive orb in two. Meanwhile, Gasper executed his own move by rapidly manifesting a substantial amount of darkness that hungrily enveloped the ominous sphere Nevis had created. Within seconds, the sphere exploded, but thanks to Gasper's darkness, the explosion was contained, sparing Kyoto from devastation. The alliance on the ground burst into cheers as Zenobia and Gasper pulled off their heroic feat, but Irina raised her hands in protest, a hint of disappointment etched on her face. "I wanted to do something cool too, you know? Damit Nova," she yelled in frustration. Zenobia couldn't hear Irina's words over the din of battle, so she simply waved in response before soaring away. Gasper joined their side, directing his arms towards a group of oncoming enemies and enveloping them in a shroud of darkness. "Gaspy for the win," Chiron commented, her voice laden with sarcasm. But she still offered him a high five. "We're far from finished, so let's keep at it, everyone," Gasper exclaimed enthusiastically. His words inspired those around him, filling them with renewed determination and a resolute spirit to press on and overcome their enemies. As Aaron Toole glided on a hoverboard, heading toward Erebus, the formidable god of nocturnal thunder, Summonus, suddenly swooped in, poised for an attack. The atmosphere crackled with tension. Summonus presented an imposing figure, his head cloaked in a perplexing veil of darkness that concealed much from view. Only his piercing, glowing blue eyes broke through the obsidian shroud, giving an eerie yet captivating allure. Behind him, a series of pointed protrusions jutted forth from his back, creating an otherworldly silhouette that added to the air of mystery surrounding him. His form was predominantly black, enveloped in a seamless darkness that seemed to absorb the light around him. Yet amidst the abyss, Several striking golden accessories adorned his neck and wrists, shimmering like tiny, radiant beacons against the backdrop of shadows. He donned long, ebony pants that cascaded down to his feet, offering a stark contrast to his dark complexion. Around his waist, a substantial loincloth skirt unfurled, blending deep shades of blue and opulent gold, its fabric draping gracefully over most of his pants. "I had a conversation with Jupiter regarding you," Aaron remarked, his curiosity evident as he faced the powerful deity. "You are his polar opposite, yet you chose to vanish and align yourself with the Cow's order. What prompted that decision?" Summonus gazed at Aaron, his expression serious, and began to clarify. "Longinus, no. Sacred gear wielders must be eliminated from our world. Humanity has disrupted the delicate equilibrium by continually pushing their limits and unlocking their balance breakers. This wasn't a concern some years ago, but ever since your arrival in our world, it has been in a severe decline." The stern god fixed his narrowed eyes on Aaron, and his resolve became apparent as he continued. "For the sake of our world's continued prosperity, we must eliminate you and eradicate the sacred gear system from the realm of heaven." With that declaration, he launched several bolts of menacing black lightning directly at Aaron. Aaron's grin remained unwavering as holy lightning cracked through the sky, intercepting the god's lightning bolts, rendering them powerless. The celestial display of force forced Summonus to evade the torrent of light spears aimed at him, each with the potential to vanquish even gods. Recognizing the overwhelming power of these attacks, Summonus turned his attention toward those responsible for this affront. To his astonishment, the assailants were none other than Aquino and Barato, who had orchestrated the formidable assault. Aquino, with a confident smirk, called out, "Summonus-sama, did you really think you could withstand our combined assault? Please don't obstruct my husband too much, okay?" Her words only added to the god's vexation. Barato, on the other hand, took a more direct approach, her comment dripping with disdain. "Yeah, he's more important than you, so get lost, you old weirdo." Her sharp language further infuriated the god, but she didn't seem to care, knowing full well that their combined might far surpass Summonus' own. Amused by the exchange, Aquino chuckled and gave Raynar's shoulder a playful poke. It was a subtle reminder to avoid antagonizing the god too much. Raynar, however, remained unrepentant, knowing that their power was more than enough to handle Summonus. Raynar turned her attention to Aaron, taken aback by the hoverboard. She couldn't help but shake her head in response. "Why are you even using that?" "Ah, whatever. Just get going and leave this idiot to us," she declared. In a flash, she materialized beside him and, in a somewhat unorthodox gesture, planted a quick peck on his cheek before forcefully propelling him away. But Summonus was not about to let him go easily. His roar thundered. "You think he'll let you go?" He readied another attack, his divine power crackling. However, before he could unleash it, a mighty kick, fueled by a surprising and impressive strength, found its mark and sent him sprawling. The deliverer of this punishing blow was none other than Aquino, who, for some reason, couldn't help but giggle with glee throughout the entire endeavor. She spoke playfully. "I just told you not to obstruct him, didn't I?" Her amusement painted her words, even as Summonus descended, his trajectory guiding him to an earth-shattering crash. Barato watched in mild astonishment, the corner of her Barato twitching. She remarked, "Sometimes I wonder who's more messed up between us, Aquino. You didn't hesitate to deliver a powerful kick when it mattered." Aquino's response was cryptic yet telling. Because he was going to get in Aaron's way, she sang out in a seemingly carefree manner, her smile never fading. Barato couldn't help but comment further, her tone hinting at some darker depths. "Yeah, maybe it's you. Maybe you're becoming obsessive?" In response, Aquino's laughter took on an unsettling quality as she wiped her hands with a dramatic flourish, a gesture that sent shivers down Barato's spine. "You foolish children. You have doomed this world if you let that thing roam it." Summonus grumbled. "Censurato." Aquino continued in a carefree tone, "Well, he's very devoted to me, so I don't care too much if he destroys this world. I'll simply remake it." Barato, who had been watching the exchange, cast a concerned look in Aquino's direction. She couldn't help but be disturbed by her friend's casual acceptance of such grim possibilities. Summonus responded by summoning black lightning around his arms, his resolve unwavering as he declared, "I see. If that's the case, Centurado, is this a challenge? Summonus going?" Rainier, feeling a sense of responsibility, muttered, "They'll back you up," as she summoned a light sword and prepared to join the fray. Arriving at the designated location, Tool found himself face to face with his opponent, Erebus, and the imposing Titan of Darkness. The Titan's eyes fixed on Aaron, casting an eerie hush over the surroundings. "Long time no see, Erchan. How's life treating you?" Aaron greeted with a cheerful tone. "Don't call me that, you wretched lizard," Erebus retorted, dripping with venom. He extended a trembling finger toward Aaron. "You defeated my sister and imprisoned her within our pantheon. You deserve to suffer 1,000-fold for your actions." Aaron quirked an eyebrow and responded, "I wasn't the one who defeated her. Lisa did that. Besides, if we hadn't intervened, the power she received from the Phantasma would have eventually taken her life. You might even want to thank me for preventing that fate." He raised a finger, adding, "Furthermore, yes, she's incarcerated, but it's not as if she's being subjected to torment or cruelty over there. She's merely confined to a jail cell with her powers sealed. In truth, your gods have shown her a fair degree of leniency." Erebus directed an intense glare at Aaron, his lips betraying hints of his annoyance. The truth couldn't be denied, and he knew that well. However, the root cause of his anger and irritation lay elsewhere, beyond mere facts. It was because his beloved sister, Nyx, had fallen in love with Aaron, and that infuriated him. Erebus was already well aware of Aaron's large circle of close companions, knowing the vast number of people who were part of it. And this was the last thing he wanted for his sister. Nyx's attraction to Aaron had begun the moment she laid eyes on him within their pantheon. Back then, it had been a mere flicker of interest. But over time, that ember had grown into a raging inferno of one-sided love, and he despised it. Apart from that, Erebus continued, his voice heavy with accusation. "You sacred gear wielders are like a cancer to our planet, and perhaps to the entire universe. Ever since you arrived in our world, you've disrupted its delicate balance. The current tournament only highlights the extent of this disruption. Humans and hybrids attain a balance breaker, and they further shatter the equilibrium." Erebus sneered with resentment, his words cutting like a knife. "Yet, he'll begrudgingly give you some credit. Thanks to who you are and the actions you've taken, the Eevee won't be invading our world to conquer it. But don't be fooled. They haven't given up on trying to circumvent the restrictions you've placed on universal travel." While Erebus ranted, Aaron remained surprisingly calm. He wore a knowing smile that seemed to irk his accuser even more. In the depths of his thoughts, Aaron contemplated the situation. I suspected as much," he thought silently. "But I've already taken steps to safeguard against such attempts. Any efforts to break through or bypass these barriers will be in vain, doomed to failure." Erebus was further enraged by Aaron's unwavering calmness. He sighed heavily and fixed his gaze on the mysterious figure. "This Titan, and I will take you down. We had assistance from the Cow's Order in its creation, used the battle gods as a reference, and, of course, drew inspiration from our own Pantheon's Titans," he explained. Aaron, still unperturbed, replied with a nonchalant, "I'm cool, I guess." His attention was focused on the titanic entity made of shadow and darkness. Erebus couldn't contain his frustration and yelled, "Enough, let's start." He unleashed several dark energy balls towards Aaron, but in a baffling display of power, Aaron effortlessly neutralized Erebus' attacks without budging an inch. Erebus, clenching his teeth, summoned even more darkness-infused projectiles and unleashed them upon his opponent. Once again, Aaron intercepted and disintegrated Erebus' onslaught, maintaining his eerie, unbroken focus on the god. Erebus, disturbed by the strange atmosphere, felt compelled to address the situation. "You're acting really creepy right now, middleman. Do something or say something, he shouted in frustration, extending his arm towards Aaron. Attack him. The colossal titan made a menacing move, its gigantic arms lunging toward Aaron, aiming to ensnare him. Yet, as the colossal fingers drew closer to Aaron, they abruptly halted, arrested by an unseen force. It was the manifestation of Aaron's incredible power, his infinity. He fixed his gaze on the enormous titan and the god Erebus. Still focused on both the titan and Erebus, Aaron posed a significant question. If the fate of this world were left in your hands, with your faction, your organization, would you be up to the task? Erebus didn't waver, his confidence unwavering as he declared, "Certainly, we are the gods of this universe. Our power knows no equal." Aaron closed his eyes for a moment, while the relentless titan outside continued its futile attempts to breach the impervious shield. The massive fists pummeled the barrier relentlessly, but it refused to yield to the creature's fury. Aaron reopened his eyes and posed a further query. Then can you say, with the utmost confidence, that you could simultaneously defeat the formidable forces of a fully powered Ophis, Great Red, and Trihexa? Keep in mind that the Eevee possess even greater power than these entities, and they are in far greater numbers. What say you, the primordial god of darkness? Erebus cast a scrutinizing gaze in Aaron's direction, his countenance marred by a deep scowl. The truth was that Erebus understood the dire predicament they were in. Yet, despite the odds stacked against them, he clung to the hope that, by venturing into the vast multiverse, they might unearth the power they desperately needed. Their mission was to uncover the means to fend off the impending threat of the Eevee, who sought to conquer their planet. Yes, he replied resolutely. In different universes, there lies a possibility of discovering new powers that we can harness for the fight. Unlike the mechanical gods, we aren't constrained by the need to hunt down new components to enhance ourselves. We, as organic beings, have the innate capacity to grow and become stronger through training. It's a natural advantage that sets us apart from them, he concluded, his tone reflecting his confidence in their potential. Aaron sighed as he absorbed Erebus' words. After a moment, he regarded Erebus with a touch of pity in his eyes. While what you're saying has some truth to it, he began, you might be overlooking a few key points. Organic beings, like us, do have their limitations. It's worth considering that even mechanical gods need time to adapt to their new parts and optimize their performance. Erebus, however, was undeterred. He declared with unwavering determination, we'll just have to break through those limits. Aaron shook his head gently, explaining, breaking through limits and reaching one's true potential isn't a straightforward process. Upgrading their mechanical parts provides the Eevee gods with an advantage. It allows them to circumvent the usual constraints of organic life forms. And about getting stronger, well, without the support of Lapis, Nyarlathotep, and the Cow's Order, you wouldn't have experienced the same growth you have in the past year. So, your argument about training doesn't hold for any of you, does it? Enough. Erebus couldn't stand what he was hearing. Fueled by his frustration, he and the Titan intensified their assault. Darkness-based attacks swirled all around them, summoned by Erebus, and he launched them relentlessly at Aaron. Simultaneously, the Titan conjured spears and blades made of darkness from beneath Aaron, attacking him from below, while also pummeling Aaron's infinity barrier with a fist infused with darkness. Their combined onslaught suddenly ground to a halt as they both sensed the world around them twisting. Erebus and the Titan were left perplexed, unsure of what was happening. However, both their gazes landed on Aaron's raised right hand, as if he were cupping something mysterious. Frozen in place, Erebus and the Titan watched in a mix of horror and anxiety as Aaron's power seemed to know no bounds. It was as if their deepest fears had come to life before their eyes. Aaron clenched his hand into a fist, raising his index finger as if pointing to the heavens. Everyone has a limit, even those mechanical gods you dread, he declared, while a radiant, swirling red sphere materialized above his index finger. but I alone have none. Not everyone may like it or support how I'm doing things, but I believe it's the only way this universe, this world, can truly prosper. The power of the red sphere intensified, its glow filling the surrounding space, distorting reality itself. Aaron's gaze shifted between the crimson orb, Erebus, and the Titan. Let's put you to the test, Erebus. If you can withstand this, and your Titan, then I'll consider your proposition, he said with a smile, a hint of mockery in his voice. I'll dedicate this to you, Gojo, since you met your end recently. Although this attack of mine is quite different from yours. With a soft chuckle, Aaron allowed the red sphere to hover in the air and descended to the ground, locking his eyes onto the two adversaries. Centurado, ensuring that it wouldn't obliterate the protective barriers he had carefully placed around Kyoto's buildings. Yet, despite his precision, many structures still bore visible cracks from the tremendous force of the red beam. Erebus, sent hurtling into a distant building, bore the brunt of the impact, while the massive Titan met its ultimate demise, utterly consumed by the cataclysmic attack. With a nonchalant whistle, Aaron jumped from one rooftop to another, making his way toward the seemingly lifeless body of Erebus. Although the god appeared on the brink of death, Aaron's keen senses could still detect traces of life within him. This doesn't mean you won. Erebus managed to rasp out before losing consciousness. Just as Erebus fell into unconsciousness, the ground beneath Kyoto quaked once more, and an enormous Olympus-style magic circle materialized in the sky above the city. From within this magical sigil emerged an immense figure, none other than Tartarus, the primordial god of the abyss. Tartarus presented a daunting sight. His spherical form spanned a staggering 100 meters in diameter, adorned with countless eyes and sinuous tentacles. His very presence exuded an unimaginable Centurado, causing millions of intricate magic circles to manifest across the skies of Kyoto. George clapped his hands, and, as he did, mist began to materialize in the area. As he slowly extended his hands apart, a rectangular object emerged between his palms. This object would serve as the foundation for the pseudospace. After George applied a series of protective elements to fortify the pseudospace base, he elevated it into the sky. As everyone witnessed this three-dimensional object resembling space rise into the air, it started radiating divine lights and was subsequently transported through the use of a magical circle. This pseudospace would now expand within the alternate dimension. The balance breaker of the high-tier Longinus Dimension Lost, Dimension Create, was an ability that allowed its user to create a powerful barrier. This unique barrier could be infused with various effects. And this time, Centurado, they ensured that their enemies couldn't escape, and second, they were built to withstand the full-scale combat within the space. However, the pseudospace still had a weakness, even with these solid barriers in place. It lay in the barrier's cores, which were essentially the sacred gears devices situated inside the space. Destroying this device would result in a loss of its abilities. While the device itself was quite robust, there was still a considerable risk that it might not withstand certain attacks or techniques from gods or other beings of that nature. Hence, it needed someone to guard the device. Suddenly, a transformation occurred within George's body once the pseudospace was deployed. A pale mist began emanating from George, gradually spreading throughout the vicinity and reaching up into the sky. This mist was subsequently absorbed by the magic circles, suggesting that George might be sending this mist to the enemy's location through those very same magic circles. The amount of mist being emitted continued to increase, and an astonishing quantity of it was being absorbed by the magic circles. I'm transporting the ones we spoke about beforehand. Get ready. George's voice echoed through the transceivers. The teams are going to be fighting them. Get ready too. Aaron couldn't help but smile as he responded, "Good luck to everyone." With those words, a magic circle materialized beneath Aaron, and the same happened for everyone else heading into the pseudospace. Within seconds, they were all transported into it. Eren was well aware that Tartarus might attempt the plan outlined in the canon storyline. To counter it, Eren devised a different strategy. He chose to confront Tartarus alone within the dimension crafted by George. Simultaneously, the other teams were tasked with handling the remaining deities and the lone Malebranche that Eren had transported to Kyoto. This division of tasks aimed to ensure the most effective approach to thwart Tartarus' plans, as they would be dispersed across the dimension. Eren had decided that the rest of the team would remain in Kyoto, prepared to face other groups and gods left behind. It wasn't that he doubted their capabilities. He knew they could overcome these adversaries. Nevertheless, as a precaution, he had arranged for a group of shadow soldiers and the Electa to be on standby, ready to offer assistance should the need arise. The safety and success of this mission were paramount, and he wasn't taking any chances. Suzaku couldn't help but mutter to herself as she surveyed the battlefield after vanquishing yet another enemy. Her eyes were fixated on the newly formed space created amidst the chaos, which had rapidly become the focal point for countless shadow soldiers. These ethereal protectors swarmed around it and fortified the surrounding area, all in a concerted effort to safeguard it from impending threats. A member of the Shinra clan approached her, concern etched on his face. He respectfully inquired, "Suzakadano, should we proceed with our designated mission?" She considered his question carefully before responding, her gaze unwavering. "Yes, we shall press on. News of our comrades' successes will reach us in due time. For now, our duty is to maintain our defense. If any among us are wounded, bring them to this location for care and healing." The man nodded in understanding and then quickly departed to rejoin the ongoing efforts to protect the perimeter of Kyoto. The city's defense was their paramount concern, and they would not waver in their commitment to its safety. Suzaku glanced to her side, where a small magic circle displayed the ongoing events involving the Kushahashi and its members. It appeared they were managing to hold their own against the foes within Kyoto. Still, Suzaku couldn't help but notice that a significant portion of their group had sustained severe injuries. She muttered to herself, "If they persist like this, we might have to consider sending them assistance." Although, I doubt Ju-sama would take kindly to that. A dismissive snort accompanied by Zook's booming voice interrupted her thoughts. The vermilion bird, taking on her human form, directed her displeasure toward the magic circle beside Suzaku. Who cares about that arrogant human and his opinions? He either listens to what Eren and the team says, or he can go get himself killed. He's certainly not doing well for himself. Both Juke and Suzaku shifted their attention back to the magic circle. Juke adjusted its view to show Ju Kushahashi battling a range of enemies associated with the Gods of Darkness group. Ju fought against a few devils, entities shrouded in darkness, and yokai. It was evident that he wasn't performing at his peak due to his age, but that didn't make him powerless. However, the display revealed multiple cuts on his skin, and he was visibly laboring to catch his breath. Isn't this exactly what Eren was trying to convey during your meeting? Why must he be so stubborn? Eren was aware of his pride and his open animosity towards him. And now look at where he is, Juke remarked, accompanied by a disdainful scoff. A faint smile graced Suzaku's lips. "I didn't expect you to hold such a high opinion of Eren. In the beginning, you seemed quite, I guess, opposed to him. What caused the change in your perspective? Nevertheless, I do agree that Ju-sama is struggling, and his fellow Kushahashi members are undoubtedly feeling the strain," Suzaku remarked. With a hiss in her voice, Juke retorted, "We should send reinforcements regardless of how he feels. Unless he's willing to stubbornly face his doom. Let him." Then, Juke shifted her gaze to the side, avoiding Suzaku's direct look. She continued, "I've always held him in high regard, but I wanted to witness his prowess firsthand before altering how I addressed him. His accomplishments are nothing to be taken lightly," she admitted with a touch of shyness. Suzaku chuckled softly and responded, "Indeed, let's proceed and dispatch reinforcements." She conjured a magical communication circle beside her and began giving out orders. She also used her transceiver to relay the plan to other key individuals. Fuhahaha. It seems you're having quite a time of it, Ju Kushihashi, declared a voice that resonated loudly. The owner of the voice had a ponytail of orange hair and struck an oddly flamboyant pose while addressing the elderly man. It was God Serena. Must you be so deafening, Serena? There's no need to shout all the time, chided a woman with piercing pale eyes and white hair pulled back into a ponytail. She sported distinctive blue horns on her head. It was Era, formerly a snake of the Cow's Order, who had been transformed into an Electa by Aaron. These two individuals, accompanied by a few members of DXD, had come to provide assistance to the Kushihashi clan. While most of the other clans had chosen to safeguard the city of Kyoto from the perimeters, the Kushihashi clan had opted to defend Kyoto directly, a decision that brought them into a fierce confrontation. "Who are you?" Ju Kushihashi gasped, his voice reflecting a mix of surprise and apprehension. "Know you belong to that dragon, don't you?" "I do not need help. I am fine," he protested. Despite his insistence, the rest of his clan members eagerly welcomed the aid that was offered, and many of them began to receive the healing abilities of Era. "Do not accept their aid." Jai's voice boomed again, his pride refusing to let him yield. "I'm sorry, Jusama, but I would rather live. I have a wife and child," shouted another male clan member, emphasizing the importance of survival over pride. A female clan member echoed this sentiment, saying, "I also have a fiancé. I can't leave, Jusama. I don't care about pride. I want to see my family too, so I'm accepting any help." As more clan members voiced their fears, desperation, and willingness to accept assistance, Jai's anger and frustration grew. However, weakened and incapacitated as he was, there was little he could do but reluctantly yield to the will of his people. "Era, I'll leave them to you." God Serena's voice rang out as he catapulted himself toward the approaching opponents. With unrelenting determination, he yelled, "Purgatory Dragons, Blazing Inferno." His incantation marked the beginning of a blazing torrent of flames that surged forth, consuming an entire cluster of foes in an instant, leaving no survivors in its wake. "Why have you chosen to side with them, Zhong Kuei?" Ningguang inquired. She, along with several others, hovered high above China, facing Zhong Kuei, the king of ghosts. Zhong Kuei had managed to assemble a diverse group, consisting of the remaining artificial vampires, super vampires, devils, and super devils. Together, they had embarked on a mission to China, with a singular objective in mind, to dismantle the newly established Chinese alliance. In line with the gods of darkness and the alliance of the evil gods, Zhong Kuei was convinced that the world would experience an improvement if it were to rid itself of sacred gears and specific groups. "You should understand, Ningguang," Zhong Kuei began, emphasizing his point with a steady voice. "Sacred gears, individuals with innate abilities, and certain factions must be eliminated from this world. The Cow's Order seeks to maintain the current order, which has served us well for a very long time." As the King of Ghosts spoke, he made sweeping gestures with his hands, summoning an army of ghostly specters and bats that materialized behind him, all poised and prepared to launch an assault on Ningguang and her companions. "Given our historical rapport," Zhong Kuei continued, "I'll offer you and your alliance an opportunity to stand down. But should you choose not to?" A sinister glow overtook Zhong Kuei's eyes as he leaned closer, his tone foreboding. "I will not hesitate to put an end to you and all of China by day's end. I am no longer the same being you once knew." He warned them. A smile graced Ningguang's countenance as she held her smoking pipe in one hand, resting the other against her cheek. "Surrender? Surely you jest, Zhong Kuei. We aren't known for such capitulation. And, if I'm being entirely honest, you don't seem to possess that level of power." Ningguang's words only served to irritate Zhong Kuei, and his displeasure was clearly etched across his face. "I'll ask you one more time. Surrender, or I will unleash my forces and attacks upon you." A soft, almost mischievous chuckle escaped Ningguang as she twirled her smoke pipe thoughtfully. "Fufu," she teased, "I'm afraid I must decline your offer. Zhong Kuei. Instead, let us engage in a modest skirmish and see who emerges victorious. With this declaration, she withdrew her hand from her cheek and raised it confidently. Zhong Kuei followed suit, emulating Ningguang by raising his hand high. Subsequently, his group surged forward, locking onto their counterparts in Ningguang's group. The King of Ghosts, brimming with malice, unleashed a relentless barrage upon the unsuspecting members of Ningguang's entourage. Ghastly bats swooped in, screeching fiercely and launching sound-wave attacks upon their foes. Meanwhile, Zhong Kuei's ghostly minions contributed to the chaos, firing an unceasing torrent of ghostly beams and spectral balls from their ethereal hands. The battleground was alight with an eerie and destructive display of supernatural power. The Jade Emperor materialized next to Ningguang and offered, "Shall I deal with him?" Ningguang, wearing a confident smile, replied, "Fufu, I appreciate the offer, Jade Emperor, but I am more than capable of handling Zhong Kuei." The Jade Emperor acknowledged her choice with a nod before vanishing. Zhong Kuei couldn't suppress his skepticism, retorting, "You take care of me? Please, enough with the jest today, Ningguang. You are not a fighter, and you never will be. I sense no change within you. You have not grown in power, nor have you trained in any form of martial arts to make yourself formidable in that way." Ningguang chuckled in response, and in a blink of an eye, Zhong Kuei felt a barrage of invisible attacks pelting him. Confusion took hold as the King of Ghosts scrambled to protect himself by erecting a protective barrier. Unfortunately, the unseen onslaught shattered his defenses, subjecting him to a ceaseless barrage. Though individually not overwhelmingly powerful, the sheer quantity of the attacks began to take its toll, as multiple blue bruises marred his body and face. He ramped up his aura output, sending a powerful shockwave that knocked everyone in the vicinity away from him. However, much to his surprise, Ningguang remained completely unfazed. This left a deep frown on Zhong Kuei's face as he questioned her. "Why is it that you are not affected by this? Is it your work as well?" Ningguang, ever composed and wearing her characteristic smile, responded, "It might be, or it might not be. Perhaps you could use your newfound knowledge to figure that out." King of Ghosts, Zhong Kuei. Zhong Kuei harbored a deep dislike for Ningguang's demeanor. He certainly respected her capabilities as a leader, acknowledging that she had the potential to guide thousands, even millions, to prosperity if entrusted with the city. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but loathe her personality. To him, it felt grating and rubbed him the wrong way. It seemed as if Ningguang held herself above everyone she encountered, and the manner in which she spoke, particularly to him, left him with a personal distaste. Zhong Kuei let out a scoff and summoned an item into his hand, taking a sip. His smirk grew more pronounced as he began to speak. "Even though they are quite rare nowadays, we still possess a stash of illegal Phoenix tears. I made sure to stock up on them back when they were more widely available." As he drank, the injuries that marred his body quickly healed, and he turned his renewed determination towards Ningguang. Ghostly green and black aura oozed from his form, shaping into eerie wings behind him. With unparalleled swiftness, he repositioned himself behind Ningguang and unleashed a point-blank blast of his aura. To his bewilderment, a multitude of brown, mirror-like objects materialized all around Ningguang, absorbing his attacks with remarkable ease. Zhong Kuei quickly retreated and began bombarding her with even more attacks. Yet each one met the same fate, getting absorbed by her mysterious mirrors. Then, something caught his eye. Wrapped around Ningguang's neck was a small creature, a brown and yellow dragon with yellow, diamond-shaped pupils that stared at him with a piercing gaze. "Wait, what is that? Could it be the source of these mirrors?" Zhong Kuei asked with a demanding tone, his curiosity piqued. Ningguang's lips curved into a warm smile as she looked at Zhong Kuei, a soft chuckle escaping her lips. "Indeed it is. With this adorable little creature by my side, I feel almost invincible. You see, it was a special request I made to Aaron, or rather, Jean, who we fondly call the middleman. This little dragon boasts a plethora of versatile abilities, making it exceptionally handy," she explained with a gentle tone. She gently stroked the tiny dragon, causing it to respond with an endearing, sleepy yawn. Always with this middleman business. That insufferable lizard constantly meddles in everything. Zhong Kuei bellowed, his aura intensifying further with his growing frustration. It'll prove that these powers have their limits. Let's see how much it can withstand. Zhong Kuei stretched out his arms, conjuring a colossal bat enveloped in an otherworldly, ethereal armor. This bat dwarfed the ones he had summoned earlier, a true behemoth, and he swiftly commanded it to attack Ningguang. The bat blazed past Ningguang, vanishing from her sight almost instantaneously. As Zhong Kuei had earlier mentioned, she wasn't a skilled combatant, and she struggled to track the creature's movements. Yet, she had specifically requested this formidable creature from Aaron, seeking to enhance her self-defense capabilities. The creature sported an array of enchanted mirrors that possessed the ability to deflect and absorb attacks, albeit up to a certain threshold of power and intensity. Should the attack exceed these limits, the mirrors would shatter, initiating another phase of protection for Ningguang. Small tornadoes composed of blood and wind swirled to life, conjured by the enormous bat. It unleashed these bloodied tempests upon Ningguang, and in tandem, Zhong Kuei initiated his relentless barrage of attacks, each activating Ningguang's defenses. The intricate mirrors appeared like clockwork, dutifully absorbing every attack. However, despite her unwavering resolve, the leader of the newfound Chinese alliance, Ningguang, noticed her faithful pet, the small dragon resting on her shoulders, conveying a silent message through his eyes. It was a gentle warning that their defensive capabilities were reaching their limit. In the midst of the battle, the violent tornadoes created by the giant bat crashed headlong into Ningguang's resolute mirrors, pushing them past their breaking point. With a smile, she acknowledged her dragon companion and initiated the second phase of their plan. Ningguang skillfully wove Chinese-style defensive magic circles around them, preparing to bear the full force of Zhong Kuei's relentless onslaught. This would be their strategy for enduring the coming storm. In an instant, the petite dragon radiated a brilliant, radiant gold, encasing Ningguang within a protective sphere of shimmering light. This magical shield exerted a force that pushed everything in its vicinity away. Zhong Kuei found himself caught up in this powerful surge and was forcefully propelled backward. Even his enormous bat summon was not immune to the sheer strength of this extraordinary display of energy. As Zhong Kuei and the colossal bat observed the golden ball, they couldn't help but be captivated. However, their fascination was short-lived, as the sphere suddenly expanded at an alarming rate, growing 10 times larger than its initial size. With a resounding explosion, it shattered into countless golden blades of swirling energy, scattering them in all directions. The ferocity of the unleashed power prompted everyone nearby to swiftly evade the oncoming onslaught. Reacting swiftly, Zhong Kuei summoned a defensive magic circle in an attempt to shield himself. To his dismay, he watched in disbelief as his protective magic circle crumbled like fragile glass. The unforgiving attack left him with a shallow cut on his shoulder. Though not a severe wound, the experienced warrior couldn't help but scowl in frustration, his eyes searching for Ningguang, the source of this unexpected attack. Ningguang was adorned in a resplendent armor that shimmered with a gentle fusion of golden and brown hues. The upper part of her form was ensconced in intricate, scale-like plating, bearing the same entrancing golden-brown luster. Nestled in the midst of this regal armor, a small emerald gem gleamed with a hint of familiarity, reminiscent of the gem found in the boosted gear. Her attire extended into a skirt-like armor that flowed gracefully, while her thighs and legs were encased in a sleek, golden scaly armor. Emanating an aura of authority, behind her were pure gold metallic wings, their presence exuding a sense of power. Perched atop her head rested a resplendent golden crown, embellished with delicate white and red feathers, adding a touch of grandeur to her appearance. Hovering gracefully above her hand was a floating grimoire, resplendent in shades of gold and brown. This mystical tome emitted a radiant, golden yet enigmatic glow, underscoring the aura of majesty that enveloped Ningguang. Positioned just behind her, the diminutive dragon had undergone a remarkable transformation, evolving into an imposing 20-meter behemoth that coiled protectively around her figure. Its eyes, previously fierce in its smaller guise, had now intensified into an even more menacing aspect, radiating an air of formidable power and guardianship. Zhong Kuei's voice quivered as he beheld the peculiar sight, his eyes wide with bewilderment. He stammered out his questions, unable to hide his horror. What is this? What kind of creature is that? Is it, don't tell me, a sacred gear? However, Ningguang couldn't help but chuckle softly at his visible distress. She shook her head, eager to explain the truth. It's a bit different from a sacred gear. It bears a closer resemblance to the sacred beasts and their unique technique known as spiritual symbiosis, she clarified. Her voice held a hint of admiration. But, you see, this little companion was crafted by our extraordinary middleman. So, there's no doubt that it surpasses the usual spiritual symbiosis and the power of the sacred beasts, don't you think? Zhong Kuei raised an eyebrow. A look of incredulity etched across his face. Stronger than the sacred beasts? He asked with a scoff. Well, I wouldn't put it past that troublesome lizard. Then let's see this gift, Ningguang. Did you get it from your new romantic interest? I do pity that young man if he thinks he has captured your heart. Ningguang's expression darkened as she absorbed Zhong Kuei's words. I received this as a special request that I made to him. Also, what kind of woman do you take me for? She retorted with an undertone of irritation. I've only been in one relationship, and that was back when I was a teenager. I haven't been in another one since. She brushed her hair back with an air of annoyance and glared at the man before her. On the contrary, I think I might not be quite his type, Fufu. Regardless, I won't waste any more time talking. It's time to defeat you, she declared with a determined resolve. Ningguang executed an exaggerated motion, sweeping her right arm to the side, and a multitude of magic circles materialized behind her. The dragon surrounding her emitted a resounding roar, instantly enveloping them in a massive barrier that confined their battle within. She then unleashed her formidable attacks upon Zhong Kuei, who, undeterred, retaliated using his own formidable magic, creating razor-sharp wind blades by vigorously flapping the wings on his back. However, it quickly became evident that Ningguang held the upper hand when it came to raw power. Their clashing attacks sent shockwaves of explosions rippling around them. Yet Zhong Kuei started to feel an onslaught of invisible attacks across his body. This time, these attacks were notably more potent, leaving impressions upon his flesh. What's happening? Where are these unseen attacks coming from? Zhong Kuei pondered frantically, attempting to evade the imperceptible threats. Unfortunately, his inability to sense these concealed strikes led to repeated impacts. Turning his gaze towards Ningguang, he was met with a sly smirk, further fueling his frustration. As his mental composure began to wane, Zhong Kuei grew more impulsive in his actions. He pointed to his surviving bat summon, which miraculously endured Ningguang's previous attack, and applied duplication magic to it. Zhong Kuei's lone summoned bat quickly multiplied, birthing a total of 15 of its kind. With precision, he issued orders to these winged minions, directing them to launch a relentless assault on Ningguang. Half of the bats, imbued with sinister power, spun into a frenzy, creating gruesome, blood-red tornadoes. The remaining half unleashed high-pitched, ear-piercing screeches, each screech forming a circular aura attack aimed at the formidable leader of the Chinese alliance. Unfazed by the swarm of bats and their ominous attacks, Ningguang maintained her calm demeanor. With a soft, almost nonchalant tone, she addressed the sleek dragon draped around her body. "Take care of that for me, sweetie." Responding to her command, the miniature dragon exhaled a confident puff of smoke from its dainty nostrils. Its eyes gleamed with a brilliant radiance. and several golden stars materialized around the attacks of bats summoned by Zhong Kuei. As each star exploded into a burst of dazzling energy, it obliterated the incoming attacks. To Zhong Kuei's surprise, the very same stars now encircled him, a phenomenon that baffled him. Cursing under his breath, he acted swiftly to protect himself. He conjured defensive magic circles while his wings unfolded, forming a protective barrier. The next moment, the star attacks unleashed by Ningguang detonated, causing powerful explosions that rocked the small area around them. A pained cry escaped Zhong Kuei as he was forcefully pushed away by Ningguang's relentless attack. The King of Ghosts bore the marks of the battle, with a missing arm and tattered wings. It was evident that the confrontation had taken its toll on him, yet he stood resolute, his gaze locked on Ningguang. Ningguang couldn't help but appreciate Zhong Kuei's unwavering determination. I must concede, Zhong Kuei, you possess an admirable tenacity, refusing to yield even when faced with my superior power, she remarked, a trace of pride evident in her voice. However, Zhong Kuei's response was sharp, his frustration apparent. Silence, you wench. If only you had accepted my offer. Can't you see the havoc the middleman and his group are wreaking? They're disrupting the delicate balance of the Ningguang interrupted him, her tone resolute. And so what? She demanded. Zhong Kuei was left momentarily bewildered by her response. What? He stammered, taken aback. Ningguang's lips curled into a knowing smirk as she continued. That is in the past. The status quo evolves over time, and a new status quo being forged by Jin in our era is what matters. Although he may be young, he shoulders a significant responsibility, and in my view, he's handling it admirably. She further expounded, resistance to change is a common trait among both gods and ancient beings. Change, no matter who it is directed towards, is invariably unsettling, and adaptation is challenging. This holds true for humans and us, the supernatural alike. Her smirk deepened as she regarded Zhong Kuei. Tell me, King of Ghosts, are you afraid of the change he seeks? Zhong Kuei instinctively moved backward upon hearing Ningguang's words, which served as the confirmation she needed. In the annals of history, it's often the victors who set the rules, Ningguang began, her words carrying the weight of countless events that had shaped their world. Whether it's the 2 world wars in the human realm, the grand conflicts within the supernatural realm, or the myriad events that unfolded last year, it's always those who emerge triumphant who dictate the course of events. Ningguang closed her eyes briefly, her mind awash with images of Aaron's remarkable accomplishments over the past year and the enduring friendships he had forged. A subtle smile tugged at her lips as these memories played before her mind's eye. Then, within that cascade of events, a fragment of Ningguang's own past surfaced, a memory intertwined with her childhood. Listen, Ningguang, a voice from her family's past echoed. Those who dare challenge the established order, those who leave an indelible mark on the world, they will be etched into history for all eternity. If you fear the prospect of being forgotten, if you dread fading into obscurity as an inconsequential nobody, then make a name for yourself. Let the world echo that name and remember you. These words have been imparted to her by someone dear from her earlier years, a voice laden with wisdom and encouragement. He'll be enshrined in the annals of time, and perhaps so will you, Ningguang mused, addressing Zhong Kuei, not due to your brazen assault on us, but perhaps for other reasons. A palpable dread hung over Zhong Kuei's features. He was a historical figure of great renown in their country, and his name was etched in the annals of human history. Yet, he couldn't escape the sinking feeling that his name would be tarnished for future generations to remember if he failed. You don't peer at me in that way. I've already etched my name into history. I will be remembered. I will prevail, Zhong Kuei defiantly declared, his arms raised as he summoned a magical circle. Ningguang responded somberly, No, it's already too late. Throughout her speech, she had conveyed an unspoken command to her dragon, instructing it to launch an attack into the sky, positioning it to descend upon Zhong Kuei. She knew that he was already weighed down by disquiet, and the revelations she held could cast shadows upon the choices he had made throughout his life. "What are you?" Zhong Kuei began, but before he could finish, a powerful golden beam descended upon him. Centuriado Ningguang shifted her gaze in a specific direction, her eyes settling on Japan. Her tone carried a touch of contemplation as she expressed her thoughts. "I've never been one to advocate for peace, but if it's a world crafted by your hands, Aaron Toole, it might be one I wouldn't mind seeing. You can rest assured of our unwavering support." Chapter 14, Part 3, Crosspoint Impact, third-person point of view. Siriato found himself in a relentless struggle, facing off against two humans who proved to be the strongest opponents he had ever encountered. It didn't matter how he attempted to retaliate. Their responses were swift and precise, quickly nullifying or countering his attacks. The two swords that had been his trusted weapons for defeating and eliminating his foes had already met their demise, shattered under the sheer power of his formidable adversaries. The Wild Hog King landed back on the ground, preparing himself for what lay ahead. Before him stood the formidable pair of humans, Zeno and Silva, who appeared to be playing with him, much to Siriato's dismay. They had observed Siriato's ill treatment of Zoria, Valentina, and Medusa, which fueled their determination to give him a taste of his own medicine. Siriato's body quickly became enveloped in a menacing shroud of demonic aura as Zeno and Silva closed in on him from both sides. In response, he slammed his massive fists into the ground, causing the earth to quake and tearing apart the surrounding trees. Debris and dust were sent flying in all directions, obscuring the battlefield. Zeno and Silva skillfully maneuvered through the chaos. Silva seized the opportunity to strike, delivering a powerful blow infused with his 2-key energy to Siriato's outstretched arm. The Malebranche was flung away by the force of Silva's punch. He crashed through several trees and a small hill, and as he was slowly recovering from the attack, Zeno, the old man, appeared above him. Purple aura covered his body, and it quickly morphed into a western dragon. "I thought you were quicker than this, you little hog," teased Zeno. He hurled his purple dragon at Siriato, and it reached the demon swiftly, causing an explosion that shook the entire country of Greece. But Zeno didn't halt his assault there. With remarkable agility, he located Siriato, delivering a powerful foot strike to the demon's chest, sending him hurtling even farther away. Siriato bore the scars of their intense battle, and a substantial section of flesh was missing from his left arm. However, Siriato remained undeterred and, with determination, conjured 2-key bullets, launching them at both Zeno and Silva. The two Electa skillfully deflected Siriato's attacks, landing gracefully in front of him. Siriato, however, was in bad shape, his arm bleeding profusely from Zena's attacks earlier. "Oof. If I had my blades, I would have already eliminated both of you," he declared with a hint of arrogance. Zeno remained calm and responded, "Is that so? Very well, here." He summoned 2 blades that were identical to those owned by Siriato and threw them back to him. Then, he handed Siriato a slime pill and explained its purpose. Siriato furrowed his brows and eyed Zeno with suspicion, asking, "What's the meaning of this, old man?" Zeno grinned and replied, "It's to demonstrate that even with your swords and in the prime of your health, wouldn't change the outcome. You would still face defeat." Siriato seethed with anger at Zena's words, and in his frustration, he hastily consumed the pill that began to mend his injuries. As he retrieved both of his blades, he positioned himself for battle. Before any further words could be exchanged, Siriato vanished from sight and executed a swift sideways swing with both his blades, intent on cleaving Zeno in two. Much to the Wild Hog King's astonishment, the elderly man merely watched him without making a move. Unperturbed, Siriato pressed on with his attack, and Zeno remained unyielding. When Siriato's blades finally made contact with Zeno, he was met with a startling revelation: they were halted by the old man's body. Confounded, Siriato stammered in disbelief, How is this possible? I put all my might into that strike, and even infused it with my demonic aura. Zeno, sporting a taunting smile, responded, "You're merely too physically feeble to harm me, my dear hog." He then casually grasped Siriato's blades with just two of his fingers, shattering them once more. "Just like your blades, we'll dispatch your bones without delay." Silva had observed the preceding confrontation in silence, but he couldn't remain passive any longer. Swiftly, he materialized beside Siriato and unleashed a powerful kick to his face, propelling him away once again. Yet, Silva didn't give his opponent a moment's respite. He lunged after Siriato, grasping his face before forcefully driving Siriato back to the ground. The impact was immense, and Siriato could feel the tremendous pain radiating through his barato as he hit the ground hard. Silva continued his relentless assault by channeling his 10k energy into a devastating blow, targeting Siriato's chest. The attack shattered more of his ribs, leaving Siriato in an even more dire condition. As he stepped away from the now immobile body of Siriato, Silva gathered his energy and released a colossal purple 10k sphere. The attack flew unerringly towards Siriato and struck him with unforgiving precision. The impact created a massive explosion in Greece, and this time, a vast, circular, purple energy engulfed the entire country, all thanks to Silva's unstoppable attack. Zeno and Silva both stood beside the fallen Malebranche, observing him as he lay motionless. It was evident that he had been pushed to the brink of death, a significant feat given Siriato's formidable power. His life force now hung by a thread, leaving the once mighty evil claws in shambles. Zeno remarked with a touch of excitement as he looked down at the defeated enemy, eager to see how the conflict would unfold next. Siriato gazed up at Zeno, puzzled by the cryptic comment. He couldn't quite fathom the implications behind those words. However, his attention quickly shifted back to the events that unfolded immediately after he and his companions had narrowly escaped the previous confrontation. Hours after the operation involving the True Satan's faction, the Malebranche regrouped at their base, and an undeniable silence enveloped the area. The dwindling Malebranche ranks now consisted of Alicino the Harlequin, Calcabrina the Grace Stomper and Frost Trampler, Siriato the Wild Hog King, and Scarmiglione the Troublemaker. With both their leader and deputy leader having met their demise, these four remained the sole survivors. The stifling silence was abruptly shattered by Scarmiglione, whose laughter echoed uncontrollably. His fellow Malebranche looked on, perplexed by his bizarre reaction. "What's so funny, troublemaker?" Siriato inquired, seeking clarification. "Our two leaders are gone, right? So that means we're finally free to do whatever we want. In that case, I'm out of here doing things my own way. See ya," Scarmiglione exclaimed before disappearing from their base. In truth, Scarmiglione had made a valid point. The absence of their fallen leaders meant they were no longer constrained by Malacota's oppressive presence, which had previously compelled them to work alongside him. Malacota, the most formidable among them, had maintained their compliance, even if it meant suppressing their individual desires. With his absence, they were now at liberty to act as they pleased, with no authority figure to curb their autonomy. Alicino also decided to make her exit. "I'm leaving too. If we ever cross paths again, we shall engage in a battle," she declared before vanishing from sight. This left only Calcabrina and Siriato in the room. They exchanged a brief, intense gaze before Calcabrina, the sole female among the Malebranche, turned away and started heading out. "My intention is to rejoin the ranks of the Cause Order. This era both excites and bores me. If they have any future operations planned, I wish to be a part of it. Fleeing from the battlefield without an honorable end fills me with a sense of disgust and guilt," she expressed, explaining her decision to depart. Seeking an honorable death, are we? My pride has been tarnished by my own retreat as well. I'll join the next operation they have and aim to redeem myself by defeating a Barado of the DXD Alliance," muttered Siriato before vanishing from the room. This is not the honorable end I wanted, Suriato muttered with a sense of disappointment, closing his eyes. Honorable? No, not all, said Zeno, his tone holding a hint of mockery. However, we aren't ending your life right here and now, as I mentioned earlier. Young Master Aaron has his own plans for you. Ho ho ho, before Suriato could formulate a response, an overwhelming darkness surged through his thoughts, causing him to lose consciousness. Silva swiftly applied a sleeping spell to him, ensuring he remained in a slumber, and then bound him with anti-magic cuffs. Their one-sided skirmish against Suriato had come to an end. The three women who had stayed behind to confront the Malebranche materialized, standing alongside Zeno and Silva. Lady Zoria, are you feeling better now? If not, we have some slime pills that can help. This offer extends to both of you as well. Young Medusa and Valentina, Zeno kindly suggested with a warm smile. Thank you, the goddess replied as she accepted the slime pill and promptly consumed it. Will you take him to? We'll handle that. You three have the choice to either join the others in a different country or take the rest of the day off. The decision is entirely up to you, Zeno informed them. Medusa and Valentina accepted the slime pills, and they quickly consumed them. However, the bitterness of their faces was evident, given their perceived ineffectiveness in the face of Suriato's arrival to assist their enemies. For Valentina, the ordeal had been particularly harrowing, nearly costing her life, and the experience left her feeling somewhat dejected. She had always considered herself a formidable figure, though not on par with the likes of dragon gods or true gods. She saw herself as an ultimate to Satan-class power, a status of considerable significance in her eyes. Yet, today's events served as a stark reminder of her relative smallness in the grand scheme of things. She resolved to become stronger so that such a situation would not recur. She knew precisely where to turn for that strength, and after this operation, she would seek the assistance of the one person who could aid her in her quest for power. Sylvan noticed her contemplation and inquired, "Is something troubling you, Lady Valentina?" Valentina met his gaze and replied, "I intend to approach Jean about enhancing my strength through rigorous training. I've heard that many members of DXD have been trained by him and his associates. After today's events, I am determined to grow stronger to ensure that I don't find myself in a similar predicament in the future." A faint smile crossed Zena's lips as he spoke. "That can certainly be arranged, Lady Valentina. I would recommend visiting young Master Aaron's residence once this operation has concluded. We shall take our leave for now, and until we meet again later today. I'm planning to rejoin DXD in Kyoto. What about you two?" Zoria inquired, turning her attention to Medusa and Valentina. Valentina replied, "I'm heading to Romania to reconnect with the family I left behind. Afterward, I intend to visit Jean's home." She then made her exit. Medusa, on the other hand, seemed deeply troubled. She stared at the ground, clenching her fists so tightly that her nails drew blood. Zoria could see the frustration etched across her face, but wasn't sure how to address it. Even after spending months training under him and the others, I couldn't do anything against a Malebranche. Medusa muttered bitterly. Zoria tried to offer some reassurance. Remember, Medusa, they're formidable foes. Aaron mentioned that they received enhancements from the Eevee, Phantasma, and Zairamanabairos last year, and even further this year. That's what made them so powerful. But you performed admirably, Medusa cut her off, her voice laced with frustration. Performed admirably? I was merely used and cast aside by him. If I'm to stand a chance when I join DXD in Phantasma and Eevee's universe, he'll need to get stronger. I'm returning to Kuo for training. Please convey my message to Aaron if you see him." With that, Medusa bowed and teleported away. Zoria let out a sigh of relief as she found herself alone after her teammates had departed. However, her feelings mirrored those of Medusa, as she couldn't shake the sense of powerlessness she had experienced when confronted by Suriato. If it weren't for the timely intervention of Zeno and Silva, she could have been killed by the powerful enemy. Feeling the weight of her own vulnerability, she mumbled to herself, I need to become stronger. After all, Centuredo, the deity found himself in a less-than-ideal situation, sporting an array of painful bruises and injuries. Clearly, he had grossly underestimated the strength of Aquino and Rainier. As Summonus skillfully sidestepped a hail of light spears thrown by Rainier, he couldn't shake off the fact that some of the enchanted projectiles continued to pursue him relentlessly. Amidst the ongoing fierce combat, Summonus couldn't help but notice the very fabric of reality distorting around them, thanks to the formidable abilities of Aquino and Rainier. The once confident god found himself growing increasingly wary of his opponents. Allowing him and his consorts to survive might have been an unfortunate choice, Summonus thought, reflecting on the dire circumstances he now found himself in. Nonetheless, the god hadn't unleashed his full power yet, showing a certain level of concern for humans in his own unique manner. However, he was convinced that the world would be vastly improved without the presence of DXD, the Sacred Gears, or any other third party. In his perspective, the world ought to be governed by the gods and entities resembling them. Aquino unleashed a series of snake-like lightning bolts, each crackling with electric energy, aimed directly at Summonus. He had no choice but to react swiftly, countering her attack with his own black thunderbolts. As their attacks collided, a cacophony of thunder and lightning erupted, lighting up the battleground. Summonus, a god of nocturnal night, lifted his arm high, conjuring multiple menacing black tornadoes within the vicinity, using his mastery over other elements too. With precision, he directed these dark whirlwinds towards both Rainier and Aquino, intending to strike them down. Aquino, despite the impending danger, retained her composure. She rested a hand on her cheek, a hint of amusement in her voice as she spoke. I suppose I expected more from a god. She muttered teasingly, this spectacle is a bit underwhelming. She was attempting to taunt the god, testing his patience. However, Summonus remained steadfast, fully aware of her intentions, and chose to ignore her provocations. Ada, it's not working. How sad, Aquino said mockingly. Lightning crackled around her body, swiftly forming into the shape of an eastern dragon. With precision, she aimed her attack at the oncoming black tornadoes, and in a brilliant display of power, her strikes obliterated the swirling dark maelstrom conjured by Summonus, causing the god to click his tongue in irritation. Provoking him won't be easy, Aquino. Also, shouldn't we hurry this up and join the others in the dimension that George created? Rainier inquired, her concern evident. Everyone inside that dimension can handle things there. Right now, the rest of us should remain here on Earth to eliminate the other threats targeting various countries, including Kyoto. King Inma lent a hand in delaying them. Aquino replied confidently, her movements in the air reminiscent of a graceful dance as she elegantly evaded Summonus' continued attacks. Summonus let out a roar of frustration. So he was leading us on all along. That two-faced god. Once I'm through with you, he'll personally invade his domain and reduce it to ruins. His anger and determination were palpable in his voice as he vowed revenge. Fufu, if only that were possible. Aquino chuckled playfully as she swiftly darted behind Summonus, her movements like a shadow in the night. Without hesitation, she delivered a powerful, holy lightning-infused kick to his back, sending the god of nocturnal night crashing down to the earth below. Rainier sighed, her irritation evident, but she unleashed a relentless barrage of light bullets, complementing her attack with flame arrows and water blades. The divine magic manifested through her actions created a dazzling and deadly spectacle. Summonus reacted quickly, spinning around and summoning a defensive magic circle to ward off Rainier's attacks. However, despite his efforts, a searing pain persisted on his back. Glancing over his shoulder, he discovered a sizable lightning-shaped mark etched into his skin. Aquino giggled mischievously from her elevated vantage point and explained, that mark can't be removed unless I choose to dispel it. It's an idea I developed during my training, something I hope to utilize in the main tournament. The lightning mark she had devised served a unique purpose. It continuously delivered an astonishing 500 million amperes per second to the marked target. For context, the largest electrical current ever recorded in the world took place in April 1996 when scientists at the Oak Ridge National Laboratory in the United States achieved a current of 2 million amperes per square centimeter down a superconducting wire. Standard household wires, in comparison, are typically rated to carry a current of less than 1,000 amperes per square centimeter. Most humans, even those intertwined with the supernatural, would find themselves perishing instantly under the immense electrical current coursing through their bodies. It was an extraordinary feat that Summonus, a god of impressive caliber, not only withstood the shock but managed to maintain some semblance of mobility. "This is nothing to me," he gasped, evident pain etched across his features. Unbeknownst to Summonus, Aquino had yet to push the boundaries of her mark's full potential. The current coursing through her target now was just a fraction of its maximum output, as she had reserved it to test her powers on a different adversary, one other than Crom Crutch. "Oh, is that so?" Aquino's tone was eerily calm as she materialized behind Summonus, her presence haunting. "Holy lightning," she murmured softly, delivering another powerful bolt that drew a sharp cry of pain from the god. Her onslaught did not end there. With fierce determination, she struck him and sent the divine figure flying backward. Observing this relentless spectacle from a distance, Rainier heaved a heavy sigh of concern. "I fear her obsession on Aaron is growing rather unhealthy, though she's not the only one. He got his way, so I'm going to beat him near death. Doesn't seem like a normal response," the fallen angel muttered, troubled by the extent of Aquino's obsession. Suddenly, an immense surge of power erupted from the point of Summonus' impact. Black lightning, thunder, wind, and water violently swirled around the area, creating a menacing tempest. The god's glowing, wrathful eyes fixated on Aquino and Rainier. "Looks like we made him angry," Aquino chimed with a playful tone, a mischievous giggle escaping her lips. "Please, Aquino, let's start taking this seriously," Rainier replied, her voice laced with concern. She couldn't help but glance back at the powerful god. His aura and abilities were converging to form an enormous pillar of energy, growing larger with each passing moment. The situation was rapidly becoming more dire, and they needed to prepare for the impending clash. "Well, we must also ensure he remains alive, as the leaders of the Alliance have expressed their desire to preserve any significant god or being. The rest, well, they can be considered collateral damage," Rainier interjected, reiterating their strategy. Yes, I understand," Rainier, Aquino responded, her expression taking on a more serious tone. As their conversation neared its conclusion, a colossal hand composed of lightning, thunder, and wind surged toward them. Yet, both Aquino and Rainier remained vigilant, swiftly identifying the danger and deftly evading the onslaught. Rainier quickly conjured a sword of light and sliced through the incoming threat. However, their respite was short-lived as moments later, a barrage of hundreds of identical hands emerged from Summonus' direction, closing in on the two determined women. They retaliated with unyielding resolve, but they soon noticed that an additional 100 of these menacing hands were unleashed in various directions, each set on attacking other members of the DXD team. "I'll go and take care of the other hands, Aquino. I'll leave Summonus to you, since he seems more agitated with you," Rainier announced before vanishing from sight. "Afufu, leave it to me," Aquino responded cheerfully. She then summoned her latest familiar and the group of small Oni she had in her service before forming a plan of attack. "Oya, I didn't anticipate you would call upon me, Aquino. I've been aware of the ongoing conflict in the human world, but to think you'd face a god single-handedly. I may not be that useful, said the woman who had become her most recent familiar. This new alliance Aquino had formed was with none other than Shuten Doji. However, it wasn't a typical master-servant relationship. It had the feel of a partnership, much like the pacts between devils and magicians. Fufu, don't worry, Shuten-sama. I've already prepared for that, although it's only a temporary power boost for you, Akino assured her as she gracefully floated over to Shuten. Little ones, please protect us, she commanded her small Oni. The smaller Oni, gathered in a sizable group, surged forward, directly engaging Summonus' elemental hands. They unleashed a barrage of elemental attacks that, to Summonus' astonishment, not only managed to intercept his attacks, but also matched their power. Ada, when did these little ones grow so strong? In beginning to fear they might even surpass me in power, Shuten commented after witnessing the remarkable performance of the small Oni as they defended them. Fufu, we did train together, Akino remarked, a playful tone in her voice. She reached into her belongings and retrieved a bracelet, offering it to Shuten. Here, Shuten-sama, if you wear this, it will temporarily boost your power to match mine. But be warned, once I unsummon you, the bracelet will shatter and vanish. Aaron created this piece of magic. Shuten accepted the bracelet and examined it with a hint of curiosity. I was already aware of his unbelievably absurd powers, especially after your recent visit to our realm. However, to think he'd offer something like this so casually, well, it was part of our partnership agreement, so I'm not going to complain, she explained, her tone calm and contemplative. Akino couldn't resist teasing her further. And what if you did something that might irk Reiko if she found out? Upon hearing this, Shuten's face paled slightly, and she froze. She turned to Akino, her voice hushed. You promised to keep that a secret. If that insufferable woman ever found out, it would just give me a massive headache. Sensuredo, and in an instant, she felt a surge of newfound power. Shuten gazed at the bracelet in amazement. So that's how it works, huh? Very intriguing and somewhat terrifying. Akino giggled once more and commanded the smaller Oni to return to their realm, and with a graceful gesture, she unsummoned them. Shall we go then? She asked, her eyes filled with determination. Shuten, the leader of the Oni, nodded in agreement. Summoned by her magic, Shuten materialized beside Summonus, her massive sword held high. With a fierce battle cry, she swung the blade down at the god, intending to strike him down. However, much to her surprise, Summonus' body was enveloped by swirling elemental forces that deflected her attack with ease. She quickly withdrew, narrowly evading the retaliatory attack as Summonus directed several vortexes of malevolent black wind towards her. The sinister tempest pursued Shuten relentlessly, challenging her agility and resolve. Shuten-sama, please remember your power is on par with mine, so those things won't harm you. Don't be afraid to be a bit reckless. Akino offered a reassuring reminder to her partner. With a nod of agreement, Shuten propelled herself toward the enemy. Employing her yujitsu, she conjured hundreds of thousands of blazing wheels that encircled her, forming a formidable fiery barrier. She then unleashed this blazing array, directing it towards Summonus' powerful attacks. The two sets of attacks rapidly converged, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Seizing the smokescreen created by the explosion to her advantage, Shuten reappeared behind Summonus, her sword poised for a decisive strike. Her blade connected with the god's shoulder, cleaving a vicious gash. In an instinctive retaliation, Summonus swirled around and unleashed a barrage of hundreds of black wind blades toward Shuten. Yet, Akino intervened, summoning a protective barrier that enveloped Shuten, deflecting the ferocious attack. Eager to assist her partner, Akino entered the fray with determination. She conjured a whip forged from lightning and thunder, then swung it toward Summonus, delivering a resounding crack as it struck the god's back. Activating her mark again, she unleashed an electrifying surge, surging through Summonus' form hundreds of times over, causing him to writhe and convulse in agony. Aef, damn you wretched hybrid freak! Summonus bellowed, with a ferocity that seemed to rend the very fabric of the cosmos. His fury, an elemental storm, manifested in a relentless barrage of cataclysmic forces, all aimed at the two women who had become the unwitting focal point of his wrath. But amid the chaos and tumult of this unearthly showdown, Aquino remained an oasis of serenity, her countenance unwavering, though her soul bore the scars of a painful epithet, hybrid freak. Those two words, uttered with such venom, evoked a harrowing recollection, a memory that had long since lain dormant, but now surged back with the fury of tempest, threatening to drown her in a maelstrom of sorrow, anger, and regret. Her reaction, however, was not what anyone anticipated. It was not the frenzy or irrational anger that Summonus had hoped to incite. Instead, Aquino's dark eyes gleamed with an unsettling resolve, her gaze piercing the tumultuous night like a beacon of unwavering determination. As if choreographed by some otherworldly conductor, her lithe form danced gracefully through the tempest of elemental attacks, evading each attack with a fluid grace that defied the chaos of the moment. It was a silent ballet of survival and poise, a testament to her mastery over the elements and her control over the tempest of emotions that raged within her. And then, with a gesture as powerful as it was silent, she raised her right arm, lightning crackling around her fingertips. In that electrifying moment, she channeled her inner strength and resolve, transmuting it into a bolt of pure, unadulterated lightning. It was no ordinary lightning, for its raw power and intensity defied the natural order. The very heavens seemed to shudder as the energy coalesced. When she released that torrent of electrifying power, it was as if the universe itself held its breath. The energy surged forth, not just as a bolt of lightning, but as a cataclysmic force of nature. The shockwave it generated was felt far and wide, sending reverberations through the very essence of the world. For a moment, time itself seemed to pause, and the earth quaked with the aftershocks of the attack. As the incandescent energy struck Summonus, it was as if a second sun had ignited in the heavens, casting an ethereal, golden glow upon the battleground. The sheer force of the lightning's impact was enough to momentarily stun those who lacked the strength to withstand its fury, casting them into a surreal and electrifying tableau. In the midst of this electrifying spectacle, Aquino remained resolute, her eyes locked onto the figure before her. The epithet that had wounded her heart now transformed into a source of empowerment, a testament to her indomitable spirit and mastery over her own destiny. She stood as an embodiment of inner strength, and in that moment, she was not just a hybrid, but a force of nature, a goddess in her own right, and an eternal symbol of resilience in the face of adversity. In the aftermath of Aquino's devastating attack, a profound stillness blanketed the battleground, and the once mighty god of nocturnal night lay supine, a stark contrast to his earlier aggression. The destructive energies that had surged with malevolence, endangering the lives of countless members of Team DXD, dissipated as swiftly as they had emerged, leaving no trace of the menace they once held. Amidst the eerie calm that followed, Shuten Doji and Rainair, both witnesses to the incredible spectacle, found themselves standing in stupefied silence. Their astonishment was palpable, etched across their faces like a haunting tableau of disbelief. The tempestuous emotions that had surged through them had now given way to a profound sense of perplexity and uncertainty. In the wake of such a cataclysmic display of power, they grappled with the daunting challenge of reconciling the reality before them with their preconceived notions. In the broader scope of the battlefield, a hush had fallen upon the chaos that had previously reigned. Aquino's display of formidable prowess had acted as a temporal quiescence in the tumult of battle. It was as though the very heavens themselves had momentarily paused to acknowledge the electrifying display of might. Warriors, both human and supernatural, paused in their struggles, their gazes drawn to the breathtaking vista of power and skill unfurled before them. For Shuten Doji and Rainair, the moment was as surreal as it was transformative. They found themselves at the precipice of understanding, their beliefs and certainties shaken to their core. In the throes of their respective internal dilemmas, Neither could find the right words to express their thoughts, nor a course of action to take in the face of the irrefutable testament to Aquino's unparalleled might. "YJ," stammered Rainier, attempting to diffuse the palpable tension that hung in the air. "YJ," Shuten Doji echoed, making an effort to match Raynar's enthusiasm. Aquino turned to both of them, her usual smile gracing her lips, albeit with a very slight hint of strain. "Fufu, there's no need to be so tense, you two. Let's go and assist the rest of our team, shall we?" "Ah, Shuten-sama, I'd appreciate it if you stayed with us a bit longer," Aquino suggested. "Of course, my services extend beyond a single battle. I will accompany you until this is resolved," Shuten replied, offering reassurance to Aquino. "Thank you very much. Rainier, let's move," Aquino said before taking off, leaving Rainier to catch up. "I'll go and retrieve the incapacitated god," Rainier mumbled to herself. "Shuten Doji-sama, may I ask you to look after her for a while? She's clearly upset by what someone has said." "I will do so. Good luck with your task, and make sure you get him to where you need to bring him," Shuten assured her, trailing behind Aquino. Rainier landed beside the scorched and crisped god, releasing a sigh of exasperation. "Aaron, you really need to address this situation with her. That guy just had to provoke her," she muttered in irritation. In the other dimension of Dimension Lost, Aaron's visage contorted into a deep frown, his dissatisfaction echoing in the otherworldly space. "Darn everything. I'm going to make that fool pay," he seethed in a hushed whisper. His aura grew increasingly ominous and imposing, causing even the god Tartarus to involuntarily retreat. The other beings within the dimension were keenly aware of the turmoil unfolding beyond their vicinity. Aaron's intense aura was not lost on them, serving as an unspoken signal that something had gone awry and he was not in a good mood. Aaron redirected his attention toward Tartarus, his narrowed pupils radiating a palpable intensity. "Let's get this done and over with, you giant oaf. I have other pressing matters to attend to and someone dear to comfort," he snarled with an air of utter venom. "You dare!" Tartarus began to retort, but his words were abruptly cut off as Aaron sprang into action. In an explosive blur of motion, he delivered a devastating punch, striking the massive god in his core. Tartarus was hurled violently toward the far reaches of the dimension, incapacitated by the powerful blow. Simultaneously, Aaron executed a sealing technique, restraining some of the god's abilities. Tartarus, along with a select few others, had been the instigators of the recent tumultuous events. The incident involving Aquino had significantly dampened Aaron's spirits, and his fury extended far beyond mere victory. He intended to exact his own brand of retribution upon Tartarus. As Aaron teleported to stand directly before the incapacitated primordial god, he muttered with chilling resolve, "I'm going to relish every moment of this. KHHH. Curses. How can a mere human fight me on equal terms?" In a ferocious clash, Calcabrina the Grey Stomper and Frost Trampler, a formidable Malbranche, found herself locked in an intense battle with a formidable opponent, the Lance Maiden, Leanne Sandlot. However, the fierce contest was heavily lopsided, with Calcabrina struggling immensely. Despite the fact that Leanne Sandlot had been intentionally holding back her strength and providing guidance to the Malbranche, Calcabrina was yet to grasp the true extent of this lesson being taught to her. "I'm not just a mere human, Calcabrina," replied Leanne. "I am an Electa." Calcabrina stood tall, a commanding presence at 5 feet and 11 inches in height. Her long, obsidian hair cascaded in luxurious waves, contrasting strikingly with her shimmering sapphire eyes. A mask adorned her face, concealing part of her form while revealing an air of mystery. Around her neck, she wrapped a black scarf, its fabric gracefully draping in stark contrast to her dark armor. Her attire was predominantly obsidian, and it bore a mesmerizing centerpiece, a vivid sapphire blue flame that danced near her midsection, casting an entrancing glow. Her arm guards were an elegant fusion of black and silver, stretching from her hands all the way up her arms and enveloping her shoulders in a protective embrace. Silvery black armor graced her thighs and extended to her shoes, crafting a seamless, imposing silhouette. In her skilled hands rested two swords, their blades aglow with blue flames and lightning, an impressive and awe-inspiring sight. Those things that work for the middleman? No wonder you're strong. Then I don't want to fight a Longinus wielder. They'll settle for you since you're 1,000 times better, she declared with excitement in her eyes. Leanne let out a sigh as she skillfully parried the relentless flurry of slashes sent her way by Calcabrina. Presently, both combatants, along with the Stahlritter and an assortment of adversaries affiliated with the gods of darkness, were entangled in a fierce battle. This showdown unfolded in the heart of Finland, to be more precise, in the city of Oulu. Or rude fellow, who dares call master a thing? I won't let her get away with it, Duvalai complained as she gracefully dodged a strike from an enemy. With a swift maneuver, she retaliated, eliminating her opponent with a single decisive move. Fufu, you shouldn't focus too much on Master Duvalai, or you might get injured, Enia cautioned, expertly piercing an enemy with her bow and arrow. She's right, Duvalai. If you let your mind wander, Ines began, her halberd striking an opponent down with a single powerful swing. You'll get injured. In a playful manner, she then swung her weapon at Duvalai, bravado their leader to leap out of harm's way. Duvalai couldn't contain her frustration with her companions. What on earth is wrong with you two? I'll tell Aaron Sama, she shouted, her irritation intensifying with each passing moment. Fufu, did you hear that? Duvalai will tell Aaron Sama? Enia teased with a mischievous grin. Ines, in her typical monotone manner, placed her hand in front of her face and let out a soft chuckle. Oh, she'll tell Aaron Sama. Duvalai, about to lose her patience, suddenly turned her attention to an approaching horde of enemies and unleashed a powerful slash that effectively eliminated the entire group. Regaining her composure, she pointed her sword at Enia and issued a stern proclamation. I saw what you did with Aaron Sama. If you don't want to spill the beans, you better apologize. Enia was caught off guard, her laughter quickly giving way to nervous chuckles. What were you talking about, Centurato? What? Ines felt utterly bewildered by what Duvalai had just said, and her friend's reaction only added to her confusion. Before she could finish her sentence, Enia exploded, shouting, "Shut up!" Her sudden outburst unleashed a powerful aura that sent shockwaves throughout the vicinity, obliterating most of their enemies. Once again, Ines found herself struck dumb, staring at Enia in astonishment. The roles had reversed, and Duvalai was now the one sporting a triumphant smirk. To add to the perplexing situation, it was Enia who seemed to be blushing intensely, an uncommon sight given her usual role of teasing Duvalai. Well? Duvalai inquired, her tone filled with smugness as she awaited an apology. With her cheeks puffed out in a show of defiance, Enia retorted, You were inappropriate with Aaron Sama before. A heavy silence descended upon the area, a stark contrast to the turmoil that had raged moments before. Duvalai's face turned an even deeper shade of red, and Ines, caught in the middle of this unexpected revelation, could only gape in astonishment. Why, you did the same thing, you wretch. Duvalai bellowed back. Centurato. The shocking revelation was a lot for her to process, rendering her face blank as she contemplated it. But her train of thought took an unexpected turn. They both already had their special moments with Aaron Sama already? What about me? Am I a late bloomer? She mumbled to herself while she swung her halberd, swiftly dispatching another group of foes. As she looked at her own hands and then down at herself, a strange wave of anxiety washed over her. Hey, am I too ugly? Am I not good-looking enough? She whispered to herself in mounting distress. The Stahlritter, as a collective group, found themselves grappling not with physical challenges, but with a peculiar sort of insecurity and self-doubt. Returning to Leanne and Calcabrina, they had initiated another fierce clash of their formidable weaponry. This time, the battlefield they had chosen encompassed the entire Earth, transforming it into a vast arena for their epic confrontation. They had progressed far beyond Finland's borders, now finding themselves suspended in the middle of the vast Pacific Ocean, with both adversaries standing on the water's surface, Centurado, their natural instincts guiding them away from the tempestuous upheaval. Yet, amid this tumultuous battle, Calcabrina's elation and exhilaration only intensified. Leanne, perceptive to her opponent's feelings, decided to join in the spirit of the contest. She recognized that this Malebranche was not only a battle enthusiast, but also harbored a sense of responsibility towards minimizing collateral damage. Drawing a parallel between her and the likes of Valley Lucifer, Leanne found amusement in this comparison. The exhilarating clash between the two powerful beings continued to play out on the grand stage they had chosen, with the earth itself serving as the canvas for their combat. With newfound swiftness and agility, Leanne thrust her lance toward Calcabrina with greater speed than before, striking the demoness squarely in the shoulder. The impact sent Calcabrina hurtling through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in her wake as the very water in front of her formed a miniature valley. The sheer force of Leanne's blow left Calcabrina bewildered and dazed. As she finally managed to regain her composure and stabilize herself, her gaze was drawn back to Leanne, who now clutched a helmet in her hand. The sudden change in Leanne's demeanor had caught Calcabrina off guard. She stared in astonishment, her usual bravado momentarily replaced by a sense of confusion and surprise. "We shall now commence the second stage of your training," Leanne declared as she secured her helmet in place. A palpable air of superiority suddenly enveloped the surroundings, causing Calcabrina to feel a peculiar unease. It was the same type of uneasiness she had only experienced when in the presence of Malakota, her former leader, and Lapis whenever their interactions were unavoidable. "Second stage of training? Could you elaborate on that?" Calcabrina inquired, her face betraying her confusion. Leanne's aura surged into the atmosphere, manifesting as a colossal, rising pillar, and the very earth beneath them quivered in response. "Precisely. Throughout our time together, I have been conducting your training. You've proven to be a fast learner, yet it appears you may not have been fully aware of the training you've undergone," the Lance Maiden elucidated. "We are now moving on to the second stage, so brace yourself." Bring it on then." Calcabrina's defiant roar resounded through the Pacific Ocean as she too channeled her powers. Although her aura was undeniably potent, it paled in comparison to Leanne's formidable aura. Without any further exchanges of words, they both vanished from their positions, colliding in a cataclysmic clash at the epicenter. The force of their meeting unleashed an even more potent shockwave that rippled across the entire world. The ocean's surface beneath them was violently upended, and they plummeted toward the churning waters. However, as rapidly as the sea had been displaced, it began to converge back together, thwarted only by the unending conflict above. Calcabrina, wielding swords adorned with ethereal blue lightning and flames, launched frenzied strikes at Leanne. The Lance Maiden met each of these blows with effortless finesse, a calm and unwavering presence. Yet, this stoic response did not deter the Malebranche in the slightest. In fact, it only served to further fuel her determination. An exultant grin graced Calcabrina's face, and she continued her assault with unrelenting fervor. It was as though the outcome was irrelevant, and the act of combat itself was the ultimate prize. Calcabrina suddenly manifested a giant avatar behind her. It a giant four-armed humanoid beast with swords identical of hers in each of its hands. It had a glowing eye in the middle of its chest, and it shimmering brightly before it brought down all four swords in a single swing. Calcabrina also did the same thing, but to her utter surprise, it didn't even make Leanne move an inch. "Ah, you're really amazing, you know that, right?" Calcabrina exclaimed, her excitement ringing out in her voice. Leanne, clad in her helmet and armor, offered no verbal response. She maintained her unyielding focus on Calcabrina, her gaze unwavering through the eye sockets of her protective gear. Leanne's primary objective was to skillfully deflect, parry, and defend herself against the relentless onslaught launched by Calcabrina and her colossal avatar. After several minutes of intense combat, their ferocious clash ultimately led them to the ocean's depths. Even there, beneath the surface of the sea, the battle raged on. The sheer force generated by their powerful strikes displaced the water around them, allowing for their continued engagement. The seafloor had become their arena, affording them the freedom to unleash their powerful abilities without concern for collateral damage to people or vital landscapes. Calcabrina's avatar loomed ominously, surrounded by a sea of thousands of azure flames. With an abrupt and decisive motion, it unleashed these potent blue flames, each possessing the destructive potential to harm even gods. As this fiery onslaught hurtled toward Leanne, there was a moment of impending danger. However, with a series of delicate pokes into the air before her, Leanne masterfully extinguished the oncoming flames. An air of disbelief enveloped Calcabrina as it inquired, What on earth was that?" Maintaining her composure, Leanne responded in a composed tone, "Magic negation is already a formidable ability. Imagine the potency of having the power to nullify abilities in their entirety. It's a powerful ability, isn't it? Those who seek to engage me in combat will be restricted to using only their physical prowess and techniques honed through practice." Leanne's concealed eyes shone mysteriously within her helmet as she added, "Any attempt to employ your abilities, particularly projectile-based ones, will be met with nullification and negation, rendering them entirely impotent. Show me the zenith of your skills with those swords, Calcabrina." A broader grin emerged on Calcabrina's lips, even though her facial features remained hidden by the mask. However, Leanne could discern the elation in her eyes, which gleamed even more intensely. Without uttering a single word, Calcabrina initiated an unrelenting onslaught, relentlessly swinging her swords at Leanne. These strikes not only involved her physical form, but also engaged her avatar, leading to the destruction of numerous underwater hills and mountains during their fierce confrontation. As they clashed, they passed near a particular wreck that had gained notoriety from a famous movie. When their blades met once more, the residual debris from the wreckage was blasted into oblivion. Fueled by determination, Leanne chose to take the offensive. She struck Calcabrina with a powerful blow from her lance, a hit so formidable that it propelled Calcabrina backward, sending her crashing into an underwater mountain. The sheer power of the impact caused not only the mountain to disintegrate, but also sent shockwaves racing through the surrounding terrain, shaking the lands above them. Calcabrina leaned on her avatar to regain her balance, her movements momentarily unsteady. Without hesitation, she propelled herself toward Leanne, who remained poised, a steadfast figure. Her advance was a blur of speed and determination as she thrust all her blades at Leanne, aiming for a decisive strike. In a swift, graceful sidestep, Leanne nimbly evaded Calcabrina's rapid attack. Their eyes locked, and for that fleeting instant, it felt as if time itself had slowed to a crawl. But the illusion of tranquility didn't last. Calcabrina's world was suddenly upended as a powerful force slammed into her abdomen, leaving her breathless. Leanne's perfectly timed kick, delivered with incredible force, had struck Calcabrina's midsection, propelling the female Malebranche skyward. The impact of Leanne's attack generated a shockwave, compelling the water around them to part forcefully. A massive, watery chasm emerged, creating a path for Calcabrina to ascend back to the Earth's surface. In relentless pursuit, Leanne swiftly followed, lunging forward to strike Calcabrina with her lethal lance. An agonized cry escaped Calcabrina's bravado as she faltered, her strength waning. With a calculated spin, the lance maiden flung her adversary across the vast expanse, and Calcabrina landed on another continent this time. In Africa, the specific location was Kenya's capital, Nairobi. Leanne landed in Nairobi right after Calcabrina, who was already on her feet despite clutching her wounded stomach. She applied her fire magic to cauterize the painful injury. An expression of agony contorted her face as she worked on the wound. Leanne patiently waited for Calcabrina to complete the painful process. After Calcabrina had finished cauterizing her wound, she breathed a sigh of relief, believing the worst was behind her. However, she couldn't have been more wrong. Leanne, instead of showing mercy, reappeared right in front of Calcabrina. In a shocking turn of events, Leanne struck Calcabrina with her lance in a fierce blow. The intensity of the pain was beyond Calcabrina's capacity to endure silently. Aya! She unleashed a piercing scream that echoed through the surroundings. This level of brutality had taken her by surprise. In her desperate attempt to retaliate, she ordered her avatar to attack Leanne. This forced Leanne to leap away, but she responded by amplifying her own speed to match that of light. Leanne, now as swift as light, Calcabrina launched a relentless series of attacks against her opponent. Each precise strike landed across multiple points: shoulder, stomach, leg, and lower barato. With each hit, her opponent sustained serious damage, reopening the wound she had just treated on her stomach. Only when the flurry of attacks ceased did Calcabrina's consciousness fully catch up to the devastating reality. She let out another piercing shriek, this time a symphony of agony, before collapsing onto the ground. With just one functional leg, she found it impossible to rise to her feet properly, the brutal assault leaving her incapacitated. Calcabrina, you've performed admirably, and you've successfully passed the second test, Leanne exclaimed with warmth in her voice. Her helmet came off, revealing a friendly smile that was intended to convey praise. However, from the perspective of Calcabrina, a member of the Malbranche, this expression had a different impact. It struck terror into her heart. The kind smile from Leanne seemed to transform the angelic woman into a demonic figure, a presence more fearsome than Calcabrina herself. The overwhelming dread she experienced was unlike anything she had ever felt before. That unease I felt earlier, was it because of her? Has this woman always been this terrifying? Calcabrina wondered, her anxiety growing by the second. With a determined stance, Leanne raised her gleaming lance high above her head, its tip glistening in the radiant sunlight. She spoke with an air of authority, her words cutting through the still air like a clarion call. And with this, she announced, her voice carrying a sense of finality, "Our lesson has drawn to a close, and here begins the inception of the third and final part of your evaluation." Wait! Calcabrina tried to interject, but before she could utter a word, the lance was brought down upon her head with a force that instantly rendered her unconscious. Leanne then cast a sleeping spell to keep her in slumber until they reached the prisons of the Alliance. Leanne gave a confirming nod to herself before gently gathering up the unconscious Calcabrina. With her expert healing abilities, Leanne tended to the injured Malbranche, mending her injuries with care. When Calcabrina's wounds were fully healed, Leanne cast a teleportation spell that whisked her back to Ulu. Upon her return, Leanne was met with a perplexing scene. Her team, the Stahlritter, was in the midst of a tumultuous battle, and there was an exception in Ines, who seemed to be the only one not involved in the fray. Amidst the chaos, Duvalai and Enia, both adorned with disheveled hair, stood locked in an intense altercation of pulling hair and mouths. Tears streamed down their faces as they continued their relentless exchange of shouts, each demanding the other to apologize. Yet, despite the impassioned pleas, neither of them showed any sign of relenting. Leanne approached Ines with a curious expression etched across her features. "What's happening here?" she inquired, casting a concerned gaze at her subordinate. Ines hesitated momentarily, her voice tinged with a hollow quality as she replied, "It's a long story, Master. Would you like the full story or a summarized version?" Leanne deliberated for a brief moment before opting for the complete account. "Explain in detail," she requested as she took a seat beside Ines, ready to listen intently. The atmosphere brimmed with anticipation. Ines embarked on the comprehensive narrative, recounting every detail, from the very beginning when the heated argument had erupted among the team members to the shocking revelations about her two fellow teammates. Throughout her recollection, Ines couldn't help but cradle her face in her hands, overwhelmed by a potent mixture of embarrassment and shame. As Ines bared her soul to her master, she also shared her own concerns and anxieties, especially after learning about the close personal interactions her teammates had had with their master and creator, Eren. "You need not worry, Ines," Leanne assured with a reassuring tone. Her words carried the weight of experience and wisdom. "I, too, have shared various moments with him. Your time will come." Ines found herself at a loss for words. Her master's comforting words provided a glimmer of hope, and yet they also compounded her feelings of despair. The realization that even Leanne Sandlot, the Lance Maiden, had been so closely connected with Eren left her feeling even more disheartened. "I see. Thank you, Master," Ines replied, her voice tinged with exhaustion. The two of them exchanged a knowing look and silently resolved to bide their time, waiting for Enya and Duvalai to conclude their heated disagreement rather than interjecting. 10 minutes had passed, and the intense argument finally drew to a close. Both participants in the dispute bore disheveled appearances, as their heated argument had left their hair disheveled and their tempers flared. However, the resolution of their disagreement came at a cost to challenge posed to Eren Tool, their master and creator. This challenge would be undertaken by none other than Duvalai and Enya. In the skies of China, the aftermath of countless battles still raged on, even after the defeat of the King of Ghosts, Zhong Kuei. Amid this chaotic battlefield, two individuals were confronted by their own past. Zhang Mei and Rixia Mao found themselves entangled in a reunion neither had expected. A man, his pale blue eyes accentuated by short silver hair, called out to Zhang Mei, dressed in a black three-piece suit and fedora hat, with a cigarette dangling from his barato. "Come back to us, Shizuna," he implored. "We admit we were wrong. So, return to us and let us flourish under your care." Zhang Mei's response was fierce. "Don't you dare utter that name. I discarded it years ago because of the likes of you scoundrels. I am Zhang Mei, and I've long forsaken that name." The aura surrounding Zhang Mei intensified with her growing fury towards the man. Seeing him was provocation enough to unleash her wrath, but his words only kindled her loathing. "It was an honest mistake, Shizuna," he continued, his tone tinged with a hint of mockery. "We're willing to make amends. We'll even employ our clan's resurrection technique to bring your parents back to life, so you can have the family you've always desired." Despite his attempt to sound sincere, the undertones of deceit and manipulation were not lost on Zhang Mei. Fueled by anger and determination, Zhang Mei swiftly lunged toward the man and swung her sword down. However, her target proved equally adept and brought his own blade up in time, parrying her attack. "You're as emotional and reactive as your parents," he barked back, his voice dripping with disdain. "This is why they died. They were fools for believing in such things back then. Don't you dare say their names with your filthy mouth." Zhang Mei roared, her fury unrelenting. She quickly spun around and landed a powerful kick on the man's side, sending him sprawling away. Without a moment's hesitation, she pursued him, launching a relentless barrage of Orion-fused slashes in his direction. The man in question was Rokuro Mitsurugi, a member of the Mitsurugi clan hailing from Kagoshima, situated in the Kagoshima prefecture at the southwestern tip of Kyushu Island. While not a widely recognized clan, the Mitsurugi clan had a rich history, once flourishing as worshippers of Heiko Ohadami no Mikoto, also known as Huri. This deity was the third and youngest son of Ninigi no Mikoto and the divine Blossom Princess Konohana Tsukuyohime. Huri played a pivotal role in the lineage of Japan's emperors, serving as the grandfather of Emperor Jimmu. The clan even developed a unique sword style in honor of their revered deity. However, the Mitsurugi clan's prosperity took a dark turn due to a fateful incident from the past, involving Heiko Ohadami no Mikoto and Takamikazuchi, the thunder and sword god. Following the demise of Heiko Ohadami no Mikoto, the clan faced hardships and never fully recovered, enduring ongoing struggles to make ends meet. Originally, the Mitsurugi clan had been destined to relocate to Kyoto, with the potential to join the ranks of the 5 principal clans, creating a new 6th clan. However, fate had other plans. An error in judgment by the previous clan head, along with the current elders and executives, led to the tragic demise of Zhang Mai's family, leaving only Zhang Mei herself as the lone survivor. The circumstances surrounding the tragedy remained shrouded in mystery, with Zhang Mei harboring suspicions that the event had been intentional. The Mitsurugi clan's path to restoration and power had taken a grievous and tragic turn, marked by betrayal and heartache. Zhang Mei, once known as Shizuna Rem Mitsurugi, now carried the weight of her family's legacy, as well as a burning desire for justice and vengeance. Rokuro's eye gleamed brightly, radiating a fierce red glow. Swiftly, he deflected and parried the aura slashes that had been directed toward him. With quick movements, he closed the gap between him and Zhang Mei. However, to his shock, her eyes had taken on a gleaming golden hue, and in one fluid motion, she struck him down and disarmed him. A pained cry escaped Rokuro as he clutched his injury, trying to perform some rudimentary healing magic to alleviate the pain and mend the wound. Unfortunately, his efforts did little to relieve his suffering or heal the wound. When Rokuro glanced back up, all he saw was Zhang Mai's foot hurtling toward his face. The force of her kick sent him flying back to a rural village in China. Zhang Mei teleported beside him, her movements swift and deliberate. Without hesitation, she ran toward him and delivered another blow, this time aiming her foot at his head. She then lifted him and conjured an ice blade, which she swept across his face. Rokuro, who had been knocked unconscious by the relentless attack earlier, suddenly jolted awake and cried out in pain. His cry, however, was short-lived as Zhang Mei silenced him with a cold, sharp gesture. "Shut up and listen. Do you hear me?" Zhang Mei demanded, her pupils narrowing as she stared at the older man. Rokuro managed to nod slightly in response. "Tell that wretched clan of ours that in coming for my revenge, it'll wipe the Mitsurugi clan off the face of this earth before my life ends." With that ominous threat, Zhang Mei attacked Rokuro with her ice knife, wounding him gravely. Then, with a swift spin, she delivered a powerful kick to his face, sending him hurtling away from her. This seemed to conclude the violent encounter. However, to Zhang Mei's surprise, an ominous black and purple aura erupted from the place where Rokuro had crashed. She turned her attention back to the now maniacally laughing man, her eyes filled with suspicion. "That's something new. We didn't have any technique like that before I left. Unless they received it from the cow's order, assuming they joined, or at least cooperated with them to achieve something in return for their services," Zhang Mei mumbled, squinting her eyes as she observed Rokuro. The man vanished from his spot with an abrupt flicker, causing Zhang Mei to react quickly by dodging, leaning back to avoid his attack. As she leaned back, her eyes caught sight of a new sword in Rokuro's hands as he sped past her. Reacting swiftly, she got back on her feet and prepared herself, her golden eyes shimmering once again. Rokuro moved like lightning, closing the distance with remarkable speed. He slammed his sword into Zhang Mei's, forcing her back, much to her surprise. "Surprised? We achieved this thanks to the cow's order's help," he screamed. "If we lost our god, and we weren't allowed to join the great families of Japan, then we may as well take them down another way." A wide grin stretched across his face as he explained this to Zhang Mei. You were the ones leaking the information to them." "How?" "They don't let outsiders into their ranks that easily," Zhang Mei exclaimed in disbelief. An even wider smirk appeared on Rokuro's face. "Well, all we had to do was marry into each clan with several of our own, and bam, we could gain any information we want. Of course, many of those infiltrators are high-ranking members now, too, Fufu." This revelation left Zhang Mei in shock. So that's how some of our information was leaked to them. These scummy infiltrators. Before her thoughts could fully process, she felt a foot landing on her stomach and she was sent flying. Zhang Mei crashed through several hills and trees before she could come to a halt. How did he become this much more powerful? What did they do to him? She wondered as she stood up. Although she didn't suffer severe damage, the spot where she was kicked was a bit sore. Rokuro reappeared in front of Zhang Mei, his sword poised for another strike. This time, the blade was infused with 10k. Zhang Mei, however, swiftly deflected his attack. She was far from defenseless. You may have been blessed with the highest form of our clan's powers, but ours were enchanted by the cow's order. Now, everyone in our order wields the same power output as you. Rokuro declared boldly. Enchanted? What do you mean? Zhang Mei demanded, her aura intensifying even more. She stomped her foot into the ground, causing blades of ice to shoot out from the earth and head straight for Rokuro. He leaped away just in time to evade the icy assault. Your golden eyes are now equal to our red, and it seems like you haven't been able to evolve your eyes at all these past few years, meaning you've been slacking in your training. If you stayed, you could have been our savior. You could have been proclaimed a goddess, said Rokuro. In the Mitsurugi clan, every member of the clan was born with powerful eyes. These special abilities were first activated by strong emotions. Depending on the color of one's eyes, the person was then assigned to a group within the clan that shared the same eye color, and they would be trained from a young age. A list was created by the higher-ups, which went like this. Silver eyes, golden eyes, red eyes, green eyes, purple eyes, blue eyes in their clan. Most individuals were born with either blue or purple eyes. The more gifted among them possessed green eyes, while those with remarkable talent were born with red eyes. However, individuals with golden and silver eyes were exceptionally rare within the clan, with only 3 such births ever being recorded. The first case was a baby boy who was born with shimmering golden eyes. However, his unique ability had been activated immediately upon birth, and the strain proved too much for his fragile infant body to bear. Tragically, he did not survive. The second case involved another boy born with silver eyes, but like the previous baby, the amplified strength associated with their unique eye color led to their untimely demise. Finally, the third occurrence was the birth of Zhang Mei, also known as Shizuna Rem Mitsurugi. She was born with shimmering golden eyes and, remarkably, managed to survive. Within the clan, she was treated with the utmost care and reverence, although her parents wisely chose not to pamper her excessively, instead opting to raise her fairly and on par with the other infants in the clan. Shizuna displayed excellent behavior throughout her childhood. Even when spoiled, she never became arrogant or attempted to wield her power to make people bow before her. She was acutely aware of her position and diligently strived to meet everyone's expectations. She consistently exceeded all expectations placed upon her, but the clan's elders and executives demanded even more. In addition to the pressure from the clan, Shizuna had to contend with the resentment of her own generation. Her distinctive golden eyes set her apart from her peers, further isolating her. Her only genuine source of solace was her family, which was tragically taken from her by the clan's elders. A particular accident occurred when she was a young teenager, leading to the untimely death of her parents. They had been sent on a seemingly routine mission by the clan, but Shizuna suspected that the elders, particularly her parents, held disdain for her family, and she believed that they were somehow responsible for the tragedy. Following this incident, she decided to leave the clan, leaving behind everything she had ever known, including her name. After wandering for some time, Shizuna found herself in China. There, Rixia approached her after trailing her for a few days, and Shizuna ultimately joined their pantheon. She was given a new name, Zhang Mei, signifying a fresh start in her life. Zhang Mei retorted, "That doesn't mean anything. Even if you enhance them with whatever drug was given to you, natural strength will always prevail." Much to Rokuro's astonishment, he found himself being pushed back, overwhelmed by Zhang Mei's surging powers. What caught him off guard even more was the sudden transformation in Zhang Mei's eyes. They briefly flickered to silver before returning to their usual gold hue. "You damn monsters. I'll take you down now, even if it means destroying myself. If you want to join us, Then we don't need you around any longer," he shouted before his barato began to undergo a drastic transformation. Zhang Mei found herself utterly astounded by the sudden and startling transformation that overtook Rokuro. This astonishing metamorphosis not only left her in awe, but also compelled her to swiftly take defensive action. It was as if an otherworldly power surged through him, unleashing a barrage of immense crescent moon energy attacks, which emanated from his transformed body. Censuredo,